Synopsis: a young man with mysterious powers infiltrates the White Fang to gain strength and influence, manipulating allies and enemies alike in his quest for dominance in the dangerous world of Remnant. Chapter 1. This is where we got the report of criminal activity. Be careful. 4 figures were standing outside of an abandoned warehouse. They were wearing dark green uniforms with blue insignia on their shoulders. They had their weapons drawn in the form of pistol-like guns. The person in front of the rest of the group made their way to the side entrance of the warehouse. Turning on the flashlight attached to the bottom of their weapon, they took a deep breath and rushed in, busting open the door. Immediately, the 3 behind them followed as they quickly observed their surroundings. It was completely dark inside the warehouse, and only their flashlights gave off light. "It looks empty," one of them spoke as they all continued to cautiously advance. "There might be a backroom. Stick together and don't let your guard down." Taking the lead, the person in front slowly moved through the large warehouse as their team followed. It was only after they had walked a couple of dozen meters from the door they came in that a loud slamming noise echoed out. The door shut itself without warning, causing them to jump and quickly turn around. Crap! Being engulfed in darkness, even with their flashlights they could barely see. It was as the 4 of them tried to form a perimeter of safety that one of them tried to slow their breathing. "Calm down, I'll make my way to the door and see if I can get it open." As they were thinking that they didn't notice, a nearly invisible red string slowly draped down from the ceiling of the warehouse. It was only after the light from their flashlight shined on it that they noticed it. "Wah!" Before they could say a word, the string suddenly tightened. Dozens of these red strings wrapped themselves around the person's face and neck. They couldn't say another word as they choked and were raised up at breakneck pace. Only the sound of their gun hitting the ground was left. "Vaya!" One of the team members closest to the sound turned around and saw that he was gone. "Someone's here with us. Vaya's down." Alerting the rest of the team with a yell, they didn't notice the figure that had appeared behind them. The figure, cloaked in the dark, reached their hands out and grabbed the person's head. With one powerful twist, the team member's head turned almost a full 180. At the same time, a loud crack rang out in the warehouse. The last 2 remaining team members turned around towards the sound of the crack. "Oh shit, Amra!" They only saw a shadowy figure rush out of the flashlight's range as Amra, their teammate, fell to the ground dead. "You bastard!" Without hesitation, the second teammate opened fire and shot out multiple times. Their gunshots echoed through the warehouse, and the flashes of blue light lit up the warehouse periodically. Briefly seeing their target, the other teammate did the same and began firing as the shadowy figure dashed through the warehouse at near inhuman speeds. "They're fast!" He tried to aim at them as the figure rushed towards them, but simply couldn't track their movements. The shadowy figure extended their hands towards the team member, and a red thread shot forward. This thread shot forward like a beam and wrapped itself around the team member's hands. With a single tug, the string ripped into their arms and flesh, tying their arms together and making them drop their gun. "Og!" Feeling their arms being cut into, he let out a scream and fell to the ground. "Raj, get out of here, I think they're a hunt." Speaking through their teeth, he couldn't even finish his warning as the dark figure barreled down on them. Suddenly, someone grabbed the man's head and slammed it into the metal warehouse floor, causing it to creak and bend. The last remaining team member, named Raj, looked around and couldn't believe his eyes. In mere moments, all 3 of his teammates were dead. This can't be happening. This was supposed to be a criminal hideout. Why? Being surrounded by darkness on all sides, he kept turning and trying to find a glimpse of the person who had attacked them. But now that it was just him, his mind was racing and his arms were trembling in fear. "Oh right, that call came from me. Sorry about that." Raj's entire body froze as their eyes widened. A cold voice came from directly behind them as they saw red glimmering strings begin to wrap around them and block their vision. Before a scream echoed out, there was a loud crack before silence dawned down on the warehouse. A few minutes later, a person could be seen climbing onto the top of the warehouse and sitting on its roof. The view allowed them to overlook the large city at the bottom of the hill. The person on the roof was a boy who looked no older than 19. He had pitch-black hair to the point it resembled the night sky, and his eyes were like crystal ambers. All he wore was a slightly scuffed black jacket and pants. I'm going to need to get new clothes soon. Looking at how worn out everything he was wearing was, he sighed. He had woken up in this body, and it was by no means his original one. When he opened his eyes for the first time in this world, he was lying in an alleyway covered in bruises. He could only assume the original owner had died when he came and took their place. Maybe they're in my body now back in my world? Well, either way, it's theirs now, good luck to them. He had barely thought back to his life before. Although it was by no means bad, it was also normal and bland. Sure, games and anime could brighten things up, but all good things came to an end. Except his life started once more after he had died in his original world. Still hard to believe, I was placed in the world of RWBY out of all of them. I mean, I only go to volume 6. It took him a bit to verify that he was actually in RWBY. I mean, faunis could easily be mistaken for normal demi-humans, and the world, despite its technological advancements, compared to the modern one, was pretty hard to recognize. However, once he began hearing familiar names such as Remnant and Mistral, he was able to piece it all together. All right, let's see if I got any closer to the cap limit. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 4225 1000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 10%. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 1. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation. A glowing menu that was completely controlled by Shen's mind appeared, showing a long list of information. I only got 20 EXP from that. Not only are they starting to be worthless, but the cap is just going up. Shen scratched the back of his head as he switched the screens of the menu. Personal stats. Points, 0. Physical strength, 11 plus 15. Endurance, 5 plus 20. Dexterity, 16 plus 15. Power, 10 plus 5. I got pretty strong since I started doing these fake calls and luring in the police force. Currently stronger than a normal human by far. I might not even have to keep ambushing people. Holding out his hand, Shen moved his fingers intricately. Red strings flew from the tips of his fingers and danced in the air. These were life fibers which came from his life fiber manipulation ability. I have to admit, Kill La Kill really did show how useful these fibers can be. He had been in the world of RWBY for around 2 months, and in that time he had been pretty passive. He had gained a system, but it was a little on the odd side. A lot of the functions a normal system world were missing, and some of them were locked. The only instructions he was actually given was that the stronger opponents he took out, the stronger he would become. However, the only ability he started out with was life fibers, but at the same time, it was a pretty good ability. Even at level 1, he could use them to cut into people's bodies and even set traps due to them being semi-conscious. On top of all that, they had slowly been integrating themselves into his body, which was how he unknowingly became a life fiber hybrid. Still, the ability is only at level 1, and all progress on merging has stopped at 10%. Plus, I'm starting to gain less and less EXP from every person I kill. Overall, he had hit what you would call a brick wall. Alright, guess I gotta start moving along then. His current info on where he was and the timeline of the world consisted of this. He was in Wind Path City, which was a part of the Kingdom of Mistral. The city was far from the central government of Mistral, so crime was fairly rampant, making it pretty dangerous. At the same time, it made it easier for Shen to get away with almost anything as long as he was careful. Standing up, Shen dismissed the system's menu and looked down at the city one last time. If I want to advance anymore, I'm going to have to start branching out. And since this is Mistral, there's one surefire way of doing that. Jumping from the warehouse's roof, Shen saw that night was beginning to set in. He made his way down the path from the warehouse directly into the bustling city. Crowds of people were walking by him as everyone went on with their lives as normal. If someone was passing by, you wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary when it came down to it. However, if you were like Shen, who was carefully observing every shady movement you would see, there were similar tattoos and markings on people's bodies. This was proof of being part of a crime syndicate or at the least a gang in the city. At the same time, the lack of safety from the police force made the whole city feel slightly dim in the atmosphere. Now where are they? Shen continued to avoid people and avoid attracting attention to himself. His eyes scanned the crowds for a couple of minutes before he finally locked onto someone. It was a woman wearing a hood and cloak over the majority of her body. If people weren't so busy, they would clearly see she was different. She was cautiously walking on the other side of the street as Shen followed her with his eyes. Because hidden under her cloak, Shen caught sight of the end of a tail. Bingo! The woman looked around her before entering an alleyway unnoticed. Crossing the street, Shen went into the same alleyway and followed her while remaining out of sight. I thought I would have to search for days to find one, but lucky me. There was only one reason he was following this faunis, and it was linked to the fact he needed chances to get stronger. While defeating opponents allowed him to grow, killing them gave even better rewards depending on their strength. So Shen came up with a plan in his first month of arriving. The moment he got strong enough, he would join an organization and use it to its fullest to reach his objective. And the only one that came to mind was the exact same one this woman was making her way to. Shen slowly peeked around the corner and saw the woman walking up to a door at the end-branched alleyway. Knocking on the door, it only took a few moments for it to open, revealing a person dressed in white and black. They had a mask covering a portion of their face. The White Fang, good they are in this city. The woman lowered her hood, revealing a pair of wolf-like ears on her head. The White Fang member nodded and led her into the building before closing the door again. Turning his head back, Shen remained behind that corner. Mistral was extremely discriminated against by faunis from what he remembered. At the same time, that meant a faunis would never be allowed in the city or even bother entering it due to the risk. However, that woman did, and it was all because the White Fang was here. One issue presented itself, however. To get in, you probably need to be a faunis, and I definitely don't look the part. His appearance was 100% human, which was a bit of an issue. Thinking to himself for a moment, an idea hit Shen. Holding out his hand, he began manipulating life fibers once again. They began to weave into one another slowly, but surely. Despite having the ability, Shen still needed to practice to reach the level he was at. And that also meant it was pretty tough to do things beyond that level of practice. As his arm tensed up, he continued to manipulate the fibers as they changed color and density. Soon a pair of black horns, twisted slightly, were in his hands. They were still life fibers, but they looked completely real. Shen let out a breath as he held the horns in his hands. Suddenly, he heard a robotic voice in his mind. New skill, appearance manipulation acquired. Shen showed a look of surprise but didn't check his menu. So this counts as something new? I wonder what else would be equivalent to a new skill. Thinking about it for a moment, he slowly manipulated the horns he made and attached them to the side of his head using the life fibers. By all means, he now looked like a faunis more or less. All right, let's see how this goes. Shen made his way down the alleyway after turning the corner and walked slowly towards the door. Once he had reached it, he knocked too, which he heard a series of locks being undone. The door slowly opened as a White Fang member looked at Shen and then at his horns. You're late, you almost didn't make it. The meeting's starting, so hurry up. Shen was on edge at first, but seeing there was no issue, he smiled inwardly. Right, thanks. Chapter 2. Entering the building, Shen was greeted by the sight of a large hall filled the brim with chairs and, more importantly, faunis. Since they were safe here, they let their special features show without concern. Some simply had animalistic tails or ears, while others had harder to ignore features like horns, fang, and even more interestingly, wings. These were the characters that caused the humans living in the world of Remnant to discriminate against faunis no matter which kingdom they came from. But in a kingdom like Mistral, the discrimination was downright rancid. Shen slowly made his way through the hall and sat in a chair farthest to the stage up front. He was confident in his life fiber stitching, but you could never be too safe. Slowly, a man dressed in standard White Fang attire walked onto the stage. Brothers and sisters, I thank all of you for taking the time to come here today despite the danger. All of you are here because you wish to change. To join the White Fang is to invoke that change. I have seen discrimination, and our people attacked again and again, forced to the edge and even killed by the humans. Before our current high leader took charge, we tried to change the humans' hearts with words. However, when that didn't work, when they began slaughtering us for simply looking different, we decided to change. If they want to treat us like monsters, then they will fear us like monsters. We changed our methods so that we would earn their respect for the power we hold. We began wearing masks resembling that of monsters to prove this point. And now I am here to ask you to join our cause. Let's end this discrimination once and for all. Shen's mind slowly tuned out the sound of the man talking as he glanced around him. Over 200 faunis were sitting down and listening, and at the same time, there were around 20 members of the White Fang positioned around the hall as security. This is a lot of security for a meeting. The White Fang member on stage began ranting and preaching about their goals. Breaking the oppression of humans and making them respect us through fear instead of peaceful protesting. When the speech was finally done, he directed everyone's attention to a secondary exit near the stage. Now then, all volunteers can make their way outside through this door. You will be given your masks and uniforms when we arrive at our hideout in Mistral. There were still a few people showing clear amounts of hesitation, but Shen immediately stood up and began to walk. This was what he was here for, so there was no reason for him to hesitate. Upon seeing Shen stand up and volunteer, it triggered other faunis to do the same. As he made his way through the door, he was greeted by another alleyway. Multiple White Fang convoy trucks prepared to deliver their new recruits to their base without drawing any attention. Please get on board, we'll be leaving soon. A White Fang member directed everyone as Shen stood there for a moment. His eyes had narrowed in on what looked like someone hiding behind a pile of trash as his face expressed a worrisome expression. In fact, the closer he looked, the more people he was able to see. An ambush. Obviously, no matter how rampant crime was in this city, the police still had a job to do. And with how the White Fang turned from a peaceful protesting group into a near-terrorist organization, they were being hunted to no end. Suddenly, it made sense why there was so much security guarding the meeting hall. If police snuck in, then they would need to react immediately. Similarly, the only reason Shen noticed the ambush was because of him being a life-fiber hybrid, which boosted every one of his senses to the extreme. They are not attacking, yet so they must be waiting for everyone to board the trucks. Do they plan on following us back to the White Fang hideout, or maybe they just want to attack when everyone has their guard down? Either way, it would immediately end the recruitment event and cause panic the instant they moved. But after thinking for a moment, Shen smiled. Not boarding the White Fang convoy trucks, he swiped his hand as a life-fiber string shot from his fingers. It flew straight towards the leg of one of the hiding police officers. The string blended in perfectly with its surroundings, and the officer didn't notice a thing. Let's use this as an opportunity, shall we? As soon as he had a grip on the officer's leg, Shen yanked him from his hiding position, calling him to fall over with a loud crash. All of the White Fang and recruits were outside now guarding the trucks, so the moment they spotted the police officer, they yelled. And of course, the moment the police force was exposed, they no longer tried to hide and wait. On both sides of the alleyway, officers received their orders. Take out the White Fang and arrest every faunis there. Due to Shen's actions, the quiet alleyway immediately descended into a full-on firefight as the recruits hid in the trucks and the White Fang began fighting back. Shit, how did they know we were here? We kept information under wraps. As Shen watched while hiding behind a large dumpster, Shen could clearly see that the White Fang was losing. They had brought around 25 men total, but the police force surrounding them from both sides of the alleyway had nearly 40 men. Damn it, they're moving up. At this rate, they will be caught. One of the White Fang near Shen couldn't even come out of cover to shoot back due to the barrage of shots flying through the air. I heard sirens too. The building must be surrounded, so we can't fall back either. The situation continued to become more desperate as Shen finally began to act. Hey, what are you doing? Get down. One of the White Fang saw Shen beginning to stand up and tried to grab him, but he had already rushed out from behind the dumpster. Moving as fast as he could, he darted down the alleyway at his top speed, becoming a slight blur. One of them must have a death wish. When an officer saw Shen running towards him as they continued to push forward, he aimed his gun at him. However, just as he did so, he saw red strings wrap themselves around his head. Then, before he could react, he felt his entire body being pulled towards the approaching Shen. Ah! Jumping up into the air, Shen used his knee and hit the man in his face without giving him a chance to react. One down. As he said that, the officers began to notice him, and their targets quickly changed. "You damn faunis!" One of them with a rifle aimed at Shen and began to open fire as a barrage of bullets rained down. Shen quickly maneuvered himself as he ran up the side of the alleyway wall and jumped in the air above him. Tangle, using one of his skills, every single person below Shen suddenly saw red strings fire out from his hands directly towards them, completely immobilizing their movements. What the hell? With over 10 officers in his grasp, Shen bit down and used all his strength to swing his arms up while in midair. Every person wrapped in his life fibers immediately flew up into the air as Shen then swung his arms down while falling to the ground. "Ugh!" A series of screams and yells caught the White Fang members' attention as they saw Shen at work. He's a huntsman. In the world of RWBY, huntsmen were the only ones that could pull off stunts like that. They had superhuman-like abilities and had unique powers and weapons to boot. By all means, that was the type of person Shen resembled. As all the people in the air came crashing down, their bodies slammed against the concrete street below them, instantly killing them. Shen could immediately feel his EXP beginning to rise the moment he did so. As a smile continued to creep up his face, the rest of the officers who had witnessed what had happened began to panic. We can't fight a huntsman. Run!" Soon it didn't take them long to begin turning around and retreating. But of course, Shen didn't let them go. Instead, he chased them down like a wild dog, began taking them out, and forcefully dragging them towards him. By all means, he looked like a devil to them, but to the White Fang, he was a hero. With one side of the ambush being handled by Shen alone, they could focus their attention on the other side. In just a few minutes, the tides had changed, and more police officers were being forced to fall back until there was no one left. No, please, mercy. Shen watched as an officer was being dragged down the alleyway by his strings, slowly approaching him. Scratching at the ground, the officer tried to get away, but simply couldn't as he fell into Shen's grasp. Looking up at Shen, he saw his amber eyes shining as a shadow was cast down on him. "Mo monster, all of you are," before he finished speaking, Shen raised his leg and slammed it down on his chest, cracking his ribs and killing him as he spat up blood. Shen didn't bother with the body as he turned around and saw Faunis and White Fang alike staring at him wide-eyed and shocked. Did I overdo it? As he slowly made his way back to the docking area with the convoy trucks. As he did so, he suddenly saw one of the White Fang members run up to him. He was the same person who gave the speech on stage. Thank you, sir." He immediately began using honorifics when faced with Shen and even bowed slightly. "If not for your help, we would have been caught or worse. Please tell me your name." Shen paused for a moment as he smiled. "My name is Shen, and it's no problem. I wasn't expecting such a sudden ambush, but I'm glad none of you were injured." Hearing Shen's words, everyone's eyes gleamed with a sense of admiration. "Still, we should probably get going, right?" Shen's words woke them from their shock as the White Fang member in front of him nodded and gave out orders that made everyone spring into action. "Right. All of you start the trucks and get on board. We're leaving. We need to get out of here before anything else goes wrong." Shen made his way to one of the convoy trucks and sat down without a fuss. Of course, the faunis inside were still all looking at him with wondrous gazes, but he ignored them. This was only the first step of what he had planned, after all. Although thanks to the ambush, he was able to get past it a lot quicker than even he expected. "I am exhausted." He went all out despite how it looked, and slowly Shen closed his eyes and fell asleep as the trucks began to move. A few hours passed, and the sun had already set. When the trucks finally stopped, Shen woke up. "Sir, we are here." One of the faunis sitting next to Shen altered him carefully. Opening his eyes, Shen looked out of the window behind him and saw they were in a dark tunnel that seemed to have been cancelled mid-construction. Getting out of the truck, he saw there was a rusted gate built into the side of the tunnel. "I was expecting the White Fang base to be a little more high-tech. Then again, I guess they are always on the run." It was then that the White Fang member who had given the speech on stage walked up to the rusted gate and placed his hand on the stone wall next to it. "Scanning. Authorization complete." A robotic voice echoed through the tunnel as the rusted gate suddenly slid open, revealing a passageway. "Everyone follow me." Taking the lead, Faunis and Shen followed behind the man as he walked them through the stone tunnel. This is our main base in Mistral, and as such, we had to take multiple detours to throw off any potential followers. At the same time, I'll use this as a chance to explain how joining our ranks works. When you first join, you will be given a mask, and this mask determines your rank. The basic mask means you're a recruit and new to the White Fang. The next rank would be that of an officer. They are given a custom mask based on their contributions. Further past, that would be your lieutenants who have a full mask along with a red pattern. These three are the most basic ranks. Shen listened carefully as the man continued. However, past that, you reach the higher-ups. They would serve directly under the branch leader of a certain kingdom within the White Fang. They can command any of the forces within that branch and allocate resources as they see fit, as long as the branch leader sees no issue with it. And of course, the branch leaders answer directly to the high leader but does have independence from them. As they reached the end of the tunnel, Shen saw that there was a reinforced metal door that seemed extremely out of place compared to the rusted gate they entered the tunnel from. There are a few ranks in between the rest, however. As you spend more time in the White Fang, you'll come to know them. As they approached the metal door, a series of bolt locks rang out through the tunnel before it slid open. Oh, a facility built into the mountain itself. Taking the color scheme of the White Fang, Shen saw a long white hall branching into different paths with members of the White Fang walking about. You'll all be called to receive your uniforms and masks shortly, but until then feel free to look around. Your rooms will be assigned to you as soon as you receive verification. I, on the other hand, have to report to the branch leader, so good luck to you. With that, he left all the faunis with the remaining White Fang members who came with them. Some of the faunis just marveled at the facility while others began to wander around. Shen was a part of neither group and simply leaned against the wall of the hallway and thought to himself, "The stunt I pulled should have got me some kind of recognition when it was reported. Hopefully, that will get me a higher rank faster." That aside. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 4335 1000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 10%. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 1. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, Appearance Manipulation, Life Fiber Manipulation. Looking at his EXP, Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All that work was for the recognition of the White Fang, but at the same time, he was hoping it would help him level up. But it only gave him a meager 110, which was around 1/10 of what he needed. Fine, whatever, I guess I'll focus on the next best thing. Since his level was being brought to a stand, he would still focus on his ability instead. All right, I'll focus on getting this ability to level 2 then. Meanwhile, the White Fang officer who had left to give a report had taken an elevator to the topmost floor of the hideout. There he was greeted by a long hallway with 2 double wooden doors at the end. Walking up to the door, he knocked carefully before speaking in a clear manner. "Branch Leader Sienna, I am here to give my report." He patiently waited until he heard a female voice reply to him. "Come in." Hearing that, he opened the door and was greeted by a Japanese-themed room that contrasted with the aesthetic of the rest of the hideout. The entire room had been reworked and transformed as he spotted a woman sitting at her desk. She was wearing what seemed to be a mix between a kimono and a suit that was tailored to her perfectly. She had fox-like ears, which matched with her black hair that flowed down the chair she was sitting in. Everything about her radiated a sense of maturity. Furthermore, spread across the ground at her feet were 9 tails, gently moving in a hypnotic fashion. Her crimson gaze fell on the member of the White Fang, which caused him to tense up slightly. By all means, if anyone met a woman like this, they would feel immediate attraction due to her features alone. However, thoughts like that were immediately cast aside by anyone in the White Fang, because this was their branch leader giving her ultimate authority over everything they did. "You're late. Your group should have arrived quite some time ago. Dealing with that brat Adam is enough of a headache, but now this as well?" Immediately, the officer gulped and spoke rigidly. "We ran into an issue, ma'am. We were ambushed by the police force within Windpath City." Hearing that, she showed a strange expression, and the officer continued. "We were heavily outnumbered and almost captured, but luckily a huntsman was one of the recruits we found. With his help, we managed to deal with the issue, but to be safe, we took a longer path here to avoid being pursued. Her ears twitched slightly upon hearing what the White Fang officer had to say as she narrowed her eyes. Oh, tell me more. Chapter 3. A string-based semblance, possibly. I've never heard of one before, but with the world constantly growing bigger, it's possible. Sienna gave off a slightly mischievous smirk before speaking. In any case, huntsmen are rare among faunis, and as such are valuable to the White Fang. Their ability to carry out missions alone would require us to amass tons of manpower. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk in front of her. For now, it'll be best to learn his full capabilities before making any decisions. The White Fang officer spoke hesitantly. And how should we do that? A sudden promotion could lead to complications. Sienna's eyes narrowed as her tapping stopped. I agree, which is why I'll be using him to deal with a secondary issue as well. Adam has been getting ahead of himself lately, and that little kitty of a partner is making it hard to control him properly. Find an opportunity to set up our newcomer with her on a mission. I also want a full background check run on him. Hearing her orders, the White Fang officer nodded and left the room as Sienna sighed to herself. Meanwhile, Shirey had officially gone through verification and had obtained both his mask and uniform. However, one thing that struck him as strange was that he wasn't promoted to a higher rank right away. He was sure his actions must have been reported, so there were only a few explanations. The most prominent being that they are cautious when it comes to me. I suppose that's fine. Getting more opportunities to prove myself just means more EXP as well. In all honesty, he had originally ignored the idea of joining the White Fang. As long as he was in the organization, he would have someone to answer to, and that would limit his range of activity. But that also meant there were positives, the most wondrous of which being resources. If he wanted to get to another kingdom, he would need money or a ship to do so. If he wanted specific information, he would have to search for it himself. Even the simplest things for other people were a real issue for Shen because he simply wasn't from this world. He had no common knowledge of it outside of what he had seen in his 2 months here and the RWBY show. So even a simple matter of locating the main cast of RWBY would become a long endeavor. But if he rose through the ranks of the White Fang, things would be different. He would be able to command them and obtain anything they had access to. As long as he proved his worth, he would be tasked with more difficult missions, which would reap him more EXP while also rising through the ranks. And that was only the surface-level benefits. In return, all he had to show was temporary subservience and false loyalty. Having spent most of yesterday exploring the facility, Shen had settled himself in his new room, which he luckily didn't have to share. The very next day, he woke up lazily. Nothing interesting ended up happening yesterday other than him trying to level up his ability. He was beginning to think his system was a little bit busted. I mean, it required so much effort to do things, could he really call it an advantage? Well, whatever the system told me that as I progress, it will get better, so I'll just have to trust it for now. Shen had already gotten into uniform as he tightened the gloves over his hands. He heard an alert sound coming from his right as he reached for his scroll, which was placed on the table. It resembled a holographic tablet, and all White Fang members were handed one which was linked to the network here. As he clicked on the alert, Shen's eyes lit up. Finally! The reaction he was waiting for came in, although in a way he didn't originally expect. White Fang recruit Shen, you have been selected for an infiltration, sabotage-based mission. The briefing more information will be disclosed once you reach the meeting point at the set time. You will have a teammate to assist, but will not be receiving any additional support during the operation. Good luck to you. If I can level up from this, then I'll be happy. Though I wasn't expecting a teammate, I wonder who it is. There were still a few hours before he had to go to the meetup at the point, so Shen began spending that time practicing manipulating life fibers. Meanwhile, miles from the White Fang base in Mistral, 2 figures could be seen standing on top of a building. One of these people was standing near the edge of the roof overlooking the bustling city below. He had slicked back red and black hair. He was wearing a black coat along with black pants on his body with rose insignia on the back. Along with that, he wore a mask similar to that of a White Fang recruit. However, it had red markings etched into its surface, displaying his rank. Adam, don't you think you've been going over the limit lately? The other person was a girl who was standing behind him. Her eyes were amber, just like Shen's, and shined as she looked towards Adam and the sun rising on the horizon. She had a noticeable pair of cat ears on her head and wore a black vest over a white crop top over her body with white shorts and stockings covering her legs. She had a docile-like charm, but at the moment, her voice carried hints of uncertainty. Adam turned his head and looked towards her before speaking. "What do you mean, Blake?" Hearing that, Blake's hand tightened. "You know what I mean, Adam. Lately, no matter the mission, you've been accidentally killing more and more people." Adam took a step back from the edge of the roof and replied, "We're fighting for the freedom of our people, Blake. Every day more and more faunis die under their hands. The deaths I cause are insignificant compared to that." Hearing that, Blake's eyes widened slightly, and they spoke in disbelief. "You're trying to justify certain people's deaths based on the actions of others." "No, I'm trying to show that what I'm doing is a small price to pay for both sides. When you joined up with me, you said you agreed with me, and we shared a common goal. But lately, you've been hesitating to even go on missions." Blake tensed up slightly, hearing that as he wrapped herself in her arms. "It's not I just don't like the direction things are." She struggled to say what she meant before hearing an alert go off on her scroll. Hearing the alert as well, Adam sighed. "Well, I'll continue this talk later. It looks like we have a new mission." Preparing to make his way off the roof, he heard Blake say something. "Actually, it's only requesting me, they're sending me out with someone else." Adam's footsteps came to a stop as he swirled around and showed both a shocked and dissatisfied look. "What?" Walking over to her, he snatched the scroll out of her hand and looked at the alert. "It must be Sienna. Only that woman would try to separate us like this. I'll go with you and talk to her." "She can't." Adam was cut off by Blake taking back her scroll and glancing at him. "Actually, I think this might be for the best. I need some time to think. I'll see you later, Adam." Blake made her way to the roof exit and left without giving Adam a chance to speak, which resulted in him slowly clenched his fist to the point of shaking. 2 hours passed since then, and the time of the meeting was getting close. "All right, best not arrive late. Still, I'm surprised I can make this much without getting tired." The entirety of Shen's room was full of red strings. A web coated the room to the point you could barely see the walls or ceiling. If someone was to walk into this room, and Shen designated them as an enemy, he would easily be able to subdue them before they could make a sound. Standing up from his bed, Shen closed his hands. In a matter of seconds, all of the life fibers flew back into his body, not even leaving a trace. Walking out of his room, he began walking down a series of halls until making it to one of the elevators. He rode it until he reached the very first floor and made his way to a special section of the facility. It was by far the place that took up the most space and also held the most value. It was a massive clearing inside of a mountain supported by metal beams and foundations. However, what was important was that it was filled to the brim with vehicles and supplies. Ships, trucks, boats, all types were being stored here and used to the White Fang's discretion. Of course, that also included that mountains of weapons were also being transported in and out of this area. It was the source of the White Fang's power in Mistral. Walking through the different areas, Shen made his way to a hangar where a ship was already prepped and ready to fly. Shen's movements froze when he walked into the hangar, and that was because of one reason. What is she doing here? Standing next to the ship where Blake and the pilot are seemingly waiting for someone, when they spotted Shen, he immediately tried to control his shock. "Are you Shen?" The pilot walked up to him and verified his identity. "Yes, that's me." Shen was speaking to the pilot, but his eyes were still locked on Blake. "I was confused where in the timeline the story was, but from the looks of it, the main story hasn't even started. That means RWBY and the rest aren't at Beacon yet, and Salem is still idle. That also means Adam has become the high leader of the White Fang." His window of possible moves had just widened by a lot from seeing Blake here. "All right, get on board when you're ready to depart. The briefing will be concluded while we fly." The pilot made his way to the ship and got into the cockpit area. Meanwhile, Shen walked up to Blake and held out his hand. Blake seemed reluctant but held out her hand and greeted him. "Hello, my name is BL." Before she finished, Shen cut her off. "Blake Belladonna, right?" Blake's gaze widened a bit as she heard Shen mention her name. How did you know my full name? Shen smiled gently. Of course, I'm actually an avid supporter. You're one of the reasons I had the courage to join the White Fang. I really do appreciate everything you do for us. Listening to Shen's words, Blake's face showed surprise and then embarrassment with a tint of red begging to spread. She touched the back of her head and spoke shyly. I didn't know there were actually people who paid attention to me. I don't know what to say. Shen waved it off as he responded. Of course, a lot of my friends are fans as well, but they didn't end up joining the White Fang. In any case, it's an honor to work with you. Hearing even more praise, Blake could only give out a dry laugh as she began moving awkwardly towards the ship. Standing there and watching her, a scheming smirk appeared on Shen's face before he followed after her. Each hangar was connected to a tunnel that led outside discreetly. So just a few minutes after the ship took off, Shen found himself overlooking the outside world and the kingdom of Mistral. So, what exactly is the mission? Blake broke the silence in the ship as she spoke to the pilot. The premise is that one of our people was able to infiltrate a Schnee Dust Company facility located in Mistral. Not only that, but they were able to find an opportunity to temporarily disable their aircraft radar and communications to the outside world. Basically meaning we were able to get close and airdrop you guys in without being shot down. Normally, we would set up a raid for an opportunity like this, but the branch leader wants you two to take care of it alone. Hearing that, Blake's eyes trailed over to Shen. Alone? If I was with Adam, we could probably handle it, but... She could clearly see Shen was a new recruit, so her confidence in his abilities was lacking. In any case, when you two enter the facility, your mission is to take out the central computer system controlling the facility and its production of products. Once again, Blake's eyes trailed to Shen sitting a little ways away. Shen had noticed her looks, but he ignored it, or to be more precise, he was preoccupied. Hurry up, my EXP is waiting for me. As if his prayers were being answered, Shen heard the pilot say something. All right, we're almost over the drop zone, so prepare yourselves. Your parachutes are under your seats. Blake nodded and stood up. It's fine, I don't need one. The pilot simply nodded as the ship's side doors slid open, granting her a view of the large facility on the ground below. A couple of seconds later, she heard the pilot. All right, contact us through your scrolls when you need extraction. Now drop. Blake jumped from the ship and went into a free fall. Huh! To her surprise, Shen had already jumped before her and was falling much faster. He doesn't have a parachute. Oh no. As they approached the ground, Blake was preparing to move in and try and save Shen. But before she could, she saw a ton of red strings shoot out of both of his hands. They flew towards two separate cargo crates near the ground and attached themselves to their surface. Tightening his grip, Shen was close to hitting the floor, but his descent was immediately slowed down as the crates creaked slightly. Blake was surprised as she reached for her weapon, gamble shroud, attached to her back. Taking it out of its sheath, it resembled a hybrid between a collapsible blade and a gun with a long ribbon attached to its hilt. Holding it by that ribbon, she threw it towards a nearby immobile tower crane. The blade spun around the crane's extendable arm, and the blade locked it in place. This immediately allowed her to slow down before shaking the ribbon and releasing her weapon. Just like that, the two of them managed to land in the facility without suffering so much as a scratch. Retracting her weapon and sheathing it, she looked over at Shen. Are you a huntsman? Hearing the question, Shen shook his head. No, but I do know how to handle myself. Now then, we should get moving. Chapter 4. The facility they had invaded followed a pretty simple structure. It was completely sealed off from the outside world by energy-generated force shields. By that means, the only way to get in and out was by aircraft. The surface level handled packaging and moving, so it was a maze of shipping containers. However, near the center was the main building that had an elevator stretching down to an underground level. Manufacturing and whatnot would be handled at this underground level. Of course, located somewhere on that level would be their goal, which was the central computer controlling it all. It's a broad day, so we have to be careful. All communications should be offline, so we don't have to worry about being noisy, but we should still avoid alerting them till we have what we need. From what I remember about these factories, the only way to access the elevator is the main building, but that needs a keycard. Blake explained as she took the lead in sneaking through the maze of shipping containers. "So who's our target?" Shen asked while looking around. "The chief of security should be here somewhere. We find him, and then we can make our way through the rest with no issues." Hearing that, Shen nodded as he peeked around the corner they were on. The security here consisted of a mix of normal personnel and robots. Let's see just how much XP they give. A smile flashed across Shen's face as he spotted a guard on patrol. Blake didn't expect Shen to act first as he rushed from behind the shipping container and threw his hand towards the guard. Huh. Seeing Shen, he raised his gun and fired off one shot as red enveloped his vision. Tightening the life fiber around the guard's body, he slammed him against a nearby container and held him there. Seeing Shen had handled it, Blake came from around the corner and walked up next to him. Shen manipulated the life fibers, giving the guard the ability to speak. "Where is your chief of security?" Shen asked the guard, but heard no response after waiting. Slowly, he closed his hand a bit, and in turn, the life fibers wrapped around the guard's body began to constrict as well. "Ugh!" A painful moan was let out from his mouth as he bit down on his teeth. "I'll ask again, where is the chief of security?" "You dirty faunis can all go to hell." Blake seemed to have no reaction to the guard's words, as if she was used to them. But at the same time, she glanced at Shen looking at his expression. Seeing that he wasn't going to talk, Shen's face darkened a bit, and he was prepared to crush the guard to death. But then an idea came to mind, and instead he swiped his hand down, slamming the guard to the ground and knocking him out. "You let him go?" Blake seemed surprised as Shen turned to her. "If I continued, he would have ended up dying. I hate and despise humans, but I'm not willing to fall as low as killing them. Our goal is to strike fear in them after all, not spark a war." Listening to Shen, Blake's eyes shined slightly as she nodded and noticed something wrong with his shoulder. "You got shot?" Her tone spiked, causing Shen to look, and indeed his shoulder was bleeding. The bullet clearly didn't go all the way through, but nevertheless it still was there. "Oh, that's strange, I didn't feel any pain." Coming out of his thoughts, Shen put his hand over the wound and began manipulating the life fibers in his own body. The next second, Blake blinked in disbelief as Shen moved his hand from his shoulder, and the wound was gone. Not only that, his uniform was repaired, and the bloodstains disappeared. There we go, problem solved. Shen did not go into details, and Blake just stared at his shoulder in shock before shaking her head. "Right, if you're okay then let's go." Taking the lead again, Blake ran ahead. Shen glanced at her for a moment before glancing back at the unconscious guard. A life fiber slowly wrapped around the guard's neck. A few seconds later, a light snap rang out before Shen ran ahead and caught up with Blake. After killing the guard, he immediately opened his menu and looked at his XP gain. Now that's more I like it. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 4375/1000. Originally, he had 335 XP, but Shen felt something interesting happen. When he defeated the guard, he got 10 XP, which was barely anything in the long run. But compared to when he killed 4 police officers in Mistral for 20, there was a clear difference. However, when he killed the guard after knocking him out, which counted as a defeat, he got 30 extra EXP. So does that mean defeating your enemy and then killing them is worth more? If so, then I get 1/3 of the killing XP from defeating them plus the full XP from killing them. Overall, he had made 40 XP from that one guard despite just putting on an act in front of Blake. "Hey, did you hear anything a few seconds ago?" As he ran alongside Blake, Shen heard her question and shook his head. "No, why?" Blake thought to herself before speaking again. "Never mind, it was probably just my imagination." The two of them continued to make their way deeper towards the center of the main building. On the way, the two of them took out multiple patrolling robots, and the guards, the latter of which Shen dealt with them after knocking them out. "Wait a second." Blake stopped as she spotted a group in the distance. A man being escorted by 5 guards and 2 robots was making their way towards the main building. Blake's eyes followed him for a moment before constricting. Compared to the normal guard uniforms, his was clearly more complex, and the escort made it all too obvious. "That's who we're after, you ready?" She turned back and saw Shen nod lightly. After fighting alongside him for a while, she had gone a lot less stiff when speaking. "All right, don't worry about alerting anyone, just get that keycard." With that, she broke into a dash, moving at full speed. Unsheathing her weapon, she threw it towards the head of one of the robots leading. As it flew, a gunshot rang out from it, increasing its speed while catching the group's attention. The blade end of Blake's gamble shroud went straight through the robot's head as she jumped into the air. Then, pulling on the ribbon of the blade, she grabbed it mid and descended onto the group. On the other hand, Shen took a more direct approach and ran full speed towards one of the guards. Intruders! Finally, one of them screamed as they prepared to fight, and the chief of security fell back. A solid blow landed directly into one of the guards' stomachs as their eyes glazed over to white. Meanwhile, Blake, who was in the air, crashed down onto one of the guards with both of her legs, knocking him out instantly. Soon the remaining android and 3 guards began opening fire on the 2 of them. Dodging to the right, Blake began swinging her weapon around her body, using the ribbon similarly to a rope dart. The blade cut through the air as it began slashing into the nearby android's body while also deflecting the incoming shots. Shen quickly pulled one of the guards that were distracted by Blake towards him in a tugging motion. As soon as he got in range, Shen grabbed him by the face and slammed his head into the ground. Thanks to them being in the middle of a fight, Blake couldn't pay attention to if he was killing them or not. The chief of security, who was watching the duo cleave through his escort, turned around and began to run while reaching for his scroll. Ah! Continuing to fire, the 2 remaining guards had fear growing in their hearts by the second. Swinging her weapon around her neck, the blade end cut the remaining android's head clean off and flew into the air as its body collapsed to the ground. Sheathing her weapon behind her back, she jumped slightly towards the head that was in the air and kicked it towards one of the remaining guards, knocking him out. Also, wrapping things up, Shen moved in a zigzag pattern, avoiding the last guard's efforts to shoot him before jumping over him. Red strings fell from Shen's hands while he was in the air, attaching himself to the guard's shoulders. With one swift pull, Shen swung the guard off his feet and slammed into the ground in front of him. Level up. New potential functions are now open to review. Hearing the robotic voice, Shen's eyes widened in surprise as he thought to himself. Yes! Blake, on the other hand, hadn't noticed this and turned and looked towards the fleeing chief of security. You got him? Feeling she had a good grasp on how Shen's powers worked, she simply stood there. Shen snapped out of his surprise and waved his hand. Life fibers flew forward at a breakneck pace and wrapped themselves around the fleeing man's legs, causing him to trip and drop the scroll. No, no! Feeling himself being dragged back, he struggled, but it didn't change a thing. Soon the dragging stopped, and when he turned around on his back, he saw both Shen and Blake. You two, you're with the White Fang? How did you two get here? Before giving him an answer, Shen slammed his foot down on his chest, forcing him against the ground, unable to move. Blake bent down and looked at the chief of security and began searching his clothes. Soon, she found what she was looking for, pulling a small keycard off of his body. Observing it for a moment, she flipped it around and spotted something that made her bite her lip. What's your PIN number? The man snarled and turned his head away from her. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Shen looked towards the man under his foot before turning to Blake. What's wrong? Blake sighed and explained. This kind of card is different from the one I was expecting. It'll still work with the door, but it requires the PIN number of the user as well. Hearing that, Shen understood as he looked back to the chief of security. The pressure he was putting on his chest immediately increased twofold, causing the man's breathing to slow and for him to cough. Tell us the PIN. Blake said it again, but this time in a colder voice, sounding rather threatening compared to normal. If they didn't get this PIN, then all this would be for naught. Despite it being hard to breathe, the chief still managed to insult her. Why don't you crawl back to the den you came out of, you boss? Before he could finish speaking, Shen's foot pressed down even harder. Of course the people hired by the Schnees have to have their stupid pride, but at this rate it's going to make me lose tons of potential XP. What to do? Shen began racking his brain as Blake did the same. It was obvious he wasn't going to talk, and they didn't have all day to try and force it out of him. That was when an idea hit Shen as he opened his system menu. Instead of the usual format, he saw something he hadn't seen before. Available system functions. Inventory gives the user a limitless pocket dimension that is capable of holding an infinite amount of mass. While living matter cannot enter this space, anything else will be kept in a stasis-like state until removed. Inspect. While a function, this is also technically an ability skill, and, as such, can be leveled up. Capable of showing information and stats on any living or non-living thing. It becomes increasingly more useful to point it can even begin showing weaknesses or giving tips as it levels up. Gacha. This will allow the user access to a special menu to gamble using any form of currency as long as it is found adequate. After selecting a category, a random number of selections from that category will be put onto a roulette. When spun, the user will get whatever the spin lands on. Shen had to admit the system did not disappoint. So reaching level 5 was a type of milestone, and this can be considered the reward? Reading over all of it quickly, Shen was in a mix of being happy and sad. While he was almost 100% positive, he would get the chance to select one of these again, and the system was only letting him choose one at a time. And of course, all of them had to be extremely useful as well. After staring for a moment, Shen shook his head. Whatever for now, I have to get past my current obstacle. I'll wait till I have time to really think it over before deciding. Who knows when he would reach another milestone in the eyes of the system, so he wasn't going to rush into the decision. Moving away from the tempting options, he switched to a different menu within the system. Personal stats. Points, 5. Physical strength, 11 plus 15. Endurance, 5 plus 20. Dexterity, 16 plus 15. Power, 10 plus 5. All of the stats here affected him one way or another. For example, endurance would affect his stamina and how much punishment his body could take and how strong it was overall. And in the same manner, the power stat was not related to his strength but his abilities. If he had a skill like a jutsu from Naruto, he would most likely have a related type of chakra control ability. In the end, while he could perform that jutsu, no matter how well he could control it, his mastery act would be based on the level of the chakra control ability. But if he wanted to control its power or size, it would be related to his power stat, which controlled that section of the skill. So, all in all, you could say abilities, skills, and the power stat were all closely related. Right now, out of everything, even with him being a life fiber hybrid and obtaining bonuses from it, his power was his lowest stat. Meaning the strength of his life fibers was relatively weak, yet they could still get him this far, which spurred Shen's current train of thought. In the world of La Kill, there was one ability in particular that life fibers had that could assist me. With barely any hesitation, Shen began pouring all 5 of his points into power. He immediately began to feel a change, as if something in his body was expanding, but he couldn't describe what. After feeling that sensation for a moment, Shen snapped back to reality and closed his system out. Around 3 minutes had passed, but they were still in a bad situation, and it was clear Blake was begging to stress out. "Blake, I might have an idea. Hold him still for a second." Blake looked at Shen, confused but complied. While holding down the chief of security, she saw Shen bend down and placed his hand on the man's head. "What are you?" Being able to breathe and speak again and catch his breath, the chief immediately tried to overpower Blake but failed, and soon his mouth shut. Although Blake couldn't see it from her perspective, the chief of security saw a cold glint flash through Shen's eyes, which seemed to envelop him. Life fibers escaped from Shen's palms. However, unlike the other times, these ones weren't thin to the point you could cut someone or close to being invisible. They also were not dense enough to wrap around someone and tie them up. No, these ones seemed almost phantom-like as they phased through the man's skull and tangled themselves around his very brain. As if a cord was cut, the man's eyes slowly became dull like a puppet. The fibers continued to wrap themselves around his brain and tighten more and more. As they did so, Shen was doing only one thing, and that was forcing his will. His very will flowed through the life fibers and, in turn, began injecting his will, quite literally poisoning the man's mind. New skill, mental refitting acquired. Chapter 5. Now answer our previous question. Without any hesitation, the chief of security began speaking clearly. The PIN number is 532,629. Blake listened in shock as she looked up at Shen. "What did you do to him?" Shen answered, but obviously didn't tell the truth. "It's an ability that makes people more open to ideas, thoughts, and questions. Just now, I made him more open to our cause and faunis." Shen spoke complete BS for a few seconds, but Blake still ate it up. I didn't even know that kind of ability existed. Your semblance is so strange. So is it forcing him to comply? Blake seemed to feel pretty adamant on this point, and Shen shook his head. No, of course not. It's just more effective on people who are weaker or don't have strong wills. Shen looked back down at the chief and asked him another 2 questions. Where is the central computer located on? Also, what is your take on faunis? The chief of security seemed to answer honestly as he replied. The central computer is located in the main building in Sector B, Room 24. Faunis personally didn't do anything wrong and deserve a better chance to prove they're not the monsters people claim. A good thing is that he will return home and keep a positive view on the concept of faunis, and we didn't even have to scare him. Pretty cool, right? Once again, Shen lied out his teeth, but saw Blake staring at him with hints of excitement and admiration as she leaned in close to him. That's incredible. Blake realized she was being a little loud as she retracted herself. I mean, if we could use that sort of ability on all the major anti-faunis groups, we wouldn't have to, you know. Shen nodded as he stood up. Sadly, I have to come in contact with a person to use it. Also, I would prefer if you could keep this a secret between you and me. Blake looked at him and partially understood the reason causing her to nod. Right, of course. Shen let go of the chief's head as he seemingly fell unconscious in the eyes of Blake, but Shen's EXP rose at that moment. Soon after, the 2 of them made their way towards the main building and stopped at the front entrance. The moment we go in, we will be spotted, and the alarm will go off. It's best if we make a dash to the lowest level as quickly as possible. Shen gave a nod as Blake walked over to the panel next to the 2 large doors. Sliding the keycard through the slit, she entered the pin. The doors began to slowly slide open as Shen spotted 2 guards with their backs facing them. Who opened thee? As one prepared to turn around, Shen jumped into action. Kicking one in the back of the head, he quickly pulled the other by the collars and slammed him to the ground. In a matter of seconds, the cameras lining the main building's halls locked onto his figure as the sound of alarms went off. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruders have been found at the main gate. All security personnel respond at once. Down the main hall, there was an elevator which the 2 of them immediately ran over to. Entering it, there was only one other floor, excluding the one they were on. It didn't take long for the elevator doors to close and for them to begin descending. When they reached the following floor, they saw a large factory-like complex. Large mechanical hands were moving and operating themselves while slowly constructing devices and moving canisters. Conveyor belts moved slowly, and there was almost zero human presence when it came down to the manufacturing process. It was another reason why shutting down the central computer would be such a big blow. The 2 of them walked out of the elevator as Shen glanced at the map bolted to a nearby wall. That way. Finding the right direction, he ran down a nearby passage with Blake following in tow. As they made hard right, they saw over a dozen robots moving to block their path. Without slowing down for a moment, the 2 figures charged forward. These robots were different from the ones outside as their arms began to morph. Over half had their hands transformed into short blades and prepared to intercept Shen and Blake. The other half took a kneeling position as their hands transformed into Gatling guns and aimed towards their target. A hail of bullets flew down the constricted hall as Blake drew her weapon and began using it to counter the shots coming towards her. On the other hand, Shen relied on his speed and quickly maneuvered his way through and used his life fibers to block the ones he couldn't dodge. Intruders do not resist. Shen watched as one of the robots wielding blades ran towards him and slashed towards his head. Saying don't resist while trying to kill me. Shen flipped back onto his hands to dodge the initial slash before catapulting himself upwards and double-kicking the robot in its chest. Immediately, the glowing light coming from its body faded. Hiya! The area around Blake became like a shadow and began disappearing and reappearing in different locations as her weapons spun around her, creating a kill zone. Shen followed suit, destroying each robot that charged towards him. After only 3 minutes of fighting, the sound of shots had dissipated, and both Shen and Blake were standing in front of a large scattered mess of robotic limbs and parts. It should be down this hall and to the right. Shen said that as the 2 ran through the complex, taking out every guard and robot that blocked their path. Here it is. The two of them had just taken out the last two remaining guards protecting the sector of the facility they were in. Pushing the button next to the door, it slid open, revealing a control room. Multiple panels flashed as the people wearing special white uniforms who would man the stations in the room already had their hands up. "Damn it, why couldn't we call for reinforcements?" One of them whispered under their breath as Shen immediately immobilized all of them. Well, almost all of them except the person in charge. Blake pointed her blade to his neck and ordered him, "Shut down the central computer system." You, being in charge of this room, meant he was responsible for the operations of this facility. He knew what would happen if the central computer went down. It would take an extremely long time to reboot, and the facility would probably be shut down due to it. "Do it." Blake's blade got closer to his throat as the man gulped. "Fine." Angrily, he turned around and walked over to the panel. His hands were slow, but the two of them watched as he began bypassing security measures and entering his credentials. Suddenly, his hands came to a stop as Blake narrowed her eyes. Feeling her gaze, he pressed one final key, and suddenly an alert rang out. "Error, error, power system malfunction, requesting Rep Tilda." A robotic voice rang through the facility as all the white lights in the hall turned red, and the power dimmed. Shen and Blake heard a series of footsteps and yelling coming from down both sides of the hall outside. Move, the intruders are in the control room. Set up a perimeter, and we will open fire the moment they take a step outside." Hearing the distant voices, the people tied up by Shen cheered, and the man in charge looked at Shen and Blake while laughing. "Ha, you two aren't getting out of here alive. Attacking the Schnee Dust Company with only two people. The White Fang must be dumber than I thought." Blake's face showed a clear expression of worry. She could handle a mob, but if she was shot from both sides, even she couldn't react fast enough. "What should we do?" Blake instinctively turned to Shen and glanced towards the man who was just laughing at them. "Heh!" Dozens of armed guards had their guns pointed directly to the entrance of the control room. Any of them were ready to fire without a moment's hesitation. However, soon they heard someone yell, "Don't shoot!" A trembling man's figure could be seen slowly walking out of the room. Walking out behind him, Blake was holding his neck with one hand and holding her sword to his head with the other. Shit, they took a hostage. Shen carefully followed behind them as he glanced at the guards surrounding them. Blake showed a clear look of nervousness on her face as she glanced around. "I've never done something like this before. I feel horrible." Having never held someone hostage before, although Blake seemed serious, she was panicking inside. Shen calmly whispered to her and directed her as she turned and faced one of the groups of guards blocking the hall. "Move or else he dies." Her words caused visible anger to appear on the faces of the guards. "Didn't you hear her? Move!" Shen's voice was a little deeper and felt a lot more hostile than Blake's. Slowly, they began moving down the hall, and the guards started giving way. Despicable faunis taking a hostage. One of the guards on the other side of the hall had Blake in his sights and began narrowing his eyes. With zero warning, everyone heard a sudden shot ring out as Blake's head swiveled around. Her actions were purely instinctive, and before she could even contemplate what she did, she had moved the man she was holding hostage in front of her face. A hole was blown straight through the man's head as the light faded from his eyes. Blake's face switched slowly from shock to a horrified expression. "Why did you fire?" Damn it, open fire, kill them." It was an accident, but it brought them a chance to fire on Blake and Shen without any worry. Shen saw Blake was still trapped in her shock, so he was forced to grab hold of her and pull her along. Well, that was quite the development. Speeding down the hall, he took 2 turns while avoiding his pursuers. As he ran towards the elevator, he took his scroll out of his pocket and reported that the mission was accomplished. "I am requesting immediate evacuation." Shen glanced at Blake, who was standing behind him. Her eyes seemed to be void as she remained in an idle state of mind. If I remember correctly, this should be one of the first times she's inadvertently killed someone. Shen felt a hint of an opportunity as the elevator came to a stop. "I can use this to my advantage." Shen reached out and suddenly picked up Blake, who suddenly came to. What are you doing?" She struggled for a moment until she heard Shen. "You're not going to be able to focus in that condition. Just hold on." Blake's mouth seemed to open and close for a moment, but eventually she just nodded. She knew she couldn't focus right now, and even if she tried, she might end up worsening their situation. Seeing she was no longer putting up a fuss, Shen readied himself as he listened to a message come in through his scroll. "We have a ship ready to extract you too. It's currently hovering over the facility. Make your way outside as quickly as possible." Shen's focus narrowed as he sprinted forth, carrying Blake all the while. He had reached his goal when it came to leveling up, so he did not bother with any of the guards or robots that tried to intercept him. Focusing purely on speed, he maneuvered his way through the halls to the point no one could keep up. Soon, he found himself looking at the pair of doors they had entered the building through. They slowly slid open automatically, and Shen could tell the entire facility was in a state of panic. The shield walls that kept them isolated had gone down. The power grid was beginning to fizzle out, and every automated function broke down. Standing there in the open, Shen suddenly heard the roar of an engine as the wind was being blown in every direction. A ship similar to the one they arrived in was slowly lowering itself to the ground in the area in front of him. "Get in." Two members of the White Fang, standing inside the ship's passenger, called to them. "You two did an amazing job. Just look at them." As Shen got onto the ship, he heard that and glanced back at the Schnee Dust Company facility. Indeed, they had made a pretty big mess of things. "Shen, I'm okay, now you can put me down." Shen looked down and saw Blake had managed to calm herself down despite still looking slightly depressed. Sitting down, Blake glanced towards Shen before whispering something to herself. Shen, on the other hand, sat down in an exhausted manner. Eventually, the ship flew all the way back to the White Fang hideout and landed in a hangar. Upon landing, Shen saw Blake leave without saying a word. He didn't bother trying to speak to her, especially in her state. The mission was done, and he definitely proved his worth to the White Fang. He also felt he had left more than enough of an impression on her. Pushing any more would just get him in trouble. Plus, I have something that's a lot more important right now. Shen made his way back to his room and took off his White Fang uniform and mask, throwing them aside. Sitting down on his bed, he quickly opened up the system, and once again, a unique menu appeared. Available system functions. Inventory gives the user a limitless pocket dimension that is capable of holding an infinite amount of mass. While living matter cannot enter this space, anything else will be kept in a stasis-like state until removed. Inspect. While a function, this is also technically an ability skill, and, as such, can be leveled up. Capable of showing information and stats on any living or non-living thing. As it levels up, it becomes increasingly more useful to point. It can even begin showing weaknesses or giving tips. Gacha. This will allow the user access to a special menu to gamble using any form of currency as long as it is found adequate. By selecting a category, a random number of selections from that category will be put onto a roulette. When spun, the user will get whatever the spin lands on. Okay, so let's see. Rereading over the three options carefully, Shen tried to find their pros and cons. Starting off, you had the inventory. Although it sounded pretty lackluster, he could definitely see its uses. If he ever stole something important and needed a surefire way of keeping it safe, he would have one. In fact, he would be able to keep anything of his from ever being taken, and he could even keep things in stasis. But all of those reasons are based on if I actually have something worth keeping safe. Right now, I have nothing valuable in my possession, so the inventory would be pretty useless to me. Moving on to the inspect function, it was more tempting by all means. Especially that last part about showing weaknesses and tips. If he ever went against an immortal like Salem, how the hell was he supposed to kill her? He had no clue, but if he leveled up his inspect skill enough, he could definitely figure it out through it. Plus, he would be able to pick who he fought, and he didn't fight more carefully. Overall, it would give him a higher chance of surviving in the world, and further down the line would probably help him in a fight. Outside that, the only real downsides would be I have no clue how long it will take me to reach that level, and I may not even need it in RWBY considering my current knowledge. Sure, he didn't know how to kill a person like Salem if he did have to in the future, but there were other potential methods that he would be willing to attempt. Some included sealing her away, burying her alive, throwing her into a volcano, and if all else failed, eject her into space. He doubted he couldn't find a way to deal with Salem even if he couldn't kill her. So, if I consider the fact I don't require the first two, then that last one would be? The last option was the gacha system, and Shen would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. He honestly felt that the other two were useful, but the third one was a more permanent boost. He would finally have a way to obtain more skills and abilities. No matter how useful life fibers were, they could only do so much, and so he really felt underpowered in this world. At the same time, it would be a literal gamble every time. He would have to rely purely on his luck, and sadly that wasn't a stat the system allowed him to change. Shen tapped his fingers on his leg as he thought to himself. Decisions. Chapter 6. Shen's mind had finally boiled down to two sides of the same coin. On the one hand, he would be hoping that his life fiber ability would be enough to get him through the world of RWBY for who knows how long. On the other hand, he may have a chance of getting more abilities, but he would be completely vulnerable if he ended picking a fight he couldn't win. Actually, there may be a way for me to avoid the first option from happening. I'm sure the White Fang has a pretty extensive network when it comes to information. If I can use that to get info on any characters or unforeseen groups that may be a threat, I can element the need for the inspect function at least for a little bit while I get stronger. Of course, there would only be a handful of people in the White Fang who would have access to that level of information, and he definitely wasn't one of them. But there are a few ways I can manipulate things in my favor. Shen began thinking for a few minutes in silence. Possible plans and objectives were being made and crossed off a mental list. After giving it a little more thought, Shen nodded his head. All right, then let's do that. In the end, it will let me obtain more abilities, and as long as I don't screw myself over, the loss of the inspect function should be mitigated. Shen had made his choice and selected the third option being presented to him. His eyes were still lingering on the inspect function, but soon he let it go. New function added, the gacha system is now available. With that, Shen's decision was made. Nice now all before Shen could open his system, he heard a knock on his door. Walking over to the door and opening it, he saw a recruit-ranked member of the White Fang standing there. In their hands, they were holding a mask with strange plastic cards underneath it. Are you Shen? Verifying his identity, Shen nodded. The branch leader has decided to promote you to the rank of High Officer due to your success in your recent mission. Please accept this. Pushing the items he was holding forward, Shen didn't show a look of surprise or shock and simply accepted them. You can request your custom uniform to be created whenever you desire. Also, the branch leader would like to meet you personally. The alert of when should be sent to your scroll shortly. With a polite bow, the White Fang recruits left, and Shen returned to his room. Fiddling with the mask in his hand, Shen saw it was made of gray metal, unlike the ones recruits get. It resembled a visor you would see a ninja or something of the like wearing, with slight alterations on the bottom, giving it small fangs. Putting the mask aside, Shen saw a dozen small plastic cards that were all different colors. Money. In the world of RWBY, they used disposable cards. For example, a green card could contain a certain amount of money, and such one could be worth 1 lien or 500. It all depends. Of course, as the colors change, that minimum and maximum range rose. Originally, Shen wouldn't have thought much about it. He may have required money initially, but now he was in the White Fang. However, once again, his thoughts on money had changed, and it couldn't have arrived at a better time. Opening up his system, Shen looked over everything for a moment. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 5,482,000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 12%. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 2. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, Appearance Manipulation, Life Fiber Manipulation, Mental Refitting, Life Fiber Manipulation. Weight Level 2. Shen looked at his Life Fiber Manipulation ability and realized it had gone up. He didn't even notice it, but it had finally gone up a level, and in even better news, his hybrid percentage had gone up as well. Maybe my abilities are restricted by my level as well, but I got to level 5, and the level of life fiber manipulation stayed at 1. It was a little strange, but then again, Shen wasn't going to complain. Instead, switching away from the main screen, he went to the newest function in the system. Gacha system. Gacha currency, 0. Category, undecided. Spin type, basic. Spins, 0. Looking over the gacha system, Shen inspected everything and figured out how it worked fairly quickly. First, the category of the spin could be decided by him, so he could control that much. Afterwards, he would simply use his spins to obtain something by random. The only catch was two things. One was that he would have to convert something of real value into the currency used by the gacha system. And two, depending on how much of that currency he spent, he would be able to upgrade the spin type for that specific spin. So that means it's time to cough up some money. Out of the lien he was given, he had 2 cards that were red, which would be the third most valuable out of the 7 types. Grabbing the red card, which should be worth around 1,000 lien if it was maxed out, he touched it against the gacha system. Would you like to convert this currency? Shen agreed, and soon the red lien card disappeared and his gacha currency changed. However, when it did, Shen's eyes widened. Are you serious? Gacha system. Gacha currency, 100. Category, undecided. Spin type, basic. Spins, 0. The third most valuable lien card in the entirety of Remnant was only worth 100 in the eyes of the gacha system. That's only enough for 2 basic spins. Shen felt his brain go into a brief relapse as he kept staring at it. Eventually, he shook from his shock and let it go. The system was strict without a doubt, but he would have plenty of chances to make more money. All right, let's set the category too, Shen thought to himself for a moment. Let's see, I don't need a weapon or anything like that, so I can cross that off. Anime abilities are nice, but at the same time, there are a lot of useless ones out there. I could go with something from Marvel or DC. No matter which of those 3 he chose, his chances of getting something good were low. However, there was one way he could almost guarantee to get a semi-useful ability. Shen set the category to video game abilities without a moment's hesitation, and then spent his gacha currency on buying a single spin. Okay, let's see if I'm lucky. Without further ado, he activated the spin, and the gacha system menu disappeared from his sight. Dropping into his arms, a red present appeared. It was as big as his head, and it had appeared rather suddenly. Well, that was unexpected. Holding the present, Shen opened the lid, and light poured out of the present. It was blinding, and by the time he could see again, the present was gone, and a notification appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you have received the ability Devil Trigger from DMC. Shen's excitement immediately rose as he looked at the ability he had received. By all means, he had gotten lucky beyond belief. While he wasn't the biggest fan of DMC, he still loved the 2 games he played, DMC 4 and 5. And through them and a lot of reading when it came to lore, he knew just how powerful devil triggers were. Looks like video games were the way to go. All right, let's try this one more time. He had another spin and was feeling confident after getting such a powerful ability. Once again, the gacha system disappeared and another present appeared in Shen's hand. Opening it, a flash of light filled the room before a notification appeared. Congratulations! You have received the ability Karmic Retribution from Undertale. Huh! Reading what he had gotten, Shen showed a look of confusion. Yes, he knew what Undertale was, but he wasn't sure exactly what Karmic Retribution's ability did or if it even showed up in the game. Let's see. Closing out of the gacha system, he clicked on the ability and got a fairly detailed description of it. Ability description. Ability, Karmic Retribution. Level, max. Description, Karmic Retribution is an ability that grows in effectiveness based on the sins of the target. Any attack dealt by the user while this ability is active will infect the victim with karma. As a result, their vitality and mental state shall slowly deteriorate over a set amount of time. However, this time period will extend depending on how many times they are infected. That's good, really good actually. He was unsure at first, but this kind of ability was amazing as he thought about it. Sure, it might be useless against people whose worst sin was stealing from their parents, but there were all kinds of people out there, and the most dangerous of which have killed people and performed unspeakable acts. This kind of ability was a godsend to him and would be a living hell to fight against, depending on your alignment. Just like that, Shen's luck had shown through the cracks, and he obtained 2 abilities. Not only were they good, but they were useful to his current situation. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 5 480 2000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 12%, Human Demon Hybrid. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 2 Karmic Retribution LV, Max Devil Trigger LV, 1. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, Appearance Manipulation, Life Fiber Manipulation, Mental Refitting, Life Fiber Manipulation. Shen noticed that he had also become a demon hybrid. My blood must be messed up right now. He was a hybrid of 2 different races at this point, and it was only making him stronger, though he definitely didn't want to know what would happen if he ever had a kid. In any case, I'm excited to see what my devil trigger can do. I should test it out. Shen's words were stopped as he heard yet another knock on his door. Again? Sighing, he put the idea of testing his devil trigger aside and walked out to his door. He was expecting to see another member of the White Fang, but instead, he saw Blake. She was standing there with a depressing look on her face, and at the same time, she seemed a bit nervous. Blake, I thought you would have left the base by now. Shen was actually surprised to see her here of all places and was also wondering what she wanted. Blake held back, speaking for a moment before finally saying something. Can I come in? I wanted to talk to you about something. Looking at how she was acting, Shen suddenly smiled. So it's about what happened on the mission. He knew it would affect her since she's in no way a killer, but not to this extent. Sure, take a seat. Blake sat in a chair opposite Shen's bed as he brought up the crux of the issue. You're blaming yourself for that guy's death. Blake's head shot up as she stared at Shen and slowly nodded. Right now, Shen was the only person she actually knew in the base. And she refused to turn to Adam about it, especially considering she was berating him for accidentally killing humans. She didn't know whether to feel like a hypocrite or a murderer, and it ate at her more than she thought. I mean, it was my fault. Blake's voice spiked before calming down. I know we just met, so you're not obligated to anything. I just needed someone to talk to. Because of me, someone else's life came to an end. Even if he was an enemy, he might have had a family, or... Blake's voice shuddered as Shen listened quietly. I can't tell if what you did was morally right or not, but if this is really eating at you, then there is something I can do to help. Shen's voice sounded kind and caring, but his eyes told an entirely different story. He had thought he would have to wait for his chance to do this, but Blake had come to him mentally shaken all on her own. Hearing Shen, Blake looked up. What is it? How desperate she was written all over her face as Shen told her to move the chair closer and turn around. Blake complied as she sat down facing the wall. Shen extended both of his hands and placed them on her head, causing Blake to freeze up. What are you doing? I'm going to use that ability from before. It should help you calm down a bit. Thinking back to what Shen did to the chief of security at the Schnee Dust Company facility, Blake wavered. It's not going to hurt or anything, right? Once again, Shen sounded as gentle as possible. Of course not, just relax and try not to resist too much. Blake's shoulders began to lower as she lightly nodded. She had fought alongside Shen, and that caused her trust in him to be much higher than if they had started off as friends. Overall, Shen had acted kind and nice in front of her, and compared to Adam, he seemed like a saint. That, coupled with the fact he personally carried her out of the facility when she was in a daze, made her trust him to a new degree. So as her defenses lowered, she didn't notice the grin slowly appearing on Shen's face. Mental refitting can be used in 2 ways. One, if by force, completely constricting a person's mind and will while forcing your own onto them. It makes them into a puppet and a slave. But the second is more subtle. Life fibers began to release themselves from Shen's palms as they probed into Blake's head. This feels weird. Blake's face showed a strange expression as Shen comforted her. Don't worry, just give it a second. If someone was too strong or their will was overwhelming compared to the users, then life fibers couldn't do anything. But if the victim is vulnerable and trusts the person performing the mental refitting, that's a whole nother story. Compared to before, the life fibers Shen released were not violent or forceful. They coaxed themselves around Blake's brain, but did not constrict it. I personally believe in self-preservation over sacrifice. As long as you live, you can change things in the future however you see fit, but relying on someone else to make those changes for you is a foolish endeavor. Shen's tone of voice had changed, and so did the way he spoke. If Blake was in her right mind, she would immediately catch on. However, her mind felt a bit hazy at the moment, and even more surprisingly, she found Shen's words interesting. What do you mean? As Shen's life fibers slowly grew more numerous, he continued to speak to her. People consider being selfish a bad trait, especially if it's to an extreme. The concept of sacrificing myself for someone I knew would never amount to something more than me made me sick. I could easily accomplish their goals and my own, so why use my life in place for theirs? I lived my life that way, and in turn, I lived comfortably, using whatever I had at my disposal. However, in the end, I guess I had a few doubts and ended up putting myself in the line of fire for another person without thinking. But in that moment, I realized something. I wasn't glad that I just did what I did, but instead I was angry. I had done the one thing I said I wouldn't do, and I felt immediate regret after it. Shen's eyes narrowed as he sighed. So now here I am still alive, and I realized something. If being manipulative and a cruel human being got me far in life, then what if I pushed it to the extreme? Then what heights would I reach then? That's something I've yet to see, but I'm interested in finding it out. Shen began to push his will through his life fibers even more as he finished speaking. So no, in the end, I don't think you were in the wrong. Your life was simply worth more than his because you can be so much more than that trash could ever be. Have confidence in that fact, and you'll see just how wonderful the changes can be. Shen noticed he was letting his personality slip a bit too much and immediately corrected his expression. Pulling his hands away from Blake's head, the haze she had in her mind slowly disappeared. Huh! Realizing it was over, Blake touched her head and felt something was different, but she couldn't figure out what. Shen's words echoed in her mind, and instead of rejecting and questioning them, all that flowed from her was more interest and even hints of acceptance. The depressing atmosphere she had around her disappeared, and she had a new look in her eyes. That felt amazing. Her words were still slightly daisy as she turned around and thanked Shen. I feel a lot better now. I appreciate it. Shen nodded. Of course, drop by another time and I'll be happy to do it again. Blake nodded with a slight smile as she stood up and left Shen's room. As she walked down the hall, she didn't notice her mind had been partially corrupted by Shen. Chapter 7. Haven has been successful. Shen felt a slight sense of euphoria. Things have just been going too well. Not only did his Gaka rolls produce wonderful results, but he now had a chance to slowly impart his will onto one of the main cast in RWBY. And now, I just have to deal with the loss of the inspect function even if it is temporary. He had come up with a plan, although quite rough around the edges, it should work in theory, but it all relied on how good his poker face would be, and what kind of person the branch leader of Mistral's White Fang is. Shen's eyes trailed to his scroll as a message came through. I just got back too, not even a day's worth of rest. Shen stood up as he put on his facade of an identity. Putting on the newly acquired mask he was given, he looked down at his clothes. Let's see. Strands of life fibers flowed out of Shen's body in various places. They fused themselves with his clothes and began to change them. Their color was darkened, and so was their overall aesthetic was changed. I really am a sucker for black now. With his clothes being completely refitted, he modeled after the clothes he wore when he first arrived in this world. They were messy, sure, but the coat's aesthetic had rubbed off on him. Soon he had left his room and was making his way to one of the many elevators in the base. As he walked, he noticed both respectful attitudes and reverent gazes of the people around him. Guess it's the same no matter what world you're in. Finally arriving at an elevator, he walked in and clicked the button to go straight to the top floor. Currently inside of her office, Sienna was waiting patiently with slightly narrowed eyes and a grin on her face. No one could tell what she thought, however her ears twitched when she heard a voice. Shen has arrived, ma'am. The grin on her face grew even wider before fading. Send him in. The same White Fang officer from before opened the doors to the room as a figure walked in. A woman. Shen's gaze fell on Sienna, who was staring at him with a close to seductive smile and focused eyes. And yet another issue with worlds like these appear. One thing Shen made sure to always keep under wraps was emotion. He lived his life in his last world, doing everything he could to get ahead. And as such, he had also seen the same in others. And the one thing that always knocked people down was giving in to things like love or lust. He was human in the end, so he wouldn't lie to himself, saying he was immune to a woman's charms. But even after meeting someone like Blake in person, he kept the task at hand and pushed everything else to the back of his mind. Of course, the same now went for Sienna. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Shen gave a polite introduction but didn't lower his gaze all. Oh. From what she knew, Shen was supposed to be very much for the White Fang and their ideals. He even admitted to being a fan of Blake's, giving the impression he was quite expressive. But Shen right now was collected despite being in front of a branch leader of the White Fang. "I am Sienna Quinn. You've only arrived a day ago, but I'm thoroughly impressed with you. It's rare to have a faunis huntsman join our ranks, let alone one as skilled as you." Once again, Shen didn't overextend his words. "Why, thank you." Looking at Shen, Sienna's gaze suddenly darkened. "You know, Shen, I tried my hardest to find any information on you. Anything that may link you to your life before joining us, but to my surprise, there was nothing." Shen's face remained unnerved as he simply listened. "Of course, this could just be because you stayed in the shadows due to being a faunis. However, even then, your skills should have gotten you some kind of attention no matter what. But there was nothing." Sienna's fingers began to tap on her desk. "Not only that, but you did something that should have been impossible. Blake Belladonna is a partner of Adam Taurus, and the two of them work together quite often, though I'm sure you know that considering how much of inspiration she is to you. In any case, I am quite aware of her personality, and there shouldn't have been a way for you two to complete the mission I sent you on. Despite being a part of the White Fang, her methods are tame, and she has an aversion to killing. As such, she and Adam fill in for one another's faults and drawbacks, making them quite a team despite their slowly drifting ideals." Shen's eyes narrowed a bit as he continued to listen to Sienna. "So, by all means, if it was her and Adam who I sent on this mission, then it would be understandable that they succeeded. But a newcomer with no previous background who had just met her, it's rather unbelievable, don't you agree?" At this point, Shen could tell what Sienna was doing, and he had gotten insight into what kind of person she was. She was calculative, and she looked to the future more than the present. And more importantly, she looked out for people who could become threats to her. People like Adam. And right now, her sights had narrowed down onto Shen as well. "It sounds like you sent Blake on a mission with me expecting us to fail." Shen continued to speak cluelessly as Sienna dug into him. "I don't like anomalies, and I don't like things I can't control, Shen. And something tells me from how you act, you're going to become both of those things." Shen tilted his head and smiled a bit. "So you want to snuff me out before then?" Sienna returned the smile as she put her hands up her chin. "Of course not. If you're willing to fall in line and tell me what I want to know, then I can guarantee a place by my side. But if not..." Shen could see the intention in her eyes as his slight smile grew, and he laughed. "I can definitely see how you got this far, Sienna. You definitely earned your ranking, and it makes sense how you became a branch leader in the White Fang. However, it's also a shame that your thinking is what kept you from ever reaching any higher than that." Hearing Shen's words, Sienna's smile fell a bit as she looked at Shen with wonder. "What do you mean?" Shen spoke in a more open manner, now not hiding behind a fake smile. "You clearly want to suppress Adam, and you want to use his infatuation with Blake to do it. However, you couldn't find a chance until me. However, yet again, you've encountered a threat that you deemed had the potential to threaten you." Sienna's eyes widened a bit as Shen continued. "Your ability to find threats before they grow and deal with them is wonderful. Because of that, you never try to utilize them. I'm afraid that's going to be where we differ the most." Shen walked closer to Sienna's desk as he placed his hands down and looked at her. "You're anxious? Is it because Adam is getting closer to breaking from your grasps and you can't stop it? An order from the High Leader, perhaps?" Shen's words were like probes he sent out that could either fail or detect something that would let him get closer to hitting home. And the slowly widening eyes of Sienna and her growing silence were just that. "Let's see." Shen pushed forward as he acted as if he was thinking for a moment. "You could give an important mission like raiding a Schnee Dust Company facility without worry even in case of failure. But whatever the High Leader had planned for Adam to do is something you can't stop, and all you can do is mitigate his achievements." Sienna's face had turned grim at this point, and Shen's smile grew. "Tell me, does a dust shipment by train ring any bells?" Hearing that, Sienna's composure shattered as she stood up abruptly, and her tails seemed to become agitated. "How do you know about that?" On the outside, Shen remained calm and unintimidated, but on the inside, he was cheering. Got her. Sure, Sienna saw him as a threat, but she thought he was still in infancy, so she let her guard down and revealed her true self too soon. And because of that, Shen could piece together that she was trying to suppress Adam. With that information alone, all he had to do was probe until he latched onto something. You don't need to know who I am or what I want. Instead, you should focus on two things. One, I am capable of dealing with Adam, and two, I can guarantee that your ambitions won't go unsated. Sienna's gaze turned slightly unfocused as she took a deep breath. Those are some big words, but still, nothing is stopping me from dealing with you, RWBY. She was trying to regain some ground in their conversation, but in that instant, she felt something sharp wrapped around her neck. You feel that? Shen's eyes were cold, but his smile sent chills down her spine. Because you let your guard down around me, I was able to do this dozens of times since I entered this room. Shen glanced into space for a moment as he spoke. Just imagine it. All your hopes and dreams gone, scattered into dust in an instant just by me moving my finger. Shen's hand moved slightly as Sienna felt whatever was around her neck tighten. For the first time she had forgotten how long she was afraid. Shen's words were terrifyingly effective as she stared at him. Before she could speak, Shen talked over her. I haven't killed you because you're useful to me alive. And in the same case, the White Fang is useful to me in its entirety. Everything here has so much untapped potential, yet it's being wasted with petty terrorism. Such a waste. Shen shook his head lightly. So I'm going to give you a chance and propose a deal. Right now, I only have 2 demands, but I'm sure I can find more in the future. If you accept then, I can guarantee your ambitions will be fulfilled beyond your wildest dreams. Shen's words sounded sweet, but to Sienna, they were like the whispers of a demon. Of course you're free to not accept my proposal. After all, I can't force you. I'm not a monster after all. Sienna's teeth clenched together as her gaze flashed with all kinds of emotions, and finally, her shoulders fell. What do you want? Her words were tense, but Shen ignored that. I hope you don't think I'm that stupid. It doesn't matter what she said now. She probably knows the chances of me killing her now are low. But that's fine, it's a brief instant that I need. Sienna's eyes narrowed as Shen told her to do something surprising. Retract the aura protecting your body. Sienna's mouth remained closed as Shen's fingers moved slightly. The feeling of something almost slicing through her neck grew. You should be able to tell by now, but what I have wrapped around your neck doesn't care if your aura is protecting you or not, so I advise you to comply. Finally, Sienna complied as she closed her eyes for a moment. Shen could sense or see aura because he simply didn't have the ability. But considering her life was in his hands, he was pretty sure she would comply. Good. Slowly reaching out his hand, Shen's hand slowly moved towards Sienna's chest. Seeing this, Sienna bit her lip to the point it began to bleed. Seeing this, Shen could already tell what was running through her mind. Please, even I'm not that much of a degenerate. After saying that, Shen's hand stopped moving an inch away from Sienna's clothing. His focus spiked as his eyes narrowed in concentration. It happened in an instant, yet Shen let out a small breath after it was done. Sienna only felt a slight prick as she suddenly felt the tightness around her neck loosen before disappearing entirely. Immediately, she started coughing while looking up at Shen. What did you do? Shen smiled as she spoke. Nothing, I just gave you a present from the heart. As Shen said that, Sienna's face turned pale as she felt an intense amount of pain in her chest, causing her to fall not her desk. This pain was from inside her body, and more precisely her heart. Shen knew the moment he gave Sienna the chance she would strike back at him at full force. So, to avoid that, he needed insurance. He didn't dare attempt mental refitting, just due the fact it would most definitely end in failure. He caught her off guard now, but as a branch leader, there was no way Shen thought she was weak. So instead, he placed insurance around the human body's most vital organ. I had to be careful not to make a mistake and kill her. If my life fiber manipulation ability was still level 1, there would be no way I could do something this delicate. But that was no longer the case. Now then, let's get on with this and talk about those demands, shall we? 30 minutes had passed since Shen had entered Sienna's office, and as quickly as he came, he left with a smile on his face. The White Fang officer looked at Shen in a confused manner as he walked into Sienna's office. Ma'am is everyth. Before he could finish speaking, he felt his body go cold as Sienna's gaze fell on him. Get out! She looked like a predator and her eyes were almost glowing due to her rage and anger. But Sienna's voice echoed through the room as she yelled, Get out! In an instant, he nodded and left. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 8. Blake had returned to their meeting spot on the roof she had left earlier. Blake, finally you're back. Compared to when she left, Adam's voice was a lot softer. I wanted to apologize, but you wouldn't answer your scroll. How did the mission go? Staring at Adam, Blake's eyes narrowed. The echoes of what Shen told her caused her pattern of thinking to change for the briefest moment. Since when did he become so two-faced? Adam's eyes narrowed for a moment when he swore he saw a trace of disgust flash through Blake's eyes before it disappeared. It went fine, Adam, so what do you want? Adam was surprised a bit seeing her being cold to him rather than meek, especially after he apologized. Stretching out his hand, he attempted to touch Blake's face. However, she quickly backstepped the moment he did. Blake, are you still angry? Look, I'm sorry, I'll try to refrain myself more from now on. Sighing, Blake spoke more openly. It's fine, Adam, and I don't really care anymore. Besides, the High Leader gave you an important mission, we shouldn't get distracted. Adam was hesitant to believe her but nodded. You're right. The opportunity for my promotion is getting close, so we should start boosting the number of missions we complete for the next few weeks. All of his effort up to this point was to be promoted to that of a branch leader. He had been suppressed by Sienna for a while, yet he still made it this far. Just a little longer and a strong push, and his goals would be accomplished. With that in mind, he couldn't help but smile as he began to walk off ahead. Blake's eyes stuck to his back as she soon followed behind him. A week had passed since the raid on the Schnee Dust Company facility, and Shen had finally begun utilizing his first demand. Currently, he was standing in front of a locked metal door with a scanner next to it. Holding up his hand, he placed it on the scanner, and within seconds, a robotic voice verified him. High Officer Shen clearance authorized. The door slid open as Shen smiled. She works fast. Walking into the room, Shen was greeted by a small platform with a large computer screen attached to it, accompanied by a console near the bottom. On both sides of the platform were stairs leading to the lower levels of the room. Their dozens of computing servers were running at once. The White Fang doesn't disappoint. Shen walked up to the console, causing the monitor to turn, and asked for his inquiry. Now then, let's see. I should focus on groups with enough influence to be a danger to me. Huntsmen around and above Blake's level should fit the criteria. I'll be in Mistral for quite some time, so I can filter the rest out. Focusing on Huntsmen first, Shen typed briefly on the console as a list appeared on the screen. The list had over 100 different people on it, and almost all of them were considered threats to the White Fang. Most of them are a part of Haven and Sanctum Academy. That makes sense seeing it they're the only huntsman training academies in Mistral. As Shen was scrolling down the list, he spotted someone which caused his eyes to flicker. Pyrenikos? Right, she's still alive, and she hasn't graduated to Beacon yet. Putting his hand on his chin for a moment, Shen thought about something. Afterwards, he also looked into the groups within Mistral, both criminal and otherwise. He spent an hour in that room, gathering all kinds of information until he was satisfied. Eventually, he finally left and had his head in the clouds. I thought RWBY was a pretty tame world, but it seems like it's bigger than I thought. Money and stronger opponents were the most important things for Shen to focus on right now. He was still way too weak, and his overall influence was pitiful. He wanted to change that, so he had looked for an opportunity to accomplish both of his goals. And wouldn't you know it, he found one? Now, I just need a few things. Shen smiled to himself as he began to make his way to the top floor of the base where the branch leader's office is. When he arrived and got off of the elevator, he spotted 2 White Fang recruits guarding the door. As Shen approached, he immediately noticed his rank and spoke politely. I'm sorry, but the branch leader is currently having a meeting. Please return later. Hearing that, the expression on Shen's face shifted a bit as they continued to walk. Pushing open the doors to the office, the 2 recruits tried to stop him. Wait! But by that point, Shen had already shut the door. Inside, 3 people were standing in front of Sienna's desk with their hands behind their back. They were showing an extreme amount of respect to her, and it was obvious they were quite loyal. So then how should we proceed? One of the three was speaking to Sienna as they heard the door open behind them. All of them turned and spotted Shen before narrowing their eyes. Who are you? Walking into the branch leader's office without proper authorization is a punishable offense. The one speaking to Shen was a rather tall and buff man. He looked to be in his mid-30s and had features resembling that of a lion when it came to his tail and ears. The two people by his side seemed to be his subordinates, and their masks showed they were lieutenants. One of them seemed to have recognized Shen as they spoke. Wait, I recognize you. Your name is Shen, correct? I heard of your accomplishment in your first mission. What are you? Sienna took a deep breath as she cut the lieutenant off. Well, I have to cut this meeting short. Grizz, you are dismissed. Hearing her words, the tall man looked at her in shock. But ma'am, we still. Sienna didn't speak again, but her silence made it clear the conversation was over. He straightened himself as he politely bowed. Very well. Turning around, he left with his lieutenants and glanced towards Shen with a cautious gaze. The sound of the door opening and closing brought a brief silence to the room. So that was one of your direct subordinates? Above lieutenants were the direct subordinates of a branch leader, and they had the second highest authority. Having sent them away, Sienna looked towards Shen. What do you want? Any hint of Sienna's normal charm and controlling personality disappeared when the only Shen was around. Because when she saw him, she would remember the pain she had felt in her chest, and fear would accompany it. It was honestly a miracle she could remain as calm as she was. Nothing much. I just need you to organize a mission with me as its head. Shen had requested 2 things from Sienna in their deal. One was that he would have full access to the White Fang's network and information, and 2 was that he would be able to use her authority to a limit. This was actually a limit Shen had nearly missed if Sienna had not brought it up. In the end, while she had independence from the High Leader, the goal of the White Fang was an improvement. If Shen made Sienna give out orders that would harm the White Fang in any way or publicly benefited him too much, then the High Leader would certainly get involved. Once that happened, he would lose a valuable asset. So instead, he had to be careful with what he asked for. A mission? What kind? You don't need to know too much about it. Sienna changed the focus of the conversation as she spoke again. You need to at least tell me where you're going. These kinds of things are important. Hearing that, Shen sat down on a couch against a nearby wall. A city called Kuchainashi. Sienna's eyes widened as she clearly recognized the name. She wanted to ask why he was going there, but she doubted Shen would give her an answer. Fine, what do you need? Having gotten to this point, Shen began to list things off. I need 200 White Fang recruits, 10 White Fang officers, and 2 lieutenants. I'm also going to need transportation for them. Hearing those numbers, Sienna's shock grew. The Mistral branch of the White Fang had the most members of all the branches. It even reached above 10,000 if you included other bases scattered across Mistral. And of course, Shen knew that due to his research. Those kinds of numbers would be required for a raid, so what the hell are you planning? Shen did not respond to her question as he leaned back on the couch. I'm not done. I'm also going to require at least 3 cargo trucks. All things considered, this should be an easy request to fulfill, right? Sienna glanced at Shen before looking down. You know there will be a lot of pushback if I give this order, right? I can't guarantee they will all listen to you. Shen stood up as he made his way to the door. Don't worry about that. Just make sure everything is ready within 2 days' time. With that, Shen didn't give her a chance to speak again. He left the room through the door and only gave a side glance at the 2 White Fang recruits waiting outside. Now that he was outside of the White Fang system, in a way, Shen felt a lot more comfortable. He hated the idea of being run ragged doing things that would only give him minimal progression. But now that he had Sienna wrapped around his finger, he could make the choices that would benefit him in both the long and short run. Having left the top floor in its entirety, Shen wasn't making his way back to his room, or to any palace in the base for that matter. Instead, he had made his way outside. The entire White Fang base was built under a mountain. As such, viewing it from the air, it was impossible. However, even if it was exposed, the massive forest stretching over the mountain guaranteed it would be hard to find. Shen walked through that forest and headed fairly deep. All right, White Fang surveillance and security should have ended a mile back. Finding a fairly open area, Shen brought up his system menu and went to his stats. Personal stats. Points, 0. Physical strength, 11 plus 22. Endurance, 5 plus 28. Dexterity, 16 plus 18. Power, 15 plus 12. These were his current stats, although compared to last time, they had clearly risen. Shen attributed that change thanks to his physiology. Not only was he slowly growing stronger due to his merger with life fibers, but he was now a demon hybrid. With my current strength, I should be above the level of a pro huntsman. The main cast in RWBY were obviously prodigies, and when compared to your average pro huntsman, they surpassed them by leaps and bounds. As such, Shen was pretty confident that he was above their level and that of average pro huntsman based on what he saw from Blake. However, there were people who were vastly stronger past that point. People like Kuro, Ospen, Winter, and a few more Shen could think of off the top of their heads. All right then. Holding up his hand, Shen activated one of his newest abilities, Devil Trigger. On activation, Shen's entire body was enveloped in a dark swarm of light as waves of energy erupted around him. The air in the area got violent as Shen finally became visible. His entire body had changed compared to before. His body had turned black and rough, and in some places, such as his hands and legs, it seemed as if he was wearing a suit of armor. Even his face had turned demonic to the point it was impossible to pair his current looks to his human one. That aside, in some places, golden light seemed to penetrate his skin, creating trails on his body that pulsed periodically. Moving his body around, Shen didn't know how to describe the feeling. His voice had deepened as he looked up towards a large tree 100 meters from where he was standing. Clenching his fist, Shen moved. He was like a blur as he appeared in front of the tree in a matter of seconds. Hiya! Punching at full force, demonic golden energy seemed to be released from his fist all at once. Before even making an impact, the tree gave way and began to shatter as the ground shook. A golden shockwave covered the area in front of Shen as a large portion of the tree he attacked disappeared while 4 trees are behind bent and shattered before falling to the ground. New linked skill, Demonic Blast acquired. Hearing the system as he lowered his fist, Shen checked what it meant. I see that a linked skill is only accessible while using whatever it's linked to. In this case, it was his Devil Trigger form, but I have to admit this is beyond my expectations. Everything felt enhanced when he was in this form, and that even included his life fibers. Turning to look at the ground next to him. Without even gesturing with his hand, thousands of life fibers emerged from his back, forming a large spike. They cut through the air before hardening and slamming into the ground, causing it to crack. Shen already felt his life fibers were strong, but they felt as if they were shifted into overdrive right now. Hess, what the hell is going on with my stats? Personal stats. Points, 0. Physical strength, 11 plus 66. Endurance, 5 plus 84. Dexterity, 16 plus 54. Power, 15 plus 36. Shen's eyes widened in surprise. His stats had completely answered his question on why he was so strong. His Devil Trigger was at level 1, yet his stats had tripled compared to what they were before. That kind of multiplication in power wasn't as simple, as he was now equal to 3 of himself in base. No, he would absolutely demolish himself if he fought against himself in his normal form. The number of people that could match him had dropped immensely. With this, I might even, Shen's words were cut off as he felt a sharp pain go through his chest. Taking a staggering step back, his Devil Trigger form disappeared into a dark fog as his human self was revealed. Of course, there would be a catch. Shen laughed a bit but wasn't disappointed. He had stayed in that form for around 2 minutes, which seemed short, but considering how much power he gained, it was more than enough. Besides, with enough practice and leveling, I'm sure I'll be able to sustain it longer. Chapter 9. Soon the day had come around, and Shen was making his way to the area of the White Fang base that contained their supplies. Shen could only imagine how long it took to clear out such a large amount of stone and rock from inside a mountain. But in the end, it was very efficient. Walking into that hollowed-out zone, Shen's eyes wandered for a moment. There were a lot of people moving around loading and unloading things from trucks and ships alike, so it took him a moment to find what he was looking for. There they are. Shen's eyes landed on a large group of White Fang members all lined up in formation. In front of them were two White Fang lieutenants seemingly waiting for someone. Both lieutenants seemed to be twins due to the fact that their features resembled one another. Alongside that, they both had the same weapon attached to their waist. If one were to try to differentiate them, it would probably be impossible. In front of all of them were 3 large cargo trucks that were completely covered in armor. Aside from that surrounding, those cargo trucks were transportation vehicles of all types from jeeps to cars. Altogether, it was the exact lineup Shen had requested from Sienna, and she delivered. She really is too useful of a piece to lose. Shen smiled as he walked over to the group, and it didn't take the 2 lieutenants long to notice him. There he is. There was a slight bit of hesitation in one of their voices as they looked towards Shen. They were included in this mission due to the branch leader's orders, but it still didn't feel right. Even if Shen was a high officer, they outranked him, yet they were to listen to his orders on this mission. Hey, isn't he the one who raided that Schnee facility? Yeah, I think so. Shen, right? Why is he leading the mission instead of? Obviously, the White Fang recruits and officers found it weird as well, but in the end, they didn't feel strongly about it. No matter what, either a high officer or a lieutenant, both were higher ranks than theirs. I appreciate you all gathering on such short notice. My name is Shen, and I'll be in charge of all of you during this mission. Shen made himself sound rather reasonable while speaking, which caused one of the White Fang officers to raise his hand. Sir, we were told we were going to a city called Kuchainashi. May I ask why? Kuchainashi was a well-known city due to it being far from the capital of Mistral and also being home to pirates, criminals, and assassins alike. It was a dangerous place, and even the White Fang didn't have a foothold there. Shen knew all of this, and it was precisely why he decided to go there. He was going to take out 4 birds with 1 stone. Narrowing his eyes a bit, Shen answered in a way that let him avoid the question. The branch leader told me to remain silent on any vital details. Just know it will benefit the White Fang immensely if successful. I'm going to require all of your best. Utilizing the branch leader's authority, no one asked another question about the nature of the mission. Seeing them all go quiet, Shen smirked as he gave out an order. All right, then all of you get on board. We're moving within the hour. Turning around, he looked towards the lieutenants standing behind him. You 2 come with me. The 2 lieutenants looked at one another and nodded. Shen leads them to the vehicle in front, which would act as the lead vehicle until they reach their destination. What are your 2 names? Hearing his question, the lieutenants were prepared to answer, but Shen cut them off. Actually, never mind. From now on, your L1 and your L2, it's simpler that way. The 2 lieutenants were baffled for a moment as Shen got into the car with the following. In any case, the moment we arrive, you 2 are to remain by my side, but do not act until I give you orders to. Shen's orders were confusing and didn't make much sense. If he wanted them by his side, then it was most likely for protection. But at the same time, he didn't want them to do anything and simply watch. The reminder that all of this was under the branch leader's orders was the only thing keeping them from asking questions and, more importantly, disobeying. Sir, we're ready to go. The one driving the car looked back and spoke to Shen, in which he nodded. All right then, let's go. With that, all of the engines of the vehicles started as they began to drive information. Going through a series of tunnels and hidden exits spread throughout the mountain, it didn't take them long to hit the open road. As they drove, Shen pulled out his scroll and reviewed some things he had noted down. Right now, Kuchainashi has 2 major crime syndicates that rule it, one being the Hana Guild, which deals in narcotics and weapons. Although they stay within the city, they deal across the entirety of Mistral. The second syndicate would be the Black Sheep, which is a noble family that dips into the underworld. There used to be one more called the Wave, but thanks to Kuro starting an investigation, they were shut down. These syndicates are canon, by the way. Overall, they were massive, and although smaller in numbers compared to the White Fang, which had an entire race backing it, their resources and influence outdid theirs in Mistral. Which led Shen to his current train of thought. He needed money and powerful enemies so that he could get stronger. So he planned on obtaining both by completely taking over Kuchinashi and everything in it. Right now my state in the White Fang is iffy. If I leave it or I'm exiled then, I'll have nowhere else to turn to. However, if I can take over Kuchinashi, not only will everything be available to me, but I'll also be able to obtain as much money as I require. It'll be his own kingdom, and he planned on taking it over under the name of the White Fang to do it. The journey took around 2 days before they arrived, and Shen spent that time planning. Everything remained quiet and rather peaceful, and soon they had made it there. All right, everyone set up camp. Shen was already out of the car and gave orders to every White Fang member. In the end, walking into a city with 200 members of the White Fang was just too obvious. There were still huntsmen in Kuchinashi that would gladly want to take them out, and Shen needed all of them alive for now. So as Shen told them, they quickly made a temporary camp was made outside of the mountain mouth that housed Kuchinashi City. We'll be going in first, the rest of you remain hidden and won't move without my say-so. The White Fang officers left behind all nodded. Yes, sir. With that, Shen turned around and began to walk with both L1 and L2 following behind him. Tell me something, do you guys know how many lieutenants are in the Mistral branch? Hearing the question, L1 responded. I believe 25. L2 nodded in agreement. Then do you two know how branch leaders are selected? This time, L2 answered Shen's question. Yes, I believe it is split between their contributions and their reputation within their branch of the White Fang. Shen smiled as he nodded. Right now the person with the highest reputation and contributions within the Mistral branch is Adam. I'm going to have to change that. Slowly Shen approached the entrance of a cave. This was the only main route to enter Kuchinashi due to the fact it was surrounded by mountains on all sides. Walking into the cave with zero hesitation, Shen's eyes slowly glanced back towards the entrance. The light coming from where they entered the cave slowly faded, and once it did, Shen suddenly stopped. Having her hand over 2 lieutenants was too easy. Shen's voice echoed through the cave as both L1 and L2 looked at him. Before they could even question his words, Shen turned around and grabbed both of them by their heads. Mental refitting. Shen's grip was unbelievably tight. The two of them didn't have time to react as they felt their entire bodies constrict as if they were tied up. Trust me, this won't be so bad. They could only hear Shen's voice as his eyes completely blocked their vision. Being unable to move, Shen's life fibers slipped into their heads and wrapped themselves around their brains. His will was thrust onto them in waves, and Shen could feel their struggling bodies slowly begin to weaken. Although I had to be a bit forceful, you guys will be a lot more useful to me like this. Slowly releasing his grip, the life fibers coming from Shen's hands snapped. They fully wrapped themselves around both L1 and L2 brains as Shen smiled. So how are you feeling now? Having collapsed to the floor, the two of them slowly stood up. We are feeling fine, thank you. The two of them were speaking purely out of loyalty now instead of obligation. Unlike the time before, he didn't make them into zombies and kept their personalities the same. However, unlike Blake, he didn't let them slowly surrender themselves either. Right now, they were perfectly loyal pawns. Good, there are a few things I want to experiment on you guys with, but that can wait. Now that he didn't have to worry about those two, Shen continued to walk through the cave. Soon, they had passed through the mountain entirely through that tunnel and were presented by a small stone platform with an archway overhead. Stairs led to the lowest point of the region within the mountain range, and there a city could be seen. Neon lights shone through the fog surrounding the area, and the sounds of a bustling city could be heard clearly. Looking at the city below, Shen's eyes shined as he began to walk down the stairs with L1 and L2 following behind him silently. After making his way to the bottom of the stairs, Shen was greeted by the entrance of the city. Multiple shops lined the street as people walked in and out of different buildings. Making his way down the central road of the city, Shen glanced around, seemingly looking for something. Is there something we should be looking for? L1 spoke out as Shen spoke to them without looking. There is a place in this city called the Hedges. It's basically a massive marketplace, but it's managed by the crime syndicates running this city. As Shen continued to walk around, there were obviously people who saw them and noticed they were faunis. But none of them approached, and that's because they were clearly part of the White Fang. No one was willing to pick a fight with them on a whim, even if they had no presence in the city. Shen continued to wander for another 10 minutes before he finally found the place he was looking for. It took up the eastern section of the city, and it could be considered even more bustling and busier than the rest. Selling dust crystals for half the price than on the public market. Hiring huntsman pay is negotiable. It was overwhelmingly loud, and even Shen had a hard time differentiating voices. This place definitely needs to be changed when I take control. Shen ignored all of the yells and voices along with the people who offered to sell him things. Hey kid, are you interested in boosting your semblance's strength? These pills are capable of enhancing aura temporarily. Shen didn't glance at the salesman sitting at his stall as he tried to sell Shen something. However, the moment his eyes trailed to both L1 and L2 glaring at him, he immediately retracted his hands. What the hell are members of the White Fang doing here? The salesman sucked his teeth as he began looking for other potential buyers. Shen's interest seemed to remain at zero until he heard something, a familiar voice that he could never mistake. Seriously, I came all the way here to this filthy city from Vale. Look, the authorities have been on my ass and it's getting tiring. Let me stay with you guys for a bit so that the heat can die down. Sitting at what seemed to be an outdoor barbecue restaurant, all seats and tables were empty except one. A man dressed in a purple outfit with an insignia on his chest had his feet up on the table. Two people dressed similarly were clearly playing the role of henchmen at his side. Sorry, Torchwick, but it's just too much of a hassle to keep a troublemaker like you hidden. Despite how he said it was clear he was holding in a laugh. Oh come on, I even said I'd pay you. This is all the money I brought with me from Vale. A man dressed in a classy white suit, sporting a black bowler hat and orange hair was holding on to a briefcase in his hands. Nope, sadly that's just not enough. Torchwick rolled his eyes as he finally gave up. Whatever, let's go Neo. Addressing the short girl next to him, with split pink and brown hair, her entire outfit sported the same colors. She was holding an open umbrella over her head, and her eyes remained two different colors at once. She nodded with a smile before turning around and preparing to walk off along with Torchwick. However, it was then that Torchwick heard the man's voice again. Although the money in that briefcase of yours isn't enough for us to hide you, it may be enough for us to keep any information of you coming here from leaking out. Chapter 10. It was obviously a threat, and it caused Torchwick to sigh to himself. Looks like the Purple Lotus isn't as smart as I thought. Without hesitation, Neo walked in front of Torchwick and looked towards the three men on the other side of the table. Ha! The leader sneered as he nudged his head towards the crowd around him. In seconds, more members of his group appeared surrounding Torchwick and Neo entirely. These kinds of scenes were normal, and most people simply stood by and watched, while others ignored the commotion and continued walking by. Well, I was feeling a bit angry with how my trip here was wasted. Holding his cane in his other hand, Torchwick's grip tightened. It seemed it was going to be an all-out brawl between them and the group surrounding them. However, before anyone could even make a move, a groan came from behind all of them. A member of the Purple Lotus who was playing spectator had his eyes turn white and vacant as he fell to the ground immediately. Standing directly behind him was none other than Shen with a smile on his face. The gloves covering his hands were glowing with a strange purple glow. Who the hell are you? Two nearby members of the Purple Lotus looked at Shen. Immediately, the leader noticed L1 and L2's clothes and then smiled. I see you're members of the White Fang. I didn't know you operated this far out from your holes in the ground, but I guess animals tend to wonder. Both Torchwick and Neo stared at Shen quietly, expecting him to say something in return. However, Shen instead looked directly towards Torchwick. Your reputation precedes you, or should I just say infamy? Who are you? Torchwick was skeptical as he spoke. A person who can help you meet your interest. You're still looking for a way to hide from the authorities, correct? The leader of the Purple Lotus stared at Shen with an enraged look. Ignore me, huh? Fine White Fang, or not, you don't hold any power here. Kill them and then deal with Torchwick and the bitch. Both L1 and L2, who were standing behind Shen, reached for the weapons on their waist, but Shen stopped them. There's no way I'm letting free XP go to waste. Shen smiled as the muscles on his body bulged slightly. There were 6 enemies in total surrounding them. As soon as their leader gave the word, they reached behind them and pulled out sets of daggers. None of them had huntsman-based weapons, but Shen could see the daggers were infused with dust which gave them elemental properties. I wonder how much they are worth. Kicking things off, two of the Purple Lotus members attacked Shen from behind. Their daggers were infused with fire and ice dust, respectively. The one closest slashed at the back of Shen's neck, leaving a trail of fire in the air. Shen glanced back as he took a step forward and rotated his body. It was a casual movement, but the next moment, his arm swung around and slammed into the side of the attacker's head. On impact, the Purple Lotus member's breathing stopped as his neck was displaced. His body was sent flying towards the feet of the spectating crowd as the second attacker yelled, "Bastard!" Jumping up to head height with Shen, the second Purple Lotus attacker swept his leg through the air in an attempt to kick Shen. All of their attacks look like they're in slow motion. I really did get a lot stronger even though my level barely went up. Shen was feeling the full effect of his new stats, and with these guys being at a lower level than a pro huntsman, they stood no chance. Shen reached out and grabbed the man's leg by his ankle, pulling him closer. Huh! Completely losing his balance in midair, he had no way to defend against what happened next. Without mercy, Shen slammed his free hand into the upper leg of the man. With two forces pushing against it in different directions, only one possible outcome was left. Og! With a crack, the man's legs snapped like twigs as they were bent, and he fell to the ground. Ignoring his screams, Shen slammed his foot down onto the man's chest and looked back at the remaining Purple Lotus members. You all went quiet all of a sudden. Didn't you all plan to attack me at once? Don't you want to save your comrade? I can guarantee this hurts a lot. Shen's words were validated as the Purple Lotus member under his foot screamed louder. He was no longer worrying about his leg, but was clearly trying to force Shen's leg off of him. Help me, damn it. He screamed at the other, but they didn't make a move. Watching the scene from the sidelines, Torchwick suddenly felt he had gotten an opportunity. On the other hand, the leader of the group, who was originally smiling, had a terrified look on his face. Shen's smile seemed demonic in his eyes, and him dispatching two of his men in an instant was only adding to it. Retreat, we're leaving. With that, he quickly turned around and began to run. Seeing their boss run the remaining courage, they had disappeared. They immediately tried to run as well, but Shen shook his head. No honor among thieves, I suppose. As they tried to run to a nearby alley, they suddenly felt themselves being forcefully stopped. Wrapped around their necks like a collar, all four of them looked back and saw a red string leading to Shen's fingers. Without another word, Shen used all his strength and clenched his fist, yanking all four strings. All four of them were sent flying through the air towards Shen as they screamed, "Boss, wait!" Their voices only lasted for an instant as the next second, Shen pulled them down to the ground at a deadly speed. By the end, the crowd had witnessed 5 men become corpses, some lying dead and bleeding on the concrete ground, while some were unlucky enough to be slammed into a table. That should have been enough of a show for news to spread a bit. Shen then heard clapping as he looked over and saw Torchwick clapping while smiling. Wonderful, I didn't know the White Fang had someone so capable. Unlike before, Torchwick was completely interested in Shen, and of course, Shen knew why. He had watched the show even to the point of Torchwick's death, and he knew how he operated. The main reason he intervened wasn't that he was feeling heroic. No, the fact is Torchwick was simply too tempting to resist. He was smart and clever while also being fairly capable in a fight to the point he could beat someone like Blake. That aside, he also had Neo, who would follow him to the ends of the earth. She was a powerhouse in her own right. These two were just what Shen was looking for. It's too much of a waste to let someone so useful die following an idiot like Cinder. Salem will just have to make do. Shen simply smirked at Torchwick's words as he prepared to say something. Please, let me go. A trembling and weak voice came from under him as Shen looked down. Oh, I forgot about you. The man's eyes widened a bit. Shen had honestly forgotten about his existence due to Torchwick. I have a family, I didn't want to attack you, I'm just trying to get by, please let me go, I'll never bother you again, I swear. Shen's face remained unmoved as he spoke. Sorry, maybe if you were worth something I would be interested. Shen's eyes grew cold as the man felt his heart sink. In the end, people like you are more useful to me dead. With that, Shen twisted his foot a bit, and the sound of something being punctured echoed from the man's body as he went limp. In any case, Torchwick, I'm interested in speaking to you in private. Shall we? Torchwick didn't flinch, seeing how cold Shen was, and smiled. Of course, after you. Torchwick handed the briefcase he was holding over to Neo as Shen turned around and began to walk away from the scene. The crowd split for them, but no one followed. This was a more serious matter than meets the eye. Shen led Torchwick and Neo to an isolated part of the city with L1 and L2, making sure no one followed them. This should be fine. Shen turned around as Torchwick spoke. So the White Fang is willing to take me in. What's the catch? Obviously, Shen had a motive for doing this, and Torchwick wasn't dumb enough to think otherwise. Tell me, Torchwick, what's your take on the White Fang? And you don't have to lie or cover up any disdain. Nothing will change. Shen spoke in a laid-back attitude, and when Torchwick looked at both L1 and L2 standing guard, he saw no change in their expressions. Well, then I personally believe there are a bunch of useless moots. They have so much support and backing, yet the best they can do is terrorism. If I was their leader, I could have them become a criminal empire. Forget the Schnee Dust Company. If they were organized properly, they could easily take whatever they wanted without issue. But in the end, they act purely out of hopes to earn humans' respect. It's a foolish endeavor. Shen's expression did not show anger or displeasure as Torchwick expected, and even L1 and L2 didn't seem to care. Instead, he heard Shen say something he didn't expect. Indeed, you're right. The White Fang is being run by people who are rather incompetent, I can say that much. Their leadership is in a need of change. Shen's words bordered on the concept of a coup in the eyes of the White Fang, but he spoke them without reserve. There are bigger things that the world should be focused on than the White Fang, but everyone's blind to it. So I'm going to use that to my advantage. I'll start with this city and slowly move on from there. Shen smiled to himself as his eyes glazed over. Even if the White Fang doesn't fall in line, I can guarantee that the Mistral branch will be under my control. Torchwick listened to Shen speak, and he could hear the ambition and urge for power in his voice. He had met a few people like Shen before, people who were willing to do anything and did to obtain their goals. And although most of them failed, the few that didn't rose higher than anyone else. That sounds good, but what does that have to do with me? And how do you know you'll even succeed? Torchwick's question caused Shen to stare at him. Because I need someone who can get the job done, a tool that I know won't fail. Shen tilted his head as he said something else. Besides, don't you feel like taking a gamble? If I succeed well, you'll be in a position you never imagined. And if I fail, then it's just another idiot trying to do the impossible, am I right? It was Shen's last words that triggered Torchwick as he narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Out of all the faunis I met, you may be the only one I can partially agree with. As Torchwick said, he turned around and took the briefcase from Neo before handing it to Shen. So, what exactly do you need me to do? Shen pulled out his scroll as he messaged someone. Prepare to move everyone into the city at the location I send. Shen then closed the scroll as he explained. That group, the Purple Lotus, right? Where is their base located in the city? Torchwick thought for a moment before answering. There is a medium-sized group that deals in transporting stolen vehicles. As such, they mostly stay in the lower valley protecting their warehouse. Then I guess that will be the first place I take out. Shen had Torchwick give him exact directions as he said something. Meet me there in about 2 hours. No, it should only take 1 at most. Torchwick was still confused by Shen's meaning, but simply nodded. All right then, let's go, Neo, since we're here already. I might as well take care of any of my unfinished business in the city. Neo nodded as her eyes landed on Shen, who was surprisingly looking at her as well. I doubt I can mental refit her, however. Her powers are useful. I guess controlling Torchwick will be enough for now. Shen turned away from her as he began walking in the direction Torchwick disclosed. Neo's eyes narrowed a bit as she turned and followed behind Torchwick. Chapter 11. Running through a corridor between 2 large buildings, the boss of the Purple Lotus group Shen decimated had made it back to their base. Leaving that corridor, he finally relaxed as he was immediately stopped by 2 people standing guard. They were dressed in the Purple Lotus's uniforms as they recognized the man who had run into their territory. Cedric, what's wrong with you? You're sweating like you saw a ghost. Cedric panted as he looked behind him and sighed in relief. I need to talk with the boss. Where is he? One of the members guarding the corridor pointed to the warehouse next to them. "We got a new shipment recently, so the boss is overseeing the whole thing." Hearing that, Cedric nodded as he passed them and turned the corner. Kuchainashi City followed traditional Eastern architecture when it came to buildings. As such, there were no massively tall buildings, just ones that took up a lot of space. They had taken over this section of the city by buying a large warehouse and the surrounding houses and buildings. As such, this entire place was being guarded and was the safest place for them. Dealing in vehicles, mostly military, they also used that to their advantage. They had turned their section of the city into a complete stronghold that was almost impossible to invade forcefully. Having calmed down when thinking about it, Cedric made his way to the warehouse building. 2 large gates and a wall separated the warehouse building from the outside. Walking through those gates, he saw dozens of men moving and loading boxes full of various parts. "Ah, Cedric, you're finally back. What did Torchwick want?" Overseeing the whole operation, a man smoking with fairly long black hair and a calm complexion looked at Cedric. Wearing a dark purple suit, he watched Cedric walk over to him. "Toffer, I ran into an issue." Hearing that, his eyes narrowed as Cedric began describing what happened. Meanwhile, on the edge of their territory, Shen had already arrived. "Let me go." Lying at his feet were 3 members of the Purple Lotus, with one being held by his collar in his hands. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 5, 1128 2000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 12%, Human Demon Hybrid. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 2 Karmic Retribution LV, Max Devil Trigger LV, 1. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, Appearance Manipulation, Life Fiber Manipulation, Mental Refitting, Life Fiber Manipulation. Linked skills, Demonic Blast. All of these guys are worth almost double what Shnee's security was. Including those 6 he killed at the start, Shen had made around 690 XP from killing them plus the 3 at his feet. He knew they must have been worth a lot from what he felt from killing them. But looking at the system displaying the numbers, Shen's eyes shone. L1, these guys are weaklings, so even you 2 should be able to handle them. L2, you help them but don't lose that briefcase Torchwick gave me. It's worth more than your life. I'll handle the warehouse myself, just capture the rest and bring them to me when you're done. With that, Shen threw the Purple Lotus member in his hand into a nearby stone wall, cracking it. Both L1 and L2 nodded as they drew their weapons from their sides. "As you wish." Without hesitation, the 2 of them began to move. In the end, they were lieutenants of the White Fang and were capable of utilizing aura. That aside, they both had semblances and only lacked true huntsman training. Having dealt with that, Shen began to make his way towards the warehouse. It didn't take long after his arrival, and orders L1 and L2 for alarms to go off. Back in the warehouse, Cedric had already finished telling his boss about Shen and what had happened. "The White Fang? I see that they must have been interested in Torchwick. Still, we shouldn't be too worried if they only sent the..." Before he could finish speaking, the ground trembled slightly as everyone heard an explosion go off in the distance. "Boss, look." One of the members of the Purple Lotus pointed east to a large pillar of smoke rising into the air. "Was there some kind of accident? Did we have any explosive shipments in that area?" When they heard Toffer ask this question, all of them shook their heads. Suddenly, a message came through on his scroll as he took it from his pocket. "Boss, we're under attack. They're ripping through us." Gunfire could be heard in the background of the message. It sounded as if the person recording it was in the middle of a war. "Use your grenades, damn it." "Wait, don't." The message was cut off as those last few words played. "Shit," Cedric cursed as he heard his boss speak with a calm expression. "All of you secure the warehouse and then gather our men and move to the east. I don't know what idiot is trying to spark a war with us, but they got their wish." Back where Shen was fighting, multiple voices were screaming. "Shoot him! Somebody shoot him!" A group was lined up on the street holding rifles in hand. All of them were staring at a figure dashing towards them as they opened fire. "Ha!" Running along the ground, Shen bent don'ts before jumping into the air. Tangle. Life fibers fired out of his hands in every direction, grabbing hold of every person around him. "Huh!" The gunfire was stopped as the people Shen wrapped up struggled to break free. Twisting his body in midair like a top, all of them were ripped from the ground and thrown in different directions. Some slammed into one another as others were crushed against the nearby walls of buildings and flung through windows. Landing back on the ground, Shen looked around him. All the fighting had caused a lot of damage. Some places were on fire, while others were on the brink of collapse. Looking down at his body, he had a couple of bullet holes that pierced through his arms and stomach. He didn't feel pain. He wasn't exactly sure why, but didn't mind it. However, by exerting themselves slightly, those holes began to heal themselves. With enemies at this level, there was almost no risk of him dying unless he was hit in an extremely vital area. One of the people Shen had taken out with his tangle was clinging onto his life. Lying on the ground bleeding, his gaze was unfocused as he looked towards Shen. "You damn monster." Reaching into his pocket, he struggled to pull something out. It was a cylinder device with a green button on the top. Pushing the button, the man grit his teeth and threw it with all his might towards Shen. Hearing something, Shen turned around and saw the device flying towards him. Without hesitation, Shen lazily grabbed it and looked towards the man who threw it. "You dropped this." With a swift toss, he threw it full force toward the man. His eyes widened as the device landed next to him and the green glowing button turned red. The next moment, it exploded violently with a mix of fire and lightning. "A dust grenade, huh?" As the man's body was engulfed and turned to ash, the flames flickered and reflected in Shen's eyes. "Level up." Shen smiled as he heard the notification. "And the rewards just keep coming in. I'll have to wait when it comes to allocating my points, though. I did say I would finish this in an hour." Back at the warehouse, the situation was grim. All the reinforcements Cedric and Toffer had sent to the east to deal with the intruder had not reported back. The sound of fighting slowly grew quiet, and now only them and the remaining members of the Purple Lotus were at the warehouse. "Shit, how did this happen? We had this entire area secure, and they broke through without an issue." Cedric's curses were accompanied by agreement from his boss Toffer, standing next to him. "The only possibility is that someone hired a huntsman to take care of us, and not a normal one either. They must be a pro." Hearing that, Cedric looked at his boss. "So, should we?" Toffer narrowed his eyes as he spoke. "We hired him to guard the warehouse in case of emergencies. Having him actually fight would be extremely expensive. But at the end of the day, if their entire base is destroyed and ransacked, they'll be done for. At this point, any price would be small compared to the end result. He's usually sleeping inside. Cedric, go get him and tell him we're willing to pay his price, but only after he defeats the enemy." Cedric gave a hesitant nod as he turned and ran into the warehouse. Everyone within the walls surrounding the warehouse was on edge. Their weapons were primed and they were sweating. "To drive us to this point, just who?" Toffer's question was soon answered as a loud bang rang out from the gate. A single side of the gate was 20 feet tall, with both were close to that size in width as well. Being made of wood and reinforced with metal, each one easily weighed a ton, if not more. However, the banging continued, and each time the gate seemed to shift on its hinges. "What kind of monster?" A member of the Purple Lotus had his eyes widened as he suddenly heard the banging stop. Did they give up? The question was answered by someone's laugh. The next second, both gates flew off their hinges and were launched through the air. They spun violently as they crashed into the warehouse building, breaking through the roof. "So this is the warehouse." Shen's figure became clear through the dust he had kicked up. Lowering his leg, he walked through the now broken gate. Everyone there got a clear look at Shen and couldn't believe their eyes. He was young and could be mistaken for a teenager, yet the fact he kicked open the gate proved he was strong. It also showed he was most likely the one who was attacking them. The White Fang, despite Shen's customized clothes, Toffer could see the White Fang insignia on his chest along with his faunis appearance. An immediate thought came to his mind as he spoke to Shen. "Did Torchwick tell you to attack us? Are you two in some sort of deal?" Shen didn't answer Toffer as he looked at him. "Are you the one in charge?" Toffer responded without hesitation. "Yes, I am the leader of the Purple Lotus. Whatever Torchwick is." Once more Shen ignored his words and spoke over him. "In that case, this should be easy. Surrender without a fuss and my plans will go over a lot easier." Shen said that with a calm expression, with no intention to say anything else. The fact he said, My plans meant he was acting on his own, or at least under the White Fang's orders. Toffer bit his lip as before a voice caused a sense of relief to wash over him. You guys are really having this much trouble dealing with a sheepish brat. A figure walked out from the warehouse with Cedric following behind. Cedric had a smile on his face when he spotted Shen. Looks like the White Fang came barking up the wrong tree this time. Moving off to the side, Shen's eyes contracted a bit. Looks like it wasn't a waste of time to do all that research after all. Shen did a thorough search of huntsmen that could cause him trouble, and a few of them were marked down by the White Fang as troublesome. One of those said huntsmen was the man Shen saw standing in front of him. Someone who's close to Kuro's level. I didn't expect these guys to have hired someone like him. Keeping his outward composure, Shen spoke confidently despite the huntsman's appearance. I wasn't expecting to meet Zaf Arrow while dealing with this lot. Hearing his name, Zaf took the lollipop from his mouth. He had a disheveled appearance with messy blonde hair and fairly raggedy-looking clothes. Heh, you recognize me? What? Are you a fan? He laughed when he said this as Shen shook his head. Not exactly. I enjoy keeping note of famous huntsmen just in case I have to kill them later on. A chuckle came from Zaf hearing Shen's words. I see, I see. Well then please kill me. Reaching for the handle on his back, a black double-bladed sword appeared in his hands. It would look totally normal if not for the strange segments in its structure and its white tip. Standing there lazily, it was clear Zaf didn't take Shen seriously. Underestimating me on our first meeting? Good. A smirk appeared on Shen's face as he released a burst of speed. Chapter 12. Rocketing forward at full speed, Shen was a blur as he sped across the ground. All the members of the Purple Lotus had backed off the moment Zaf had revealed himself. The battle was beyond their capabilities. However, that only truly sunk in when the fighting began. Seeing Shen moving so fast, Zaf's expression changed. Pulling back his fist, Shen punched at near full force. Holding up his sword, Zaf blocked the attack with the broad side of his blade. A shockwave transferred through the ground under the two, causing it to crack. Sliding back a few dozen meters, Zaf's face turned serious when facing Shen. All right, kid, not bad. Recovering himself, he charged towards Shen and sliced down at him the moment he came within range. Seeing the attack, Shen quickly flipped back, landing on his hands. Seeing a chance, he pushed himself off the ground and kicked towards Zaf's head. His leg cut through the air as Zaf regained his posture and leaned back, avoiding the kick. This kid, moving like that is purely instinctual. He's never had any real training, but still. Feeling slightly impressed, Zaf stood back up straight and attacked Shen. Flipping back onto his feet, Shen quickly released life fibers from his hands. Turning to face Zaf, he saw a flurry of slashes from his sword fly towards him. Controlling multiple different life fibers, he blocked each one, causing the space between them to fill with sparks. A pro huntsman is no joke. Fighting him straight won't work. Shen immediately backstepped, putting distance between the two of them. Oh no, you don't. Pointing his sword at Shen, it suddenly made a strange noise. Firing like a gun, the tip of the blade separated itself from the segment behind it. Then that segment did the same until the entire blade was separated and fired forward, flying towards Shen. Metallic strings connected each segment of the blade, and they were white, just like the sword's tip. Oh, Shen's eyes flickered and released multiple life fibers from his body and wrapped them around the extending blade. Got him! Zaf felt his sword suddenly freeze and stop extending as Shen yanked his arm into the air. Zaf's entire body was lifted off of the ground as Shen turned and lowered his arm down. Soaring through the air, still holding on, Zaf was slammed into the ground far behind Shen, causing large chunks of rock to fly everywhere. Well, that's an interesting ability you have there. Since you've shown me yours, let me show you mine. Standing up from the rubble, Zaf smiled a bit. He was covered in scratches, but for the most part, he seemed fine. Here it comes. Shen's eyes narrowed as Zaf's eyes shifted to something behind him. Shen reacted before Zaf even made a move. Turning around, he kicked towards the space behind him, encompassing his leg in a purple aura. Huh! Zaf's voice echoed out as Shen's attack landed perfectly. Zaf stood behind him with bulged eyes. He didn't even have a chance to react to Shen's first attack before it was followed up. Switching legs, he kicked Zaf in the side of the head, sending him flying. A semblance that allows you to switch places with physical objects, but you let your eyes wander a bit too much. Shen had to really thank his past self for taking the time to read over all that information so carefully. Knowing about an enemy's semblance beforehand lowered the risk a lot. Zaf, on the other hand, shook his head as he recovered using one of his arms. Landing on his feet, he glared at Shen and wiped the blood from his mouth. He was prepared to say something, however, felt his body and vision falter slightly. He felt a chill climb his spine as pain infiltrated his body. What the? Catching himself from falling, he looked at his body. Poison? Seeing him falter, Shen couldn't help but smirk. Looks like karmic retribution takes effect pretty fast. After a moment, Zaf felt the pain disperse as he corrected himself. This brat is too dangerous. He had thought Shen would be easy enough to handle. However, despite him being more experienced and having an edge in close-quarter combat, Shen's abilities were strange. Shen watched as Zaf disappeared once again. His body switched places with one of the multiple pieces of debris that surrounded Shen. A rock was put in his place as he appeared at Shen's right only a few meters away. His sword segmented as he attacked from a distance. The blade cut through the air like a whip and was fast as well. Shen moved his head out of the way, relying purely on reaction speed as a cut appeared on his face. In the next instant, before he could retaliate, Zaf moved again. Dashing to the left, a blurry light cut through the ground he was standing on a moment ago, leaving a gash. Shen's eyes and senses were being pushed to the limit. From the outside, no normal person could ever hope to keep up. Zaf completely stopped playing around as he abused his semblance and speed. Shen was surrounded on all sides by what looked like after images of launching attacks. Am I moving too fast for you, brat? Regaining some confidence, Zaf appeared in front of Shen. Raising his leg, he kicked Shen in the stomach, causing Shen to be thrown back. Rolling in the ground for a moment, Shen stood up on a knee. His breathing was slightly ragged, but it did not translate to his wounds. His body was not covered in light but bleeding cuts. It clearly showed who had the edge at the moment. Haha, that sheep-headed kid is dead. The White Fang were idiots for attacking us. Cedric cheered, feeling relief seeing Zaf had Shen on the ropes. The nearby Purple Lotus members did the same as even their boss Toffer let out a sigh of relief. Standing up fully, Shen looked at Zaf and laughed lightly. Zaf's expression changed when he heard Shen laugh. Well, you weren't on the White Fang's list for nothing. Your semblance paired with your weapon makes it almost impossible to fight if your opponent is too slow, though I'm sure it takes a lot out of you. Hearing that, Zaf's expression eased up a bit. I see. Lowering his guard a bit, Zaf smiled. So what, you're hoping you'll last long enough for me to tire out? Sorry, but I don't think your body is going to last long enough. Shen raised a brow as he shook his head. Oh no, I was just pointing it out. I admit I underestimated Huntsman a bit, so this was a good experience. Suddenly, changes began to occur around the wounds on Shen's body. Slowly but still visible to the naked eyes, they began to close as the blood leaking from them disappeared. I wanted to see if I could deal with you normally, but I doubt that's happening. Besides, in the end, I told someone I would meet them here in an hour, so we're going to have to cut this short. Zaf's eyes widened, watching Shen's wounds suddenly heal. What? You can't heal wounds that fast even using aura. Shen's amber eyes seemed to glow as black energy began to escape his body. Devil trigger. Shen's voice was inaudible to everyone as they saw his body was engulfed in a dark light. An uncomfortable chill enveloped everyone watching as fear quickly followed. Glowing yellow eyes that belonged to something inhuman pierced through the darkness that surrounded Shen's body. As it began to fade, the unconditional fear everyone felt turned into pure terror. Multiple members of the Purple Lotus instinctively took steps back as they stared at what was before them. As a pro-huntsman, Zaf had seen terrifying creatures before. Grim were monstrous abominations, and at times, that could induce enough fear to scare someone to death. However, he always thought that he had gotten past that point, that even in the face of death or the worst kind of monster, he could remain fearless. But that illusion was shattered as he stared at Shen. What's wrong? A deep, demonic voice reached everyone's ears as Zaf's body turned stiff. What are you? Shen's eyes narrowed a bit as he inwardly smiled. Without warning, he attacked as an uncountable number of life fibers formed a spear-like structure and struck towards Zaf. Breaking out of his state of fear, he immediately utilized his semblance. He teleported away as Shen's attack tore into the ground he was standing on. Die! Appearing behind Shen, he aimed straight for his heart. Everyone watched as Shen's chest was ran through exactly where his heart would be. He got him, one of the members of the Purple Lotus exclaimed. Zaf's breathing was messy as he stared at Shen's back and thought to himself. Looks like, before he could finish his thought, he felt Shen's body move. His grip on his sword's hilt was immediately retracted as he took multiple steps back. Looks like I'm even harder to kill, like who would have guessed. Shen's demonic voice carried hints of disinterest as his gaze fell onto the trembling Zaf. You, but I? Shen had a sword going straight through where his heart would be, yet he did not show signs of pain or bleeding. At this moment, Shen looked as if he was immortal. Well then, having grown in height, Shen looked down at Zaf, who had completely forgotten to use his semblance to escape. Ugh! Shen's hand grabbed his neck in an instant, lifting him off the ground while choking him. At the same time, he began using karmic retribution multiple times in a row. Zaf felt his vision turn blurry as his mind began to lose its grip on reality. Images flashed through his mind, showing the horrifying sins he had committed. At the same time, his physical body was slowly giving out at the same time as his skin visibly began to turn paler and lose its color. His eyes began to roll into the back of his head as every sense he had screamed in pain, and his mind crumbled. A visible smile was on Shen's face despite his appearance causing, even more, fear to deeply root itself into everyone. Monster. One of the Purple Lotus members slowly began to raise his gun towards Shen while trembling. Toffer noticed this and suddenly screamed. Don't! But it was too late. Shooting from behind Shen, multiple life fibers transformed into spikes and flew towards every member of the Purple Lotus, including Cedric, who stood beside him. Within seconds, every last one of them was killed and impaled. Their corpses flew into the air before landing on the ground, splattering. Looks like that's enough. Shen's grip on Zaf's neck increased just slightly, but that was enough. A crack followed by Zaf's body turning entirely limp showed it clearly. Shen's grip on Zaf's neck loosened as he fell to the ground. Level up. Level up. 2 notifications came from Shen's system as he ignored them and turned to look at Toffer. The latter froze when Shen's gaze fell on him. Let me repeat my previous request. Surrender to me without a fuss. Toffer's mouth felt dry as he stared at Shen and listened. In a single day, no, in an hour, he dismantled everything I've built. What could you do against that? What could he even say to Shen at this point? Balling up his fist, he lowered his head. I know, on behalf of the Purple Lotus, we surrender. His voice was choppy, but it still brought a smile to Shen's face. From behind him, he heard praise. I can't believe you did all this in a single hour. Walking through the broken gate behind him, Shen saw Torchwick walking towards him with a smile. Beside him, Neo seemed to show clear amounts of wariness toward Shen. Guiding the two of them were both L1 and L2 who had completed the mission Shen gave them. Right on time. Shen waved them over. From now on, the Purple Lotus shall be directly under my control. As such, everything you have belongs to me. Chapter 13. Shen completely subjected the Purple Lotus, which was a considerably big criminal organization within the Kuchinashi. After Torchwick's arrival, Shen immediately began to move the White Fang he had stationed outside the valley. The rest of the White Fang should be arriving here shortly. Inside of the largest building within the Purple Lotus's territory, Shen was sitting on a wide circular couch with a table in the center. Toffer was standing on the other side of the table with a grim expression. This was their HQ and main base. This room, in particular, was used for meetings with other orgs and deals. L2, bring over the briefcase. Standing on either side of the couch were both L1 and L2. Hearing Shen's order, L2 placed Torchwick's briefcase on the table and opened it. Sitting inside were cards upon cards of Leon. You're pretty wealthy for a man who's on the run. Shen's gaze fell on Torchwick and Neo, who were standing not too far from Toffer. Well, of course, although I would say I'm more prepared than anything else. Hearing Torchwick, Shen smiled a bit. Well, no matter the case, this will be useful to me in more ways than one. Shen turned his attention to Toffer, who was clearly holding back his emotions. When the White Fang arrives, we will have a proper conversation, but until then, you're dismissed. Shen's words surprised Toffer a little as he looked up. Shen didn't give Toffer a second glance as he changed targets to Torchwick. And, of course, we'll have to talk about what exactly I want you to do as well. Torchwick twirled his cane on the ground with a smile. After seeing what you did here, how could I refuse? Shen had a relaxed expression as he replied, I still don't trust you one bit. You can leave with Toffer. Hearing that, Toffer looked over at Torchwick before leaving the room with a polite bow. Torchwick smiled and left alongside Neo not too soon after. L1, L2, guard the door and make sure no one comes inside until I say so. Alert me if anything of note occurs. L1 and L2 nodded as they made their way out of the room and closed the door behind them. Shen could finally lower his guard a bit with everyone gone and let out a sigh of relief. It was messy, and there's still a lot of loose ends I have to deal with, but for now, it'll do. At least I have a place I can operate in without having to worry about the White Fang watching me, though I'll have to perform mental refitting on the key figures of the Purple Lotus to keep them in line. Pushing that aside, Shen brought his attention back to the briefcase full of Lian in front of him. All of the Lian cards inside were green, meaning they held 500 Lian at max. However, there were over 30 of them. One red Lian card was worth 1,000, but all of this is easily worth over 15,000. Now that he had the Gaka system, money was worth more to him than ever. Having this much available to him was like a godsend. Right, I did level up 3 times during all of this. He honestly didn't expect such a big turnout this time around. He had originally thought about killing all of the members of the Purple Lotus just for the XP. However, after thinking about it, he decided to simply suppress them. It would be more useful to him to have an entire organization under his direct control. The main purpose of this little escapade was to both create his own base of operations, where he had supreme authority, and to increase his value in the White Fang immensely. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level 8, 4815-16000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 14%, Human Demon Hybrid. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 3. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, Appearance Manipulation, Life Fiber Manipulation, Mental Refitting, Life Fiber Manipulation. Linked skills, Demonic Blast. Still, despite my goals, obtaining 3 entire levels was unexpected. That huntsman was definitely worth killing, even if I had to expose my devil trigger. That aside, my life fiber ability went up in level, and even my hybrid percentage increased. Overall, he had made massive improvements to that degree. Personal stats. Points, 15. Physical strength, 11 plus 28. Endurance, 5 plus 36. Dexterity, 16 plus 25. Power, 15 plus 17. My stats have already grown quite a bit, so what should I use my points on? Being balanced would be nice. However, his abilities offset his decisions. He didn't truly need any more endurance despite its raw state being the lowest. In his base, normal gunshots couldn't even pierce through his entire body. Alongside that, in his devil trigger form, he could regenerate so fast that even being stabbed through the heart did not affect him. Even if I can only manage to use it for 2 minutes, it's still a lifeline I can abuse. In the end, Shen focused on what he would have required to win that fight against Zaf. He moved too fast for me to properly keep up. I was forced to focus on defense and could barely retaliate. In the end, the only way he could have saved that situation was if he had more speed. Alongside that, my physical attacks didn't seem to affect him all that much due to his aura. Those 2 things alone helped Shen decide what he would do. All right, let's go with 8 into dexterity, with 5 going into physical strength. The remaining 2 can go into the power stat. Allocating all of his points, Shen felt it was adequate. Now then, moving on to the fun part. Touching the briefcase full of Lian, he activated the Gaka system and received a notification. Would you like to convert this currency? Without any hesitation, Shen agreed as all of the Lian was converted instantly and disappeared. Gacha system. Gacha currency, 150. Category, undecided. Spin type, basic. Spins, 0. Let's see, so that gives me 3 chances when it comes down to it. Having such good luck last time, Shen couldn't wait. This time he decided to set the category to manga. He felt he had to do it at least once, even though the chances of him getting something good were low. Activating the Gakka system spin, the menu disappeared from his sight. Dropping into his lap out of nowhere, a present appeared just like before. Luck, don't fail me now. Opening the present's lid, light poured into his eyes and a system notification followed it. Congratulations, you have received the ability Squirmy Fingers from MHA. Shen's face seemed to freeze as he read what he had gotten. What fuck is Squirmy Fingers? Shen was dumbfounded as he read the text in front of him. The fact it was from MHA made it obvious it was probably some useless background quirk. Despite that, Shen still wanted to know what exactly it did to get such a retarded name. He opened the ability's description and read it himself. Ability description. Ability, Squirmy Fingers. Level, Max. Description, Squirmy Fingers allows the user to precisely and flawlessly control their fingers, effectively manipulating and touching anything with grace, ease, speed, precision, and skill. If it requires using their hands, the user will most likely be unmatched. Shen's eyes turned dead as he read the description. Wow. In all honesty, he couldn't find the words to describe it. This ability was beyond the point of useless. The only real way it might be utilized is if he wanted to copy Doflamingo, and even then, it was unnecessary considering how he could control his life fibers. Guess they can't all be winners. I'm just going to switch back to games. After receiving that disappointment, opening up the Gakka system again, Shen's Gakka currency had decreased to 100. Switching the category to video games, Shen reran the Gakka. This time for sure, I'll get something good. The Gakka screen disappeared again as another present fell into Shen's lap. Opening it, he had a hopeful look this time around as the system notified him of what he got. Congratulations, you have received the ability Witch Walk from Bayonetta. Looking at what he got, Shen's face changed a few times. Why? Witch Walk from Bayonetta allowed people to defy gravity and walk up walls and even upside down. By any means, it was definitely a useful ability if you look at the pros. In a way, it was even more useful than Spider-Man's ability to stick to walls and whatnot due to the fact it literally broke the laws of physics. Of course, it's still useless to me. If it worked anytime, he wanted it to. He wouldn't dare complain. Who wouldn't want to be able to run up the side of a cliff or walk on top of a ceiling? But the real issue was that Witch Walk only worked during a full moon. Not only is that the dumbest requirement ever, but the moon in the world of the Remnant is shattered. 2 abilities, one being utterly useless and the other one possibly being unusable in the world he was in. And now I'm down to my last chance. I really got lucky last time. Shen sighed to himself as he looked at the Gakka menu. Maybe changing the category again will help me out. I still don't have a weapon I can rely on heavily. Holding on to a slim amount of hope, Shen switched the category once more. This time he went with a broader approach referring to fictional weapons in general. He watched as the last of his Gakka currency was spent as a present fell onto his lap once more. Please. At this point, Shen was praying as they slowly opened the present. Congratulations. You have received the weapon Gibalg from Fate. Shen titled his head when he read it. Gi what? He completely butchered the name when he tried to say it. He had heard the name of the weapon before, but he couldn't remember it exactly. Well, if it's from Fate, it's probably something pretty good. I mean, if it's a named weapon and all. Opening the description of it, Shen read over it. Weapon description. Name, Gibalg. Type, Cursed Spear. Description. Gibalg is a cursed spear wielded originally by Ku Chulain. It was created and carved utilizing the skull of a monster named Kuruid. This weapon is very powerful, having abilities that far exceed any normal spear or weapon for that matter. However, it requires the user to be powerful to utilize them. Alongside that, one must properly master Gibalg to use it efficiently. The description delved even further into what it was and what it was capable of doing. Its abilities way outdid what was listed in the initial description. By the time Shen had finished, he felt as if his brain had stopped working. Hee hee, ha ha ha. His laugh was so loud that even L1 and L2 standing guard outside could hear him. He sounded like a madman, but he simply couldn't contain himself. This is literally one of the best things I could have hoped for. This wasn't just a normal weapon. It was, by all means, it would be above anything in the RWBY world. It was almost on par with the former best thing he had gotten from the GACA system, which was the Devil Trigger ability. Shen accepted his reward without waiting another moment, and appearing above his hands was a spear. The spear itself was red with a complex design etched into it. Grabbing the spear, Shen's face quickly changed. He was standing up when he grabbed the spear from the air. It was pretty heavy even for Shen, but at the same time, it felt manageable. Standing up, he swung it through the air and immediately smiled. I finally have a weapon I can properly rely on. This was one thing he had on his mind for a while. Fighting with your fist was fine, but having a weapon you could rely on in battle just made everything easier. And with this weapon, in particular, he wouldn't have to worry about him outgrowing its usefulness anytime soon. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level 8, 4815 16000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 14%, Human Demon Hybrid. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 3 Karmic Retribution LV, Max Devil Trigger LV, 1 Witch Walk LV, Max Squirmy Fingers LV, Max. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, Appearance Manipulation, Life Fiber Manipulation, Mental Refitting, Life Fiber Manipulation. Link skills, Demonic Blast Devil Trigger. Well, at least this menu isn't looking so empty anymore. Chapter 14. Leaning against a wall outside of the building Shen was in, Nia was staring at Torchwick with a strange look. What? Torchwick responded to her look, which only made her raise a brow. Utilizing her semblance, she changed her appearance to look like Shen and raised one of her arms. Him. Sighing, Torchwick could still see the smoke rising in the distant areas of the Purple Lotus's territory. I already told you we were not really in a position to choose work. Beside him, taking down the Purple Lotus alone proves it better to make an ally out of him than an enemy. Transforming back into herself, Nia put her hand on her waist. I know he's dangerous. Obviously, I don't plan on staying on his side. When we see the chance, we will do what we do best. Until then, just try to keep an eye out. Despite what he said, Torchwick looked extremely lax while doing so. Nia shook her head and sighed before noticing Toffer walking towards the building. Oh, back so soon? I thought you would still be out there convincing your men not to riot. Toffer had a calm disposition compared to when he was speaking before. Shen had dismantled his entire structure, killed his men, and basically subjected him. His emotions while standing close to them were obviously mixed. But when it came to Torchwick, he could remain calm. I'd rather not lose any more men today, so of course, although some will require more convincing. Hearing his response, Torchwick laughed. Then I guess we both count ourselves as impressed, huh? Who would have thought the White Fang would make a move like this so suddenly? Toffer's body froze for a moment. Torchwick, you have no idea what kind of monster that kid is, and I'm not talking about being a faunis. Fear filled Toffer's eyes as he turned and walked into the building. Torchwick's eyes narrowed a bit as Toffer left. Meanwhile, inside, Shen had finished everything he wanted to do. He was about to stand up and make his way outside when he saw L1 enter the room. He bowed before speaking. The one named Toffer wishes to speak to you. Apparently, the White Fang you ordered to meet us are outside of the Purple Lotus's territory. Shen smiled as he replied. Good, have them meet me outside of this building. But first, tell Toffer to come in here. L1 nodded as he acted out Shen's orders. In a matter of seconds, Toffer entered the room as the door closed behind him. Being alone with Shen was by far the most terrifying thing he could experience. Before, he had a mix of displeasure and anger when others were around. After all, Shen kept him alive because he had some level of value. But the images of Shen becoming a demon were impossible to erase. How can Toffer's words were interrupted as Shen stood up and made his way towards him. He almost took a step back until Shen's voice rooted him. Don't move. Making his way behind the terrified Toffer, Shen spoke calmly and placed his hand on Toffer's head. Like I said, your only job is to obey my orders and keep the Purple Lotus in line. Outside of that, You will run things to the best of your ability. Do we understand one another? As Shen said this, he was using mental refitting on Toffer's mind. His words acted as a binding thread filled with an overwhelming amount of willpower. Despite any natural resistance his mind had, Toffer was simply too weak. In a minute after Shen spoke, all Toffer's resistance had faded. He had done to Toffer what he did to both L1 and L2, except on a more narrowed scale. He would be loyal, but he would also focus on keeping the Purple Lotus in an optimal state for Shen's usage. He was exactly the kind of person Shen wanted him to be. Taking his hand back, Shen looked at his arm. Being able to make the perfect servants to carry out tasks is wonderful, I must admit. Though it's a shame, it requires them to be weak or have a weaker will than me. He really wanted to abuse the power on someone like the White Fang head leader. But he knew the moment he tried, he would fail, at least for now. Let's go. Without waiting another moment, Shen walked ahead, with Toffer following behind. Seeing Shen exit and hint towards them, L1 and L2 followed behind him as well on his flanks. The building they were in was raised off the ground and had to be reached with stairs. As such, it was perfect for what Shen had planned. Reaching those stairs, he looked down and saw all of the White Fang members and officers he had brought with him. As soon as all of them saw Shen, the murmuring and questioning lowered significantly. Torchwick and Neo remained off to the side, watching and noticing Toffer's changed disposition. We of the White Fang have the goal of reaching equality with humans. We have tried peace, yet it has failed, and so we can only resort to fear. This is what we have been taught, and is why we resort to things such as terrorism. However, today I have some new news, and I'll be telling you the reason we came here. Hearing Shen's words, all 200 of the White Fang made sure to pay attention. Mistral is known for its discrimination against faunis. I'm sure we've all experienced it before. Shen's words caused some of the White Fang to lower their heads, while others showed clear amounts of anger. And so I proposed an idea to our branch leader. While the White Fang's presence had eased the discrimination against some faunis, I feel it hasn't done enough. So instead of us faunis having to retreat to Menagerie to live in peace or be forced to live with the White Fang, we will do something else. By taking over Kuchainashi City, it will be under our full control and become a safe haven. Shen's words seemed to click in everyone's brains as sounds of wonder erupted, but also clear signs of doubt were in their eyes. Shen didn't let anyone ask any questions as he continued. As everyone knows, Kuchainashi City is far from the Council's reach, and thus laws barely hold any ground. Alongside that, even the police and Huntsman Academy would stay out of our business. As long as we don't publicly admit to the White Fang being in control of the city, no lawful force would be able to act against us. Kuchainashi City would become a place where all faunis are welcomed and where discrimination wouldn't be tolerated. Even members of the White Fang would be welcome to live here in peace, while I personally make sure my promises come true. Shen's final words seemed to elicit a reaction as one of the White Fang spoke up. Does that mean the branch leader decided you would be in charge of the city? Hearing the question, Shen nodded. Yes, she has trusted me with that task, and as such, I won't let her down. If we can prove this works here, then other cities like Kuchainashi may be susceptible as well. Shen added a bit of wonder to his words as he continued. Imagine multiple cities across the kingdoms where faunis discrimination is against the law, and we have the power to reinforce our freedom. Shen painted an image with his words, and slowly everyone's eyes began to change and shine. That does sound nice. If it really does come to pass, then my family and I could. It's almost too good to be true when you hear it like that. A smirk appeared on Shen's face as he said one last thing. Of course, all that will require your help. Just this morning, I had personally taken down the Purple Lotus, which is a well-known criminal exporting organization dealing in all sorts of vehicles. They had surrendered to us, making them the first step to us accomplishing our goal here. Hearing that, eyes fell onto Toffer, who remained silent and lowered his head a bit. It was not out of shame or anger, but simply because he knew it would help Shen prove his point. Sounds of awe escaped people's mouths when they realized Shen's words were true. This is just the start, but together we can change Mistral. Shen wrapped up his speech with a smile as someone asked a question. Sir, if what you're saying is true, then I'm willing to fight for it. However, how are we supposed to fight an entire city with our numbers? Sure, there were a lot of them, but definitely not enough to take over a city. That's exactly why I am here and why the branch leader put me in charge. Speaking with the utmost confidence, Shen spoke. In the next few days, I will demonstrate to all of you that what I wish to accomplish is possible. I simply hope you will give me your support and assistance, and I'm sure the Purple Lotus is more than willing to help us without endeavor. Glancing at Toffer, Shen's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. Of course, we of the Purple Lotus will do everything we can to assist the White Fang. Toffer's agreement, along with the image painted by Shen and even the branch leader's support, was a lot. It made the White Fang members think for a moment. This was a real opportunity, not simply a raid. If they pulled this off, it would change so much and offer faunis refuge in Mistral. Soon someone spoke up. If that's the case, then I'll definitely fight. After that person, another spoke up. Yeah, this is our chance to change things. Soon almost everyone was yelling in the agreement, creating a roar of voices. Looking down at all of them, a gleeful glimmer appeared in Shen's eyes. Good, with all of your support, I won't let you down. Shortly after that, Shen dismissed the White Fang as he planned their next moves. That went extremely well. He really couldn't believe how trusting the White Fang was when the branch leader was mentioned. In any case, he couldn't complain. Now I can take over Kuchainashi City without worrying about backlash. After all, I'm doing it for the Faunis and the White Fang, and no one will question my being in charge. Having finished speaking, Shen felt exhausted for the first time. Physically, he was fine, his body wasn't human at this point, meaning food and sleep were not a requirement. However, mentally he was exhausted. A wonderful speech, I would have believed it if we hadn't spoken prior. Shen saw Torchwick looking at him from the side. You must be itching to start doing Torchwick. Tell me, how fast do you think the news will spread about the Purple Lotus if left unchecked? Torchwick showed a look of interest before responding. I wonder. A day, maybe two, who can really say depending on how tight of a lid you tell everyone to keep. Torchwick joked as Shen smiled. Good, the faster it spreads, the better. Now then, why don't I finally tell you what you're here for? Torchwick tilted his head as he listened. I can handle Kuchainashi City myself, and I only have two things for you to really do. One is that I want you to set up operations within the city of Argus, and more specifically, Sanctum Academy. Hearing that Shen wanted him to do something outside of Kuchainashi City, Torchwick looked surprised. Don't worry, I'll be sending you there with the White Fang's full support. As for the second thing, I want you to start searching for a person under the name Cinder. When you find her, avoid making contact. She's very dangerous. Hearing the two things he wanted, Torchwick put his hand on his chin. This all seems fairly risky. I'm sure you're not expecting me to do this simply based on the protection you're offering, right? Shen shook his head and spoke. Of course not. If you do all of this, I'll gladly give you my full support in any future criminal endeavors. Men, vehicles, weapons, whatever you need as long as it does not conflict with my interest. You'll never be in a state of having nothing ever again. Not a bad deal, am I right? Torchwick didn't even have to think about it to reply. No, not a bad deal at all, but it's based on the fact that you actually succeed here in Kuchainashi. In the end, promises were easy to make, but making deals based on future actions was foolish. Torchwick was a businessman and a criminal, and he knew better than that. True, right now, there is nothing you can do. However, I am still protecting you from authorities finding your location. So in return, how about you let me borrow Neo, since you're so worried about my failure after all? Shen gave Torchwick a scheming smirk as his eyes drifted to Neo, who was on guard. Helping a future investment for myself. Taking another look at Shen, Torchwick held out his hand. Fine then. Chapter 15. Shen smiled as he grabbed Torchwick's hand and shook it. Neo, on the other hand, looked absolutely dumbfounded as she glared at Torchwick. Seeing her glare, Torchwick held up his hands. Oh, don't be that way, Neo. This is best for both of us. In any case, it seems I have work to do. Try not to get each other killed. Torchwick chuckled as he began to walk off, leaving Neo with Shen. Seeing he had just left her there, Neo crossed her arms. Shen walked up beside her, causing her immediately to retreat, showing she was on guard. Don't be so tense, Neo. You'll find working with me can be very fun. But in the meantime, there is something I do need your assistance with. Snapping his fingers, he got L1, L2, and Toffer's attention. L1 and L2, you two manage the White Fang and get them ready. Toffer assists them however you can and resume operations as normal. 3 of them bowed as L1 and L2 gave synced answers. Well, make sure it gets done. Toffer, on the other hand, spoke differently than the twins. Of course. Neo glanced at Toffer, feeling his change was fairly drastic. As the 2 of them entered the building once more, Shen had Neo follow him into the room he did his GACA system in. Right now, there is some time before I make a move on the other criminal organizations in the city. So until then, you'll be helping me practice. Neo seemed confused as Shen turned to look at her. Walking over, he grabbed Gibalg, which he had embedded in the ground. And on a better note, he had actually found a good use for squirmy fingers. He had really underestimated how much hand movement using Gibalg required, and it was made worse by its weight offset. But thanks to this quirk, even with the slight amount of practice he had, he could use it as a spear quite effectively through replicating things he had seen before. Spinning Gibalg through the air, he looked towards Neo with a smile. He was planning on training his control over Gibalg while also defeating Neo and using her as a way to obtain XP. After all, Zaf alone already gave him an insane amount of XP even if Neo gives 1/3 of what he gave since he's defeating her and not killing her. It was worth it. Pointing Gibalg at Neo, Shen smirked. So, are you ready? Neo showed a pretty deadpanned expression as she looked at Shen. Oh, come on, don't you want to know my capabilities? To see if you're capable of killing me? This is your chance. Neo hesitated as she looked at Shen. After a moment of inner debate, she took a few steps back and opened her umbrella. Standing there, she took a stance that showed she was ready to fight. Good girl. Twisting Gibalg through the air, Shen took his position. The next moment he attacked. Spinning Gibalg in his hand, he struck down on her. Neo quickly closed her umbrella and dodged to the side. Seeing that, Shen pulled back and began releasing thrust in a circular motion towards her. Dodging a few at first, Neo began utilizing her umbrella to counter and deflect most of Shen's attacks. All right, let's see how you deal with this. Jumping up mid-attack, Shen swung Gibalg in an arc towards Neo. Leaning back, Neo attempted to flip out of range. However, in the instant she did, Shen nimbly twisted Gibalg, causing it to extend it in his grip. Her eyes widened as she hit clean on her side. The weight of Gibalg with Shen's strength behind it immediately caused Neo's body to move. She flew to the side towards the wall to Shen's right. Clenching her teeth, she maneuvered her body in midair, landing vertically on the wall. Jumping, she leaped straight back towards Shen, taking the offensive. Seeing this, Shen attached a life fiber to the end of Gibalg and threw it towards her. Gibalg cut through the air as it flew towards Neo. The next moment it completely pierced through her as her figure disappeared like a shattered mirror. Pulling back, Gibalg Shen immediately turned around and blocked. Neo's leg collided with Gibalg's shaft, pushing Shen back. Her semblance really is amazing. What I would do with an ability like that. Shen was given a moment to think about it as Neo continued her attack. Her fighting style was completely based on her small size and momentum. She would hardly ever initiate a real attack and simply did it to goad her opponent into attacking with full force. Once they did, she would find an opening or possibly use her semblance to make one and fully counter them. However, that was assuming she had a chance to in the first place. As the pacing of their fight slowly increased, Neo's dodges began cutting themselves close. Shen was barely utilizing his life fibers in the fight, which proved that relying purely on Gibalg and his new stats allowed him to force her into a corner. Using her semblance as Gibalg seemingly pierced through her, she vanished. Shen's eyes scoured the room before his eyes glanced up. Neo landed directly onto Gibalg, balancing on it as she flipped back, kicking Shen in the chin. She expected Shen to be stunned from the impact or at least the pain for a moment as she retreated. However, Shen did the exact opposite. Seemingly ignoring the attack, he reached out with one hand and grabbed Neo by her leg. Gotcha! Neo's eyes widened as Shen turned around and threw her towards a nearby wall. Neo spun through the air for a few meters before opening her umbrella to slow herself down. But as soon as she did, Shen took advantage and rushed her, raising his leg and kicking her in the chest directly. Her grip on her umbrella loosened as she slammed into the wall. Shen had not held back in the slightest. Her body nearly embedded itself. Moving his hand, life fibers shot towards her, pinning her against the wall and restricting her movements. By the time she finally came back from her shock, she saw the tip of Gi Bulg pointed directly at her. "And I think that ends our little spar, don't you?" Neo's eyes looked as if they were unfocused as she stared at Shen. Clearly, she wasn't expecting to lose their fight even if they weren't trying to kill one another. After staring at Shen for a bit, Neo lowered her head, showing she gave up. Shen immediately felt he had gained XP, which came as a pleasant discovery. So defeat is based on if the system believes the opponent has lost, not just on a knockout. I wonder if that counts if I break someone's spirit. If so? A malicious idea appeared in Shen's head before putting it to the side. Releasing Neo, she was still a bit woozy and almost fell, but Shen caught her with his arm. As Neo fully recovered, she pushed Shen out of the way and grabbed her umbrella, which had fallen to the floor. "We'll be making a move in around 3 days, so we'll have plenty of time. I hope you'll perform a bit better tomorrow." Neo glared at Shen before leaving the room. He still had a smile on his face as he made his way towards the couch and laid down. Time for that nap. Outside the room, as Neo was walking away, she still felt sore all over. Thinking back to her fight with Shen, she immediately felt angry. She knew Torchwick left her with Shen so she could spy on him while he wasn't around. But at the same time, she thought she might have had a chance to kill him if it became necessary. But now, she didn't feel confident about that at all. And as Shen had stated when she left, their sparring did continue. Sometimes they only fought once a day while others they fought twice. On the second day, Neo fought harder than before. She utilized both her semblance and her fighting style more than she did before. However, although the fight lasted longer, the result did not change. This continued on to the next day as well and the day after it, until finally the time Shen had set previously arrived. "You seem more aggressive today. Is it because you know this is your last chance to beat me?" Shen was taunting Nia as he avoided her strikes and mainly acted defensively while holding Gi Bulg. Neo's tempo sped up after Shen said that, proving he was right. As he moved his head, dodging a thrust using her umbrella, he saw Neo lower her stance. Avoiding Gi Bulg's area of the effect, she tried to sweep Shen's legs. However, raising his leg, Shen stepped on her foot, pressing it to the ground, stopping her movements entirely. Swiping Gi Bulg, he hit her using blunt force, knocking her to the ground. "And I win again." At this point, Neo didn't show any looks of shock or surprise and simply clenched her fist. Shen cracked his neck as Neo got up, and he heard an alert from his system. "Oh well, that's a pleasant surprise. Level up." "All right, Neo, time to go." Shen left first as Neo dusted herself off and followed him with a solemn expression on her face. As they made their way outside, L1 and L2 were already waiting for Shen. "They are ready for your orders." Referring to the members of the White Fang, Shen saw there were all kinds of vehicles, mostly military, lined up outside. Obviously, the Purple Lotus supplied them, meaning Toffer did a fairly good job managing things. "Good. Before we deal with the Black Sheep or the Hana Guild, we need to strip them of any potential support. So our first target will be the Madfalls." From what he knew, they dealt in dust and were the main suppliers in the city. No matter what, dust was one of if not the most valuable thing when in the Remnant. Taking control of them would mean Shen would control most of the dust transportation within the city. L1 and L2 nodded as they began relaying orders through their scrolls. "All right then, let's get a move on then." Neo stared at Shen for a moment before following behind him, in which L1 and L2 did the same. Getting into the lead vehicle, everyone began to move. Dozens of military jeeps with mounted guns on their roofs and transport vehicles began to drive out of the Purple Lotus's territory. As they drove through the city, this level of force being mobilized caught a lot of attention. "Is that the Purple Lotus?" "I think so. Their insignia is on the vehicles." "No, wait, those are White Fang members." "You're right, so the Purple Lotus really did get taken over." In a single night. News had spread fast, and while some didn't believe it, others did. Either way, this was confirmation that the Purple Lotus was now working with or for the White Fang. Kuchainashi City wasn't too large or too small. It only took around half an hour before Shen heard L1 say something. "The Madfalls base is down this road, but it's blocked." Shen's face didn't change expression as he said something. Mow them down then. Unlike the Purple Lotus, the Madfalls had a proper manor which they owned in the upper regions of the city. With a large wall surrounding it, the only way to get in was through the main gate. They handled all their business in the building itself, while the dust was dealt with the underground. Open fire, L1 sent an order through his scroll to the other vehicles behind them. At the front gate, 2 guards spotted the oncoming vehicles. What the hell, aren't they coming in a little fast? One of them took a step forward, but immediately his eyes widened. The White Fang, who were on the mounted guns, opened fire. A hail of bullets ripped apart the 2 guards and the gate. Inside the manor, multiple people heard the gunshots. It didn't take long for them to start raising alarms as more members of the Madfalls made their way outside, guns ready. Shen opened the roof of the car as he looked towards L1 and L2. Take care of the ones outside. Well, go after their boss. Neo stood up, following Shen's lead. Right now, the White Fang had gotten out of their vehicles and parked them in a way that let them use them as cover. As soon as the first shot was fired, it became an all-out war zone with both sides firing at one another. What the hell is the Purple Lotus thinking attacking us? Did the White Fang really take control of them that fast? Leaping onto the car, both Shen and Neo completely ignored the battle occurring. Running ahead, they charged straight towards the manor's front door. When they were spotted, some of the guards tried to shoot them. Opening her umbrella, however, not a single shot managed to hit Neo as she jumped and landed on one of the guards, knocking him to the ground. On the other hand, Shen spun Gibalg in a way that blocked each shot before throwing it at the guard. The attack pierced straight through the guard's heart as he died on the spot. Pulling on the handle of her umbrella, it revealed a thin blade. Why, before he could speak, Neo pierced his throat. After dealing with that, Neo looked around before staring at Shen. If I had to guess, he's on the top floor. L1 and L2 should be able to handle the guards outside, holding back our main force. All we have to do now is reach their boss, and they'll be done for. Neo nodded as she began searching for the stairs. Though it'll be a shame if we rush to the final boss. Perhaps that'll be a good chance to test out my theory. Chapter 16. Having armored military vehicles with mounted weapons made a difference. Although the Madfalls had a home field advantage, they were outgunned and outnumbered. L2 gave precise orders as he spoke through a scroll to the White Fang. Ignore dealing with the center of the manor, don't try and push through. Focus on the right and left wing and break through their ranks. With the 2 of them handling things outside, the White Fang was slowly making progress. While inside the manor, Shen was creating a vicious cyclone of red. His practice with Neo paired with the quirk he had originally thought was useless was showing. His movements almost seemed unreal as he was able to attack and defend at the same time. Piercing through the heads of 2 guards at once, Shen pulled it back as he spun it around his waist. Die, charging towards Shen from behind the dust blade that gave off a cold chill. Catching Gibalg that had spun around his waist, Shen didn't bother turning his head as he used the back end to pierce behind him. The guard was run through without the chance to even get close as Shen pulled Gibalg from his stomach and spun it to get rid of the blood. Turning around, he saw Nia finishing off her last enemy as well. He didn't have a chance to fight back as she disarmed him with a single kick and then hooked his clothes with her umbrella. Before he knew what was happening, he lifted off his feet and threw out of a nearby window. There was a slight smile on her face as she saw him fall. They were on the 2nd floor of the manor, making their way to the 3rd, so there was no way he would survive without aura. Seems like Neo is quite the sadist. Pulling out his scroll, he contacted L1 and L2 outside of the manor. Sir? They immediately answered as he gave them orders. These guys aren't worth anything, so don't bother sparing anyone. The only ones that need to be left alive are those who seem to be in charge. Hearing Shen, they responded. Understood. Closing the scroll, Shen held Gibalg over his shoulders as he continued to make his way down the hall, with Neo following behind him. As the 2 made their way towards the stairs leading to the 3rd and final floor, there were over 20 guards at the ready. This hallway is the only way they can get to the boss. Just hold here and fire when you spot them. One of them, who was clearly in charge, gave out orders before turning around and entering the room they were guarding. Inside, a man was sitting at his desk with his hands pressed together and his head down. "Boss, at this rate, the men are going to get slaughtered. They are already pushing towards the east and west wing of the manor, and apparently, 2 are inside heading this way." The leader of the Madfalls didn't respond as hands tightened around one another. "Boss, maybe we should just, sir." Before he could finish speaking, he heard a heavy slam. "No, do you have any idea how long it took me to reach this point? Our very foundation is built on the dust in the basement under us. If we lose, that we're done for." He was breathing heavily as he fell back in his seat. "All we have to do is hold out for a bit longer. I've already called for assistance from a few of our allies. We've done good business with them in the past, so they should help us. If we can just last a bit longer, then we can deal with the White Fang and the Purple Lotus." Outside of the room's doors, the 20 guards with their guns ready suddenly heard footsteps, but they were frantic and rapid. Running into the hallway, 2 of their own were stumbling over their own feet. They looked as if they were scared beyond belief. "They're coming! They're right around the corner." As the 2 ran behind the group as the guards who were already there prepared to open fire. They were so focused, in fact, they didn't notice the 2 terrified guards slowly had their appearances change and unfold. "Your semblance really is too useful." Shen smiled as all of the guards they were behind heard their voices. But by then, it was too late. Inside the room, both the boss and the person who was in charge of security suddenly heard screams and brief gunshots before silence. "What was that?" The boss of the Madfalls looked at the double doors as they slowly opened. Both of them saw all 20 of the guards they had outside dead lying on the ground, staining everything with blood. "Finally got here. You sure do hide behind a lot of security." Shen spoke casually as the man in charge of security grit his teeth. "Damn you!" Raising his fist, he charged at Shen. Neo's eyes glanced over him as a hint of annoyance appeared on her face. Stepping forward, she spun around and kicked the man in the face with the back of her heel. His nose was completely broken as he fell to the ground. Shen continued to look at the Madfall's boss as he took a step forward, placing his foot onto the man's chest. His chest immediately began to give as his ribs cracked, and he clawed at Shen's leg. "Stop it!" The boss of the Madfalls tried to say something, but it was too late. A crack echoed through the room as he stopped moving, and his body went limp. "Damn you! Why are you attacking us? We had a fairly good relationship with the Purple Lotus. Toffer should have told you we would gladly work with the White Fang." He yelled at both of them as Neo's gaze turned dark. She reached to take the blade out of her umbrella, but was stopped when Shen put his hand in front of her. "Why would I bother bargaining with you when I can just take what I want?" Hearing that, the boss of the Madfalls couldn't truly argue. "Listen, I'll surrender, all right, we can end casualties on both sides, and we can work together." Shen gave a playful smile as he walked up to the boss of the Madfalls. In response, the boss immediately jumped from his chair and took steps back before hitting the wall. "Oh, but I'm not interested in your business. And besides, your offer doesn't hold merit. You're much more useful to me dead." Hearing that, suddenly, a look of fear appeared on the boss's face. "But first, I want to experiment a bit." Shen's words sounded icy as he turned to look at Neo. "I need to borrow your illusions for a moment." Neo looked confused as she walked up to Shen. He began whispering something to her as her eyes widened a bit and looked at Shen. He nodded, causing her to look back at the boss of the Madfalls. "What are you?" He couldn't say a word as Shen suddenly grabbed him by the throat and lifted him slightly. A purple aura began coating Shen's hand as he spoke. "Don't worry, this should only take a minute. Neo, if you would." Surprisingly enough, Neo had a smile on her face, the same one she had when she threw that guard out the window. Using her semblance, her appearance began to change. The boss of the Madfalls had fear welling up in his eyes as he let out a choked scream. Only 5 minutes after that, both L1 and L2 received a message from Shen. "Their boss has been taken care of. Begin wrapping things up." At this point, the White Fang had already invaded deep into the manor. Even as the remaining few tried to surrender, they were mowed down by the White Fang due to Shen's orders. In the end, there were slight casualties on the White Fang's side, but nothing too notable. After another 10 minutes, the fighting was officially over. Heading upstairs to the 3rd floor, both L1 and L2 walked into the room down the main hall. Shen sat in the chair behind the desk while Neo was in the corner. Right next to Shen was a body, However, it was hard to tell who it was. Clearly, it had been subjugated to torture, although what kind was undefinable. And even more surprisingly, the person was still alive but seemed unable to move. Seems like breaking a person's spirit does count as defeat in the eyes of the system. Good to know. Once L1 and L2 arrived in front of the desk, Shen stood up from the chair. I want all the dust they have carried out and loaded into the trucks. Bring it back to the Purple Lotus and distribute it as 75%, 25%. The latter will be moved into the cargo trucks we have stationed outside the city. They didn't question why, but immediately began to act on Shen's orders, transferring them down the chain of command. Throughout the manor, members of the White Fang were talking amongst one another. Is it just me, or was this really easy? I don't remember the last time a raid went so well. Another one nodded in agreement. You're right apparently. High Officer Shen and that weird girl took care of most of the guards in the manor alone. Really, that's incredible. Hey, you two, did you see all that dust in the basement? Apparently we're taking all of it, so get moving. Under the manor, cases upon cases of dust were stacked on top of one another or loaded in crates. Whoa, I can't believe we got this much in a single day. High Officer Shen is really amazing. At this rate, we may actually take over Kuchinashi. Definitely no wonder the branch leader sent him here and trusted him so much. Slowly but surely, Shen's impression amongst the White Fang was improving immensely. In the end, results spoke louder than words, and Shen planned on utilizing that. When everything was fully loaded into the trucks, Shen told them to burn down the manor before leaving. Once more, news began to spread about the White Fang in Kuchinashi City. In the time frame of less than a week, they had taken down 2 fairly large criminal organizations. One had completely submitted, and the other was raided and burned to the ground. At this point, no one could ignore the fact the White Fang had just taken a fairly large monopoly of dust and military vehicles in the city. Sitting down on the couch in that meeting room within the Purple Lotus's HQ, Shen relaxed. This should be a good enough start. All I have to do now is wait for her response. On the table in front of him was Shen's scroll. It has just sent a message to White Fang branch leader in Mistral, Sienna. Meanwhile, in the city itself, Torchwick was talking to someone within the hedges. He was keeping his part of the bargain up, searching for information when it came to Cinder. Oh, Neo, you're back. News has already spread about what he did to the Madfalls. Ending his conversation with the vendor, Neo handed him a piece of paper. This is all you were able to gather? Usually you're a little more proficient, but I suppose he was probably careful around you. The paper contained a list of things Neo had learned about Shen and potential weaknesses. However, the list is fairly short, and one thing in particular caught Torchwick's eyes. Actually, it wasn't one thing in particular, but in total. He knew Neo's personality and also was used to how concise she was. However, there was a hint of something within Neo's writing. Respect. He had never met someone Neo respected, not even a little aside from himself, so he was surprised when he found hints of it in her writing. Maybe lending Neo to him wasn't a good idea after all. Chapter 17. Lying inside of an X-ray machine was Sienna. The X-ray machine began to power down as she exited it. Walking into a separate room, she was met by a faunis doctor. From what I can tell, you're perfectly fine, ma'am. There's no issue with your heart, and the X-rays don't show anything at all. The doctor said this with a smile. However, Sienna's expression was dark. Leaving the medical area, she began making her way back to her office. Just what the hell did he do to me? I've tried everything, but I can't even get a trace of it. Ever since Shen left, she had been trying to remove the life fiber wrapped around her heart. After all, as long as it was there, she wouldn't be able to break free from Shen's control, but nothing she did worked. My only real hope would be that he dies and this whole thing ends. As she walked down the hall, Sienna looked up and spotted someone. Blake, I have been getting reports that have been arriving more frequently than normal. Blake, who spotted Sienna as well, greeted her respectfully. Hello, ma'am. Although Adam personally hated Sienna, she didn't. Blake, you've been coming to this base more than you used to. Is there something you need? Sienna returned to her normal scheming self as Blake diverted her gaze. I've been looking for someone, but they don't seem to be around. Sienna's curiosity was piqued as she suddenly smiled. Shen? Blake's eyes widened a bit as she slowly nodded. Yes, he said he would be around to help me with something, but I haven't been able to find him. Sienna watched Blake carefully before speaking. He's off on a mission currently. I haven't gotten word back from him, so I'm not sure when he will return. Blake seemed disappointed as she nodded. I see. Well, thank you for telling me. I'll be going now. Blake gave a polite bow before walking away, and Sienna's eyes tracked her the entire time. Interesting. Sienna made her way back to her office, where she saw a White Fang officer standing there eagerly. What is it? The White Fang officer felt relief when he saw Sienna and spoke. Ma'am, we have recently received a large shipment along with a private message for you. Sienna's gaze narrowed. What do you mean a large shipment? From who? The White Fang officer shook his head. We're not sure, but 2 of our own cargo trucks and over 10 other Mistral military transport vehicles were filled to the brim with cases of dust. After saying that, the White Fang officer pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Sienna. Sienna walked into her office and opened it, only for her eyes to widen. She immediately went to her desk and opened up her scroll where a message was waiting for her. Of course, it just had to be him. Hey Sienna, I hope the gifts I sent back meet your expectations. I'm sure you've been trying to free yourself from what I put around your heart. And from what I can tell, you haven't succeeded, such a shame. Reading the message, Sienna slammed her desk. I swear the moment I get a chance, I'll kill him. In any case, I'll allow you to take credit for obtaining what I sent you. Everything from the dust to the military vehicles themselves are yours. That should be enough to get the High Leader's attention and praise. However, I will require something in return. I need another 200 members of the White Fang to be sent to Kuchainashi City. Alongside that, I'll need a few gunships as well. I'm sure you won't let me down. Reading the last of the message, Sienna sat down in her chair while holding her head. By all means, Shen didn't need to send anything to her. The fact he held her life in his hands was more than enough. This was simply to show her what he was capable of accomplishing and the rewards that would come to her if she played along. I don't have a choice either way, might as well take any benefits I can. Chuckling to herself delusionally, she began inputting orders into her scroll. Back in Kuchainashi City, Shen was lying on the couch, seemingly sleeping. However, his scroll rang with a notification which caused him to open his eyes slowly. Reaching over, he grabbed the scroll and read the message he had received. Slowly, a smile appeared on his face because of it. Perfect. Now that that's dealt, I can move on. Shen suddenly heard a knock on the door as he raised his head. Come in. Walking into the room was none other than Torchwick, with Neo following behind him. Leaning back, Shen spoke, And to what do I owe the visit? Torchwick leaned on his cane as he responded. I've made progress when it comes to the information you wanted. Cinder Falls is who you're trying to find, right? Shen's eyes lit up as he nodded. Indeed, but I wasn't expecting you to find her so fast. Currently, the plot of RWBY hadn't even started yet. It would be around a month and a half before the main cast meets up at Beacon. And of course, Shen planned to do a lot before that happened. Of course, it's what I do. She's been quite active in gathering information about large dust deposits, trade routes, and shops across Vale. Alongside that, it seems she's looking for a large amount of help to assist her. Shen seemed to be deep in thought as Torchwick said something. So why exactly are you looking into her? Shen's gaze landed on Torchwick as he replied. You don't need to worry about that. Just keep your eye on her movements and report back when anything happens. Shen was a little snappy when he said that, causing Torchwick to sigh. All right, you're the boss. Let's go, Neo. Turning around, Torchwick was leaving when Shen said something else. Neo, actually, I'm going to need to talk with you about something. Neo looked at Torchwick, who nodded, sending her over to Shen. As Torchwick left, Shen asked Neo a question. Neo, you were born mute, right, or did it happen after? She seemed taken back by the question as she stared at him. In any case, the reason doesn't matter, but I thought I would offer it to you. I found a method that may allow you to talk, although it would be limited to me, although I'm not sure if the talk is the right word. Neo's eyes seemed to widen a bit. Shen's words seemed to strike a kind of chord with her. When he noticed her reaction, Shen continued. In any case, if you are interested, let me know. You don't have too long to consider it. Shen waved off the decision as if it didn't mean anything and sent Neo on her way. However, even as she left the room, it was obvious she was thinking deeply. As if scenes and images were playing out in her head, she walked slightly absent-mindedly. A slight smirk appeared on Shen's face as he thought to himself. Out of the people I want working under me so far, I've made progress with Blake, Neo, and Sienna. I'm sure I can get those 3 to come around easily enough. Although the list was extensive, you'd be surprised that Shen didn't actually care for a majority of the RWBY cast. Though he definitely wouldn't hesitate to bring them to his side, Yang being as hot-headed as she wasn't on his list of priorities. The same went with RWBY. Considering her personality, the only thing that interested Shen was her silver eyes and their ability. On the other hand, Blake was already within the White Fang, and her potential was extremely high. And the same goes for Weiss and her sister, if I could have the entirety of Schnee family under my control. The idea was tantalizing, to say the least. Well, I have plenty of time, best not to make any promises with myself until I handle the matter at hand. Elsewhere within the city, 2 small groups were sitting in front of each other around a table. This was the Skillful, a tavern within Kuchinashi, and was extremely important. All major decisions regarding the city were made here, and alongside that, this was also where huntsmen and huntresses without allegiance stayed. So why did you call me here? You know I don't bother to deal with your group in person. A tall man wearing a red leather coat was speaking with a very deep voice. He had a mask covering his entire face, however, he still gave off a dangerous feeling. This was Vermilion Radek, the man in charge of the Hana Guild, one of the 2 criminal organizations with the most power in the city. Narcotics and weapons got them to the point they were at today, and they were extremely good at what they did. The weapons they sold and transported came from Atlas instead of Mistral and were highly sought after due to their nature. Alongside, a large number of drugs dealt in Mistral went through them at some point. The person Vermilion Radek was speaking to was the leader of another group. They were mostly middlemen and took profit from the trades they managed. While important to some, they were definitely not worth the Hana Guild's time in meeting in person. I understand that, but we're in deep trouble here. Their territory was extremely close to the Purple Lotus, which have openly stated they surrendered to the White Fang. The same went for the Madfalls as well. While their manor was burned to the ground and their goods were stolen, the Purple Lotus took over their territory as well. That included all of the small groups that originally worked for them. The Purple Lotus was already big before, but with the White Fang behind them, they're becoming an issue. Their takeover when it came to the Madfalls made them larger than most groups within the city. They clearly don't care about acting out in the open, and they have the firepower to do so. Radek spoke in complete disinterest. So you worried they'll come after you next? He saw the man before him and nod. Yes, and that would hard the both of us. While they might have superior numbers, the Hana Guild has the most huntsmen employed out of any other crime syndicate in the city. If you order it, you can have them crushed or at least forced back. Radek didn't answer the man for a moment as he suddenly stood up. I can't believe you called me here to listen to this. If you have an issue with them, then you can deal with it yourself. As you said, they don't pose a threat to us, so why should we care? Your group is more than replaceable. Hearing Vermilion Radek say that made the man's face turned fearful. Wait, please, we're willing to pay, we just need your assistance. Radek continued to walk away with his group, not paying any mind to the man's pleads. In the end, he was left at that table with the realization that the mountain that would come down on him couldn't be stopped. Although Shen himself hadn't made any moves, that didn't mean he had halted the White Fang. While he remained, inactive multiple groups were displaying their willingness to surrender before any major battles took place. Shen would always meet their leaders personally and negotiate with them. Afterward, they would be merged into the Purple Lotus. This happened multiple times to fairly large groups as well, and as it did, his control over the city expanded. After he completely crushed the Purple Lotus and the Madfalls, barely anyone resisted. And when they did, Shen made sure to use them as an example to the rest. Eventually, Shen could be seen standing outside. You made sure that the police and Huntsman Academy won't get involved. Was the Mistral military getting involved after all? Toffer was standing behind Shen and replied. After you talked with the police chief, he became very compliant. We paid off everyone else who would have been an issue. We also sent a message to the Huntsman Academy telling them we wouldn't bother them as long as they stayed out of our business. And of course, no one in the city wanted the military to get involved, so the chances of them being called were close to zero. Perfect. Shen watched as multiple gunships and dropships marked with the White Fang's insignia began to fly overhead. It's already been more than half a month since I arrived in this city. I think it's about time I did what I came here to do. Tomorrow, we'll attack the Hana Guild in full force. Chapter 18. This time around, Shen didn't rely on a sudden attack. He let the news spread of his raid on the Hana Guild spread. It instantly caused a reaction within the city. The Hana Guild was no joke. They easily had the most huntsmen out of any group. Alongside that, their leader was absolutely terrifying. Yet Shen still let the news slip. Why? Because he wanted everyone to see him bring the Hana Guild to the ground. Thanks to the orders he sent to Sienna, they now numbered over 300 plus strong. That, paired with the fact they had military vehicles and gunships on their side, gave them an overall numerical advantage. Of course, Shen didn't plan on purely relying on that. Just gotta hope it doesn't drain me too much, I guess. Shen grinned to himself. Before him, over 300 members of the White Fang were getting their weapons ready and boarding military vehicles. At the same time, the gunships were being loaded up and piloted, ready for takeoff. Turning around, he spotted Neo walked over to him but not Torchwick. Shame Torchwick won't be seeing us off. In any case, are you ready? Neo nodded as Shen began making his way towards one of the gunships. Good, then let's go. The two of them made their way towards a gunship and got inside. Opening his scroll, Shen directly spoke to everyone under his command. The Hana Guild operated in their base located in the upper regions of the city, even higher than the Madfalls. Like everything else, it was styled in a traditional Japanese fashion, but their territory easily covered 2 square miles. The only other group that could outdo them in those terms were the Black Sheep, who were nobles. All of you will delay your arrival to the Hana Guild's base by 5 minutes. I'll be going in first ahead of everyone else. Normally, something like that would sound like suicide. Dropping straight into enemy territory alone was just asking to die. However, many of them had seen Shen at work. He was strong, and almost everyone in the White Fang he brought with him has witnessed it, so there was no one who questioned his orders. Every squad and team sent messages saying they were ready to go. Let's begin the assault then. All of the airships took off first, with the vehicles starting up and following behind them. As Shen stated, they were to wait 5 minutes after his arrival to their base before attacking. Meanwhile, at the Hana Guild's base, Vermilion Radek was sitting on a mat in a room used for meetings. Currently, he was the only one there, and the only light came from outside. The idiots are actually attacking us directly. Unbelievable. It seems the faunis really are as dumb as the animals they're based on. A deep laugh escaped his mouth as someone slid open the door leading to the room. Sir, they'll arrive any minute now. Our men are already stationed in their positions, and we have over 30 huntsmen ready and waiting at the gate. The messenger then said something else. Are you sure we shouldn't call back everyone else spread across the city? We currently only have 100 men at the most here guarding the base, and the other half of our huntsmen are out as well. Vermilion Radek sucked his teeth. You overestimate them. They're just a bunch of stray dogs. 30 huntsmen can easily handle their numbers alone. Seeing he wasn't worried, the messenger nodded. Yes, sir, I'll update you as events occur. Outside of the main building of the Hana Guild, multiple figures could be seen waiting on the other side of the large wooden gate. They were all huntsmen and huntresses employed by the Hana Guild. There's supposed to be around 300 of them, right? Nah, I heard it more around 400. Either way, it has been a while since I've been in a large-scale battle. I hear their leader pretty strong as well. Apparently, he managed to kill Zaf. He was probably just too overconfident. All of them talked amongst one another as they suddenly heard the roar of an engine. Looking at the sky, a single ship was flying overhead. Why is only a single ship here? The ship began to slow down as it turned in midair, opening its side doors. 2 figures were standing in the ship's carrier section. 1, 2, 3, looks like there's 30 of them. That should be manageable. Neo, who was standing beside Shen, looked at him as if he was crazy. Those were professional huntsmen, and there were 30 of them. Even if Shen was stronger than them, he would be overwhelmed. Seeing the look on her face, Shen laughed. If you're that worried, Then you can wait up here and watch." Brandishing Gibalg at his side, he smiled. With that, Shen jumped out of the ship. He was over 100 feet in the air but didn't hesitate one bit. All of them watched as Shen fell to the ground, twisting his body at the last second and thrusting Gibalg towards the ground. The stone path Shen landed on shattered as a massive cloud of dust erupted into the air. As the smoke cleared, Shen was perfectly fine standing in front of all 30 of the huntsmen and huntresses gathered. "A pleasure to meet you. My name is Shen. I'm in charge of the invasion occurring today." Hearing Shen speak to them, one of the huntresses laughed. "I see you pretty funny, but I'm surprised you came here alone. I thought you were supposed to be bringing an army with you. You don't think you can take all of us alone, do you?" Shen looked at them and tilted his head. "I wonder about that." Softly landing behind Shen a moment later was Neo, who looked at him like he was crazy. "You still came down here in the end, so relax." Shen's claim made the huntsmen and huntresses he was facing give him looks. Some were slightly pissed he was underestimating them so much, while others seemingly thought he was crazy. "Looks like we overestimated you." That same huntress shook her head as she reached for the weapon on her back. As she did, Shen responded to her claim. "Oh, don't worry, the army I brought with me is still coming. I just told them to hold back for a bit. In all honesty, I haven't used this before and my aim might be a little off. Best to miniaturize casualties." Listening to Shen, she stared at him before she began retreating. Soon her decision proved to be right as the 30 huntsmen and huntresses suddenly saw the tip of Gibalg begin to shine. It was like a crimson star as Shen bent down and rushed forward. After a moment, he jumped as high as he could into the air, holding Gibalg as if he was going to throw it. Everyone witnessed a twisting crimson aura expand from the tip to the rest of the spear. The entire frontal area of the Hana Guild's base was coated in the red light as it seemed even the sky above changed colors. What is that?" They had never seen anything like it before, but the feeling it gave off was terrifying. Neo, who was watching from behind Shen, stared at him as her eyes reflected the red light. Shen's voice strained as he spoke. "Soaring spear that strikes with death." Another wave of red light pulsed out as Shen fully pulled back his arm. "Gibalg." Throwing Gibalg towards his target, a shockwave echoed over the entire area like a sonic boom. It was deafening as the spear flew through the air. Looking up at it, the huntsmen and huntresses were frozen. As Gibalg flew, it seemed to multiply. 1 became 5, 5 became 100, and 100 began thousands. Their vision was encased in a blinding red light, and before they could react, it was too late. It was unavoidable for them as the spears pierced through their bodies and the ground around them. On impact, each one created a large explosion which was then multiplied by the others. It was like a chain reaction, and the result was an explosion that felt like an earthquake. "Level up. Level up. Level up." A massive pillar-like explosion of energy engulfed and destroying not only Shen's enemies, but the frontal portion of the Hana Guild's base. The men stationed in the base looked at the explosion with widened eyes as it faded. Even outside, people from the White Fang could see the explosion from there. As it finally began to fade, Shen began to fall from the sky. His body looked like it had no control over itself, and that was because it didn't. Gibalg had 3 different abilities he saw listed. Each one took an immense amount of power to use and mastery to control. Shen might have had the bare minimum for the first requirement, but it took its toll on his body with barely any mastery. Seeing he was falling, Neo ran over and caught him before he hit the ground. "And here I thought that was going to hurt." Neo looked down at Shen, looking as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she couldn't speak, so only her eyes contained what she wanted to say. Now that the main threats dealt with, Shen a single order as things were carried out exactly as he had ordered. The Hana Guild's main gate was blown down forcefully as multiple vehicles and members of the White Fang charged forward. Gunships immediately flew overhead and began raining down fire as the men guarding the Hana Guild realized what was happening. "Fight back! Don't let them get in." Immediately 3 armored vehicles with turrets mounted onto them drove in front of Shen and Neo, blocking all enemy fire. The back door of one of the vehicles opened as L1 and L2 came out. "Master, are you all right?" Neo was kneeling down, holding Shen as he sighed. "I'm fine. sitting up rubbing his shoulder. Definitely would be in more pain if I had hit the ground. Shen glanced at Neo, who diverted her gaze. Seeing that, he smirked to himself before standing up. In any case, all of the huntsmen and huntresses are dead, and we have the advantage in numbers. Crush them completely and utterly. Shen's words were ruthless, but it was just the way they were used to getting things done. Meanwhile, the same messenger from before burst into the room Vermilion Radek was in. What the hell just happened? What was that explosion? He yelled as the messenger ran towards him, holding a scroll. Sir, all of them are dead and we're heavily outnumbered. Vermilion Radek spoke in a deep voice. Who's dead? The huntsmen and huntresses, all of the ones you had stationed at the front gate. Although he was wearing a mask Vermilion, Radek clearly was in shock. He couldn't believe it, but then the messenger pulled up a video recording on his scroll. Playing on it was a first-row view of what had happened outside. Gibalg. Watching the video, Vermilion Radek went silent. The messenger could understand, considering what he had just watched. He had never seen that level of destructive power ever before dealt with by a single person. It seemed too unreal to believe. It couldn't be, but there's no other explanation. Vermilion Radek felt his heartbeat speed up as he spoke. Call everyone back, every huntsman, huntress, and member. Do it now. The messenger nodded frantically as he quickly ran out of the room. After having him do so, Vermilion Radek stood up and turned around. Behind where he was sitting seemed to be a normal wooden wall. However, pushing it caused a mechanical reaction. The wall slid aside, revealing a fairly large box. Taking the box out, he opened the lid, and inside was a strange-looking orb. Master, I have something to report. The orb covered the strange red orb covered in white plates resembling that of Grimm lit up as if reacting to his words. It began floating as tentacles fell from its lower half. As it floated in front of him, Vermilion Radek kneeled. It only took a moment for the calm voice of a woman to echo into the room. Why have you called me? Unless an emergency occurs, I told you never to contact me. Vermilion Radek kept his head down as he answered. But one has occurred, Master. We are under attack by the White Fang. The woman's voice came from the orb once more. You should be able to handle such a crisis without me. After your previous failure, you should feel lucky I let you live. Now then, if you have nothing else to say. Vermilion Radek raised his head as he spoke with the utmost confidence. I believe one of our attackers is using magic. Chapter 19. This, Vermilion Radek showed the video, including Shen in it before the strange orb. Hearing her reaction, Vermilion Radek was positive that Shen was indeed using magic. Although it was difficult to determine magic from semblances and dust, there were a few key differences one could notice. First, magic was a lot more powerful than either of the two when used by a single person. Second, being that compared to semblances, they had a much wider range of use. Soon the woman's voice came from the orb once more. Do whatever you must. Capture him, however. If that proves impossible, then kill him. Vermilion Radek bowed his head. As you wish. Soon the floating orb lost its light as it floated back into the box, going silent. Outside of the Hana Guild's base, Shen stood up. That drained me way more than I expected it to. Holding out his hand, Gibalg, which was embedded in the ground, in the middle of a large crater, glowed with a red light. Flying up, it began bouncing through the air at impossible angles before returning, reaching Shen. The fighting was still raging on. From their defensive positions, the Hana Guild held the White Fang back and slowed their advance. At the same time, the Hana Guild had called for reinforcements which had them stuck in a pincer attack. I really have to do everything myself. Taking a deep breath, Shen looked back at Neo. Help deal with the attacks being launched from behind us. I'll deal with breaking through their defenses myself. Neo looked hesitant, considering how exhausted Shen was. He didn't look like he could handle a task like breaking through their line. Just do it. Neo looked at him before turning around and heading south. The reinforcements the Hana Guild called were right outside the broken gate. They could easily get the jump on them if they're not dealt with. Shen sighed to himself as he cracked his neck. I really didn't want to use this in front of the White Fang, at least not yet, but I'll have to deal with that later. Jumping over the armored vehicle in front of him, Shen was completely exposed. The gunners shooting from their stationary positions immediately spotted him. That's him. He's the one that took out the huntsman. Gun him down. Half of their fire immediately was redirected from the surrounding White Fang, pushing forward to Shen. Devil trigger. Everyone watched as the bullets flew towards Shen. However, just as they were going to impact his body, a black fog engulfed them and himself. 2 minutes. Running full speed ahead, Shen burst from the black fog like an arrow. Immediately the eyes of shooters widened. A grim, no, a demon? Even the White Fang members who were pushing forward noticed Shen's sudden change and felt terrified. His speed was inhuman as he easily reached the Hana Guild's base without taking a single shot. The members of the Hana Guild who were waiting for him inside had their weapons drawn. Having gotten into the inner regions of the base, Shen was quickly surrounded. Each of the people surrounding him had a sword in one hand with a gun in the other. "You damn monster, die!" One of them worked up the courage to attack first as he ran at Shen from behind. Shen, in his devil form, let out a deep growl as he whipped around. What happened next was truly horrific. With a single swing of Gi Balg, the man who charged at him didn't even get a chance to react. His entire upper torso disappeared as blood and internal organs splattered through the air. None of them were given a chance to feel shocked as Shen began his massacre. Shit, the guns aren't working. Deflecting everything they shot towards him with pinpoint accuracy, Shen ripped through their numbers. Working almost autonomously, his life fibers shot from his body, impaling and tearing apart anyone he wasn't focusing on. In less than 30 seconds, 20 bodies' worth of blood was splattered on the ground. Without hesitating, he continued to tear his way through the building. He took out every last person he saw, and as a result, the continuous gunfire that was being laid down on the White Fang outside slowly let up. Keep pushing. Ignoring the fact that what Shen looked like was disturbing, he had given them a chance. Immediately, they pushed forward with everything they had. Shen had gone deep within the Hana Guild's base, leaving trails of corpses in his wake. Deactivating his devil trigger, he kicked down 2 sliding doors revealing a hall. Sitting in waiting was Vermilion Radek as he looked up at Shen with his mask still on. "The Hana Guild has existed for years, yet someone like you is taking it down in a single day?" It was unbelievable, but the truth was right before him. "You can cut the chit-chat." Normally, Shen would gladly probe things out with a talk. However, he was running on empty at this point. Utilizing Gi Balg and then his devil trigger to break through the Hana Guild's defense took too much out of him. Even his life fibers would take too much energy, which meant relying on his physical attributes was his last option. "Fine by me. It would be impossible to take you alive anyway." Vermilion Radek reached over his back as Shen watched a massive metal ball covered in spikes slam into the wooden floor. Attached to it was a chain at least 30 feet long linked to a handle in his hand. "Show me what you've got." Swinging his arm back, the large spiked ball flew up into the air before Vermilion Radek swung it down towards Shen. Flipping a switch on the handle itself, the ball turned blue as Shen quickly dashed to the right. On impact with the ground, the ball released an icy explosion. Large pillars of ice covered the ground and froze everything within a 5 meters area. "Hiya!" Swinging the flail again, he swung it in an arc towards Shen. Wielding Gi Balg, Shen countered with brute strength as he pierced towards the flail. The two forces cancel one another out as the spiked ball was sent flying back, and Shen rushed directly towards Vermilion Radek. Jumping into the air, he slashed down towards him. Pulling on the chain of his flail, Vermilion Radek blocked using it. Sparks flew as Shen pushed down on him. "You're strong for someone so young, but why aren't you using that magic of yours?" Vermilion Radek pushed Shen off of him before pulling on his flail, bringing the metal ball back to his side. "Don't tell me you've run out of gas before you got here." There was a chuckle in his voice as he flipped the switch on the handle once more. The entire chain of the flail suddenly lit ablaze as Vermilion Radek began swinging it around. With each swing, it left a trail of fire in its wake. Ducking down, Shen dodged the first swing before jumping up to dodge the second. As Vermilion Radek continued to swing his flail, everything around them was destroyed. The flail ripped through the walls and floor and began setting things on fire as well. "You little rat, just stay still." Pulling his arm back, he swung the flail straight ahead towards Shen. "Here goes nothing." Shen braced himself as he dodged to the side, just slightly avoiding the spiked metal ball. Reaching out his hand, he grabbed the chain of the flail. Immediately, the flames began to burn away at his hand as Vermilion Radek laughed. "What the hell are you thinking? Are you interested in losing a hand?" Hearing him, Shen laughed, "Not really." Ignoring the flames, Shen yanked on the chain with all of his strength. Vermilion Radek felt his body being pulled forward as it was lifted off the ground. As he approached, Shen continued to hold the chain as he spun around and kicked the incoming Vermilion Radek in the chest. The impact from the hit caused the air to be knocked out of his body as his eyes bulged. He was sent flying back as his grip on the handle of his flail came to lose. Vermilion Radek crashed into one of the walls of the room as embers began to fill the room due to the fire. Letting go of the chain, Shen let the flail fall to the ground as he ignored his charred hand. Breaking free of the wall, Vermilion Radek coughed as he looked up at Shen. "Fine, you want to do it like this, then let's go?" He ripped the mask off his head, revealing his true face. His hair was flaming red, and his face was covered in scars. His eyes burned as he ran towards Shen full speed. Spinning Gi Balg, Shen charged forward as well. Slashing vertically at his head, Vermilion Radek leaned back, dodging the attack by a hair. Reaching up, he grabbed Shen's arm, pulling him closer to him. Crap! Shen was unguarded as a punch landed in his stomach, lifting his body off the ground slightly. Letting go of his arm, Vermilion Radek grabbed the airborne Shen by the head and slammed him face first into the floor. "Die!" Raising his foot, he planned to crush Shen right there and then. However, just as if foot came down, Shen rolled out of the way while sweeping the ground with Gi Balg. Vermilion Radek's leg was tripped as he fell to the ground, and Shen quickly stood up. "I'm ending this." Appearing over Vermilion, Radok raised Gi Balg before stabbing down. "Gah!" Vermilion Radek's face turned red as he grabbed Gi Balg by the spear, holding it back with his hands that were beginning to bleed. Shen stared Vermilion Radek dead in the eyes as he continued the push down with all his strength. "Persistent bastard, just die." Shen pulled Gi Balg back as he kicked Vermilion Radek in the face while he was still on the ground. The kick immediately disoriented him as his grip on Gi Balg broke. Spinning Gi Balg through the air, Shen aimed directly for his heart, and in one attack, ran Vermilion Radek through. Blood erupted Vermilion Radek's mouth as he widened in shock. He tried to move his arm towards Gi Balg, but Shen plunged it deeper the next moment. Soon, the light left his eyes as his body went limp. Shen's breath was ragged as the building around him was burning down. Removing Gi Balg from Vermilion Radek's chest, he looked at him for a moment before turning around. A large portion of the Hana Guild's base was burning down at this point. However, that didn't matter. As he made his way outside, he pulled out his scroll. Vermilion Radek is dead, meaning the Hana Guild is done for. From that moment forth, Kuchainashi City belonged to him. As he made his way outside, he saw that the remaining members of the Hana Guild were completely surrounded. Alongside that, L1, L2, and Neo were waiting for him at the front of the building, showing all resistance had been crushed. By far, this was the worst condition any of them had seen Shen, but that was beside the point. When the White Fang spotted Shen, they immediately began to cheer. "We actually did it. We took over Kuchainashi City." It sounded so unreal that some people hesitated to celebrate. However, soon the cheers got louder. "It's all thanks to High Officer Shen. Without him, we never could have gotten this far. Shen! Shen! Shen!" They were practically chanting as their voices filled the entire area. Unconsciously, Shen began to smile as he looked up. "Well, that took a lot longer than I was hoping, and I got my ass kicked a bit, but I say the end result was worth it." As Shen stood there, Neo's eyes were fixed on him. This marked the turning point of it all. The beginning of the end for the world of Remnant. Chapter 20. News of the Hana Guilds being defeated by the White Fang spread like wildfire. Multiple people went to the Hana Guild's base in disbelief, only to see the burned-down building and aftermath of a large-scale battle. The Purple Lotus, the Madfalls, the Hana Guild, and multiple other groups had fallen to the White Fang. At this point, it couldn't even be disrupted. The White Fang had managed to conquer Kuchainashi City in less than a month, and basically, everyone knew the person who was behind the accomplishment was the person named Shen. News about his abilities and powers spread along with the news of him taking over Kuchainashi City. Were willing to surrender immediately, We will support the White Fang by supplying them and their complete takeover of Kuchinashi City as well. Keeping their heads low, 3 figures were bowing on the stone floor. Their voices were trying their best not to tremble. Looking down on them, Shen was sitting down in a relaxed manner. He had repaired his clothes and seemed perfectly fine, as if he was never injured to begin with. Good, I didn't want to waste time dealing with you 3 anyway. Of course, I'm sure all of you know the requirements of this, right? All 3 of the men looked up at Shen and nodded frantically. 40% of all our supplies and products will be delivered to warehouses under Purple Lotus control every month. We won't let you down, we promise. A slight smile appeared on Shen's face as he waved them off. Fine, then you're free to go. L1, L2, get these 3 out of here and bring in the next few. The moment he took over, Shen began taking control more directly. At this point, it would be fair to say he was extorting the entire city of Kuchinashi. Not only could he use this as a way to strengthen his own forces, which were a mix of the White Fang and the Purple Lotus now, but it had been over a week since he took down the Hana Guild, and in that time, he had sent a small percentage of what he extorted back to Sienna. And it would be an understatement to say the reaction was big. Back in the main base of the White Fang located in Mistral, everyone was in a craze. After their victory, the White Fang obviously reported back, and when that report leaked, everyone couldn't believe it. They had actually taken over Kuchinashi City. No one knew something like that was going on because Shen never told anyone. When the news struck the base, it was like lightning to everyone, and some even received recordings of Shen's speech. It all seemed so hard to believe. In her office, Sienna had her hands on her head. He played me. Shen never told her what he was doing in Kuchinashi City, so she never knew why he required such a large number of their members. Looking down at the clipboard on her desk, she flipped through over 20 pages of paper. Each one detailed a shipment from Shen to her containing weapons, vehicles, dust, and anything else you could imagine. Over the past week, their resources had basically doubled, and everyone knew Shen was the reason why. He was becoming like an idol to all of them. He was so loyal to the Faunis and White Fang that he even devised the plan to make Kuchinashi a Faunis-safe city. As for Sienna, who signed off on the idea, she was getting praise as well. Shen's words of telling her if she complied, she would find their cooperation quite enjoyable rang in her head. She had not believed it before, but now she had the proof right in front of her. Suddenly she heard a knock on her door as she looked up, and her tails swayed. "Come in." Sienna wasn't in the mood to deal with anyone. However, she was surprised to see Blake was the one who entered the room. Branch leader Sienna. Blake greeted her as Sienna raised a brow. "Blake, why are you here?" Blake looked down a bit as she held her arm. "I wanted to verify something. Is it true Shen really went to Kuchinashi City and took it over?" Sienna thought about it for a moment before nodding. "Yes." Hearing that response, Blake seemed to be a lot less tense as her eyes practically reflected looks of admiration and something else. "He really did it? That's amazing. I mean, I saw the video, but he looked so different and changed so much so quickly." Sienna saw the look in Blake's eyes as she thought of something. "Blake, how would you like me to send you to Kuchinashi City?" Blake's eyes widened a bit as Sienna explained. "I need someone to go there and report back to me. You know, really tell me how things are over there. Of course, if you're not willing," Sienna was cut off by Blake putting her hands on her desk. "No, I'm willing. I'll go as soon as you want me to." Sienna was taken back as she smiled. "Okay, I'll have a ship prepared shortly then." Blake smiled as she thanked Sienna before leaving. "I'm still interested to know what he did to her to have her so infatuated by him. It seems like it's been growing stronger by the day." Back in Kuchinashi City, Shen had just dealt with another group offering surrender. "That's everyone, Master." Hearing L1, Shen leaned back and nodded. "All right, then you two are free to go." The 2 of them bowed before taking their leave. When they did, a smile crept onto Shen's face as he opened up his system. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 12, 193,505, 12000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 20%, Human Demon Hybrid. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 4 Karmic Retribution LV, Max Devil Trigger LV, 1 Witch Walk LV, Max Squirmy Fingers LV, Max. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, appearance manipulation, life fiber manipulation, mental refitting, life fiber manipulation. Link skills, demonic blast, devil trigger. He had gained a lot of levels since he last checked his system. 1 from fighting against Neo, another 3 against those huntsmen and huntresses. And then the XP from the Hana Guild paired with Vermilion Radic got him yet another level. All in all, he had leveled up 4 times. Dear Lord, my XP needs have gone up a lot. His max XP doubled every time, meaning that killing grunts would barely do anything for him compared to before. Excluding even huntsmen now, the only way he was going to be leveling up is from killing people who actually matter to the story. But still, it wasn't all that bad. My hybrid percentage has been capped at 20% like last time, but life fiber manipulation leveled up as well. Right now, he had a bunch of points he could put into his stats, and at the same time, he had more money available to him than ever before. Meh, I'll wait when it comes to putting in stats. Right now, he felt he was pretty strong and didn't want to waste points just because he had them. He would wait until he ran into something he couldn't deal with. However, as for his gacha spins, well, he couldn't think of a reason not to do them. But just as Shen had that thought, he heard someone walk into the room. There was almost no one who would walk into this room without asking him first. So as he looked up, Shen was surprised to see the person was Neo. And to what do I owe the pleasure? Shen put on a smile as he observed Neo. Compared to the smugness she usually displayed, Shen would say she was acting differently. Timid, no more like she's nervous. Shen thought for a moment, crossing out and thinking of the different possibilities before laughing. You want to be able to talk to me like I offered. Slowly Neo nodded as she clutched her umbrella. This was the first time Shen had seen Neo acting like this in and outside of the RWBY show. Honestly, I thought you would turn me down, but since you're up for it, then come here. Waving her over with his finger, Neo walked over to him. Shen stood up as he grabbed Neo by the shoulders. Turning her around to face the farthest wall, he whispered, "Try to relax, this will be hard to do otherwise." Slowly Neo got less tense as she breathed. Placing one of his hands on her head, Shen began doing what he did best. He wasn't lying when he said he would be able to speak with Neo. His life fibers had gone up 2 levels compared to when he used them on Blake and were linked to him. Of course, he wanted to do this to Neo for a while now, but he thought the opportunity would take time to arrive. She was extremely loyal to Torchwick, so he thought getting closer to her would be much harder compared to a mentally unstable Blake. But now that the opportunity had arrived, he wouldn't hesitate. Mental refitting. Life fibers poured down from Shen's palm, entering Neo's head. Her body jolted as she felt something weird happening to her. Relax, just trust me. Shen calmed her down as he continued. The process only took a few minutes as he then retracted his hand. He didn't do what he did to L1 and L2, one of the reasons Shen wasn't positive if he could. The second was that Neo's ability to act and plan was one of her best traits besides her ability to fight. He didn't plan on interfering with it by forcing too much control over her. Instead, he only left a single life fiber wrapped around her brain. So, how are you feeling? Neo seemed a bit out of it, as if she had just come out of a blissful trance. She looked up at Shen and didn't move her mouth. However, despite that, Shen heard a voice. It was a mature voice but was extremely vocal. Shen actually recognized the voice instantly. That sounds exactly like Neo's voice actress. Well, technically, she's the person responsible for singing her song, but same difference. Fine. It was a single word. However, Shen responded. Good then. Neo seemed to freeze in place as she heard Shen say that. Her mind seemed to go into a state of shock as she stared at him. You can hear me. Shen nodded. Of course, wasn't that the whole point? Did you think I was lying? Honestly, Neo didn't know what she was thinking. When Shen first offered, she didn't believe him fully. However, the chance, the opportunity, it was all too tempting for her to flat out ignore. She had finally come to her decision when Shen took over Kuchainashi City. He can actually hear me. Shen took a seat as he just listened to Neo repeat words over and over to herself. He hadn't met someone who was mute before, let alone someone who regained the ability to talk even if it was to one person. He planned on letting her sort it out as he focused on his system, but then she did something unexpected. As he was sitting there, Neo suddenly hugged him. Huh. Shen was at a loss as he heard Neo. Thank you so much. Her voice was choked, and it was then that Shen realized she was actually crying. Well, I was not expecting this to be something I saw today. It's almost making me feel bad. Almost? Shen ended up using the same kind of persona he utilized against Blake to calm Neo down. When she finally did, he spoke to her. Well, be able to talk more later, but there is something I need to do. Oh, and on your way out, tell L1 and L2 to bring me 5,000 lien. Neo nodded with a genuine smile, without a hint of that smuggery she usually had. After seeing her leave, Shen rubbed his hands together. Now then, gacha time. Chapter 21. Shen's eyes were reflecting 5 open cases. In these cases were stacks of lien all together adding up to 50,000. To the victor goes the spoils. Right now, Shen had a lot more money than this available to him, but he didn't plan on spending it all in one go. Having too many abilities at once would make it difficult to focus on the ones that are important. And besides that, I'm going quality over quantity today. Would you like to convert this currency? Seeing a familiar prompt, Shen accepted. Soon all of the lien in the cases before him disappeared into thin air. After doing that, Shen opened up the gacha menu but didn't immediately spin. Gacha system. Gacha currency, 500. Category, undecided. Spin type, basic. Spins, 0. For the first, Shen selected the spin type, and when he did, he saw a new notification. The gacha system consists of 3 different spin types. While basic spins are fully randomized, the 2 types above it increase the chances of obtaining something rarer for a price. So far, Shen had gotten his fair share of good things from the gacha system using basic spins. So, by all means, he considered his luck fairly good. So without any further waiting, Shen upped the spin type, changing it from basic to rare. I don't need a weapon anymore, so I can cross that off the list. Other than that, anything else would be useful, right? Following that logic, Shen the category to practically everything excluding weapons. Please don't fuck me over. That was the only thing Shen could say as he began the spin. Shen watched as his gacha currency dropped straight to 0. The price of a rare spin was 10 times that of a basic one. Something with potential, come on! Like all the times before, a present dropped into Shen's arms. Taking a deep breath, he opened it slowly as that familiar light came pouring out, followed by a notification. Congratulations! You have received the item Goro Goro no Mi from One Piece. Staring at the notification, Shen's face seemed frozen for a moment before lighting up. Yes! He was unable to contain himself this time around. Appearing Shen's hand was a fruit almost as large as his head. It was dark blue with a pattern on it resembling lightning and a stem that had a neon glow. Staring at the fruit, Shen didn't know what else to say. This devil fruit was worth the money without a doubt. No, it was more than worth triple the amount he paid for. The Goro Goro no Mi is by far one of the strongest in the entire series. Even Enel, who had the worst god complex I ever saw, almost killed the entirety of Straw Hat's crew. And that was without even having proper training with Haki. And now, a devil fruit like that was in Shen's hands. He felt like everything had come together before his very eyes. With his devil trigger, he had a failsafe in case he ever got into trouble. Using Gibalg, he had a reliable weapon that he would practically never have to replace. With his life fibers, he had a reliable and versatile ability. And now, with the Goro Goro no Mi, he would have an ability that would let him give him a perfect choice for offense. Paired with everything else, Shen felt like he was ideally balanced. I know this is practically raising a flag, but life really is too good. Having a Logia in a world relying on weapons like RWBY? Holding the fruit in hand, Shen didn't wait a second. Opening his mouth, he bit into the devil fruit, at which his face immediately showed a look of displeasure. Oh God, it tastes so bad. Resisting the urge to throw it up right then and there, Shen put down the rest of the fruit. A single bite should be enough. New ability, Goro Goro no Mi acquired. The notification rang out as Shen smiled. Holding out his hand in front of him, he looked down at it. The sound of a crackle rang in the room. The crackling continued as Shen's hand began to flash blue as electricity crackled between his fingers. After a few seconds, the crackling faded as Shen closed his hand. Looks like it'll take some time for me to master it properly. Luckily, time was something he had now that Kuchinashi City was under his control. Walking out of the room, both L1 and L2 were waiting for Shen. Do you have any orders for us? They were ready and waiting as Shen thought to himself for a moment. My goal of taking Kuchainashi City is finished. The cannon will only start around the end of this month, meaning Cinder and Salem will remain mostly inactive during that period. With that being the case, there was not much left for Shen to do at the moment. He would have to start playing the waiting game until another opportunity arrived. In that case, I'll just continue with my original plan. Shen hadn't done all of this just for the White Fang, of course. While yes, they were useful, they didn't belong to him, which meant he couldn't control them perfectly. However, what he could do was win them over. With his knowledge of the RWBY world and his ability to create results, he had one goal in mind: creating a militia out of the entirety of the faunis race. Faunis were superior to humans in every way, excluding population. Their animal characteristics made them perfect soldiers, which was what Shen wanted to utilize. By slowly bringing faunis to Kuchainashi City, he could form a militia completely under his control. And they would listen to him willingly because of the kind, wise leader persona he would display to them. As for the White Fang, Shen planned on slowly converting everyone in it to his side as well. He already controlled the Mistral branch due to him having a hold of Sienna. The rest was just a matter of playing his cards right and proving himself to the masses. Then the real fun can begin, but no need to get ahead of myself. I'll take things one step at a time so I don't trip myself up. He was playing a risky game where patience was key. For now, I'll just focus on getting more proficient with my abilities and skills while managing Kuchainashi City. I can leave the matter of Cinder and Argus City to Torchwick for now, as untrustable as he is. Having thought it all through, Shen shook his head. No, simply continue operations as normal and alert me of any changes. Oh, and tell Torchwick to get himself ready. Hearing him, L1 and L2 bowed. Yes, sir. With that, Shen left the Purple Lotus's HQ building. Their territory has spread immensely, and so had their members. As Shen walked outside freely, everyone recognized him and swiftly moved out of the way. By all means, he had become a legend during his time here, a terrifying one but a legend all the same. After around 30 minutes of walking, Shen arrived in front of a fairly large warehouse. It currently wasn't in use, and although Purple Lotus members still patrolled the area around it, there wasn't anything to truly guard. As he approached the main gate, the two people guarding it froze. Acting as respectfully as possible, they greeted him. Sir. Shen ignored their greeting as he spoke. From now on, I'm going to be using this warehouse. Unless I authorize them, I don't want to be bothered. The two guards nodded violently as Shen walked past them and made his way inside. The inside was fairly plain, with stone walls supported by wood and a very tall roof. Other than the floor being wood, this should work fine. Reaching over his back, Shen pulled out Gibalg before stabbing it into the ground next to him. Afterwards, he held out both of his hands in front of him as electricity began to crackle between them. Let's see just how much progress I can make in a day. For the entire day and the entire night, Shen didn't take a step out of that warehouse. Like he had ordered, not a single person who he didn't authorize was allowed in. Every now and then, blue light would shine from the windows of the warehouse. Some of it was dim, and some of it was incredibly bright, but still, no one knew exactly what was happening inside. Breathing heavily, Shen was drenched in sweat. It was one of the first times he had actually felt exhausted in this world in a while. Devil fruit abilities really do take up a lot of stamina. I'm not used to it yet. In the course of an entire day and night, Shen had learned two things about his new ability. One was that Devil Fruit's abilities weren't as simple as he originally thought. The utilization of the Devil Fruit itself wasn't that complicated. Just like you don't need to think to breathe, the same concept is applied. The only issue was when you tried to manipulate something that happens automatically. It takes practice like any other skill. As lazy and cocky as Enel was, he definitely put in a lot of work mastering his power. Aside from that, Shen also learned why Enel used his golden staff outside of it being malleable. Holding Gibalg in his hands, unlike when he first began, Shen began channeling electricity through it. Covering it like a physical layer, Gibalg conducted the Goro Goro no Mi's powers perfectly. And not only that, but it was also a lot less exhausting to keep active compared to just using the ability on its own. Twisting Gibalg with one hand gripped it tightly and thrust forward with full strength. Escaping the tip of Gibalg's spear, electricity shot through the air, lighting up the entire area. Pulling Gibalg back, he did a full 180, spinning it above his head with both hands. A layer of electricity covered the air above Shen before he slashed down. A blue arc of electricity was left behind from the slash as Shen deactivated the ability. Overall, he was just beginning to tap into the potential of Goro Goro, but it was already useful. As for the day, he would be calling down lightning from the sky. It was something he was looking forward to. Wanting to take a break for a moment, Shen sat down on the ground. However, just as he was getting comfortable, his scroll suddenly rung. Guess the words "Do not disturb" have lost their meaning. Shen frowned as he pulled his scroll from his pocket. Why the hell is L2 contacting me now? I was away for a single day. Answering the call, Shen spoke coldly. What is it? L2 seemed to have heard the annoyance in Shen's voice and spoke softly. Master, there is someone here for you. Well, 2 people actually. Hearing that, Shen delved deeper. Who are they? L2 answered quickly. The first is someone from our main base in Mistral. She's a woman who goes by the name of Blake. Apparently, branch leader Sienna sent her here, but she wants to see you. Hearing that, Shen frowned for a second. Blake, she should still be on missions with Adam. What is she doing here? Thinking about it for a moment, Shen let L2 continue. So, who is the second person? Blake was already a strange occurrence, so he wondered who the second person was. We don't know their identity exactly. However, they are most likely from the Black Sheep. Shen's eyes widened a bit in surprise. On the overall power side of things, the Hana Guild had the most power within Kuchainashi City, which is why Shen targeted them first. As long as he took care of them and had a solid base, he proved taking over Kuchainashi City from there was easy. The Black Sheep, on the other hand, were a noble family that had connections everywhere. It didn't matter who or what when it came to Mistral military or noble families. They had some sort of connection in practically every city. On top of that, they were fairly reclusive to the world, and no one has truly ever gotten a close look at any member of the family. In fact, they had so much influence they even had connections to other kingdoms. Based on those reasons alone, the Hana Guild nor anyone else bothered them or dared try to raid them. The police stayed out of their affairs completely. Even the White Fang had minimal information about them, which is why I was hesitant to do anything with them. But now they had come directly to him. It was bizarre and sudden. Well, looks like training is going to be put on pause. Chapter 22. Walking into the Purple Lotus HQ building, Shen was standing in the main hall. Searching for a moment, Shen spotted L1 and L2, and standing behind them was someone Shen instantly recognized. L2 moved out of the way and showed the girl behind him. Master, this is her. Blake was busy looking around and only spotted Shen when L2 said something. Shen, her eyes lit up the moment he came into view as she ran towards him. L2 was about to stop her, but Shen hinted to leave them be. Blake, it's been a while. Putting on his fake smile, Blake nodded. I didn't know you had gone to Kuchainashi City, so I could never find you. Shen realized he actually didn't say anything. Don't tell me she came all the way here for me. Shen was skeptical as he asked. Speaking of which, why are you here? Hearing the question, Blake looked at him and explained. The branch leader sent me here to report back to her the exact situation of what was happening in the city. Listening to her, Shen sighed inwardly. That gosh damn woman causing me issues even when I have her life in my hands. Putting that off, Shen heard Blake's words trail. Also, you're the only other person in the White Fang I can actually talk to. I've been wanting to see you for a while. Shen was surprised by her words, but didn't let it show. I only used mental refitting on her once. Yet that one time had done so much without him even interacting with her. Oh, what about Adam? I thought you would be helping him, considering what's going on. Blake's eyes seemed to grow slightly cold when Shen mentioned Adam's name before speaking. To be honest with you, I don't even know why I'm helping him at this point. He's so different from when things started. He's like a stranger. Blake looked back to Shen and smiled. Honestly, I would rather help you. I mean, look at everything you've done for the faunis. I couldn't believe it even when I heard it from the branch leader. But after asking a few of the White Fang members, I ran into they were practically praising you. Admiration was filling Blake's voice as Shen raised his hand and patted her on the head. Well, it wasn't easy, but still, I'm glad you are here even if it was under orders. Blake was surprised by the sudden pat, but hearing Shen's words made her smile grow. Really? I don't want to bother you or anything. Shen shook his head. It's fine. I actually could use your help with something. Blake didn't hesitate to nod. Of course, it's the least I can do after you helped me before. Shen heard the sounds of footsteps coming from the other end of the hall as he looked. Well, I hope I'm not interrupting a moment. Shen heard Torchwick's voice as he spotted him walking towards them with a smile. Shen glanced at Neo, who was walking next to him as well, and caught her glaring directly at Blake. Taking his hand off Blake's head, he walked and met with Torchwick. I'm guessing you two are here because you'll be heading off to Argus. Torchwick leaned on his cane and nodded. So it would seem, you held up your end of the bargain after all. After saying that, Torchwick brought something up. Though I must admit I'm interested in why you would have me in Argus. It's a fairly large city and is extremely open to being profitable, true, but it's also very closely linked with the Atlas military. Risky, to say the least. Shen agreed with him, and all of his points were valid. There are only two things I'm interested in getting out of Argus. Luckily for you, there is only one mission you'll have when you arrive. Seeing Shen wasn't going to give him anything to go off of, Torchwick sighed. You know you really are too tight-lipped, no fun at all. We're going on a trip. Neo, let's go. Walking away with Neo following in tow, she looked towards Shen one last time before disappearing from view. She didn't seem to like me. As Blake thought about Neo's weird glare, Shen turned to L1. So, where is our second guest? L1 answered as he pointed down the hall. They are in the meeting room. Shen nodded as he began to make his way there. Oh, and take Blake to the warehouse I've been staying in. She's going to be helping me with something. The two of them nodded as they led Blake. This way. Blake towards the direction Shen left in before following them. Opening the door to the meeting room and closing it, Shen spotted someone sitting at a table to the side. They were wearing a black cloak and hood over their entire body. Only their white clothes that seemed very well put together could be seen underneath. Turning their heads, a calm voice came from them, but Shen couldn't tell if they were a man or a woman. So you must be Shen. We had wanted to meet you sooner, but complications arose. You may call me Venti. Shen observed the person who called themselves Venti carefully. Well, this checked a bunch of boxes. From what I know about non-fictional people in black hoods, either I'm about to be threatened or something interesting is going to happen. Walking over to the bar on the right side of the room, Shen went behind it. So then, Venti, what do I owe the pleasure of a visit from the black sheep? Grabbing a bottle off the wall, Shen began to pour 2 glasses. I believe you have mistaken the reason for our visit. We are very much impressed with what you have done, and they can tell you have large ambitions and plans for the future. Shen laughed as he put the bottle away and carried the 2 cups to the table. More than you can imagine, I assure you. Sitting down, Shen placed down the 2 drinks before leaning back in his chair. But that still hasn't answered my question. Venti put their hands together as they leaned in. We are not here to try and threaten you or inhibit you in any way. In fact, we want to give you our support. Shen showed a look of surprise. Support? That was something he wasn't expecting, especially considering the black sheep usually remained neutral. Venti nodded as they continued. Yes, we believe you are capable and fairly competent, and we would like to join you before that slot is taken up. But do keep in mind we wish to help, you not the White Fang. They are simply too unpredictable and quite frankly uninteresting to us. They were blunt, but Shen couldn't understand what they meant. That's all well and good, but how exactly do you plan on helping me? I planned on doing everything myself from the start, so your help isn't really necessary, is it? Venti nodded. We understand trust takes time to be earned. As such, we won't force our help onto you. As long as it doesn't cost us revealing ourselves or being put into the spotlight, we will help you when and however you request it. Reaching into their cloak, Shen watched as they pulled out a sheet of paper with 6 cards on top of it. They weren't Lian cards, so it wasn't money. Instead, they looked like key cards. In truth, we don't actually use the mansion we own here in Kuchainashi City. It's more of a symbol than anything else. These are the deeds and key cards to every room and facility within it. Please use it at your leisure. Staring at what Venti had put onto the table, Shen watched as they slowly stood up. Grabbing the drink Shen had poured for them, they drank it down swiftly. "Thank you for your time." Putting the cup back down, they turned and left the room as Shen just sat there. As the door closed behind them, Shen narrowed his eyes and sighed. "I really hate those types. Not only are they irritating to deal with, but breaking that air of mystery is difficult. I swear if I didn't think it was more trouble than it was worth, I would have torn that hood clean off." Being from outside of the RWBY universe, not knowing something, made Shen feel exposed. It wasn't a pleasant feeling, especially when he liked to plan ahead. "Well, I did get a mansion out of it." Picking up the cup in front of him, Shen stared at the deed on the table as he drank it down. "That's actually pretty good." Standing up from his seat, Shen didn't touch the papers or keycards on the table and left them there. "Well, no matter if the black sheep wants me to use them, then I will. By the time they reveal what they really want, it'll be too late for them to do anything to me." As long as he was strong enough, it didn't matter how the people around him schemed or planned. Strength was enough to crush all of it, and he planned on gaining enough power to do just that. After a bit of walking, Shen had left the Purple Lotus HQ again. And of course, like all good clichés, Venti is nowhere to be found. Shaking his head, he arrived at the warehouse he had been training in. The guards let him through with no problem as he walked inside. L1 and L2 had left already, and Blake was simply standing there waiting. "Oh, you're here." Seeing Shen walk in, Blake walked over to him. "So, what did you need my help with?" Shen explained briefly. "Well, I have something planned, but it'll take a little less than a month to get started. Before then, I planned on training. I was hoping since you were here, you would be willing to help me, although I'm not sure how long you can stay here." Hearing that, Blake thought to herself for a moment. "I'm sure if I talked to the branch leader, she wouldn't mind if I stayed for a while, especially if it's to help you. As for Adam, he can do the missions on his own, he doesn't really need me there." Seeing how willing Blake was, Shen didn't say anything more. As he was getting ready, he heard Blake ask him something. "Do you mind doing that thing again?" As he was stretching his arm, he looked at her. "What thing?" Blake seemed not to have the words for it as she tried to explain. "What did you do when I visited your room that one time? It made my brain feel weird, but it was nice." Shen didn't know what to say. She's basically begging me to use mental refitting on her. No reason to turn her down, I guess. Shen agreed to her request as he told her to sit down. Comply, Blake sat down on her knees as Shen sat behind her. Like before, try not to resist too much. Blake nodded as Shen reached out his hand and placed it on her head. Mental refitting. Life fibers extended through his palm into Blake's head. Just like before, they enveloped her mind but weren't forceful. Blake's eyes seemed to go misty during the process. Unlike before, she didn't question anything and simply enjoyed the process. "This time around, I can enforce the seed I planted in her mind last time. If I get her into one more session after this, I think I'll be able to take full control." The idea caused Shen to smile as a couple of minutes passed. "So, how do you feel?" Pulling back his hand, Shen saw Blake's body shake for a moment. "Okay, that was weird." Shen looked at Blake's face, and immediately his eyes widened. He didn't know how to describe it, but she looked extremely happy and satisfied. Blake, snapping his fingers in front of her, she seemed to snap out of the strange state she was in. "Sorry, that was weird, but it felt even better than last time." Ignoring the strange phrasing behind that sentence, Shen spoke. "Well, that's good. Let's get to it then, shall we?" Blake nodded as she stood up, slightly weak-kneed. Shen had Guy in the warehouse since his last training session was interrupted. Taking his jacket off, he held out his hand. Guy flew towards him in seconds as he caught it out of the air. "All right then, let's start off slow." Blake slowly nodded her head as Shen saw her eyes change for just an instant. They were like cats narrowed down on their prey and practically glowing. She was staring at Shen intensely to the point he could barely ignore it. I knew the mental refitting effects would be strong, especially considering how well they worked before, but I hope it doesn't end up proving too effective. Loyalty is one thing but an obsession. Chapter 23. Nearly an entire month had passed since Shen took over Kuchainashi City. News about how the White Fang and, more so Shen, had taken over had long broken through the city limits. However, nothing could be done. It seemed an invisible hand was keeping the government of Mistral from interfering. Even without Shen directly handling things, his goal of faunis coming to Kuchainashi City had already begun. Kuchainashi City's population had grown by 5%, and that 5% consisted mostly of faunis. Not only were they treated fairly out of fear of the White Fang, but no one dared to even approach them. Of course, this made the praise Shen received rise even further. As for the militia he planned on forming, things were already begging to fall into place. People had already begun calling him the devil of Kuchainashi City due to the exposition of his devil trigger. While most normal people feared him for it, the faunis felt the opposite way. Having already been called monsters, freaks, and much worse, they took Shen's devil trigger form in stride. They felt he truly represented them in a being both like them and even more monstrous in some regards. It was a strange occurrence even for Shen, considering he had prepared a bunch of methods to cover it up. In the end, he realized if people wanted to believe in something, they would ignore all the flaws and focus purely on the good. It just went to show how desperate they really were for that kind of heroic figure. As for the man behind the madness, he was inside the very same warehouse he had reserved for himself all those days ago. HMPH, streaks of red and black filled the space between two people. The sound of vibrating metal, along with sparks spilling onto the surrounding floor, created a spectacle. Of course, these two people were Shen and Blake. Shen was attacking using Gibalg a lot more efficiently than before. Although he could use it well at first, now he could fight with it at a speed that caused normal eyes to see a blur. As Blake attacked Shen from two different angles using her weapon and sheath, Shen countered by spinning Gibalg. Blake was knocked off guard as Shen aimed for her chest, striking forward with a heavy kick. Bringing both her weapon and sheath in front of her, the kick sent her skating over 10 meters. Regaining her posture, she saw a ting of electricity flicker off of Shen's body. The next moment, his entire body changed its form, resembling lightning itself. Blake's eye couldn't track his next move as he appeared behind her. You almost managed to use your semblance in time. Instead of attacking, Shen patted Blake on her head. Her cat ears twitched as she looked back at Shen with a smile. You're just too fast now. I couldn't keep up with you anymore after the first week we began training. Shen shrugged. True, but you've gotten better. Compared to before, you're a lot faster, and you almost managed to react to me. Every inch of the warehouse was basically damaged. Burn marks, debris, cuts, and slashes, even remnants of dust being used like half-melted shattered ice was everywhere. My mastery of the Goro Goro no Mi really has improved, and although defeating Blake didn't lead to a level up, I'm pretty close. Overall, the time he had spent training was more than fruitful. He had learned a lot about his abilities and how they could be used in succession. That also included his understanding of mental refitting. Shen had completely reread the description and observed Blake during their time together. For the most part, he was right. Forcing your will onto another person would give you their loyalty. Depending on if you were harsh or soft during the process would determine if they would be dependent on your orders like L1, L2, and Toffer. However, if you were softer during the process like he was on Blake and Neo, it would still make them loyal. However, it would hinge on their weaknesses. For Blake, she had a fear of loneliness along with the guilt behind what the White Fang and Adam were becoming. As such, in a way, she grew an obsession when it came to Shen as her only friend and a desire to let him direct her decisions, avoiding the guilt they would cause her. As for Neo, although he hadn't gotten a chance to observe her closely yet so he couldn't say, in any case, I have Blake under control. If anything, she's like an extremely emotionally dependent pet. Surprisingly enough, that suited a dog's description more than a cat's. As Shen was thinking to himself, he heard a knock on the door of the warehouse. What is it, L1? Without even needing to look, L1 walked through the door. Master, it's about time that you set out. We already have a ship prepared and ready to set out. Hearing that, Shen remembered today was the day. It almost slipped my mind after being in Kuchainashi City for so long, but finally, I'll be making my way to Argus. Turning to look at Blake, Shen spoke to her. Are you sure you're coming with me? Blake didn't hesitate and nodded with her eyes stuck on him. Of course, the branch leader already authorized me to work with you as long as necessary. Hearing that, Shen shrugged lightly. All right, you go on ahead. I need to talk to him for a second. Hearing Shen had no issues with her coming, Blake gleamed as she left, going ahead. Taking his eyes off her, Shen turned to L1 as his face turned serious. Now that I'm going to Argus keep things here under control. Once I get what I need from Sanctum Academy, there won't be any second chances to get things right. L1 nodded without a hint of worry. We won't fail you. By the time that day comes, the militia will be ready. Shen narrowed his eyes a bit and replied, as long as you understand. Walking past L1, Shen began to walk in the direction Blake had gone. Sighing to himself, he thought something. If anything, meeting the so-called invincible girl herself should be pretty fun. Making his way to the front of the Purple Lotus HQ, a transport airship had been landed. Its engines were still running, and its side doors were open. Blake spotted Shen as she was already waiting next to it. So we're going to Argus now? Shen nodded his head as he made his way to the ship. Yup, no reason for us to waste any more time. Sitting down, Shen saw the pilot turn around to signal to him. We're ready to go, sir. Blake quickly followed behind him, getting onto the ship as well before sitting down next to Shen. If you don't mind me asking, why are you going to Argus? Unlike Kuchainashi City, Argus was an extremely well-defended city and had constant Atlas and Mistral military protection. Hearing her question, just casually leaned back. You'll see, but tell me something, Blake, have you ever wanted to become a huntsman? Hearing the cryptic answer, and then the out-of-the-blue question, Blake looked down for a second, thinking. Well, I did think about going to Beacon Academy a few times, but I doubt I would be able to pass. Shen smiled a bit after hearing her answer. Well, you might be getting a chance to do just that. Blake looked at Shen, confused by what he meant. At the same time, the airship began to move as its engines kicked into full throttle. Taking off into the sky, it began to make its way out of Kuchainashi City and towards their new destination, Argus. Meanwhile, hours away from Shen and Blake were two people waiting for their arrival. Seems our valiant boss is finally making his way here. About time as well, he has no idea how difficult it was to secure ourselves in this place. I had to do so much networking that my tongue was falling off. Torchwick's words made Neo, who was beside him, roll her eyes. Don't tell me you're still mad I made you work with him. You looked like you were having fun. Crossing her arms, Neo didn't look at Torchwick as he shook his head. Well, no matter, I'm still interested in seeing exactly what he has planned for Argus. He's made it this far, so I doubt he'll disappoint. Just as Torchwick said that, someone opened the doors of the room they were in. It was a member of the White Fang, part of the group Torchwick was sent to Argus with. We have received word that Shen will be arriving within the day. However, we have a slight issue regarding him. Torchwick groaned as he covered his face with his hand. I swear he's been breathing down my neck since I got here. Taking a deep breath, Torchwick began making his way to the door. I'll deal with this myself, Neo. Make your way to the airship port. Neo nodded as Torchwick left the room, making his way down the left hall. After he left, Neo began making her way out of the building, heading towards the airship port. Hours passed as the sun had begun to set. Looking out of the window of the airship, Shen's eyes lit up. Finally! In the distance, just a few miles away, he could see a large city walled off between two massive mountains. It was right by the sea and was extremely grand from afar. That's Argus. It's so much bigger than I thought it would be. Blake looked out of her window just like Shen and was amazed. Kuchainashi City was in no way small, but Argus dwarfed it in comparison. As their airship approached the city, it made its way to a large flat area. Multiple airships of different sizes were landed in designated spots marked on the ground. Even now, all kinds of ships were making their way to and away from the city. In the place they were landing, there were already figures waiting. Looking down, Shen spotted Nia, along with members of the White Fang in disguise. Soon the airship stopped in the air and began to lower itself as it landed. Opening the door on his side, Shen stepped out of the ship. Sir, we have been expecting you. Please follow us to the base we have set up in the city. The voices of the White Fang were filled with reverence and excitement upon seeing Shen. Nodding, Shen saw Nia, had a slight smile on her face when she saw him. However, it disappeared as soon as Blake exited the ship. Going to have to make sure they get along enough to work together. With Blake following behind him on his left and Nia walking on his right, Shen looked around for a second. Where's Torchwick? Nia looked up to him as she answered his question. He's dealing with someone who's been causing us issues since our arrival. Of course, no one else could hear Neo's voice, so one of the White Fang members in front of Shen answered his question a second time. I see. It seemed there were a few things he might have to deal with. After arriving, Shen, Blake, and Neo all made their way to a fairly large building near the center of Argus. Using the lien Shen provided him, Torchwick bought the entire building to use as their base of operations in Argus. Although it looked inconspicuous on the outside, the moment one walked in, it was crawling with members of the White Fang. Walking towards the main lobby of the building, however, Shen heard voices. "Torchwick, I don't think you understand what will happen if I report what you're doing here to my chief. I've already let you off twice, but don't think that I'm so gracious. You either pay me, or else you and everyone else here can go down in smoke." Shen spotted Torchwick lightly glaring at the man standing in front of him. The man himself had a grin on his face as he was accompanied by two men at his side. From their clothes, Shen could already assume they were a part of the Argus police force. However, just from what he had heard clearly, they weren't on the side of justice. Torchwick spotted Shen in the corner of his eye as he cut the man off. "Oh, finally, you're here." Torchwick walked over to Shen calmly as the man who was talking to him looked over at Shen. Just seeing how Shen was being treated, it was easy to see he was in charge. "HMPH, my name is Raldo. I'm a captain of the police force here in Argus. You look like a man of wits, so perhaps you can get your subordinate here to comply." Shen had a calm smirk on his face as he looked towards Raldo. "I see, so you want us to pay you, and in return, you keep our workings out of the chief's mouth?" Raldo nodded happily at Shen's understanding. "Yes, of course, I'm not trying to force your hands. I have already given Torchwick here plenty of warnings, but he has still refused to pay up." Shen's eyes narrowed as the smoke on his face grew. "I see. I must apologize for wasting your time then. Allow me to set the record straight." Chapter 24. Blake. Hearing Shen say her name, Blake sprang into action. Before Raldo could react, she had slammed her arm against his throat, pinning him to a nearby wall. What are you doing?" The two officers who were standing next to Raldo were shocked as they tried to reach for the guns on their waist. 1,000,000-volt Vari. Shen's body flashed blue as electricity as he raised his hand. Everyone in the room, including Neo and Torchwick, covered their eyes. "Ag!" There were brief screams as the sound of electricity echoed through the room for 5 seconds straight. When the blinding blue light faded, the two officers' bodies fell to the floor, smoking. Raldo's eyes widened when he saw that scene as his breathing quickened along with his struggling. But no matter how much he moved, Blake's arm didn't budge. He couldn't overpower her a bit as the pressure she put on his throat began to choke him. He made a gargling sound as Shen looked up and walked over to the two of them. "I don't know what's funnier, that this is Argus' excuse for a police captain, or that you thought you could blackmail me." Shen gestured for Blake to let him go as she nodded and backed off. Being able to breathe clearly, Raldo fell to his knees, coughing. However, before he could get his bearings, Shen kicked him in his chest, slamming his body against the wall once more. The air was knocked out of him as he sat limply on the ground back to the wall. "Let me know if my next words are too confusing for you to understand." Holding up Raldo's head by his chin, Shen's hand began to adapt a purple aura from karmic retribution. The effects immediately began to show as Raldo's body seemed to begin to deteriorate. In a matter of seconds, his skin was already turning pale as a look of pain appeared on his face. His eyes became unfocused as it looked like he was staring into an abyss. Whispering into his ear, Shen spoke calmly. "I am in a good mood right now because things have been going my way, and I don't plan on letting some background character get in the way of that." Pulling his face back, he stopped using karmic retribution and looked into Raldo's eyes. "When you go back to your station, I don't expect for us to see the police interfering in our matters again, or else I will burn that station to the ground with you in it. Now fuck off." Raldo's mind was barely working at this point, and his body felt weak beyond compare. However, the fear he was feeling seemed to act as his only fuel at that moment. He completely ignored the bodies of his fellow officers on the ground as he practically crawled away before breaking into a run. In less than a minute, he was gone. "We won't have to deal with them again, so please everyone, carry on with your work. Oh, and someone clean these bodies up." The members of the White Fang snapped out of their shock as they sprang into action. Some of them were feeling slightly afraid, but mostly amazed. "Well, that's new. I didn't think a person could have two semblances." Torchwick was clearly referring to the fact that Shen's abilities defied the norm. People had seen his devil trigger, basically transforming him into what no one could deny was a demon. He also had Gibalg seem to have immense destructive power. And then his life fibers paired with this new ability to use electricity. It defied all common sense to them, and Torchwick was eager to figure it out. Neo also looked like she had questions, but remained silent. Only Blake seemed like she wasn't interested. After all, she had helped Shen train that very ability for nearly a month. Heh! Shen laughed as he walked towards the elevator on the other side of the room. So, did you do what I asked you to? All three of them followed him as Torchwick nodded. Although I am not sure why you would be interested in the first place, but yes to your question. You and your little feline friend can be transferred into Sanctum Academy by tomorrow. It took a lot of work to set this up, so you should be sure to utilize it for whatever you're planning. The elevator came to a stop at the top floor as Shen stepped off. Of course, I plan to do just that. After hearing Torchwick mention Sanctum, Blake thought back to what Shen had said before about her joining an academy. Now, you just have to do one last thing, and you'll get what you want. Shen was speaking directly to Torchwick as he nodded. I know you want to get in contact with that woman. I'll get right on it since you plan on working me to the bone. Just don't make me start implementing labor rights. Torchwick talked as he made his way down the hall to their right before disappearing from view. Shen's eyes glanced over to Neo. She was looking directly at him as he remained relaxed. Neo, why don't you stay with Blake for a while? We won't be staying in this building, but it'll still be our main base. The two of them seemed to be in disbelief as Shen paired them together. Before Blake could say anything, Shen had walked off as he sighed. I'll just let those two go at it for now. I'll get them to cooperate together later. Shen walked into a random room on the floor. From what he could tell, no one except Torchwick and Neo went up here, so he just picked one at random. It was a surprisingly nice corner office giving a great view of Argus. Walking over to the window and looking down at the world, Shen rubbed his chin. This place looks quite nice during days like this. It makes me almost feel regretful that I'll be burning it to the ground soon enough. Shen remained in that room, looking down at Argus for quite some time. Soon the sun began to fall as the night began leading to a new day. To the east side of Argus, a large towering building dwarfed all others in the city. It was easily hundreds of meters tall and wide enough to fit hundreds of people on the first floor. All students of Sanctum Academy, please make your way to your assigned classrooms. A broadcast was heard loud and clear across the campus. Students began making their way to the Academy building. One such student in particular was surrounded by the others. Hey Pyrrha, did you have fun during the weekend? A girl had her red hair tied into a ponytail reaching down to her waist. Her eyes were emerald and shone like gems as a smile remained plastered on her face. It was fine, although a little busy. The people around here were sticking to her like glue as they spoke. Oh, I saw you on TV yesterday. Where are you doing another commercial? Pyrrha, your team, still not been decided. Do you want me to join you? Voices assaulted her ears from all sides as Pyrrha kept smiling before speaking. I am a bit tired still, so if we can talk later, I would appreciate it. Everyone around her looked a bit disappointed but stopped following her. You made her uncomfortable with all your questions? One of the students yelled at another. What? No, I didn't. You were just being stifling. Pyrrha sighed to herself as she heard the arguing behind her. However, a distinct voice called out right behind her a second later. Excuse me? Her body tensed for a moment as she smiled and turned around. Sorry, but I would like to be left Al. Before she could finish speaking, she spotted someone. Shen had a friendly look on his face as he held something in his hands. You dropped your scroll back there. Seeing the scroll in his hands, Pyrrha realized she was mistaken and took it. Oh, thank you. Shen nodded and waved. Well, have a nice day. He walked away dressed just like a normal student as Blake, who was walking beside him, had a shocked look on her face. That was Pyrrha Nikos. I never thought I would meet someone like her in person. Shen smiled, glancing back behind him. Well, you'll be seeing her a lot more from now on. Blake looked at him questionably. I did always want to go to a huntsman academy, but I am still confused. With how things are growing in Kuchainashi City, shouldn't we have stayed there? After all, Shen was the figure leading the changes in Mistral's White Fang. The fact he wasn't in the Kuchainashi City could cause problems. All you and the White Fang have to do is wait and see. It's all just a matter of time. Shen didn't give her a proper answer as he made his way into Sanctum Academy. Good morning, class. Please, everyone, take your seats. A large classroom had places for over 50 students, half of which were already sitting as more arrived. Each row of seats was lined in an arc as the next row rose off the ground slightly. Sitting near the back with no one near her was Pyrrha. As everyone got settled, the teacher announced something surprising. Today, we have 2 new transfer students. Now, I know it's strange considering all of you are going to be graduating by the end of this month, but don't worry. These 2 were sent here by recommendation and are temporary, so it shouldn't slow down the class at all. All the students were still quite confused, but didn't argue with their teacher. Seeing that, the teacher smiled as she looked towards the door of the classroom. You 2 can come in now. Walking briskly into the classroom, Pyrrha looked a bit surprised, seeing who the 2 transfer students were. Those are the 2 I saw outside. Shen stood straight with a friendly disposition. My name is Shen, and this is Blake. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. At this time, hundreds of miles from Atlas and Mistral itself, an ashen-haired woman was speaking with her head lowered. Her amber eyes resembled that of Shen's but were duller, and she looked to be in her mid-20s. Master, I still haven't been able to meet your requirements. We simply can't gather enough support here in Vale. Floating in the dimly lit room with all windows covered was a grim orb just like the one Vermilion Radek had used before. The mature and calm voice of a woman came to form it. The orders I gave you are simply Cinder. How is it you still disappoint? Cinder hesitated to speak while clenching her fist. Originally, I had believed we could rely on utilizing a group under the name of the White Fang. However, there has been an unforeseen delay in their ability to provide. Outside of that, we have no one we can use in Vale to supply us with the resources required. Cinder didn't hear a response from her master as she spoke again. But I do know how we can receive the support we require. I have been contacted by someone under the name of Roman Torchwick Mistral. Apparently, he's willing to assist me. However, we would need to talk in person. She raised her head after saying that as she finally got a response. Mistral, perhaps your incompetence in this matter can be more useful to me than I originally hoped. Our plans may be shifted in target, however, they would remain the same, I suppose. After another moment of pause, Cinder heard words that gave her relief. We shall delay a bit longer, I suppose. Make contact with this Roman Torchwick. If he can be utilized properly, then we shall move operations to Mistral. Cinder smiled as she replied, Yes, master, as you wish. Her face carried a hint of a smile as the grim orb before her cracked. It shattered as everything, including its appendages, turned into black dust. Having finished her conversation, Cinder walked towards the door of the room, pushing it open. Emerald, Mercury, pack your things. We're going to Mistral. Chapter 25. Let's see here, Pyrrha. I know we kept your seer row clear to avoid distractions, but do you mind letting these 2 sit near you? Hearing the teacher, Pyrrha nodded. Of course not. Clapping her hands together, the teacher smiled. Perfect then, Shen, Blake, please take your seats. If you don't understand anything, I am sure Pyrrha can help you. She's our brightest after all. Making their way to their seats, Shen and Blake sat down. Your name is Pyrrha, right? Sorry, I didn't catch your name at first. Again, it's nice to meet you. Hearing Shen, Pyrrha a bit shocked as she the sentiment. Likewise, do you 2 not recognize me? Blake was about to say something as Shen cut her off. No, sorry, she comes from a place pretty far cut off from the world, and me even more so. Why do you ask? Pyrrha looked surprised as she laughed. No reason at all. Although I won't be here for much longer, I hope we get along. For the rest of his time there, Shen was a completely normal student. Although due to him not growing up in the world of RWBY, he had to actually pay attention to understand anything. Reincarnated, and I still somehow managed to get myself stuck doing schoolwork. By far, that was the longest day he had spent in this world. In contrast, he was lucky enough to have Pyrrha and Blake assisting him through the process. All right, class, that should wrap things up for today. Tomorrow we will be focusing on history, so try to study everything I've gone over today as much as possible. Shen's interest was basically rock bottom at this point. When the class was finally dismissed, he opened up his scroll and checked for any updates before being disappointed. Still nothing from Torchwick on Cinder. At this rate, I might end up spending money on the gacha system for fun. The sound of talking broke Shen free of that idea as he looked up. Like before, Pyrrha was swarmed the moment class ended. She was trying her best to focus on everyone and remain calm and smiling. However, as more of the class gathered, her head turned as she spotted Shen and Blake. Actually, I promised to show those two around the city today. Sorry. The people surrounding her seemed disappointed as Pyrrha slipped away from the crowd. Whispering to Shen and Blake, she put her hands together. Can you two please help me out? Standing up, Shen played along without hesitation. Almost forgot about that. Why don't we go right now? Blake was caught off guard as she stood up as well, following Shen's lead. Oh, right. Pyrrha sighed in relief as she had an excuse to leave the academy without being bothered. Thanks a lot sometimes, I really get suffocated by them. Hearing her, Shen responded in kind. Of course, although I am surprised you are so famous, it makes sense why you asked if we recognized you. Pyrrha awkwardly laughed as she lowered her head thinking about something. Shen narrowed his eyes as he turned his head and whispered something to Blake. There are a few things I need to check. Before heading back, you go ahead of me. Hearing what Shen said, Blake looked slightly disappointed as she glanced towards Pyrrha. Okay, I'll be waiting. Just let me know if you need anything. Shen patted her on the head and smirked. Good girl, and try your best to get along with Neo. You and her will be working closely together from now on. Blake was used to Shen patting her at this point as she acted submissive and nodded. Reluctantly, she eventually left as Shen turned his attention back to Pyrrha. You know, if you don't mind, I could definitely still use that tour of the city. And I do have a few questions about Argus and how everything works. Raising her head, she was clearly a little surprised hearing Shen actually wanted her to show him around. But just a moment later she gave him a smile and replied, Sure, it'll be nice to take a break and roam around before I head home. Clapping his hands together, Shen smirked. Great, then let's go, shall we? With that, Pyrrha and Shen did exactly what they said they would. Unlike Blake, he acted more ignorant around Pyrrha about certain matters, especially her fame. And as if she enjoyed the feeling, Pyrrha found herself having a rather good time showing him around. It was only after around an hour and a half that Shen asked her a slightly strange question. So how does security work here in Argus? Also, who's in charge? Pyrrha was caught off guard for a moment as Shen covered his words up. The place I came from was fairly out of the way, so laws were very lax. It wasn't the safest place growing up. A look of understanding washed over her as she relaxed. I see, that makes sense. Well, no worries, Argus is one of the safest places imaginable. Pyrrha began explaining things to Shen like the various police stations around the city and whatnot. As for who's in charge, it really depends. Military-wise, the city depends on the foreign Atlas base built on the islands just north of here, so the special operative in charge there has the most power. Shen nodded, quoting all of that to memory as Pyrrha said something else. However, the person who is in charge of Argus and gives orders to the police chief would be our mayor. Even our headmaster had to listen to them. Putting a hand to his chin, Shen found that bit of information interesting. Well, that's good to know. Thanks for this, Pyrrha. Having his thanks, she shook her head. It's fine, I actually had a lot of fun just walking around the city. I haven't had the chance to relax like this for a while. Pyrrha didn't let Shen say anything as she looked up and saw the sun was getting fairly low. Oh, I am going to be late. See you later, Shen, and say hi to Blake for me. Shen watched Pyrrha run off as she waved. He waved as well until she disappeared from view and his smile turned into a grin. Looks like my first target will be that Atlas military base then. After such a boring day, having something fun to do at night will be great. Besides, it's been too long since I've done something solo. Returning back to their base set up here in Mistral, dark clouds began to roll over Argus. Shen immediately made his way to the top floor where he searched around for someone. His eyes scoured the halls until eventually he spotted her leaning against a wall with her eyes closed. Nia, there you are, I was looking for you. I need you to do something for me. Opening her eyes, Neo looked at him with a dissatisfied look on her face. Why don't you just get that girl to help you? Shen leaned in towards and looked at her, causing Neo to avert her eyes. Because what I need you to do is extremely delicate. You're the only person fit for the job. Hearing that, Neo stared at him for a second before speaking. Fine. Hearing her quiet answer, Shen stood back up straight. Good, all you need to do is pretend to be me and stay here for the next hour or so. Besides that, there's something I've wanted to test out. If you help me, I'll let you be the first one to try it. Neo couldn't hide her interest, but at that point, Shen had fully backed off and had walked away. Relaxing for a second, Neo shook her head to herself. Slowly, her appearance began to change as her height increased and features morphed. Within seconds, you couldn't differentiate her and Shen, who had just left. Shen didn't waste a single moment. As the moment night fell, he made his way back outside into the city of Argus. The rain had begun to downpour, and the moon was barely shining through the clouds, making everything fairly dark. Wearing his old White Fang mask, Shen was dressed in their normal attire. From the outside, if it wasn't for Guibalg in his hands, it would be impossible to tell who Shen was. On top of one of the two large hills surrounding Argus was a very large tower drawing the buildings in the city in terms of height. This was a CCTS tower and is what connected Argus to the rest of the world. There were only a few main CCTS towers that existed in the world, and they allowed the world of Remnant to stay connected. If one went down like in the original story, then that chain of connection would be broken. As for the one in Argus, it was nowhere near as important as the main ones. However, it still was what allowed people and the military in Argus to perform long-distance communications to other cities and whatnot. Standing just outside of the fence surrounding the tower, 2 guards were stationed. Despite its importance, the security around the CCTS tower was surprisingly lax. Can't believe I got put on duty again tonight. I know, right? I can't believe Mike called out like that. The 2 guards spoke with one another as they heard a third voice interject. You're right, Mike does sound like an asshole. Turning their heads, the guard on the right couldn't even react. Piercing straight through his chest and hurt heart, Shen's figure had appeared in front of him in an instant. The guard's eyes widened before losing their light. His partner, who was to the left of Shen, seemed to still be in shock as he reached for his gun. However, before he could, Shen pulled Guibalg from the now-dead guard's chest and twisted it in his hand. The pointed end of the Guibalg pointed directly at the guard's throat as Shen thrust it through his neck. A wave of violent electricity flowed through Guibalg as the guard's body twitched and shook. Its entire being was fried beyond recognition before Shen removed Guibalg from his neck. In a matter of seconds, both guards' bodies fell to the ground. Now then, turning his gaze to the CCTS tower, Shen lightning began crackling in his free hand. Sometime later, Shen's actions didn't go unnoticed. The foreign Atlas base was connected to Argus through a series of one main bridge which branched into 2. These bridges lead to 2 separate islands. One of these islands was used as a landing area for their Adaljan airships. The other served as the main base, and it's where the control center was located. It was built into a large rocky spire on the island and was well defended. However, at this moment, a rather short-stature old woman had her hands behind her back within the control center. Atlas guards were working away at the holographic screens in front of them, and she surveyed them. Ma'am, I think we have a problem. One of them turned and spoke to the woman in charge as she inquired. What is it? The man turned and pointed to his screen. The CCTS tower has gone down, and we have lost communications with the guards stationed there. Her eyes widened as she walked up to the screen, pushing him out of the way. How did this happen? She yelled at the guard she had pushed as he raised his hands. I am not sure, ma'am. I thought it was a bug or connection issue and have been trying to reconnect with the tower for the past 20 minutes. She glared at him for a moment before turning around and looking towards the guards standing next to the entrance of the control center. Send, before she could even bark out an order, everyone's eardrums shook violently. Covering their ears, everyone heard the sound of lightning striking down. At the same time, it felt like the entire base had shaken as the woman in charge fell to the ground along with a few others. A second later, alarms began going off as red warning lights began turning themselves on. What the hell is going on? Standing back up, she ran over to the window at the front of the room overlooking the rest of the base. What? Her words trailed as she saw the bridge they had connecting them to Argus had been destroyed. Standing center stage on their side of the destroyed bridge, Shen cracked his neck. Time to get to work. Chapter 26. This is an assault. The CCTS tower being meant they couldn't call for reinforcements, and the bridge being destroyed cut off any chance of escape on foot. It only took the special operative in charge of the base a moment to piece things together in her head. Turning around, she began giving out orders. "I want all of our ground forces to move to Island A2. Don't let them touch those airships." The people sitting in front of their screens nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Immediately they began sending down the orders through the chain of command. With that done, the special operative went over to a nearby wall with a panel on it. Pushing a singular button, she activated the voice comms to the entire base. "This is Special Operative Caroline Cordovin. Raise all alarms and prepare for battle. Show the fools who are trying to stifle us the might of Atlas and its military." Her words were heard loud and clear by everyone, and they even were heard by citizens on the mainland. If the lightning hadn't alerted the people of Argus, that most certainly did. Well, now I have something to look forward to during this. Rushing from both islands A1 and A2, many Atlas soldiers were running to deal with the intruders. "Form a line, the enemy will go for the aircrafts next. Well, be here to meet them when they arrive." Orders were being given down as the bridge leading to the aircraft ports was completely blocked off by Atlas military soldiers. As they all stood there, locked in their positions, they were quiet. Aside from the alarms going off and the slight shuffling of footsteps, no one made a sound. Footsteps echoed out from in front of them as a singular figure came into view. "Is that a member of the White Fang? Don't tell me they did this." With one soldier saying that their enemy seemed to be clear, but there's just one of him. Shen was standing on the bridge all alone without any reinforcements or allies in sight. "It doesn't matter, we have our orders. Open fire." Despite everyone's doubts, the officer in charge gave the order. Over 100 barrels were aimed directly at Shen before firing. Blue flashes of light lit up the bridge and the surrounding sky like fireworks. Piercing Shen's body dozens of times over, he didn't seem to move, but small holes tore into him. The firing continued for 5 seconds straight before stopping. That seemed a bit overkill. Where is the rest of the enemy? There's no way that guy came here alone. Taking their attention off Shen, who was most certainly dead, everyone began scanning the rest of the bridge. However, before their gazes could even move a few inches, they heard a voice. "So you all really can't kill me." Their heads looked back onto Shen, who was still standing. Despite having holes in his body, no one saw flesh or innards, but instead just blue light. Electricity crackled from each hole as they closed up in sync. He looked no different from before without even his clothes being ruffled. How the hell is he still alive? Is it a hologram? Confusion enveloped the Atlas soldiers as fear also began to rise. "Hold steady, prepare to fire." Having to take control of the situation, the Atlas officer yelled at his men. Preparing his arm to signal another attack, he suddenly saw a flash of light. A trail akin to that of lightning flew right past the side of his head. Before he could say another word, he felt something pierce through his chest as his entire body was lifted off the ground. "Og!" Spitting out blood, he could barely turn his head around. The Atlas soldiers who were staring at Shen just a second ago did the same in utter shock. Shen's hand had gone straight through the Atlas officer's chest, and in his hand was his heart. "I'm afraid none of you will be firing your guns again." Crushing the Atlas officer's heart in his hand, he pulled his arm out of his chest, letting the body fall to the ground. None of them had seen him move, and just like that, their officer was dead. The thought that could have been them caused their hearts to grow cold. Their hands trembled as one soldier who had fallen back in shock grit and teeth and prepared to aim at Shen. Glancing at him, Shen smirked. Once again, his body transformed into lightning, appearing behind that Atlas soldier. With a quick blow to the head, their bodies slammed in the ground, cracking it, dying on impact. Ah! Finally, someone let out a scream which broke the soldiers' remaining will. They began spreading out immediately, running in different directions. However, at that point, it was just a game of chase. Like a chain, Shen's body transformed from lightning as he began appearing one Atlas soldier at a time. With one swift move, not even utilizing Gibalg, which he had left behind, he killed them and moved to the next. Over 100 soldiers were on the bridge that night leading to the island which housed the airships, and in less than 5 minutes, Shen killed every last one of them. Calling it a gruesome sight would be putting it lightly. As the rain continued to pour down, bodies littered the ground, drenched in the blood of dozens of others. Moving his gaze from the corpses under his feet, Shen's eyes were cold. Taking his time, he began walking towards the airship's location, phasing straight through the gate. Looking around, he saw there were no more soldiers in the area. But one thing did catch his eye, and that was oil tanks lining one of the walls. Well, if the Just Cause series taught me anything. His eyes flashed with mischievous intent as back on the main base island Caroline looked tense. Looking at one of the men stationed at a control panel, she asked, "We still can't get in contact with anyone from the A2 bridge." The man shook his head. "No, we had heard the officer in charge gave the order to fire, but after that, all got is static and silence." Caroline clenched her fist, looking back out of the window in front of her. It was pitch black outside, and the rain didn't help either. Thanks to Shen blowing it up, the lights on the bridge had been cut out completely. There were around 300 personnel at this base. Around half of them were soldiers, while the rest were miscellaneous such as maintenance, pilots, etc. by all means, that had sent the bulk of their offensive force forward. However, now they were getting no response, which could only mean one thing. Their total visibility was limited to their HQ building. Damn it! As if synced to her hand, slamming against the window, it seemed like in the pitch black of night, the sun had appeared, the clouds turned orange, and the entire sky was lit up. An explosion went off that engulfed the entire island holding the airships. Followed by the first were multiple chain reactions leading to even more explosions occurring. A shockwave of pure pressure and sound flew in every direction as Caroline's eyes lit up. When the shockwave reached their HQ, every glass window shattered as the ground shook. It was as if a typhoon and earthquake had hit them simultaneously as everyone was knocked backwards. Oh my God! What the hell is happening over there? Is it a grim attack? Watching from the edge of Atlas, thousands of citizens had gathered. The commotion had gotten their attention, and when originally they saw nothing, they were blinded. Although not as intense, the shockwave caused for a strong breeze to wash over them. Just like that, one of the islands that acted as one of Argus's main defenses against Grimm was destroyed. "Everyone, please move back." The police eventually arrived on the scene, telling citizens to move away from the city's edge. They couldn't do anything at this point due to the bridge being destroyed, so they focused on public order. "Excuse me." Moving through the crowd, a red-haired girl that everyone recognized appeared. One of the police officers had his eyes widen as he spotted her. "You're Pyrrha Nikos." Pyrrha was wearing her huntsman outfit. Having both Milo and Aqua her shield and weapon in hand, she looked towards the officer. "What's going on? What happened?" Listening to her question, the police officer shook his head. "We're not sure. The bridge leading to the Atlas military base was suddenly blown up, and now this. We can't contact them or reach them at all, and we're receiving alarms left and right." Pyrrha frowned as she looked towards the large column of smoke rising into the air from the previous explosion. Gripping her shield tight, she turned and looked towards the destroyed bridge. "Sorry about this." The officer was confused when he heard her apologize. "What?" Without giving an answer, Pyrrha ran past the perimeter the police had made towards the broken bridge. "Wait, what are you doing?" the police officer called out as people saw Pyrrha running towards the bridge. Taking a deep breath, her running speed increased as she approached the part of the bridge that was broken. Reeling back her arm, she threw her shield across the gap before jumping herself. Her jump cleared half of the gap as she utilized her semblance in the next instance. A black aura surrounded her shield as it froze in midair, acting as a platform as she landed on it and jumped again with full strength. Flying back to her hand, she grabbed her shield and landed on the other side, clearing a 50-meter jump. Everyone watching was surprised but began cheering as well. Everyone knew who Pyrrha was as she was the pride of Argus and its academy. Ignoring the voices behind her, Pyrrha had a serious look on her face as she ran ahead straight towards the Atlas military's HQ. "I hope I'll be able to make it in time to help before anything else happens." Her mind was full of worry and driving force as scenes began to play out at her destination. Lying on the ground covered in shattered glass, Caroline struggled to sit up. "Awake! I wasn't expecting that explosion to do so much damage. Even your men were knocked out by it." Looking up, her eyes landed on Shen, who had a smile on his face. He was sitting lazily where the window that was shattered used to be. You're a part of the White Fang? Recognizing his attire and mask, Shen nodded. Yes, although I wasn't expecting it to be so easy. I mean, really, can you believe I did this all by myself? His words seemed to shake Caroline as she stood up. Impossible, there's no way you did all this alone. Atlas, she was cut off as Shen hopped to his feet. Well, luckily for me, you believe me or not isn't a factor here, if you didn't notice. Holding up his hand, a life fiber attached to one of his fingers trailed its way to Caroline's neck. Yanking on it, she had no way to resist and was pulled towards him. Your life is literally in my hands. Grabbing at the life fiber, Caroline felt it tighten as it became hard to breathe. However, suddenly it began to loosen as Shen retracted the life fiber. But it seems fortune is on your side. I already got what I wanted, and you and everyone else here really aren't worth killing. He barely got any XP from those Atlas soldiers. It was pretty pathetic to look at. What were you after then? Caroline questioned Shen, but in response, he just laughed. Sorry, but I'm not about to monologue my entire plan out to you. You and the rest of Argus will see with a good time, but until then. Frowning for a second, Shen looked up towards the metal sliding door leading to the room. A loud bang echoed from it as it dented in slightly. Within the same moment, yet another bang came from the door as it was sent flying. Raising his leg, Shen kicked it out of the way when it came in range, slamming into a nearby wall. Shen's eyes widened for a moment before regaining their composure. He began changing the way he spoke as he said something. Well, if it isn't the pride of Argus, the invincible girl herself, although you're a little late to the party as things are getting wrapped up here. Walking into the room was Pyrrha. She was panting and sweating, showing she ran full speed here. Most of the people she came across were either unconscious or slightly injured. Every last person still awake mentioned they saw a flash of blue light near the control room, which is how she ended up here. Looking at Shen, and she glanced at the surrounding unconscious Atlas personnel and Caroline. You're the one responsible for all of this. Shen shrugged. Depends if you believe in the concept of indirect cause. He said it in a joke-like tone as Pyrrha suddenly raised her arm. Originally resembling a normal short blade, her weapon began to unfold and extend its hilt, transforming into a javelin. Raising his hand, Shen saw her throw it directly at him without hesitation. A black aura surrounded her javelin as it flew, utilizing her semblance. In that same instance, just as Shen planned on deflecting it, something strange occurred. Almost like a glitch, Shen's hand turned into electricity before quickly shifting back. The sudden change caught him off guard as the javelin pierced through his hand. It stopped halfway through as Shen raised a brow. Oh, raising his hand with the javelin still in it, he looked at the wound before looking back at Pyrrha. Well, that's interesting. Ignoring what Shen was saying, Pyrrha recalled her weapon. Flying out of Shen's hand, it returned to her as she rushed forward and prepared to attack. In a matter of seconds, the wound on his hand began to heal at an incredible pace. Looking back up at Pyrrha, Shen held out his hand again but attacked first. A pulse of lightning fired straight out of his hand at a speed she couldn't react to. Slamming into her body, her aura protected her from being electrocuted, but she was sent flying back, slamming onto the ground. Shen watched as she quickly jumped back up, recovering herself with her eyes still focused on him. I'm afraid we'll have to have our fight at another time. I still have things to do and they can't wait. But trust me, I'm just as eager for it as you are. With that, Shen's body transformed, and the next second, in a flash of electricity, he was gone. Who was that? Whispering to herself, she touched her chest where Shen had struck her. Despite her aura blocking the attack, it hurt a lot, in fact. Keeping a straight, she shook her head. No point on dwelling on it for now. Turning her attention to Caroline and the Atlas personnel, she began tending to each one at a time. His voice did sound slightly familiar, though. Chapter 27. Phew, landing onto the edge of a roof, Shen took the White Fang mask off his face. Damn definitely knows what I'm putting my stats into now. Right now, he had 20 points to put into whatever he wanted and was close to reaching level 13. Well, whatever, I got what I needed to do done. Although Pyrrha showing up was an unexpected surprise, it was a welcome one. Taking a deep breath, Shen heard a voice in his head. Looks like you managed to have fun while you were out. Turning his head to the right, he saw another him. Oh, Nia, didn't notice you. Guess I'm more exhausted than I thought. Neo had her face cupped in her hands overlooking Argus from the rooftop. Her eyes reflected the still burning fires created from the explosion of the oil tanks and aircraft. Transforming back into herself, Shen sat down on the ground. So, any issues occur while I was gone? Neo shook her head as she walked over to Shen. No, not really. Although dealing with that Blake girl was weird, she was really clingy but not that bad, I guess. Shen let out a dry laugh. Yeah, I'll have to sort that out eventually, although I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to it or not. Looking at his hands and clothes, they had gotten drenched in blood and messy. Well, I'm going to go take a shower. Standing up, Shen lazily began walking towards the staircase on top of the roof. You not worried about the chaos you just created? If you did all of this under the guise of the White Fang, a lot of issues are going to pop up. Shen smiled when she said that. Oh, I made sure issues are going to occur. That's the whole point after all. Leaving the rooftop, Neo was left there on her own. Glancing back over Argus, she narrowed her eyes before leaving as well. An hour later, Shen walked into his room in a robe. I might not need to sleep or eat, but showers are always nice. Drying off his hair, he sat down onto the bed and opened up the system. Now let's see here how's everything looking. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 12, 507,005, 12000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 20%, Human Demon Hybrid. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 4 Karmic Retribution LV, Max Devil Trigger LV, 1 Witch Walk LV, Max Squirmy Fingers LV, Max Goro Goro no My LV. 2. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, Appearance Manipulation, Life Fiber Manipulation, Mental Refitting, Life Fiber Manipulation, Volt Vari Goro Goro no Mi. Link skills, Demonic Blast Devil Trigger. So I capped out on my hybrid percentage again. Speaking of which, I wonder if I'm able to create Goku uniforms. I mean, it is at level 4 surely I'd be able to make something. Even if it's useless to me, I could definitely give it to Blake or Neo. Those two are going to be too weak to help in the future if I don't put in some effort to refine them. Thinking about it for a moment, Shen got back on track as he switched to his stats menu. Personal stats. Points, 20. Physical strength, 16 plus 40. Endurance, 5 plus 51. Dexterity, 24 plus 35. Power, 17 plus 24. Although having a devil fruit sadly didn't affect his stats, he could never get over how great the enhancements his different races gave him. I've been ignoring endurance since it's technically one of my highest stats, but using the Goro Goro, no Mi is taking up a lot of my stamina. If I plan on using it on a large scale, endurance is a must. Alongside that, I need more power to back it up. After a few seconds of thinking it over, Shen decided to allocate his points 14 and 6, 14 going into endurance while the rest went straight into power. It's so hard to remain a balanced character. No one will know of the tough calls I've had to make. Feeling satisfied with his choices laid back. Now I just need Salem to hurry up and act. Closing his eyes, Shen fell asleep as the night passed and the next day came. Shen was forced awake by the sound of frantic knocking as he sat up. What? Answering groggily, he sat up and rubbed his head as the door opened. It was Blake, and she had a rather flustered look on her face. SHO, she stopped speaking for a second, seeing Shen. He was still wearing the robe from last night and nothing else. Sighing, Shen snapped his fingers a few times, getting her attention. Blake, what is it? Shaking her head, she got back on topic. Oh right, Shen, something bad has happened. Did you see what happened last night? Raising a brow, Shen nodded. Of course, pretty hard to miss. I was on the roof watching everything. Hearing that, Blake nodded. Well, the apparent a lot of Atlas soldiers were killed and the damage was pretty bad. Standing up off the bed, Shen cracked his neck. That's strange, no doubt, but why did you wake me up for it? Blake reached into her back pocket, pulled out her scroll, turning it on. Because of this. It displayed a holographic projection above it with a man standing in front of a microphone. He was talking to a sea of press and cameras with people jumping to ask questions. The mayor? Quitting down all the reporters, the mayor of Argus began to speak. By his side was someone Shen instantly recognized. Caroline Cordovan is the person who was in charge of the Atlas military base here. The attack on the Atlas military base last night had been confirmed to be done by Faunis. To be more precise, the White Fang which have infiltrated our city without our knowledge. Blake clenched her fist as she continued to let it play, and Shen watched meticulously. Their goal was unknown. However, this was clearly an act that went far beyond simple terrorism. That military base acts as protection for our city against the Grim. Not only have they destroyed it, but they have also taken down our communications to the outside world, stranding us. Caroline, standing beside the mayor, nodded. Indeed, what the mayor has said is true. The White Fang did attack us and, in turn, put the lives of all Argus citizens in danger. Although we are not sure how they infiltrated the city, we can only guess they had help from faunis compatriots. Until we can commence a full investigation, all faunis seen within Argus shall be taken in custody and interrogated. After that, the mayor began going into further detail about all the restrictions they planned on putting in place. Most of them affect faunis within Argus, and the punishments they will be dealing if their alibis aren't seen as sufficient. Normally, something like this wouldn't be tolerated by citizens, but it was another story in this case. The fact the White Fang was behind the attack already made them angry. But Mistral was known for having the highest levels of discrimination against faunis. With those two things together included in the fact, faunis are already rare to see in the city, no one needed to even talk about how much worse things would get for faunis living here. It's all a bunch of lies. Blake crushed the scroll in her hands as she trembled with anger. I questioned everyone and even logged everyone's positions during the incident. No one from the White Fang could have done this. They're setting us up for a crime we didn't commit, and now the innocent will pay for it. Shen put his hand on his chin before speaking. You're right, this is bad. At this rate, who knows how things will escalate, but at the same time, there isn't much we can do. Blake was surprised to hear Shen say that as she spoke. What do you mean? Shen explained bluntly with a downtrodden expression. If we try taking the faunis in the city under our protection, we risk exposing ourselves completely. At the same time, if we try to deny or directly oppose their claims, no one will believe us. Right now, we're in a position where we can't do anything. Unless we resort to using force and potentially even violence, it's best if we just stick to the shadows. Blake felt stunned listening to Shen as she kept opening and closing her mouth. She had always been against the methods the White Fang used, but at this moment, that method seemed to be the only real answer. Other than that, they would be forced to suffer in silence. But, Shen interjected as he shook his head. Of course, we can't do that, though. Resorting to such methods would make us as bad as people like Adam. For now, we can only wait and try and quell the idea. In the end, humans just want someone to blame for their problems. We were the minority, so why not push the issue onto us? Anyway, it's best you relay everything to the rest of the White Fang here. Hopefully, they'll understand. Shen closed the door to his room, leaving Blake in the hallway to marinate on his words. She had hated that the White Fang was willing to resort to violence. After all, they had never done so before, and she had rathered them take the peaceful approach. But this was just infuriating. Why did they have to stop themselves from fighting back when the people who suppressed them treated them like animals? It's not fair. Her knuckles turned white and cracked as she walked away. There was a murderous intent in her eyes hidden, but they're all the same. Inside his room, Shen stared at the closed door as a smile formed on his face. Leaving Caroline was definitely the right call. Kuchinashi City is already taken care of. Now all I need to do is hit the White Fang with something big. Around an hour later, Shen began getting dressed in his Sanctum Academy uniform. While thinking to himself, he got a message through his scroll. Pulling it out, he saw it was from Torchwick, and the message itself made his eyes light up. Finally, about time. I was begging to think I needed to incentive Salem more. That woman Cinder is apparently on her way from Vale to Mistral and will arrive shortly. She says she wants to meet up somewhere that's not too far from Argus tomorrow night. What do you want to do? Shen didn't need to think about it when he replied. Of course, we're going to meet her. It would be rude not to. Set the location to some village not too far from Argus, but desolate enough we don't need to worry about causing any noise. Sending that message to Torchwick, Shen took a relaxing breath, made his way to the first floor, and went outside. Blake was waiting for him and still had a slightly grim look on her face. Let's go. I want to see how the recent news has affected the academy. Blake looked up and nodded, following Shen to the academy. There was an obvious slight tension in the air, and the security around the academy had been buffed immensely. Just entering the campus area required them to scan both their student IDs and answer a list of questions. Best make sure that ribbon stays on your head. Having your ears revealed now would be even worse than before. Shen whispered to Blake as he glanced ahead and saw none other than Pyrrha. There was no crowd around her, but people were still greeting her as normal. "Hey, no fans surrounding you this time around?" He tapped her on the shoulder while speaking, causing her to jump from her daze. "Ah, Shen, Blake, sorry I didn't notice you too." Shen shook his head. "It's fine." Blake thought to herself for a second before speaking up. "Pyrrha, I heard you made your way to the Atlas base when it was being attacked. Was it really a member of the White Fang who attacked?" Hearing the question, Pyrrha sighed. "Yeah, though I wasn't in time to help anyone, but there is no doubt they were a part of the White Fang." Blake lowered her head, hearing that. "I see." Pyrrha noticed Blake's shift in tone and tried to speak more cheerfully. "In any case, I'm sure things will go back to normal soon. Something like this must have taken a lot of effort to set up. Now that we're on guard and cautious, it shouldn't happen again." Shen looked a bit interested, and he inquired, "Oh, you sound pretty confident in that." Pyrrha laughed to herself, listening to Shen. "Well, I'm not really supposed to say anything just yet, but I'll tell you too. Some things are taking priority when it comes to repairs. For example, the CCTS tower. Apparently, the police chief is going to be asking our headmaster for help when it comes to security." Shen turned his head a bit hearing that. "Oh, really? Now that's interesting." Looking around for a moment, Pyrrha whispered something to them. "I planned on talking to the headmaster about it after class, but I want to apply on joining the huntsman who is going to be helping out. After all, I had a close encounter, so I may be able to help." Blake thought about it for a second before brightening up. "That actually sounds nice. With you, hopefully, they'll be able to catch the culprit faster." Pyrrha nodded as Shen spoke excitedly. "I really do hope the headmaster accepts your request. I'm sure the people of Argus will feel a lot safer with you helping out." Chapter 28. Traveling on all of those trains and planes made me so sore. A young man with gray hair and silver eyes was walking through the streets of Argus. His clothes were matching, so having a gray jacket and black pants. At least we were in first class, definitely an improvement over the other times. The tan, green-haired girl walking next to him looked down at that map in her hands. She wore a white and green crop top and white shorts with brown thigh-high boots. Her red eyes scanned the map up and down before letting out an exaggerated sigh. "This thing is unreadable." Crumpling it up, she threw the map away. "Emerald, Mercury has been so irritatingly impatient since we've arrived." Walking ahead of the two of them, Cinder came to a stop. She was looking towards the tall building in front of her, which was the one owned by Shen and the White Fang. "Wow, this place is big. I didn't think the White Fang had the resources to do stuff like this in Argus." Mercury commented on the building in front of them as Cinder turned her head. "That's because there's someone special in the White Fang within Mistral. Due to how Mistral is run, it's difficult for the White Fang to operate here. As such, they're considered the weakest branch of the four. However, thanks to that person's efforts, they have risen to the top." Mercury touched his chin before understanding. "I see, so he's the person we've come to see and the one who plans on backing our endeavors." Cinder nodded. "Yes, and our master has taken interest in Mistral as well. With that being the case, we're here to find out what he wants in return." The two of them understood as they followed Cinder to the entrance of the building. Too many people, presumably huntsmen, stopped them at the front doors. "You can't pass this point without authorization." Cinder didn't speak as she pulled out a slip of paper and handed it to the man. Looking over it once, he nodded before opening the door, letting the three of them in. Sitting on a couch to the entrance were Torchwick and Neo waiting patiently. Cinder and the others immediately saw the difference with there not being any human insight. Faunis fully ran the building. Looking up, Torchwick spotted them and laughed. "Finally, he was getting tired of waiting, and so was I, if we're being honest." Walking over to them, Torchwick extended his hand. "Roman Torchwick, it's a pleasure, and this is Neo." Cinder smiled and took his hand. "Likewise." Turning around, Torchwick gestured for them to follow him. A few of the White Fang cast them glances but seemed to ignore them afterwards. After all, any human here was authorized by Shen to be so. Everyone here practically worshipped him as a hero among the White Fang. Getting into the elevator, Torchwick spoke to the three of them. Although he's pretty young, try not to do anything stupid in there. I just bought this place, and I plan on staying in it for a while, rather not having to renovate an entire room. Mercury and Emerald saw Torchwick looking directly at Cinder while speaking. When the elevator hit the appropriate floor, everyone stepped off. He's in that room over there. Good luck. Torchwick waved them off after pointing out the room. His behavior was extremely reserved and also slightly worrying. Neo stayed behind with Torchwick, but her eyes never left the three of them staring them down until they disappeared from sight. Let's just hope all this waiting will lead up to something interesting, shall we? Torchwick smiled to himself as the door to the room he pointed to closed. Inside was a meeting space with a single table and window covering an entire wall. Taking a seat on one end of the table, Cinder looked at the person sitting opposite to her. Cinder Falls, you've finally made here. I thought I would have to cause a little more trouble to finally grab your attention. Cinder was caught slightly off guard as Shen outright spoke her name. Well, you're a hard person to ignore. Her eyes landed on Blake, who was standing next to the sitting Shen. Especially considering your reputation spreading through Mistral. Turning her attention back, Shen smirked and leaned back in his chair. Well, I'll try. Now, flattery aside, we both know why we're here and what you want from me, so all that's left to talk about is what I want, right? Placing her hand on the table, Cinder shook her head. Not exactly. In fact, I have two questions that have been lingering on my mind. Shen looked interested as he humored Cinder. The most prominent being, why? From what I understand, your actions have raised the White Fang here to new heights. Money and dust shouldn't be an issue for you whatsoever yet, that's all we have to offer. So tell me, why are you putting so much at risk for humans? We should be natural enemies after all. Cinder always had an expression of control on her face, along with a sense of superiority hidden behind a charming yet fake smile. It was normally enough to hide whatever she was thinking. After all, she was deceptive to her core, but sadly Shen could see straight through her. You know, Cinder, you are always too eager for power and control. It's a good trait, but not against me. Cinder's smile fell a bit as Shen continued. You're here because you're out of options. Adam Taurus can't supply you with the manpower you need, right? Maybe he's been forced to back out of his arrangement with you. Shen spoke with a smile as both Blake next to him and the three people in front of him had their eyes change in emotion. So now you've come here to me. So yes, you're definitely right. Alone you three are worth nothing to me. In fact, getting rid of you would probably save me a lot of hassle in the future. However, the person that can help me is your master. She is the one who sent you here, right? Suddenly Cinder's face completely changed. She stood up so fast that her seat fell back as both wariness and shock enveloped her. Who are you? Salem's very existence is hidden from the world. Almost no one knows of her, and yet she is the shadow that lurks across Remnant. There was no way Shen, who simply controlled the White Fang, should know of her. Don't act so startled. I know more about your master than even you do, which isn't saying much, I suppose. This is also why I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself in her eyes. Tell her to contact me herself. If she accepts the offer I lay down, then she'll have my support in her goal, her true goal, until the very end. Cinder stared at Shen with that smirk on his face, full of both confidence and foreboding. After standing there frozen for a moment, she turned around. We're leaving. Both Mercury and Emerald were surprised to see Cinder like this as Emerald spoke out. But when, she was immediately cut off by Cinder glaring at her. Her body froze up as she nodded and immediately followed behind her. Mercury glanced back at Shen before following as well. Shen casually waved as they left, saying something in a low tone. Try to keep your head on your shoulders during this ordeal, Cinder. I would hate for you to die too soon. With that, Cinder left in a hurry, not even bothering to close to the door. The next second, both Torchwick and Neo walked in. So I'm guessing things didn't go well? Shen shook his head to Torchwick's questions. Oh no, it went about how I expected. It won't be long now till they crawl their way back to me. Sadly, until then, we're going to have to wait a bit longer. Torchwick raised a brow as he looked at Shen, who seemed quite happy with himself. You know, for someone who is so impatient, you do like waiting, don't you? Shen glanced at him as he shrugged. I learn from others' mistakes. So many people exist with their own plans for their world. Some are willing to wait tens of years, others hundreds. Shen turned in his chair to look out the window behind him. Yet in the end, they all fail due to a failure to look into the possibilities, ignoring certain people's existences, possibilities, and leaving important matters to those who are simply too useless to carry them out. I won't make the same mistakes, I refuse to. Shen narrowed his eyes when he said those last words. A silence enveloped the room as everyone stared at him, thinking their own individual thoughts. At the same time, a few minutes later, Cinder, followed by Emerald and Mercury, had long left the building. Cinder had her eyes refocused, but her fist clenched tight. Cinder, what's going on? What was with that guy? Mercury spoke up first as Cinder came to a stop. Emerald, you had all the things we brought with us moved to our hotel rooms, didn't you? Emerald nodded. Yes, just like you asked me to. Hearing that, Cinder took a deep breath as she regained her calm. Good, then I want you to come with me. Mercury, you stay here and watch that building. Keep note of everything that happens, especially when it comes to that boy. Mercury nodded in uncertainty as Cinder gestured for Emerald to follow her. This is weird. I've never seen Cinder that riled up before. That guy, everything about him is just so strange. Later into that day, Cinder and Emerald arrived at the rooms they had prepared in Argus beforehand. Lying on the ground before them was yet another one of those strange, grim-like orbs. Are we really talking to her so soon after arriving? Emerald seemed worried as Cinder didn't answer and bowed. Emerald soon did the same as Cinder spoke. Master, I have something to talk to you about. Keeping her head low, the grim orb let out a dark glow before rising into the air, seemingly activating. Ah, Cinder contacting me so soon. I can only hope this isn't a matter that will displease me. Another failure from you would be quiet, displeasing. Cinder opened her mouth before closing it, seemingly preparing to speak. Master, I have met with the one who is to assist us. However, something unexpected has occurred. Salem seemed disinterested in general, but still replied to Cinder. Speak. Cinder raised her head as she spoke in all seriousness. The person we met had agreed to assist us however he had requested, yet those requests seem to be based on knowledge he has of you. I'm not sure how, but he was expecting us to come here and most likely engineered it. Finally, Salem gave a response of interest as she went silent. Cinder took this chance to continue speaking. He said he is willing to support your endeavors, but only if you speak to him directly. I'm not sure of the details, but he most likely. Cinder was cut off by Salem speaking. What does he look like? Cinder turned to look at Emerald, who was behind her. Emerald nodded as she utilized her semblance. Her red eyes seemed to glow as she focused it on everyone in the room. An illusionary figure appeared beside her in full height and nearly perfect appearance. It was Shen, of course, replicated from Emerald's memory and imagery of him. Looking at Shen through the grim orb, Salem went through instant recognition. It's him. She whispered to herself as suddenly Cinder and Emerald heard a chuckle which evolved into a controlled laugh. Interesting, very interesting. And he wants to meet me? Very well then, I'll humor his curiosity. Agree to his terms, Cinder, and schedule for us to talk within the week. Salem gave no further explanation as the grim orb cracked and fell to the ground. Both Emerald and Cinder were surprised by Salem's sudden decision, but had no time to question it. Standing up, the Cinder remained silent as Emerald spoke. Something is definitely going on behind the scenes. It was a good idea to leave Mercury there to watch them. Finally, Cinder spoke. I agree. If even Salem is willing to act when it comes to him, then it seems it will be best if we get closer to him on our own. Chapter 29. Shen looks like he's been in a good mood lately. Pyrrha was talking to Blake while staring at Shen sitting next to her. He was tapping on the desk in front of him while listening to something through the headphones on his head. True, I've never seen him so relaxed. Blake looked at Shen as well, seeing he had a large smile on his face. He's only been here for a few days, but his grades are already catching up to mine. Same goes for you two, Blake. You two are incredible. I can see why you two are together. Blake's face changed as she looked towards Pyrrha, waving her hand. No, me and him aren't in any kind of romantic relationship. It's complicated. Pyrrha looked surprised as she turned to her. Really? I mean, I was just assuming that, well, you're always following him by the heel. You idolize him a lot, don't you? Blake glanced to see if Shen was paying attention before speaking. Don't get me wrong, I do look up to him. it wouldn't be too far to say his goals are mine. But that's as far as things go relationship-wise. Pyrrha looked slightly confused due to how Blake worded everything. She's always kept to herself, but it sounds like her and Shen have strange views on one another. Blake's eyes grew a bit dim after thinking to herself for a moment as she said something else in passing. In any case, I can't afford to be selfish on the matter. He would be disappointed if I did. Blake sounded almost annoyed speaking about it as Pyrrha was taken back a bit. Her eyes made their way back to Shen for a moment as she spoke to herself. Really? Blake looked down at her hands as Pyrrha snapped from her daze. Well, sorry for the misunderstanding. Blake nodded as she brought her attention to the class coming to an end. Time to leave already? I swear these classes are getting shorter each day. I was actually enjoying the piece. A lightning devil fruit had a lot of amazing uses, such as being able to call down lightning like Zeus. Another one, though, was being able to power and use electronics he wanted without needing a proper source, such as the headphones he was wearing over his head. Even better was that he could control them quite easily as well. He was listening to music and songs from his old world without needing to do anything but recall them from memory. The perks of having powers compared to those without, I suppose. Standing up, Shen made his way out of the classroom, humming the entire way. Blake followed him as well, as the two of them made their way back to the HQ. Watching them leave, Pyrrha thought to herself for a moment. I wonder what Shen's is so busy with in the first place. He doesn't look like someone who would have a job or take things seriously at all. It was as she was packing her things for school that the teacher made her way to her. Pyrrha, do you mind doing me a favor? Blake and Shen left before I could mention it, but I have some forms I need them to fill out. Pyrrha smiled and took the forms the teacher had in her hands. Sure, I'll get right on it. The teacher thanked her before leaving as Pyrrha looked down at the forms. Actually, even more importantly, where do they even live? I don't think they have ever talked about where they stay in the city. That thought lingered in Pyrrha's mind as Shen finally arrived at the HQ on the other side of Argus. Oh, he was surprised to spot Cinder, Emerald, and Mercury walking out of the building. Their last meeting was around 3 days ago, so it was quite a surprise. There he is! Mercury spotted Shen and Blake first pointing to them. Emerald turned her head and noticed something off. Are they wearing academy uniforms? Hearing what Emerald said, Cinder raised her hands to her lips. Indeed they are. I'm quite interested in why that is. Blake shot a menacing glance towards Mercury that caused his face to turn grim for a moment. What the hell was that about? Shen, on the other, took the headphones off his head and greeted them. Well, if it isn't my favorite trio, to what do I owe the pleasure? Cinder seemed to have regained her composure around Shen and answered calmly. Us, nothing. However, the meeting you so desired is waiting for you. I wouldn't keep her waiting. Cinder said that as she began to walk away. As she passed by Shen, she whispered in his ear. Although I'm sure you already know that, hee. Mercury and Emerald followed behind her as Blake's eyes narrowed on Cinder's back like a cat. I don't trust that woman. Why didn't you bring up the fact she was having that guy spy on us? Shen glanced back at Cinder and smirked. Oh, I don't plan on doing a thing to Mercury or Cinder. Turning to look at Blake, Shen leaned closer towards her. After all, I have you. You can deal with Mercury and the rest of them for me, can't you? Shen was looking Blake directly in her eyes as she didn't speak for a moment. She seemed dazed and surprised by how close Shen was to her. Yes, I can, don't worry. Hearing her answer, Shen placed his hand on her head, which drifted to her face. Good, but not yet. I want Mercury to be dealt with first, but until I give you the surprise I have ready for you. Turning away, Blake seemed shaken awake by Shen's sudden change in attitude. What gift exactly are you talking about? Shen waved his hand before speaking. No spoiling anything. I have it prepared in my room, so just wait there. I'll need to handle this meeting privately. Shen didn't waste any more time talking as he entered the building. He immediately went into the elevator to the same floor as when Cinder arrived. Immediately, he could feel an air of difference as he made his way into the room they had met in before. Floating there, only the portion of her body above her legs were physical. Everything else was like a mist or fog. She was a woman with deathly pale skin and eyes darker than any pit. Her dark red eyes looked over Shen as she turned and met his gaze. Her hair was grayish-white, and veins the color of blood ran across her body from her face to her chest. A black dress with red outlining was all that she wore, yet it was the only thing that would differentiate her from a monster. Well, the show definitely didn't do her credit in one regard. She is absolutely terrifying. She was inhumane in every description of the word, and that dreadful feeling Shen had when he stepped out of the elevator rose when he entered the room. This was Salem, and although the number of people who could actually very well kill him was countable on both of his hands. Salem was close to the top of such a list. So you are Shen. Despite seeing you before you're different in person, there is fear in your eyes, yet it's hidden behind confidence and a fake persona. Impressive to say the least, so much so I doubt your age. Shen remained composed as she spoke while sitting down. Seeing all that from just a glance, I would question if that was just an educated guess. Salem smiled as she glanced around the room. You know about me, yet you speak as if you don't. Contradicting coming from a boy who says he understands my true wish, yet it also doesn't explain how you're capable of using magic. Shen shifted after hearing that. I see, so she saw me using Gibalg. That makes sense then. Bringing his attention back to the conversation, Shen got to the point. You desire one if not all of three things, yet all of them are connected to one another in various ways, and when set in motion, the entire world will set into an upheaval, and I plan on bringing that forward many times faster than you have planned. Salem narrowed her eyes as she began to approach Shen. I have lived for longer than you can imagine. I have seen kingdoms, empires, tyrants, false gods, and people of history. I have seen both the creation of a civilization and been responsible for its destruction. Yet you say you understand my goals? Salem leaned down to look at Shen. Laughable, yet at the same time I am interested in your folly. So tell me, what is it that you desire from me? What do you wish for so deeply that you are willing to align yourself with the enemy of every being in the world? Shen's eyes remained focused as he spoke with no reserve. There are only two things I require from you. Holding up a finger as if counting down, he started. One is an attack. No, I want you to assist me and disseminate Argus. Soon enough, I can promise their defenses will be down and their escape locked away. When that happens, I want you to hold nothing back. Shen's words were cold and uncaring, and at the same time, somehow carried the lives of every person living in the city with them. Salem didn't react for a moment as she suddenly began to laugh. Ha ha ha, I find it amusing. Fine, if that's your desire, then so be it. And what of your other request? Shen held up his hand, stretching his index finger and thumb apart. Salem saw a practically glowing red string between those two fingers. This. It was a life fiber, or, to be more precise, life fibers, entwined with one another multiple times over. It was not only stronger than any life fiber Shen had created before, but it was the accumulation of nearly a week's effort. I want you to imbue the very same magic you use for Grimm into this. Should be simple enough for you. Salem looked at the life fiber with interest as she looked up at Shen. And what exactly are you planning with this? Shen smiled as he did not give a direct answer. Oh, don't worry, you'll see it for yourself up close and in person one of these days. Until then, you'll just have to be satisfied with my folly. Salem's eyes narrowed down even further as she smirked. So be it. Her form began to disperse as her entire body turned into that same volatile red and black fog. It resembles what leaked from the grim orbs Salem used to communicate with. However, instead of dispersing entirely, the fog compressed itself as it flew towards the life fiber in Shen's hand. Life fibers on their own are quite useful, allowing me to change my appearance and whatnot. Even in combat, they haven't let me down, and thanks to being a hybrid, I never had to worry about dying for the most part. But no matter what, that's just the base of their use. Their true power comes from when they're embedded into clothing. Shen had used life fibers to fix and create clothes before. However, that was simply on a whim with no intent behind it. As such, there was no result. But this time around, Shen had focused and pushed the ability itself to the limit. In Kill La Kill, if I remember correctly, clothing comprised of 30% life fibers was said to be the limit a normal human can handle. At his current stage, Shen could go on to create a life fiber that reached 40%. They said no normal person could handle 50% without going insane, but people in this world have aura, making them a lot more durable and harder to break. I'm interested in seeing how all of this will add up when I give my gift to Blake. The fog and mist fully fused with the life fiber in Shen's hands as a malicious look appeared on his face. From the normal red, it shone before some of the life fibers began to turn black. It displayed an entirely different form that Shen had never seen before. Quickly, a system notification followed the transformation. New linked skill, corrupted life fibers. Especially considering how unique this is going to be. Chapter 30. They always headed this way after leaving school. They should still be somewhere nearby. Walking through the streets of Argus, Pyrrha heard the voices of children. "Get out of here!" Turning her head, she saw two kids no older than 8 throwing rocks and anything else they could get their hands on. "Go away, you freak." Balled up in a corner was a little girl who had small bunny-like ears and tail. Seeing what they were doing, Pyrrha frowned and ran over to them. "Hey, stop it!" Grabbing one of the kids' hands before they threw the next thing, they jumped. "Huh, who are yo?" Spotting Pyrrha, the kids' eyes widened. "You're." Pyrrha didn't let them finish speaking before reprimanding them. "What do you think you're doing? You can't just throw things at people like that. Look what you did to her." The kids shrunk as Pyrrha talked them down, and one of them began to sniffle and cry. But Mom said they're the reason Daddy didn't come back. They deserve it." Hearing that, Pyrrha was caught off guard for a second before sighing. "Your mother is probably just confused. Just don't do something like this again, okay? Both of you can go now." The two kids nodded before running off as Pyrrha turned around and walked over to the little girl. "Are you okay?" The little girl raised her head from her hands with tears glistening in her eyes. Clearly, this had been happening for a while now, especially with all of the bruises on her body. "Catelyn, there you are." Pyrrha took a step back as an older woman ran up and picked up the little girl. "I was so worried about you. Never run off like that again. Oh God, look what they did to you." Turning to look back at the man behind her, she yelled. "I told you we should have left this city years ago. Just look at how they're treating us." The husband balled his fist with a clear look of anger on his face. Before leaving, both the husband and wife looked at Pyrrha. She could see clear hostility and absolute disgust, which caused her to go silent. "I heard you were the one who lied about the White Fang causing the attack. I actually thought you were different from the rest of the people in this city. But I guess being like the rest of them just comes with the title." The mother's words were harsh as she walked off with her daughter in hand, staring back at Pyrrha. "But I know the person I had fought was a member of the White Fang. Still, I didn't realize how much conflict this would bring to the people of the city." Pyrrha stood there silently for a moment as she heard a passing conversation. "I feel like that faunis girl. Shen's always watching me. It's possible they know about the fact I am watching them." Hearing Shen's name, Pyrrha turned around and spotted a gray-haired boy and green-haired girl walking by. It's possible, especially with all the security that building has around it. I'm honestly surprised they bought that one of all choices. It's the biggest building in the area, so I bet it draws a lot of attention. Well, whatever, we shouldn't keep Cinder waiting. The Mercury and Emerald began to walk off as Pyrrha looked towards the direction they came from. There was only one large building in this area of Argus, but she didn't know what it was used for. "Faunis girl, why would Shen be wait a second, do they mean Blake?" Pyrrha's mind began to turn as she began walking towards the large building in question. Meanwhile, outside of Shen's room, Blake had been waiting patiently. She heard footsteps coming from down the hall as Shen's figure came into view. "You're here. How did the meeting with that person go?" Shen nodded before answering. "Well, extremely well actually, although she's definitely not taking me seriously. Good for me either way." Opening the door to his room, Shen walked over to his bed. A uniform was lying on it that Blake immediately had her eyes attracted to. It was a mix of black, white, gray, and purple, all of the colors she normally wore. It was a combat uniform, without a doubt, being armored in places but still flexible. "I had this made just for you." While Shen was speaking to her, he used a bit of sleight of hand. Without Blake seeing it, he embedded the life fibers he had mixed with Salem's magic into the uniform. It was a seamless transition, and on the outside, nothing seemed to have changed. "So this was the gift you were talking about?" Shen rocked his head back and forth before speaking. "Not exactly, but first, why don't you try it on?" Blake looked at the uniform and nodded as she walked forward and took the uniform. Going into the bathroom, she took off the clothes she had been wearing and put on the new uniform. Stepping out, Shen put his hand on his chin. "Everything came together well, if I do say so myself." Blake looked different now, with the outfit having a more authoritarian feel to it. Almost everything was armored with smooth metal. While it was armored, it didn't take away from any appeal, leaving gaps on both her arms and back. More importantly, the outfit had a torn black insignia on its shoulder, resembling that of the White Fangs, but clearly different. It feels strange. It reminds me of what you did to me before in the warehouse. Naturally, that was because the uniform had life fibers embedded in it already. The third and last time I'll be using mental refitting on her won't require me to lift a finger. But first, Shen began to instruct Blake to do something. These clothes aren't just for looks, Blake. They are special in more ways than one. I want you to focus and listen. Shen's words were a bit confusing as Shen gestured for her to close her eyes. I need you to be stronger than you are now, Blake. As you are, you won't be able to help me enforce what I'm trying to accomplish. I need to be able to rely on you. That's what you want as well, right? Blake, with her eyes closed, nodded as she tried her best to focus. As long as you're able to get through this, you'll become someone I can trust fully, though it's definitely going to hurt. Blake was about to say something as her eyes suddenly flew open. She felt the clothing on her tighten up as something began to invade her body. Immediately, she collapsed to the ground, shaking and gasping. "Ugh!" A piercing scream full of pain came from her mouth as she couldn't hold it in anymore. Shen, in his chair, watched this happen as she stood up. Her screams continued to grow louder and more pained as Shen bent down. "Power through it, Blake. Trust me, you'll feel better when it's all over. When and if you make it through this, then you can do something to finalize my reliance on you. Kill Mercury. I think Cinder needs to learn what happens when she snoops around too much." With that, Shen stood back up straight and left the room. Blake's screams of pain grew quiet as the door closed behind him. Looking straight, Shen saw Nia, standing on the other side of the hall. "You're really cold, you know that. You seduced her with sweet words before making her experience pain. Even now, you don't seem to care or regret a single thing about what you did." Shen let out a chortle before replying. "I don't think a sadist like you should be saying that. Besides, I thought you two disliked one another, so why do you suddenly care?" Nia raised her head as she answered him. "I never said I had an issue with it. It's just strange. The White Fang worship you so much, yet on your first few days here you've set them and all the other faunis in the city up to fail." Shen nodded. "True, and you helped me do it so neither of us can truthfully say we're saints. Luckily, I can promise that when I'm done with Remnant, they'll never experience subjugation ever again. Besides, they do say history is dictated by the victors." Nia looked at Shen and said something that made him think. "So what about the rest of us? Where do we fit in your vision for the future?" Eventually, Shen shrugged with a sigh. "Don't know, I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually, though I doubt any of you will care about it when that day comes. Anyway, I'm going to go take a break. If Blake ends up leaving that room, tell her I said hi." Shen walked away while waving as Neo's eyes landed back onto the door in front of her. Blake's screams could still be heard through the door even though they were not loud. Silent thoughts ran through Neo's mind as she stood there absently. Hours passed as the sun fell over Argus once more, and the night came. Staring at the HQ building the White Fang were using from a distance was Mercury. He rubbed his shoulders and sneezed before cursing out loud. "I can't believe Cinder still wants me to watch this place. I already told her that they probably know I'm here." He shivered before sighing. "And of course, Emerald gets to stay in her room next to the heater. So unfair." As he was complaining to himself, Mercury suddenly felt a chill. It wasn't from the cold, nor was it the type of chill that gave you goosebumps and ran up your spine. It felt wrong, so much so he immediately stopped talking to himself and turned around. Looking down the alleyway, everything seemed normal at a glance. No one other than him was around. "What is that?" Mercury watched as the shadows in the alleyway began to move irregularly. As if they were alive, he saw them become darker and move like snakes. They intertwined with one another as the light from that end of the alleyway disappeared, and only the bleakest of shadows remained. "And that's my quet to go." Turning his head, he prepared to sprint out into the street, but to his surprise, the same had happened to the alleyway entrance he was closest to. As if a wall had appeared, it was as pitch black as an abyss. Even the sky above him had been completely blocked out, and everything around him had gone dark. "You've got to be kidding me, Emerald. If this is your idea of a prank, it's not fun. Bending forward, heard the wind above his head being cut. After the attack passed over him, he quickly bent down and jumped back. What the hell was that? Looking around while in the air, he couldn't see anything. It was too dark. Taking a fighting stance after landing back on the ground, Mercury was forced to focus. One thing's for sure, they're definitely trying to kill me. The amount of people in this city who actually know who I am is close to none. Meaning, as he was thinking to himself, he heard something coming from directly behind him. Pivoting on his right leg, Mercury kicked at the air behind him as something fired out the bottom of his boot. The shot seemed to disappear, hitting nothing as Mercury narrowed his eyes. Twisting his body, he jumped into the air and began to spin. All the while, he let out a barrage of shots in every direction midair. Despite it being so dark, the amount of muzzle flashes made it seem otherwise. Landing back on the ground, Mercury saw one of his shots being deflected as sparks flew through the air. There you are! Running towards the area the sparks had appeared, he jumped into the air, raising his leg up high. Then coming down with full force, he swung his leg down. The sound of metal clashing with metal rang into his ears, followed by the sound of concrete cracking. Mercury felt his attack stopped as he quickly retreated back. If you're going to try to kill me, at least show yourself while doing it. Mercury wasn't expecting a response, but surprisingly enough, a figure began to reveal itself just a few meters in front of him. The first thing that struck him was a pair of red pupils with nothing but black behind them. As more of the person in front of him was revealed, Mercury's face went from cautious to shocked. You're that faunis chick that guys always have. But what? Mercury recognized Blake, but hardly could say she looked the same. Her skin had turned a smooth, light grayish-white, and her long hair had hints of fading red streaks. Around the corners of her face, down to her neck, was black armored-like skin. She looked entirely different, with grim-like features covering her entire body. It reminded Mercury of one person in particular, and that thought terrified him. What the hell is going on here? We just saw her earlier today. How did she change so much? Blake stared at Mercury before speaking. Her voice sounded nearly the same except for something new. It lacked any hints of reserve or hesitation. It could have almost been mistaken for confidence. You should focus. If you don't pay attention, you could actually lose your head this time. No, it wasn't confidence that was hidden behind that blank expression on her face. It was enjoyment mixed with an unyielding urge that only a monster could have. Chapter 31. Jumping in the air, Mercury propelled himself back while kicking towards the ground. 3 gunshots went off as the white bullets flew towards a shadow. It resembled Blake but was entirely dark, no showing any features besides her eyes. Each shot that hit made the shadow disappear and reappear elsewhere as it closed in on Mercury. Damn it, Blake began circulating Mercury as her speed increased even further. Her shadowy figure left behind images that almost seemed physical. Mercury's eyes darted left and right as he tried to keep up with the dozens figures circling him. I really did want to thank you for one thing. Locking onto Blake's voice, Mercury performed a roundhouse kick behind him. In that same instance, a blade cut through the air. Mercury's eyes widened as his legs slowly fell to the ground before his eyes. A horrifying wail escaped his mouth as he fell to the ground. Mercury's lower legs were mechanical, but his upper legs weren't. Blake's strike went through everything, including the bone. With one swift attack, blood poured from the wound. "Gahh!" He continued to scream as he held onto his leg, and he heard Blake's footsteps from behind him. If it wasn't for you and your allies showing up, I wouldn't be getting the 2 things I desired most today. Blake walked up from behind the ground-ridden Mercury. As he struggled to turn around, still holding onto his served leg, Mercury's teeth chattered. "Please don't." His face had grown weak and cries still mixed with his words. Blake bent down and looked at him, saying something strange. I don't think the teachers in the academy were completely right. They said Grimm only has the urge to destroy. So why is it? Blake's eyes seemed to glue themselves onto Mercury's wound as her eyes grew more vibrant. Seeing the look in her eyes, Mercury's body suddenly grew cold, and not from the blood loss. Slowly, she licked her lips while speaking. "Humans always called us monsters anyway. We might as well live up to their expectations." Mercury's breath started to quicken as he raised his arm, frantically punched Blake. Raising her hand faster than he could react, she caught his fist. "Don't worry, I'll leave something behind. He needs proof I did a good job after all." Mercury's body trembled as it felt like darkness was enveloping every corner of his vision. The last thing he saw was Blake opening her mouth. Back at the HQ building, Shen was on the roof, simply lying there with that same pair of headphones on his head. It was still dry, but the sky was slowly turning orange as the sun began to set. Shen opened his eyes as he sat up and looked over to his right. Standing in front of the entrance up to the roof was Blake. "So you survived, and not only that, but it looks like you've taken on the attributes of a Grimm." Blake nodded as she began walking towards him. Shen was actually surprised to see her eyes begin to change back to normal as her skin regained its color. "So, her Grimm form is linked with the uniform's transformation. That's actually quite convenient, though I wonder if there are any side effects." Soon Blake had turned back into her normal self as she spoke. "I took care of Mercury, just like you wanted me to. I have proof as well if it's required." Shen noticed something strange with the way Blake was speaking to him. Yes, it was slightly more formal, though that's to be expected with the mental refitting being completed. What he noticed was a lack of focus as she spoke. Narrowing his eyes, he pushed it aside for the time being. "Good job seeing how you look. I'm guessing the boost in power was significant, so did you notice any side effects?" After asking his question, Shen stood there for a moment but didn't receive a reply. Blake, looking at her closer, he saw her eyes were fully focused on him, and she had a look that seemed to be a mix of both a smile and a gasp. Shen instinctively took a step back, which proved to be the right call. With zero warning, Blake suddenly lunged at him, arms outstretched. "Crap, did the Grimm transformation make her go crazy?" Shen sucked his teeth as lightning began to course through his arm. As she drew close, he prepared to counterattack but suddenly stopped himself. Blake fell onto him, knocking him to the ground. She was practically panting at this point as a look of excitement and flushness spread across her face. Seeing that look, Shen sighed to himself. So it was the third mental refitting that broke her self-control. He wasn't dense enough not to notice how much Blake was repressing herself. Although he was sure most of it came from the mental refitting changing her mind, it was dangerous. She had grown both an obsession and desire for him. Blake stared at Shen as she spoke in a frustrated tone. "You've been really cruel, you know that. I was trying to hold myself back, but now, I can't do that anymore." Shen listened as Black began to pull at his jacket and shirt. "Blake, get off of me." Blake frowned before shaking her head. "Not this time. I'm going to enjoy this completely." Shen was only surprised that she disobeyed a command. This really was a long time coming, or no amount of willpower would have let her do that. This is exactly the kind of situation I wanted to avoid. One thing that he always saw trip men up were women. Whether it be lust or love, it caused them to make stupid mistakes. It was why he manipulated Blake, but always kept her at arm's length. He just couldn't risk it or worry about developing a bias towards her. In truth, the same went for every person in this world. It may not shine through in the show, but characters like Neo and Pyrrha were all attractive. If not for the fact he had a lot of self-control, he might have tried something with Blake a while ago. But now, with Blake on top of him, he could firmly say that self-control was wearing thin. "Blake, you understand what you are to me, don't you?" Shen wasn't putting on a front this time around. Normally, he would put on a fairly convincing act when speaking to Blake, making him seem kind. But Blake wasn't thrown off by the change as she smiled. "Of course. It's to make sure your wishes are carried out. As long as you use me, I won't ever have to worry about anything ever again. I can devote my life to your wishes and to you alone." Shen could hear how much her obsession had influenced her own wishes. It was the same thing he noticed before, except it was even more intense now than before. Hearing those answers, Shen's body relaxed. "All right then, fine. This was going to happen sooner or later, might as well get it out of the way." Blake's eyes widened as she stared at Shen under her. "You mean?" She was going to do it either way, and honestly, he couldn't hold himself back. "This may be your only chance, so do what you want." Like a trigger, Blake's eyes flickered with an uncontrollable urge. With Shen offering zero resistance, Blake's will to resist fell to zero. The jacket she had already begun taking off of him was immediately thrown to the side. Soon the same came to his shirt as Blake pressed her body against his. Despite his unwillingness, it was an experience Shen wouldn't forget. Slowly, the activity moved from the rooftop to Shen's room as the moon came up in the sky. At the same time, Shen managed to find a secondary use for the quirk's squirmy fingers. The next day came, and Shen opened his eyes to the sound of rustling. Sitting up, Shen wearily got out of bed. With his other clothes being ripped, he made new ones for himself. Turning to look at Blake, who was lying right next to where he was, she had the most satisfied look on her face. At the same time, Shen could only shake his head. I swear I put all of my points into endurance. This may be my first time, but I don't think normal people go all night. Though in the end, he couldn't complain. It was enjoyable, to say the least. Blake had more talents than he originally thought. Soon after he had got up, Blake did as well as her eyes opened. Shen said something to her. Good, I didn't have to wake you up myself. So was it everything you hoped for? Listening to Shen, Blake's eyes widened as red flashed across her face. She seemed at a loss for words as she immediately sat up. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me yesterday. Shen cut her off, seeing Blake had pretty much reverted to what he considered normal. It's fine, I consented to it after all, just don't lose control like that again. Blake opened her mouth but didn't say anything as she silently nodded. Smirking, Shen waved his hand. Anyway, get dressed. I already told Cinder to stop by, we have a lot of work ahead of us. Blake tried her best to get rid of her embarrassment as Shen left the room. I can't believe I did that. I mean, I wanted to, but still I was so. She didn't even want to finish her own thoughts as she got dressed and left the room. She unconsciously remained pretty quiet following Shen. Oh, I didn't expect you to come here early. Shen was speaking to Torchwick, who had the slyest look on his face. I'm usually quite nocturnal. Let's just say you two assisted in that. Shen smiled and prepared to say something but stopped himself as he looked behind Torchwick. If looks could kill, then the one Neo was giving him, and Blake would be enough to blow them apart dozens of times over. Shen wanted to avoid the situation altogether as Blake, behind him, looked at Neo. Despite acting timid before, she couldn't resist smiling. The amount of murderous intent Neo was giving off was insane as Shen quickly stepped in. I'm guessing Cinder is already inside the room. Let's not keep her waiting, shall we? Seeing Shen was backing out of the conflict, Torchwick did the same, leaving Blake and Neo to their devices. You spoke to Cinder recently, right? I can't imagine there's been much development on our side to request a meeting. Shen shook his head. Oh, there's been a development, all right. Blake, go grab what you brought back last night. Blake broke her concentration off of Neo as she heard Shen. Okay. She quickly turned around and ran off as Shen and the others walked into the room. Apologies for the wait. Taking his seat, both Neo and Torchwick stayed close to the wall out of the way. Our master has given us orders to assist you, although I wasn't expecting you to call on us so soon. Shen shrugged. Well, if I plan on wiping Argus off the map at the date I have set, I need assistance. Shen's words immediately caused Cinder and Emerald's faces to change. Both Torchwick and Neo off to the side looked surprised as well. Wait, what? Emerald looked towards Shen as Torchwick, off to the side, spoke up. Are you planning to destroy Argus? Is that why you sent me here in advance? Shen remained silent as the two asked their questions. This shouldn't be such a surprise. Some things need to be removed for new avenues to open. Argus just happens to be one of them. Cinder went silent for a moment before, surprisingly enough, complimenting Shen. And here I thought you would have small ambitions. No offense, but the White Fang aren't the most broad group. Speaking of which, it seems that both are missing people on our side. Cinder was clearly talking about Blake and Mercury. I bet that idiot is sleeping somewhere he's too lazy for his own good. Hearing Emerald, Shen laughed. Don't be too hard on him, after all he was preoccupied last night, wasn't he? Emerald and Cinder looked at Shen as he continued. Besides, it isn't good to speak ill of those who aren't with us. His words seemed to hint at something as Emerald spoke. What's that supposed to mean? But just as she did, the door opened and Blake walked in. Sorry I took so long. Here they are. Blake threw something onto the ground, which caused the room to go silent. Clanking onto the floor were a pair of mechanical legs. On them were dried patches of blood along with slashes and cuts from enduring attacks. It's fine, perfect timing, in fact. Cinder's eyes landed on the legs as she slowly looked up towards Shen. It's a shame he had to pay the price for your curiosity. Now the mission I'll be giving to you will take even longer. Shen seemed unfazed as his gaze landed on Emerald. She was frozen in place, looking at the pair of mechanical legs on the ground. Who could tell what was running through her head? In any case, I hope his death won't cause you too many issues. As Shen continued to speak, each of his words caused Emerald's face to darken. You bastard. Gritting her teeth, her red eyes were burning with fury. Without warning, she pulled her weapons from her waist and jumped onto the table. How could you? Seeing her charge at him, Shen smirked. Tunnel-visioned Emerald didn't notice Torchwick moving. Moving close to the table, he swung his cane like a bat, hitting Emerald directly in the stomach. Sorry, Greenie, but can't let you do that. Stunned, Emerald was completely off guard as Neo jumped up. Wrapping her legs around Emerald's neck, she flipped Emerald off her feet and threw her against the wall. The impact rang through the room as Shen casually glanced at Emerald. You already lost Mercury. It would be a shame if you lost Emerald as well. I just hope I made my point clear to Cinder. Cinder's face had a complex expression as she glared at Shen. Just be a good dog and follow orders. You're clearly not good at anything else. Chapter 32. So you understand what you have to do? Shen smiled at Cinder, who was standing at the door. Yes. Shen raised a brow as Cinder forced out another word. Sir. Emerald, who was clutching her stomach, glared at Shen as he waved. The two of them left without any more fuss. Are you really trusting them to handle something so important? To Torchwick's question, Shen nodded. Of course I do. After all, if they fail, then it's not my anger they're going to have to deal with. Blake seemed slightly unhappy as she questioned. Do I really have to leave for this plan to work? Glancing at her, Shen nodded. As useful as you are here, I need you elsewhere. If you say so, I'll make sure to do my best then. Blake left the room after that, leaving only Torchwick and Neo remaining. Torchwick, I want you to begin setting the stage for our play. To make sure it's realistic, use real people. Torchwick was a bit taken back for a second as he laughed and spoke. You really are a cruel guy, you know. Leaving while shaking his head, Shen's gaze fell on Neo. You'll be shadowing me tomorrow, so stay invisible. Neo had her arms crossed while looking at him as he heard her response. Fine. Tilting his head to the side, he turned in his chair. Don't tell me you're really that annoyed. Jealousy unbecoming of you know. It's strange. Both Blake and Neo show emotions of obsession, lust, and jealousy. He had a pretty good list of people he wanted on as his subordinates, Blake being more of a test run and Neo being on purpose. He also planned on going after the other main cast, including people like Pyrrha. But if all of them act like this, then maybe I should limit the number of females I use mental refitting on. It would definitely be less work. It was something to think about in the future, but for now, he would simply have to play nice with them. Coming out of his thoughts, he gestured to Neo with his finger. Fine, then come here. Neo stared at him before walking over. Grabbing her, he sat her down in his lap. Placing his hand on her head, he spoke calmly. You do know I trust you more than Blake, right? She was being too unreasonable, so I needed to calm her down. Without Neo's notice, Shen began using mental refitting as he spoke. I plan on keeping you with me as long as possible, Neo, so just ignore everything else, okay? Neo's eyes turned slightly dull and more passive as her body went slightly limp. She grabbed onto Shen to hold herself up as, eventually, she nodded. Good, because I'm counting on you to assist me tomorrow. The next day, Shen went to the academy as normal and met up with Pyrrha on the way to class. Pyrrha, you've been a bit quiet. Is something wrong? Pyrrha snapped out of her daze as she looked at Shen. No, I'm fine, just thinking about something. By the way, where is Blake? Hearing that, Shen narrowed his eyes before responding. She had some family business to take care of out of the city, not actually sure when she'll be back. Shen noticed Pyrrha had a hint of suspicion in her eyes after he answered her. Anyway, I actually have some good news I wanted to share. Pyrrha's head perked up as she looked towards him. I wanted to let you know we will probably be working together soon. I plan on signing up like you to protect the places being repaired. Pyrrha had a shocked face as she spoke. Really? That's great, Shen nodded. Actually, Shen, what is your semblance? I'm curious. Hearing that, Shen answered with no hesitation, rubbing the back of his head. Well, it's pretty lame and embarrassing, really. I have the ability to defy gravity at night. Not useful for huntsman work, I know. Pyrrha shook her head and patted him on the back. Don't feel discouraged. Even though my semblance isn't as flashy or cool as other people's, I love it. I'm sure if you practice and work with it, you'll see how great it can. Shen gave her a wholesome after hearing her words. You're right, thanks Pyrrha. Now that you've said that, I think I'll go talk to the headmaster now instead of after class. Pyrrha nodded as she waved him off. Great, wish you luck then. As Shen disappeared from view turning a corner, Pyrrha's expression turned a bit dark. I swear that day I know what I saw. Blake's face was covered in blood, and she looked like both a grim and a faunis. I know what I saw, but... Staring in the direction Shen went, she showed a look of uncertainty. Does that mean Shen knows about it as well? Or maybe she's hiding it from him too? That has to be it, right? She couldn't imagine Shen would ever get involved with something like that knowingly. He even decided to volunteer and help along with her. Yeah, I'm positive he doesn't know. He wouldn't be able to act so normal about it if he did. But that means Blake is hiding it and possibly using him. It could get dangerous for Shen if she's also involved with the White Fang. At the same time, Shen was slowly making his way up the stairs, avoiding students and teachers as he walked. Neo. Unraveling from top to bottom, the empty space next to Shen revealed Neo walking next to him. She was disguised in a student uniform as well. Our target is the headmaster named Xander Nix. Despite being a headmaster of a combat academy, he had a different personality than most. He was very calm and collected and rarely voted on conflict. In fact, he was considered a saint and was called such by a lot of students and faculty. Definitely not the kind of person you would consider a headmaster, but something interesting is that no one knows what his semblance is. Soon the two of them arrived on the top floor of Sanctum Academy. This floor was entirely reserved for the headmaster and his office. Down the hall from the stairs, they could see two large doors. So stay here. Neo nodded, hearing Shen's reasoning as he walked towards the door. Knocking, he heard a fairly old yet kind voice. Please come in. Opening the door, he walked into a very well-decorated yet reserved room. The walls were lined with books, and furniture was kept to a minimum. Only a large desk with a man who seemed to be in his 50s stood out. His hair was a mix of black and gray, and so was his beard. If you would lock the door behind you, before we speak. Shen suddenly felt a change in atmosphere as he closed the door and locked it. Xander reached for the glasses on his face and took them off before looking at Shen. This room is soundproof, so you need not worry. Shen seemed a bit surprised hearing that. I didn't know the headmaster of Sanctum had such taste. Xander stood up from his chair as he frowned. Don't play games with me, boy. I find the fact a monster like you dares to parade around acting as if you're one of my students repulsive. Shen's surprise quickly turned to cautiousness. Well, this isn't going how I expected it to. Xander came from behind his desk, revealing the full brown and white suit he wore. Loosening the tie around his neck, he spoke. I'm sure you were unaware when you came here about my semblance. Sadly, because of that, your attempt to trick me has failed. You see, the name of my semblance is Judicator. It allows me to see the sins of whoever my eyes pass over, no matter how well hidden. In Xander's eyes, he could see everything. How many people Shen has killed, how many indirect deaths he has caused, how many lives he has ruined, everything. And when everything was added up, calling Shen a monster isn't an exaggeration. Now then, tell me, why are you here, before I end your life where you stand? Shen's face of caution slowly turned to a smirk. Looks like my hope of catching you off guard is down the drain. Sighing, he stretched his body out. You wanted to know my intention? Well, to put it simply, I'm here to kill you. Hearing Shen's answer to his question, Xander closed his eyes. I see, in that case. His acceleration was almost instant as Shen saw a large figure and shadow looming over him. Xander's fist was already raised, and he punched directly towards Shen's head. The force of the punch even caused the air to whistle. However, there was no impact. What? Xander watched as his attack went straight through Shen's head. Still standing still, Shen said something. You know, for an old man, you're strong and pretty damn fast. The next moment, he twisted his body and heel kicked Xander. Xander's face knit itself together as he was sent flying back, crashing into his desk and breaking it. Lowering his leg, Shen held out his hand. Gi Balg. Appearing in a red flash of light in his hand, Gi Balg materialized. Sitting up from the shattered desk, Xander had a rough expression due to the kick Shen just delivered. A lightning-based semblance, I see you're responsible for what happened to the Atlas base as well. Reaching into his pockets, he pulled out a pair of black gloves. Putting them on and standing up, Shen saw they had engravings on them. How did someone as young as yourself fall so low? Shen thought about the question for a second before pointing to Guy Balg as Xander. Not a fan of therapy, sadly, but for the sake of argument, let's just say I have low standards for reaching high goals. Xander took a ready stance as he nodded. Very well then. Shen's entire body flashed as he turned into lightning, appearing behind Xander in the air. Spinning Guy Balg, he thrust down towards Xander, whose eyes immediately sidestepped the stab. Guy Balg got stuck into the floor as Xander launched a kick directly at Shen's stomach. However, his attack went straight through just like before as Shen balanced himself on Guy Balg, kicking Xander in the side. Grunting in pain, he was sent sliding back as he clenched his fist. The dust engravings on his gloves activated themselves as he punched twice towards Shen. Shen felt something heavy strike him directly in the chest as a second hit landed. He was sent flying back, slamming into one of the nearby bookcases before falling onto his feet. So dust and semblances are the only things that work on him, quite a terrifying ability. Shen looked up at Xander with a smile before saying something. It's been a while since I've actually fought someone properly, but I can't draw this out. Practically teleporting, Shen's figure left 5 afterimages as it approached. Firing off 5 blasts of air at each one, Xander's eyes could hardly keep up. Ha! Yelling as Shen appeared right in front of him, he tried to punch down on him. Stabbing Guy Balg into the ground, Shen held out one hand, stopping the punch mid-swing while placing his other hand directly on Xander's chest. I wonder how a saint like you fares with his demons. Shen's words caused Xander's eyes to open as purple lightning began to escape from Shen's palm against his chest. Karmatic lightning, Sango. Increasing dozens of times in volume, Shen's vision was blocked out. Purple lightning enveloped everything in front of him as the force and sound shook the room. Level up. By mixing karmic retribution with Goro Goro, Shen could greatly enhance the overall effect. This purple lightning not only caused damage physically, but it applied the karmic effect as well. And wouldn't you know it, aura is a manifestation of the soul, meaning it's practically a perfect ability against huntsmen, especially when they're as strong as you. A hole had appeared in Xander's chest as his body fell to the ground, and Shen took a step back. Picking up Guy Balg, he signaled for Neo to enter the room. You know what to do. Neo nodded as she began utilizing her semblance over the entire room. Xander's body on the ground turned invisible as Neo's form shifted. No matter how soundproof the room was, it was impossible for no one to notice that attack. Soon 2 teachers rushed into the room. Help, the headmaster was attacked. Shen, who looked injured, was sitting next to an injured yet alive Xander, who had a wound on his throat. Shen then pointed to what looked to be a fleeing figure of the White Fang. The figure quickly jumped out of the hole he created in the wall and completely disappeared from view. The White Fang again? Damn those faunis. One of the teachers quickly ran to help Shen and Xander. And just like that, Sanctum Academy is mine. Let's hope Torchwick and Cinder follow suit soon. The entire thing was like clockwork. Soon 3 pieces of news surfaced within Argus, causing a pure outrage. The defensive barriers that protected Argus from grim attacks by sea and land had gone down due to espionage. This news alone caused panic among the citizens as everything began going into lockdown. The second bit of news made the situation all the worse. The White Fang had attacked and permanently muted the headmaster of Sanctum Academy. The blame once more fell onto the faunis, and with the true White Fang knowing they had no part in the attack, they, along with the faunis in Argus, began to riot. Shen was looking down at his scroll while dangling over the roof at night. However, despite it being night, there was no peace. Faunis was marching through the streets as he watched a video playing on loop. Argus police shooting and massacring faunis with no justification. It was pure and utter brutality, and utterly fabricated by Torchwick before being posted to the news. Perfect. The White Fang are being accused, faunis are being massacred on the streets, and people are in total panic and outcry. Methods from my world work wonders in a world like RWBY. Closing the scroll in his hand, he smiled to himself. The stage is set, and negative emotions couldn't be higher. Standing up, he overlooked Argus. It's time to burn the city to the ground. Chapter 33. Everyone, please go back to your homes. Out on the streets, Pyrrha was in her huntsman clothing. It was dark, yet the torches people were holding in their hands lit up the street. Rioting faunis were screaming and yelling, holding up signs. Everyone, Pyrrha was caught off guard as someone threw a rock at her. Screw you. You're just a dog. You all can burn in hell. Blocking it with her shield, she looked surprised as the police of Argus stood in front of her. Please get back. These damn faunis are going crazy, don't waste your words on them. The police began trying to suppress the rioting as Pyrrha looked on. How did this happen? Everyone is going absolutely crazy. I don't know what to do. At the same time, in the crowds hidden under black hoods, members of the White Fang were whispering to faunis. Scenes like this were happening all over Argus. At the same time, as all of this was going down, Shen was preparing something. Under the building, they were using as their HQ was a large, empty underground room. It had been set up, so there was a stage along with a large screen attached to the wall behind it. It could easily house hundreds if not thousands of people. Using his scroll as a phone, he was talking to L1 and L2 back in Kuchainashi. Sir, around 60% of all faunis and practically every White Fang member here has been converted to your militia. Shen smiled hearing that. 60% may sound bad overall, but there were just some faunis who would rather live life in peace than take up arms. In the end, he could focus on them later. After all, 60% was a lot, especially considering how news has spread about Kuchainashi being a safe haven for faunis. Were there enough uniforms for all of them? L2 responded after a quick check. Yes, we still have around 130 remaining. Looking up at the ceiling above him, Shen let out a sigh of relief. Good, then have every airship you have prepared to launch, destination Argus. That includes vehicle transportation ships as well. After that, Shen ended the call as the elevator leading to this room dinged and opened. Ah, there you are, Torchwick. Torchwick was alone as he walked over to Shen standing on stage. So this is where you're going to have your big speech? Shen chuckled as he bent down and grabbed a briefcase sitting next to his leg. The next second, he threw it over to Torchwick. Torchwick was confused as he opened the briefcase. Immediately his eyes went wide when he saw what was inside. This, he looked up at Shen as he saw him nod. That's over 200,000 lien. Consider it a reward for your good work, although the real prize is what's underneath. Torchwick saw that a black uniform was hidden under the lien as he closed the briefcase and looked at Shen. And here I thought you called me down here to cut me off. He knew how ruthless Shen could be at times. The more powerful he got, the higher the chance Shen would kill him off. Don't get me wrong, I've definitely thought about it. In fact, after you helped me set things up in Argus, I planned on killing you. Tilting his head, he continued. But I changed my mind. You're a lot more useful than I originally thought, and in all honesty, I want to keep you around for a long time to come. As long as you don't slip up, that is. Torchwick seemed a bit confused as he asked something. So this is like a welcome to the inner circle of whatever you're making today? Shen shrugged while nodding. I suppose so. In any case, the final show is about to start. You should join Neo on the roof. I'll be up shortly after I handle things here. Torchwick said something to Shen for a second before turning to leave. You know, I'm really interested in what your endgame is. He got back on the elevator and began to make his way up to the roof. After he left, Shen began to dial a different number on his scroll. After a moment, a familiar voice came through. Shen, so you've finally called. The black sheep began to think you had forgotten about us after all your recent exploits. Shen answered calmly. Of course not. It's good to hear from you again, Venti. I'm here to finally call in that favor. With you all watching me, I'm sure you're aware of what's going on in Argus. Of course, we have to admit we didn't expect such a bold play from you so soon. We're quite interested to see what you do. So what is it you require from us? Hearing that they really were watching him, Shen laughed to himself. Of course, it'll be a display worth watching. But before I can pull it off, I need you to shut down the borders of Argus's territory. Venti, on the other side, seemed surprised by Shen's request. Other than Grim and White Fang airships, I don't want anything getting in or out. That means blocking any attempts of travel and military interference. We already have everything, including the police, Sanctum Academy, and Atlas Military suppressed here. I just need you to handle the outside world. This is quite a big request for your first favor. Shen nodded on his end. Yes, it is, so can you do it? Venti went silent for a moment. Over the call, Shen could hear her talking to someone, probably checking in with whoever is in charge. Very well, however, with resources I've been allowed to use on you, I can only give you 24 hours. Any more would be a loss on our side. Hearing that, Shen didn't hesitate. That's more than enough, just do it as soon as possible. It really did help to make connections early on. All right then, I'll put in the order now. Good luck with your endeavor. With that, the call ended as Shen was left with a grin on his face. Everything so far has gone well. Now I just need to convince the masses. Within an hour's time, White Fang members and faunis alike began pouring out of the elevator. Slowly filling the room, Shen quietly watched as they all arrived. The number of people standing before him dwarfed the White Fang members he had Sienna send him in the past. As the final few arrived, all eyes were on the stage, looking at Shen. However, there was an aura of grief, anger, frustration, and doubt at the same time. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone seemed to be lost. Taking a step forward, Shen got everyone's attention. The White Fang was created as an organization to improve relations between humans and us. It held the hope that we would obtain rights to live among them in peace. Shaking his head, Shen acted as if he was disappointed. Yet that didn't come to pass, and so we adopted more radical methods, hoping to inspire respect in them through fear. They marked us as terrorists and forced us into a corner, and this was our response. Yet even still, nothing has changed. We still find ourselves in a predicament where they are allowed to slaughter us in the streets like animals. Behind him, the video of the Argus police shooting the unarmed faunis played. Shen could immediately tell the people below the stage were getting restless. They treated us like monsters, and while we refused to cross the line and fight back properly, they did not. They frame us, slander us, abuse us, and even work us like slaves. Even those who do not hate us don't take action and would rather turn the other cheek. Why do we have to hold ourselves back while they attack us? They treat us worse than even the Grim, so what is holding us back? Everyone in the crowd below him seemed not to know the answer as Shen held up his hand. It is the concept of the White Fang itself, the idea and philosophy it has imparted onto all of you. I've lost so many and continue to lose more cause the White Fang and its high leader refuse to take action. Do they want to treat us like monsters? Do they want to suppress us and shove us in the corner of the world they can't see us? Then how about we show them what happens when we shove back? As Shen pointed to the crates lined against the wall behind them, people were beginning to get riled up. Today, here I have decided to take that change up into my own hands. The mercy they have refused to give to us will be given back to them tenfold. We shall create something new, something better than the White Fang, something that can deliver not peaceful justice, but deserve an unending vengeance. Shen's words seemed to click a chord with everyone as the crowd got extremely riled. They all trusted Shen. Practically everyone in the White Fang here in Mistral did. Now, with all of the things that had happened, they had reached their breaking point. I ask all of you to take up a new banner alongside me, to take up arms and fight. Let's not wait until tomorrow to make them suffer for what they have done for hundreds of years. Yeah, it's time we got back at those bastards. They killed my wife. Why should we spare them after everything they did? Well, take matters into our own hands. Screams filled the room as Shen began diverting people's attention to the crates. When they were opened, entirely new uniforms that could be linked with Blake's could be seen. They were more militaristic and much better quality than anything the White Fang could produce. They were mostly black, except for the insignia on the shoulder. It was a black sword beaten and broken, being held up by 3 pairs of wings. Watching as all of them tossed their White Fang uniforms aside, Shen's smile grew. Soon, everyone had changed into the new uniforms. Good now, fall in line. His voice turned more sinister as he snapped his fingers. Immediately, people felt the uniforms they were wearing move as if they were alive. After all, you're all wearing clothing made with 15% of my life fibers. Activating the clothing remotely, there was a chorus of groans and gasping. The life fibers in the clothing invaded each and every person's body and mind. Soon those groans faded as Shen watched everyone there practically moving in sync. Standing in line before him, they all saluted and spoke. "We are ready to serve." Shen's eyes glinted as he gazed upon his new militia, or to be more accurate now, the new army he had created for himself. "Yes, with every uniform I gave out here, and in Kuchinashi, I can now use mental refitting remotely on each and every person who puts them on. Not only that, but they would also be enhanced to the point their abilities would dwarf that of the average huntsman. They were superhumans with absolute loyalty to him and him alone." The time has finally come. The amount of effort he had taken to reach this point was insane. So much planning and work, so many steps he needed to set up beforehand. But now, it was finally time for action. After commanding all of them to make their way outside, he took the elevator to the roof. As he went up, his clothes began to change with the help of his life fibers. When he finally arrived, he saw Neo and Torchwick already wearing the uniform he left in the case. "How is it?" Shen looked towards him as Torchwick laughed. "Amazing, I don't know how you did it, but I never thought clothing could be so special." Torchwick's uniform was made out of 30% life fibers instead of 15 like the others. While it was less than Blake's, it still made him more powerful than practically any huntsman, and that was without even using its full abilities. Nia looked at the two of them, rolling her eyes as Shen said something. "You'll be getting yours soon enough, but for now." Shen looked down as all of the former White Fang and Faunis marched out of the building as his loyal soldiers. Turning his gaze upwards, he saw that black hazes were moving close to the city over the sea and land. "Are those all Grim?" Hearing Torchwick, Shen was sure Salem had finally done what she said she would. "All right then, no need to hold back anymore. All of you, burn this city to the ground. Kill everyone in sight." His words echoed loud and clear through the air as his new army began their attack. With their new abilities, it only took a moment for screams to begin rising up into his ears. Within minutes they began spreading out, causing chaos and death everywhere they went. "And with each person they kill, the XP will go directly to me. Truly, genocide has never been so fruitful." Chapter 34. "Help us." A woman running for her life glanced behind her. A faunis dressed in the uniform Shen gave out was covered in blood and chasing after her. "Please, Nuo," she screamed as the faunis quickly caught up, punching a hole directly through the woman's chest. Ugh! Blood-curdling gurgles could be heard as the woman's body fell limp to the ground. Looking around them, the faunis saw their allies kill the remaining citizens in the area. "Well, keep pushing them inwards until we have the city hall surrounded." All of them nodded as soon as they spread out. Explosions echoed throughout the city as the chaos continued to spread and more lives were lost. "Ah, what the hell is going on?" A police officer using his vehicle as the cover was shooting at the oncoming threats. There were only 3 faunis, yet the uniforms Shen gave them made all the difference. Their speed was overwhelming as they dodged each shot made at them. "Damn faunis!" As one of them got extremely close to him, he let off another shot. Reacting, the faunis quickly jumped into the air, dodging before landing directly on the hood of the car. The police officer was frozen as he even forgot to breathe. "Heth!" The last thing he heard was a malicious chuckle as the faunis grabbed for him. As if he weighed nothing, the faunis slammed his head into the hood of the car, making a large dent. The overwhelming difference in ability made it practically impossible for the police to handle the situation. The city hall, where the Atlas military had moved temporarily after their bases had been destroyed. Inside, it had been transformed into a temporary base of operations. There the mayor was at his desk with his head in his hands. How did this happen? Caroline, who was also in the room, was looking out of a window at a single fire and smoke in the distance. The gunfire ringing through Argus was only getting louder, and the fighting was beginning to get closer to the city hall. Soon, an Atlas soldier ran into the room and saluted. "Ma'am, I have an urgent report on the situation of the city." Caroline nodded as the Atlas soldier spoke. "The faunis have gone completely genocidal. They are no longer working under the banner of the White Fang. At the same time, the police and our remaining military forces can't hold them off. They're like monsters. Nothing we do is slowing them down." Caroline clenched her fist as she turned around. "What about Sanctum Academy?" The Atlas soldier went silent as he shook his head. "They have gone into complete lockdown. Their focus is protecting the academy and are offering us no assistance. Damn cowards! Slamming her fist against the glass window, it shattered instantly. What about communications? Have still not made contact with the outside world? The Atlas soldier shook his head. No, ma'am, not only that all vehicles we have sent to get help manually have not returned, we can only assume they are being intercepted. The next moment before Caroline could even say anything, yet another Atlas soldier came. However, unlike the first one, he tripped while running in. His face was full of fear and his mouth was trembling. "What's wrong with you, soldier? Speak properly," Caroline yelled at him, but it had zero effect as he pointed behind him wildly. "Gr Grim, Grim, an army of Grim has been spotted coming this way." Caroline's eyes contracted. "What, from where?" "From both the land and sea. The count is over 10,000 on both sides." The mayor, Caroline, and the Atlas soldier felt their hearts stop all at once. There were around 65,000 people that lived in Argus. It was the second largest city within Mistral, besides the capital. With how much chaos was happening, it made sense Grim would be attracted here. However, 10,000 on both sides, that was an insane number, and it also made no sense. They planned this, that's why they took out our shields and communications. It was the only concept that made sense, and it caused Caroline to fall to her knees. But how could they have set this up? Nothing was making sense anymore, and soon, the situation would get all the worse. Outside in the city, Pyrrha blocked 2 incoming strikes. Lowering her stance, she tripped the first faunis before jumping onto them and slamming her shield into their head. That's one. The second faunis there quickly rushed in from behind her. Standing up and turning around, her spear began to transform into a WW-1 stylized rifle. Reaching for her belt, she quickly loaded an ice dust bullet into the chamber. "Rog!" Just as the faunis was going to leap at her, she predicted their movements and shot at their feet. Immediately ice began to form, stopping their movements just long enough. Running at them the moment they stopped moving. Hiya! Spinning around, she kicked them in the side of the head before bashing them in the chest with her shield. The ice at their feet shattered as they were sent flying back, knocked unconscious. And that's two. Ever since the faunis began their attack under Shen's orders, she had been fighting them. Her breath was already getting rough, and she looked exhausted with sweat dripping from her face. They don't have aura, yet they are so strong. And there's no end to them either. Looking at the city around her, so many things were on fire. Citizens were either hiding indoors or running for their lives. Looking at all of this, she suddenly heard a siren. The noise got louder as the siren was heard throughout the entirety of the city. This is an emergency broadcast. All citizens are advised to evacuate immediately and seek shelter. A massive swarm of Grim has been spotted nearing the city through both land and sea. Their numbers range into the tens of thousands. After that, the broadcast and sirens continued to loop, echoing throughout the city. "What?" Pyrrha's eyes widened as she quickly ran towards a tall building. Making her way up to the roof, she glanced in the direction inland and towards the sea. She didn't even need to squint to see the massive horde of Grim approaching. But how? Her voice almost sounded hopeless as Shen, the man responsible, looked at everything occurring. He hasn't spent any of his points or relied on the system too much during his takeover. As such, he had not spent points since he was level 8. But right now, he was level 13 and was already more than halfway to 14, thanks to killing the headmaster of Sanctum. And with all of the potential XP in Argus, Shen was pretty confident he could hit level 15. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 13, 723,581-0-24000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 28%, Human Demon Hybrid. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 5 Karmic Retribution LV, Max Devil Trigger LV, 1 Witch Walk LV, Max Squirmy Fingers LV, Max Goro Goro no My LV. 2. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, Appearance Manipulation, Life Fiber Manipulation, Mental Refitting, Life Fiber Manipulation, Volt Vari Goro Goro no My Sango Goro Goro no Mi. Linked skills, Demonic Blast Devil Trigger Karmatic Lightning, Karmic Retribution Goro Goro no Mi. Creating all of those uniforms let his life fiber manipulation level up once again. Which also meant he was now even stronger, being composed of more life fibers. Personal stats. Points, 5. Physical strength, 16 plus 56. Endurance, 19 plus 71. Dexterity, 24 plus 49. Power, 23 plus 34. I've been holding my power stat back for a while now. Damaging his opponents has never been too much of an issue after all, but he decided to change that as he dumped the 5 points he did have into it. I spent so much time setting this up. Now I feel the urge to get involved. Torchwick looked over at him as he saw Shen's figure transforming into lightning. Oh, and here, I thought you were just going to watch the show with us. Well, as fun as it is to play puppeteer, there's just some unique satisfaction from doing things yourself. Completely transforming his body, Shen flew through the air. Being higher in the air than practically every building in the city, he stopped. His form turned back to normal as he stood in the air. Let's see what all that endurance was good for. Holding his hand up to the sky, it began to spark with electricity. Those sparks grew more intense as a bolt of electricity flew into the sky. As if reacting to that, the sky began to darken even more. The clouds in the sky began to turn black as lightning crackled through them. Right, the city hall is being used for evacuations and their base of operations. Turning his eyes to the center of Argus, he smiled. A perfect target then. Still standing on the roof of a building, Pyrrha heard the sound of lightning. Looking up at the sky, the clouds had blocked out the moon and stars and were circling the city. Her eyes traced the sky until, eventually, they landed on a figure in the air. It's him, he's the one responsible for all of this, but what is he doing so high in the air, and how is he just standing there? She saw the lightning in the sky getting more frantic as she tried her best to follow his line of sight. Oh no. Eventually, Pyrrha saw Shen's target, and the moment she did, her face turned horrifyingly pale. No, if he attacks the city hall, all of the refugees, everyone will. Without any hesitation, she quickly transformed her weapons back into its javelin state. Taking a large step, she pulled back her arm while lining up the shot. Make it, please make it. With all her strength, she threw it. It flew through the air much faster than a bullet, with its target staying perfectly still. The sound of the spear cutting through the air just barely caught his attention. Turning his head, he spotted it flying towards him along with Pyrrha. But he didn't move and instead smirked. Lowering his hand down, he spoke 2 words. El Thor. Creating a sound that drowned out any other noise. Every person looking at the sky saw it turn blue. As if a blue sun had just appeared in the sky. And at the same time, a lightning bolt like no other came down. Windows for miles shattered instantly as people were knocked off their feet. The ground shook as if an earthquake had struck, and electricity trembled through the air. The mayor, Caroline, and everyone else within a large radius of the city hall did not have a chance. Without mercy, the strike wiped away everything in its path. As the lightning disappeared, all that was left was a massive smoking crater. Electricity charred the ground as dirt and debris had been thrown for hundreds of meters. The city hall and the refugee camp had been completely erased. Seeing that happen, Pyrrha's eyes immediately lost their focus as she forgot to activate her semblance. The attack went straight through Shen as he saw Pyrrha collapse to her hands and knees. Transforming into lightning, Shen disappeared from the sky. Appearing on the roof, Pyrrha was on. He had her weapon in hand as he tossed it next to her. He could hear Pyrrha was mumbling to herself. I wasn't fast enough, all those people, all those lives. It's my fault. Her voice was practically cracking as a sense of realization dawned on her. Together, all of you should be capable of saving the world. Yes, and your death would go on to help so many push forward. Of course, that's if I never interfered. Lowering himself, he looked at Pyrrha. Yet in the end, you're all still kids. Once someone attacks what you believe in, crushes your ideal hopes and fantasies. Shen slowly lifted Pyrrha's head up with his hand. Her eyes seemed almost dull as tears built around them and slowly began to fall. You'll all break down. I wonder how much you convinced yourself that I wasn't the person responsible. Just writing off the obvious hints I gave away as coincidences. Surely the person who saw you without your fame couldn't be the same person responsible for all of this. Yet that thought pattern ended up killing thousands and will kill tens of thousands more. Pyrrha's face looked as if she was on the cusp of a full breakdown as she forcefully spoke. But why? Why do all of this? What's the point? Her mind was already at its limit, yet she still wanted to know. What kind of answer do you want? Shen turned her head to the right as he spoke, giving her a view of the burning city and Grimm, who had finally made their arrival. I don't have a sad backstory to justify my actions. I was never treated cruelly or cared for by my parents. There was no sudden betrayal, nor do I hate the world for petty reasons. Taking his hand off her face, Shen placed his hand on top of her head. I'm sure I'll be able to give you a more concrete answer eventually, but for now just take it as the phrase suggests. Some men just want to watch the world burn. Chapter 35. Within the first 6 hours of the assault of Argus, everything was already burning. Just the faunis under Shen's control did such massive amounts of damage it shocked even him. However, the true end occurred when the Grimm attacked. Flying through the air, massive nevermores flew through the sky. Oh God! Citizens running through the street looked up in terror, seeing something like that flying through the sky. Without any hesitation, the nevermores targeted the skyscrapers. Flapping its massive wings, it flew directly towards one of the tallest buildings. The impact echoed through the air as its massive body and wings went straight through. A cloud of dust exploded in the air as 40 floors worth of stone began to topple out of the sky. On the ground, no one was faring better. The wall surrounding Argus didn't stop the Grimm for even a moment. This can't be happening. It's a dream. I'll wake up and everything will go back to normal. A man was cowering in an alleyway, huddled into a ball. The endless screams of pain and terror made their way into his ears as he tried to block them out. "Honey, are you there?" A soft, loving voice entered his ears. Opening his eyes, he looked around him but saw no one. Yet once again, that gentle voice coaxed him. "Lyle, where are you? Come out, I'm scared." Standing up, he whispered to himself. "Maria?" Walking out from the corner of the alley, he searched for where the voice was coming from. But after only a few steps, he froze. His eyes slowly contracted as he stared down the alleyway. Standing, there was a Grimm resembling the creature of myth, a Wendigo. At its feet was the lower half of a corpse. "Honey?" Its head did a 180 as it spotted the man. Its tall figure cast a shadow onto him as blood dripped from its face. "There you are." His body broke out into a tremor as the Grimm's mouth opened, and it charged at him. "Ah, no, stay away." His plea was cut short as it mixed with the many flowing through the air. Soon it became obvious to Shen that the original 20 hours he thought he would need were too much. Without the huntsmen of Sanctum to guard them, the Grimm, along with the faunis, wiped out almost every citizen in Argus. And when it was finally the huntsmen's turn, they were quickly overwhelmed and treated like lambs to the slaughter. And by the first light of dawn, the siege was over. Sitting onto a pile of rubble, Shen had Guy Balg stabbed into the ground next to him. Tons of smoke was still rising into the air, yet the fires had all gone out. "Master, we count a loss around 62 faunis. Most died when taking Sanctum Academy." L1 was standing next to Shen, speaking decisively as L2 picked up on his words. "Of course, with the others you called in from Kuchainashi, our numbers are no issue. We stand at 2,400 strong." Cracking his neck, Shen stood up as his eyes scanned what was in front of him. The 2,000+ faunis under Shen's control were standing in rank in front of him. They were silently waiting for any order he would give. Looking around them, it would be almost impossible to distinguish this place as a city in the past. It had been crushed and flattened underfoot, while the soil and ground had been drenched and burned. Well, that didn't take too long. Looks like I overestimated how weak the average huntsman is. A majority of the Grimm Salem had sent his way had left. However, a good amount had remained, taking the city's remnants as a new home. "So what now?" Shen heard Neo's voice as he glanced behind him. Both her and Torchwick were standing there with casual expressions on their faces. A little farther away, Shen also spotted Cinder and Emerald. The moment his eyes met theirs, they lowered their heads either in fear or seething anger towards him. "First, I want to make sure news about this spreads. When it comes to the general public, keep it simple. I want the news to cause panic and fear but still paint the faunis in a good light. Neo, you'll help them create fake footage of the event. Utilize the shootings and discrimination beforehand to gain sympathy." Hearing Shen, Neo smiled as she nodded, skipping off with L1. "As for the news leaked to the White Fang, I want it to go into further detail. But make sure it only reaches the high leader." L2 bowed before leaving to carry out Shen's orders. As you wish. You're trying to get your boss's boss involved in this? Torchwick was being sarcastic, as Shen answered. Of course, the only step left for me now is to fully take over the White Fang. For that, I'll go directly to the Hydra's body instead of dealing with its heads. As much as he loathed the White Fang for being so foolish, one thing was for certain. Whoever ruled over the White Fang with the proper support controlled the majority of the faunis race. Forcing the ones who won't submit wouldn't be an issue. Aren't you forgetting something? Shen heard a voice that he immediately recognized. Ah, Salem. Turning his head, he saw one of her grim orbs floating towards him. Her chilling voice immediately caused Torchwick's body to tense. At the same time, Cinder and Emerald, who were nearby, fell to their knees. Master. Salem paid them no mind as she spoke directly to Shen. You've had your wish fulfilled. I've even ignored you utilizing my authority onto my subordinates, despite having one of them killed by one of your own. Her voice was threatening. However, Shen gave off a casual smile as he answered. Of course, and as promised, I will assist you. In fact, Shen's eyes landed on Cinder for a moment. You'll find relying on me will prove more fruitful than using your own. Given time, the entirety of the kingdom of Mistral will be under my control. Both Cinder and Emerald glared at Shen, hearing him as he continued. After that, delivering you the Spring Maiden, or more precisely, the Relic of Knowledge, will be easy. Salem seemed to go silent before speaking more cautiously. You know about the maidens and the relics. That kind of information was extremely limited and hidden between a select few. I've been careful dancing around this subject. The maidens are all based off of the seasons and capable of controlling the elements to an insane degree. They wield true magic that easily dwarfs the power of semblances and dust. That also made them threats to him, being some of the only beings capable of killing him. However, the plus side came from the fact that the maiden's abilities are transferable and stealable. Of course, Shen's real interest didn't lie in the maiden's abilities. Their real use came from acting as keys capable of opening the vaults within each major academy. If I had each relic, then any goal or ambition could easily be met. But before he could do that, he needed to take care of anyone or anything that could get in his way. Coming out of his thoughts, Shen spoke lightheartedly. Of course I told you I know what you desire, don't I not? Salem seemed to consider what Shen was saying as Cinder spoke up. Master, you said that the maidens would be handled by me. You can't be considering. Shen turned his head and gave her a death-calling look. Be quiet. Those two words immediately caused Cinder to stop speaking as Salem came to a decision. Very well. I shall give you the time you require and leave the matters of Mistral to you. However, if you happen to fail, do not expect any mercy from me. Shen could feel the intent behind her words as he nodded. Of course. Hearing Salem agree, Cinder's face contorted as she was forced to swallow any complaints she had. As Salem's orb began to dim, Shen spoke one last time to her. Oh, I will require one last thing from you before you leave. I hope you don't mind. After that meeting with Salem, Shen spent one last day in the ruins of Argus before returning to Kuchinashi. Currently, he was within the mansion the Black Sheep had signed over to him, having moved everything important from the Purple Lotus HQ building to here. I'm positive this system is screwing with me now. Lying on a bed, Shen was groaning while thinking to himself. Semi-new potential functions are now open to review. Yes, he had officially reached not just level 15, but actually level 16. And the moment he did, he received a wonderful notification. He had gotten this notification before, and like the last time, it had the tempting inspect and inventory functions. However, due to him selecting Gaka last time, the system had replaced it with something new. Available system functions. Inventory gives the user a limitless pocket dimension that is capable of holding an infinite amount of mass. While living matter cannot enter this space, anything else will remain stasis-like until removed. Inspect. While a function, this is also technically an ability skill, and as such, can be leveled up. Capable of showing information and stats on any living or non-living thing. As it levels up, it becomes increasingly more useful, to the point that it can even begin displaying weaknesses or giving tips. Shop. This will allow the user to access a new special menu. Like the gacha, the user will be required to convert currency. Afterwards, the user is free to browse any manner of abilities or items. However, unlike the gacha, the user will also need to have the appropriate level depending on their purchase. Of course, it couldn't give me your average shop where I just get to throw money at it. He was actually pretty excited originally. After all, with a shop, he could finally stop the gambling with the gacha. However, this shop was scaled heavily on him, meaning if he wasn't high enough level, he wouldn't be able to get certain things. Okay, assuming that I'm going to get this prompt every 10 levels. That means I'll be level 25. By the time I reach that level, I should have dealt with the RWBY world in its entirety, meaning I would have the kingdom's worth of wealth. At that point, I could buy anything I wanted under level 26. So, in the end, his best option was sounding like he should ignore it until it came around again. By then, he could splurge all he wants. If I start gathering wealth now and not being tempted by that damn gacha, he could already see himself having a list of abilities 50 pages long. All right, if that's what I am doing, then the function here that would speed things up is obvious. New function added, the inspect skill is now available. Almost at the same time, he heard a knock on the door. What? Walking in was Toffer, the former leader of the Purple Lotus and the person he put in charge of most organizations in Kuchenashi. Sir, there is someone here to meet you. They are claiming to be the Mistral branch leader of the White Fang. Sienna's here. Looks like L2 did a pretty good job. Standing up, he followed Toffer as they went through the mansion. Making his way to the front portion of the building, a familiar woman was standing there waiting. I didn't expect you to come all this way on your own. To what do I owe the pleasure? Looking up, Sienna saw Shen coming down the stairs. Her expression was different than before. It lacked the same eyes full of hate, but at the same time were not calm either. That's because Shen's overall situation and position had changed. Although not very clearly, she knew how strong Shen had gotten and how influential he was when it came to the faunis of Mistral. As if you didn't plan this out, the High Leader has sent out a message to every branch. They are to report to White Fang main base in her audience. Shen's brows raised as he stared at her for a moment. Now that I think about it, this is a perfect opportunity. His amber eyes seemed to flash for a moment as they narrowed onto Sienna. The next moment, a menu appeared in front of him. Inspect information. Target, Sienna Taylor. Level, 11. Race S, Faunis nine-tailed fox. Summary, the Mistral branch leader of the White Fang, normally manipulative and cunning in nature, benefit from the fox-like appearance. She is currently under the thumb of the host due to them holding her life in their hands. She is currently both worried and anxious. Any further information requires for the inspect function skill to leveled up. Oh well, that's not bad at all. By far, the most useful thing this showed him was their level. Although it won't be totally accurate due to abilities holding a large sway, it gave him a general threat level to play around with. At the same time, it even let him see into her head a bit. So she's anxious. Closing the inspect information, he smiled. You know, it's weird, both you and the High Leader are both named Sienna. Honestly, it'll get pretty confusing in the future. I'm going to call you Teal from now on. How did you never mind? That's not important. The real issue is that she told me to bring you along with me and not just the upper echelon. You're probably aware of this, but despite a majority of Faunis and White Fang supporting your exploits, some don't. By some, she was obviously talking about the other branch leaders. No matter how glorious the purpose, some in the White Fang simply enjoyed their status and power. However, Shen's personal group and the amount of attention he was getting was putting them in a losing situation. Them wanting to get rid of him was a possibility, but in this situation, it was the High Leader herself who seemed to want to meet him. Eventually, Shen shrugged. Well, either way, the end result will be the same. As things stand, I have absolutely no reason to be on guard or worried. Turning around, he looked towards Toffer behind him. Has Pyrrha still not woken up? Toffer shook his head. If Master is referring to the girl you brought back, then no. All right, then keep an eye on her and make sure security is tight. I don't want to come back here just to deal with a mess. Chapter 36. You seem calm despite us going to meet the High Leader of the White Fang. Both Teal and Shen were flying in a private passenger plane. The two of them were sitting across one another, flying to the Mistral's capital city, which, surprisingly enough, was also where the White Fang's main HQ was. Shen turned his head from the seatside window and took the headphones off his head. Of course I'm calm. In Mistral I have more power than anyone. Teal did not refute Shen's words as she lowered her gaze. Through links with the Black Sheep and taking over Kuchainashi, along with every organization inside of it, Shen had almost taken over the underworld of Remnant. Even if he didn't utilize them, his connections and power outdid that of any of the White Fang's branches. With both Neo and L1 spreading news through multiple channels, Shen had what he wanted. Not a face or a figure, but a looming shadow no one could truly identify. So, with that fact in her mind, she probably wants to see where I stand. Against her and the White Fang or with them, I have too much influence to be ignored now. She's already surrounded on all sides by me, so she wants to do the same under the guise of authority. Listening to him, Teal spoke. Isn't that all the more reason for you to be cautious? This meeting was serious in all tenses. Everyone knew it wasn't some simple get-together. Every branch leader and their branch's upper ranks were coming. Oh, it's going to be dangerous, all right. But at the same time, how could I pass up an opportunity like this? The pillars of the White Fang and the council ruling over the government of Mistral all in the same city. Shen could only smile at the thought as a sense of realization dawned on Teal. Wait, don't tell me. You don't have to think about what I'm going to do in the future. The fact you're still alive proves you're worth something. You're more useful to me and cause less trouble alive than dead. So if you want to continue to live, Shen pointed to Teal's heart as she felt her chest tighten. Make the right calls, and if you do well, I might even reward you. Hearing Shen's words, she didn't respond and instead went into thought. The rest of the travel was uneventful until they eventually arrived in the capital city Mistral. Unlike Kuchainashi, the capital of Mistral was where the Council of the Kingdom resided, as such security here as well as overall safety dwarfed Argus. Getting off of the plane, Shen looked around the airport only to spot a very luxurious car waiting. Standing next to the passenger's door was a chauffeur along with a guard. The High Leader has been waiting for you both. No one else has arrived yet. Speaking respectfully, he gestured for the two of them to get in. Doing so, the chauffeur and guard got into the car as well before pulling off. As the car left the airport and made its way into the city, Shen spotted the guard in the car looking at him. I just want to say it's an honor to meet you, sir. You're so young, but I've heard of all the changes you've implemented. Me and my family plan on moving to Kuchainashi soon. Shen was taken back for a second as he gave off a smile. Of course, it was my pleasure. Hearing the guard's words, the chauffeur spoke up as well. I have to agree. Despite what the higher-ups say, I believe you made a rightful call in Argus. I can't believe what those bastards did to our people. It was then that the two of them both noticed Teal's grim gaze. Immediately closing up, they refocused on their jobs. The car continued to make its way through the city. The overall drive took over an hour, taking multiple different routes to avoid tracking and a secret road into an isolated area. When they arrived, Shen looked out the car window and saw they were in a modified, underground area. Having a mix of a castle aesthetic, the underground area had been transformed. Stone brick outlined a fairly large double gate laid open. Lining the roof of the hall inside were flags of the White Fang. Along with that, White Fang members dressed differently than normal guarded the hall walls with spears in hand. His eyes flashed for a moment as he utilized the inspect skill. They even prepared high-level cannon fodder. Now I'm more interested to see what they have in store. Deeper within the underground complex, a woman was waiting in a throne room. Pillars lined both sides of the room with a red carpet with gold trimmings leading to an uplifted platform led to by stairs. On top of that platform was the throne with the current High Leader, Sienna, sitting on it. Surrounding her were 4 guards assigned directly to her command. One of the guards spoke to her politely. Ma'am, we have received word that the one called Shen has arrived along with the Mistral branch leader. Sienna remained silent, having a dark complexion and neck-length black hair. An extra pair of ears adorned her head, being a faunis, while dark tiger-striped tattoos lined her arms and body. A red cape-like cloak exposing her shoulders ran down her back, accompanying her black and white trimmed sleeveless top and skirt. After a moment, she did speak as she replied. We're positive all the information we've gathered is accurate, especially concerning his abilities. The guard nodded as she took a deep breath, putting one of her legs over the other. Then let us see what decisions he makes. Minutes later, both Teal and Shen stood in front of a pair of large doors. Automatically, those doors slowly opened, revealing the White Fang throne room. Stepping inside, the two of them made their way down the red carpet. It's been quite some time since I've last seen you, Teal. Sienna spoke with a smile as Teal kneeled on one knee. It has high leader. Thank you for your invitation. Sienna's eyes moved to Shen, who had not bent his knee an inch. And you must be the one everyone's been so eagerly talking about. Shen acted clueless as he spoke. You flatter me. Chuckling to herself, Sienna's eyes narrowed. Perhaps I do, especially considering that your actions are bordering on treason. Her words caused a silent chill to permeate through the room. Looking up at her, Shen kept a lax expression on his face. And what could you possibly mean by that? Don't play dumb with me, I find it tiring. Despite how noble your actions seem, it's clear your goals stray from the White Fang's intention. Our goal is to strike fear into humans and fight against those who would subjugate us, not to start a war. Her voice grew more serious as she continued. However, clearly you have different ideas in mind. Riling both Faunis and White Fang alike, creating your own personal force out of Kuchainashi, and even going as far as to use that force in Argus's destruction. Under the guise of the White Fang, Shen had furthered his own ends, and even without him leaking information, that did not escape her watch. Oh, so are you trying to say my actions have made life for Faunis in Mistral better? Or is this just because my actions are bringing more results than your White Fang has been able to produce in years? I mean, it was already laughable to see that those in the White Fang desire personal power over their original goal. Shen's words were spoken relentlessly as Sienna's hands scratched the hands of her throne. At the same time, the four guards around her who had remained silent leapt into action. Pointing their spears at Shen, one of them screamed, "How dare you show such disrespect?" They were prepared to act as Sienna raised one of her hands before standing up. The path you are going down may seem fruitful now, however it will not last. Even if you had every Faunis's support, we could not survive a war against the humans. Not me or you or anyone else has the power to fight the world as it is. In the end, you're chasing a ludicrous which will only make people lose hope. Sienna suddenly found herself cut off and caught off guard. Teal, who was standing next to Shen, was shocked as well. Ahahaha! Shen was laughing and not quietly. It was as if he couldn't hold himself back as slowly as he covered his mouth. I'm sorry about that. I just found it hilarious you thought that my plans are solely based on me believing in the power of Faunis. What do you mean? Sienna seemed confused as Shen's laughter died out, and he waved his hand. Immediately, life fibers he had placed secretly activated themselves, sealing the door to the throne room shut. At the same time, everyone in the room experienced a sense of shock. The fake Faunis horns he had on his head at nearly all times turned bright red. The next moment, they dispersed almost into thin air. It's true I bring people to my side. I never give them my trust, nor do I ever keep full confidence in them. After all, the only person you can trust with absolute certainty is yourself, which is why your misconception made me laugh. And reminds me of what someone I knew used to say. Shen's figure seemed to flash as his body blurred from vision. Sienna and Teal's eyes widened. In an instant, Shen's figure appeared smiling in front of Sienna. At the same time, burning red holes had appeared in the chests of all four of her guards as they fell to the ground. Your concept of power is clearly much different than mine. Sienna's mind seemed to fall into disarray as she slowly fell back down onto her throne, looking up at Shen. She had prepared countermeasures against Shen's abilities. Special armor is made to counteract electricity along with unique knives on personnel capable of cutting through steel wiring. Although she doubted Shen would actually attack while in her presence, she was prepared if he did, or so she thought. Teal came up here. Shen's words were concise, and Teal quickly made her way up towards the throne. I think our wondrous high leader needs a demonstration of what I mean, so make sure she stays comfortable. Sienna's eyes fell onto Teal as she spoke. What are you doing? Why are you following his? Her neck began to trickle a drop of blood as one of Teal's tails moved to it. As if the tail's hairs were made of blades, they pressed themselves against her skin. "I'm afraid things change in time, Sienna, and from what I can tell your reign has ended." Shen smiled at her words as Shen's eyes turned to the throne room doors. The sound of banging made themselves apparent as well as voices. They continued for over a minute until, suddenly, the banging stopped. The next moment, the sound of something cutting through air was accompanied by red lines flashing on the surface of the door. And here comes the main attraction for this event. With one final bang, the large door made of reinforced stone collapsed as it had been sliced into multiple sections. Dust and rubble flew everywhere as a figure with multiple people standing behind him came into view. I should have expected him to come running here. Stepping over the destroyed door was none other than Adam Taurus. Behind him stood the remaining 3 branch leaders along with the higher-ups of each branch, including the Mistral one. I knew something like this might happen, but still, I thought it would be by my hand Sienna was dethroned. Adam's eyes glanced towards Teal as he scoffed. "And of course, he decided you to be the first one to crack." Teal's eyes narrowed at Adam's words as she looked towards Shen for a moment. The next second, that same threatening yet seductive smile she put on when meeting Shen appeared on her face. "I find no guilt in following orders. The rest of the White Fang shall follow suit as well." She had decided to throw her lot in with Shen fully. By the end of this, there were only 2 possibilities. One ending with her subserving herself to Adam due to him having the support of the upper echelon of the White Fang. Or the other was siding with Shen. And despite everything he had dragged her through, one fact remained clear. He had not lost once up to this point, no matter what it was. He had goals bigger than Faunis, and he had already told her how to fall into his good graces. All of you are traitors, and you Teal worst of all, siding with a human." Sienna's eyes went feral as she yelled. However, Teal remained silent, ignoring her. On the other end, Shen held out his hand as Guy Balg appeared, pointing it towards Adam and the people on his side. His eyes flashed as information began to flood his vision. By the end, he had a smirk on his face. "Before we start, I want all of you to die with a clear conscience. When all of this is over, the faunis and those you care about will be left in good hands. Of course, that goes double for you, doesn't it, Adam?" Chapter 37. Shen's words caused Adam to feel a brief sense of anger before calming down and eventually laughing. "It doesn't matter. I was worried slightly due to the fact your popularity outdoes my own. But now that we've seen you're a human, we can get rid of that issue. A single announcement should do just fine." Without his reputation, even if Shen went public, no one would hate them for it. From the rumors, I was expecting him to look more impressive. Rialin, the branch leader of the White Fang's Atlas branch, chuckled to himself. He was a very large man with a wide build, seemingly in his 40s. The other was Raja, the branch leader of Vacuo's White Fang, who was a sharp-eyed tan man. His entire body was adorned with luxuries like gold and jewels. Using Inspect, Shen learned to his surprise that Teal was stronger than them. Indeed, I heard he was a demon on the battlefield with incredible abilities beyond those of a semblance, but he's just a boy. Hearing their comments, Shen did not refute them and instead gestured with his finger. "The chance to make the first move is still yours." Hearing him, Raja held his hand up to his mouth, "As if we would deal with you ourselves, so foolish." Adam raised his hand, pointing as Shen, "Kill him." Under his orders, the White Fang behind the 3 of them fell into action. Each group belonging to a branch were all the highest authority besides their individual branch leaders. Seeing all of them preparing to fall into action, she glanced towards the 4 from her branch. "Idiots!" She didn't say anything as her eyes drifted away from the scene. All of them drew their weapons as they rushed through Shen, preparing to attack all at once. "Let's see." Shifting his footing, Shen saw 5 of them jump into the air above him. They were fast, easily beyond the level of your average huntsman. Their weapons had the unique color of multiple types of dust coming from them as Shen backstepped. Using the Goro Goro no Mi in assistance, practically instantly retreated 20 meters. An explosion erupted from where he was standing as massive ice crystals formed a ring while fire erupted into the air. Multiple other types of dust effects followed the explosion, absolutely destroying the area they all struck. 5 there. "Heh, you're not getting away?" Hearing a voice at his side, Shen's eyes casually glanced to his right. Having large metal gloves over his hands, one of them, who had ousted the others, struck him at his side. Flipping Gibalg in his hands, he blocked the strike being sent sliding to the right. One there. Looks like he's having trouble fighting back, although I have to admit it's impressive he's holding his own at all. Rialan spoke with his arms crossed, and Adam simply watched with a grin on his face. Another 4 over here. Using Gibalg to launch himself into the air, Shen dodged 4 more attacks. He's quick on his feet. Surround him, don't let him escape. The remaining 6, still closing in on Shen as he landed on the ground, coordinated their attacks. Surrounding him on all sides, they attacked all at once. And these 6 make 16. That shouldn't be too draining. Attacking as they had Shen surrounded, they aimed to kill. However, as if in a sudden shift, Shen's speed exploded. Swinging Gibalg around his neck, it cut into the chest of 2 of his attackers. Blood splattered onto the ground as they both grit their teeth, forced to retreat. At the same time, with both hands freeze, he launched 2 strikes. Both punches landed directly on target, causing their victims' eyes to bulge as their faces twisted in pain. Crap, the remaining 2 watched as their attacks were quickly dodged as Shen faked a counterattack. All 6 immediately pulled back together, with 4 in pain and the other 2 relatively fine. Looks like you were holding back. You are a lot better than we thought. One of the 2 Gibalg had left a gash on was clutching his chest while speaking. Staring at the one who spoke, Shen replied with a smile. Well, thanks for acknowledging that. It took a lot of effort to get you all to line up so close together. A sudden activation followed Shen's words. Piercing through their feet, life fibers anchored the 16 branch commanders in place. What the hell? I can't move. When did he? All of them struggled, but there was no point. They couldn't cut Shen's life fibers even if they had days to do so. In Shen's eyes, although they were apart and slightly off, every last one of them was in a fairly direct line in front of him. Every time he dodged or took a step he left life fibers behind, just enough to anchor down whoever stepped on them. This move doesn't cost a lot of mana, nor is it that exhausting, but using it 16 times in a row would be a waste if some of you escaped out of range. Holding Gibalg, an intensive red aura began to envelop it along with Shen. What is he doing? Watching, Raja felt an inherent chill as Adam's eyes contracted and he yelled. All of you move, however, his yells were useless. Leaping forward, Shen rushed towards all of them. He's coming! They immediately tried to raise their guard despite not being able to move. It's already over. Gibalg. From the outside, everything happened in a matter of seconds. It was as if a red flash had weaved its wave through the chest of all 16 of them. A silent yet powerful wind swept through the throne room as Shen appeared behind all of them. At the same time, a deep hole burrowing into each of their chests. Their eyes were wide as blood stained their mostly white uniforms. How? The last breath left one of their mouths as they all began to fall to the ground. Gibalg has been thrust because it has pierced your heart. What a stupidly broken ability. I wonder if it would work on RWBY's MCs considering luck can help dodge it. Still, using it 16 times compared to the version he used previously was a lot less draining. Turning to look towards Adam and everyone else, they seemed frozen. The scene that just happened in front of them was too difficult to explain. It was as Shen took a step towards them that all 3 of them woke up. Raja and Rialan's faces immediately turned, almost frightened. Even the 2 of them working together wouldn't be able to repeat Shen's feat just now. What was worse was that Shen didn't even look exhausted. How did he? He's so strong. Sienna, still being held down by Teal, felt even more surprised by Shen's ability. I didn't want to believe it at first either. I didn't take my decision of betrayal lightly, but Shen is different from anyone I've met. As he is now, I can't imagine anyone within Mistral being his equal. Teal's words stuck with Sienna as she glanced at her and then back at the scene in front of them. Adam looked towards both Raja and Rialan before speaking between his teeth. Useless cowards. Surprisingly enough, he heard a voice that agreed with him. Yes, they are, aren't they? I guess both of us won't be needing them around after this. Shen held up his free hand towards Adam along with Raja and Rialan. His hand immediately began to discharge an intense amount of electricity, turning the area around him blue. Wait, I believe we should negotiate. We are willing to. Raja's words were cut off as Shen smirked. I don't need you two alive anymore. Perhaps if it was a few months ago and you were a bit luckier. Shen shrugged as the electricity from his hand condensed, almost becoming pure light. Thor. Rialin, along with Raja and Adam, had their eyes contract as their entire field of vision was taken up. Damn it! The two branch leaders put up their guards, channeling their aura. Thor's heat was tremendous, and so was its power. Although he didn't use its full capabilities like he did in Argus, this was more than enough. The entire underground area shook as a roar of thunder echoed through it. It ripped through the ground of the throne room and blew an even larger hole into where the gate used to be. Level up. It was blinding as Shen closed his hand, ending the attack. When the light show ended, Shen was greeted by two blackened corpses. Their aura had stopped their bodies from being completely turned to ash. Seeing there were only two corpses, Shen's gaze went upwards. And in the air flying towards him was none other than Adam. He wasn't hurt to any extent as he placed his hand near the hilt of his sword. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Looks like you didn't know about my semblance. I've got you. The rifle being used as a sheath for his sword fired, launching the sword out. Grabbing it, he swung towards Shen at a speed that was untraceable. An unbelievable amount of contained force was released. The pressure from the slash left a deep arcing slash through the walls and floor of the throne room. An arc of fire was left in the attack's wake, creating what looked like a wall of fire. Shen let out a chuckle as Adam's face turned from one of ecstatic to shock. Before he could even recover, Shen's hand grabbed onto his neck. He was caught in the air as his eyes fell onto Shen's body. There wasn't a single injury on him, and that was thanks to Shen being a Logia, of course. Normally dust could affect him as they were elemental. However, there was a way Logias could still avoid getting hit even against people who use Haki, and that was simply morphing your body around the attack before it hit. Separating his torso from his lower half, he could avoid the attack altogether despite it being infused with fire-based dust. Of course, Adam didn't know that. Holding him by his throat, Shen's grip increased. Of course, I know about your semblance. It's able to absorb energy and then let you release it as one powerful attack. Of course, you would try and send back Thor's power directly at me. You couldn't be any more predictable. Adam felt Shen's grip get tighter as his mask slipped from his face along with his weapons. All of those things fell to the ground as he began grabbing at Shen's arm, choking. However, even that wasn't enough. Both Sienna and Taylor watched as eventually Adam's body stopped moving and Shen let go. Well, that's that. Waving his hand over his head, his fake faunis features reappeared. Taylor lowered her guard around Sienna, who, despite that, didn't make an attempt to run or escape. He's dead? Taylor asked calmly as Shen shook his head. No, I can imagine someone else will be very anxious to get her hands on him. Taylor could tell Shen was referring to Blake as she saw him turned around. His gaze swept over her for a moment before looking towards Sienna. She looked as if she was going to speak, but stopped her way mid-through. Her eyes were simply locked onto Shen as he casually began to walk toward her. Up, Sienna gulped as she stood up from her throne and moved next to Taylor. Turning around, Shen sat down, leaning his head against his hand. From now on, the White Fang is mine, and as such, every member shall be added to my new force. Any issues with that? Taylor was the first to react, getting on one knee. Of course not, as you wish. Sienna was slower to react as she took a deep breath and bowed as well. The White Fang is yours, no one shall object. Any pride or arrogance she once had must be shoved down deep. She knew that now, and Taylor's words reinforced the claim. The faunis race was in Shen's hands now, whether they wanted it to be or not. Good, then start spreading the word. Once Neo, along with L1 and L2, reaches Mistral well, take care of the council. And once that's done, this entire kingdom will belong to me. Chapter 38. The Council of Mistral was located in Mistral's capital city. The entire city itself was built directly on a large mountain. At the very top was Mistral's academy, Haven. However, the council, which held sway over the kingdom, met somewhere separately. It was built into the side of the mountain directly under Haven. It was a small facility kept under constant guard and watch, for council members and Haven's headmaster only. It was a circular room in detail, with half being built into the mountain and the other half having a glass. Light from the sun poured into the room as 5 figures sat around a table. 2 guards with automated weapons stood at the entrance. Why was a meeting called so suddenly? An older man with white hair and a mustache looked towards the other people sitting there. He, along with everyone else, were council members, excluding Leonardo Lionheart. He had a tan head of hair along with a beard and mustache. Wearing a brown greatcoat and white pants, he had a confused expression on his face. Indeed, could this matter not have been handled over a video call? The 2 other council members, besides one, nodded in agreement. I'm afraid such a matter must be handled with all of us present and in person. The graveness of this matter cannot be undersold. An older woman with red hair looked at them with a grave expression. She was the one who had called this meeting. Seeing her face, Lionheart asked, "What matter are you referring to?" The others listened carefully as the old woman lowered her head. It makes sense none of you are aware. The news has just recently reached the city. However, it has been spreading from city to city rapidly through methods I am unaware of. It's bringing not only panic but rebellions across the kingdom. Her words carried weight as all of them fell silent. What are you talking about? What is this news? One of the council members inquired as the woman spoke. Argus has fallen, destroyed, and razed to the ground. The mayor and the headmaster, Xander of Sanctum, has been confirmed KIA. Listening to her words, one of the council members felt a bead of sweat roll down his face. "Haha, what are you talking about? This is not time for jokes." His nervous laughter caused the others to remain silent as the old woman shook her head. This is no jest. It was a combined effort of both a new military power under the control of Faunis, along with Grimm. Lionheart's face went from passive confusion to disbelief and dread along with the other council members. Clutching his head between his hands, the old man on the council seemed stuck in a state of bewilderment. How did this happen? Argus is by far our most secure city, protected by our own and the Atlas military. Why did we receive no distress calls? We're not sure. Of course, all of the unknowns about the situation were planted there by Shen. The fewer information people knew about a situation, the less control they felt they had. At the same time, it was perfect for causing panic and fear. Lionheart sat there for a moment before taking a deep breath. Did we already send news to the other kingdoms of this incident, especially Atlas? The old woman on the council nodded. Yes, I did so right before calling this meeting. They should be aware of the incident shortly. No one could tell you how much losing a city meant in a world like a Remnant. A place where Grimm ravage and destroy any small towns or villages too weak to protect themselves, people flee to cities. Thanks to that, the population in this world was kept fairly low. However, losing their second largest city, Argus, this was a bigger issue than anything else, especially since it was done by a group and not just a random event. In any case, we're going to be forced to Anok. In the midst of talking, one of the council members heard screaming. What is that? The rest of the council heard the screams as well, as they grew more plentiful and louder. At the same time, gunshots were echoing into the room. Please stay here while we investigate. The 2 guards at the door looked at one another as they opened the door. Going outside of the room, they closed it behind them, locking it with a special keycard. The council listened silently as the noise only grew louder. Soldiers moving and yelling mixed with the sounds of fighting. However, after only 2 minutes, all the sounds stopped. What the hell is going on? Is someone attacking us? The council was freaked out by the sudden silence as Lionheart, being Haven Academy's headmaster, stood up. I'm sure it's fine and the issue has been dealt with. Wait here and I'll go check in with. Without any warning, the locked doors leading to the council's meeting room launched open. The 2 doors flew through the air like bullets, shattering the glass and falling out of view. That won't be necessary. Walking through the now broken entrance was none other than Shen. Holding her umbrella, Nia was standing next to him along with over 100 soldiers, part of Shen's personal army. Who are you? Standing up, one of the council members looked at Shen and then glanced to the hallway behind him. Littering the ground was a bloody mess, with Mistral soldier corpses everywhere. What, you bastard? He was the youngest member of the council and, as such, was hot-blooded. Hearing him yell at Shen, Neo's face immediately dimmed as her eyes latched to him. Do you know what the hell you've done? You'll be, his voice went silent as Neo's position changed. With the use of her semblance, her fake form next to Shen disappeared as her real self standing behind the hot-blooded council member became visible. Her sword, which acted as her umbrella's handle, was coated in blood. At the same time, the council member's head slowly slid from his neck, falling to the ground, followed by his limp body. Shen put his hands together as he spoke as nothing had happened. It would be best if you all remain quiet while I'm speaking, and Lionheart, you're free to leave. Lionheart's face showed a look of anger and confusion as he yelled. What are you talking about? Who are you? Shen didn't look at him as he spoke. Salem has given me full authority over her actions here in Mistral. I advise you to fall in line and leave like I asked. The name alone immediately caused Lionheart to freeze. His anger disappeared as if it was never there, and instead of a look of fear and anxiety. The council members did not fail to see Lionheart's sudden shift as he lowered his hands to his side. I understand. Without any fuss, he began to make his way out of the room. Lionheart, where are you going? Don't tell me. Are you mad? He didn't answer any of them as he kept his head lowered and left. The headmaster of Haven Academy had long joined Salem, a plot point that would be focused on later in the future episodes of RWBY. The rest of you secure the perimeter, kill anyone who tries to enter this place. The soldiers behind Shen saluted. Yes, sir. Before turning to carry out his orders, only leaving him, Neo, and the council. Placing her blade back into her umbrella, she looked towards Shen. Break them. I don't need their minds intact for this. Shen's words caused Neo to smile as she looked towards the council members sadistically. Hearing Shen's words, the terror began to infiltrate their eyes. Wait, please, what do you want? I'll give you anything. One of the council members began begging, getting on his knees. The two others remaining were the old man and the old woman clenched their teeth. It was a humiliating sight, however, not one they could blame him for. Looking down at him, Shen glanced at Neo. Start with this one. Immediately the council member's eyes widened as he saw Shen turn to leave. Wait, please. He practically crawled on the ground after Shen, but before he could get close, Neo's blade stabbed him through the leg. Rog! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. Oh, and Neo, make sure they don't have any obvious external injuries. They won't be good puppets if they're under suspicion. She nodded while staring at the council member whose leg she had just pinned down. And with that, I now have full control over Mistral. It took a while, almost feels unbelievable. An entire kingdom was now in his hands. Of course, he had to maximize on that fact, but how? Leveling up is his main goal, and that meant he needed to either kill more people, or he would have to start hunting down the characters in RWBY that represented the top brass. Either way, strength-wise, he had already surpassed a majority of the population. Stopping in a hallway, Shen suddenly thought to himself, actually, there might be another method for me to get stronger a lot faster. Thinking for a moment, Shen felt he had a fairly good idea, but if he wanted to implement it, he would need something first. The Relic of Knowledge. In simplicity, it allows one to ask any question every 100 years. Right now, it was lying in a vault under Haven Academy, yet he couldn't get to it. The only one capable of opening it currently would be Raven, mother of one of the main cast and the current Spring Maiden. And maidens in RWBY possessed powers that were threatening even to him. Salem currently only wanted the relics, so he would give it to her, of course, only after using it to get what he wanted. And on top of that, he would gladly take the maiden herself under his care. If he could pull this off as planned, then soon, he would be able to render not only Salem and Osbin useless against him, but the entire world of RWBY would be his for the taking. As for what he would do afterwards, that's going to be a day worth remembering. At the same time, something was churning that Shen wasn't aware of. In the Kingdom of Vale within Beacon Academy, its headmaster had received a call. A middle-aged man with silver hair and brown eyes was sitting inside of an office high above the academy itself. He was wearing a dark black suit over a green vest and black trousers. General Ironwood, to what do I owe the pleasure? A holographic screen displaying the name Ironwood appeared above the desk in front of him. We've known one another long enough, Osbin. Call me James. Besides, as much as I hate to admit it, I did not call you to catch up. Osbin sighed as he placed the cup of tea in his hands onto the desk. So, what is your reason for calling? I'm assuming it's something quite urgent. Ironwood made a sound of an acknowledgement as he spoke plainly. I have received word from Mistral's council that the city Argus has been destroyed. Osbin's face immediately turned serious as he frowned. What? I didn't believe it either. However, imagery of the scene has been sent over to me. Along with that, news of this incident is spreading throughout the kingdom of Mistral. As Ironwood said, images began appearing on Osbin's screen. Long-distance pictures of what used to be Argus, now burnt to the ground with Grimm making it their new home. Was it her? Osbin spoke slowly as Ironwood answered. Possibly, from what I know, an unbelievable number of Grimm had attacked, however that's not all. A new group composed of faunis, led by someone we're not aware of assistance in the attack. If it truly is her, then it seems she's begun making her move. Placing his hand on his head, Osbin massaged himself. If that's really the case, then we must warn Lionheart and tell him to be ready. I was not expecting her to target Mistral first. I'll have to make a few calls, including contacting Kuro. Ironwood agreed as he added on, I will offer any assistance I can. Osbin nodded as he stood up from his chair. With the fall of Argus, panic will begin to spread throughout the world. People will feel unsafe within their own homes. It's best if we address the news ourselves. Familiar faces tend to calm people down. No matter what, stopping a full-blown panic was important. Very well, I'll do what I can. Be careful, Osbin. Soon Ironwood hung up the call, leaving Osbin to himself in the office. Walking to the window behind his desk, he saw the numerous students of Beacon. Whatever it takes. Chapter 39. You called for us, Master? Both Sienna and Taylor were kneeling in the High Leader's throne room. Shen had also called Neo and Torchwick there. Soon both L1 and L2 came walking into the throne room carrying a piece of paper. They handed it to him, kneeling awaiting orders. Shen briefly looked it over until he saw two images located at the bottom. A smile crept onto his face before he spoke. We have found our target, directly northwest of Lake Matsu here in Mistral. We've also already finished converting the entirety of the White Fang here in Mistral. I want 30% of them ready to move out by tomorrow. Shen was addressing L1 and L2. It will be done, Master. The two of them quickly stood up before leaving. After they did both, Sienna and Taylor looked up at Shen as if they wanted to say something. What is it? The two of them glanced at each other for a second as Sienna spoke. You currently have control over Faunis and Mistral. I'm confused why you decided to operate so cautiously despite that. Shen could easily have the council mobilize their military if he wanted. Even their national treasury was his for the taking. Yet, he was still acting in relatively small quantities. Because I'm still not strong enough. If Mistral found out I was controlling things, entire cities, political figures, and possibly even the military will rebel even if I control the council. At the same time, I can assure you at least Vale and Atlas would gladly offer assistance in hunting me down. He was strong, but he couldn't fight 3 separate kingdoms. And that's exactly why we are hunting down Raven Branwen. The Relic of Knowledge was his key to mass leveling. Once he unlocked the shop, he would use up all his wealth if it was necessary to do so. But first, he needed that relic, which led Shen to the second reason he had called everyone here. For now, as limiting as it was, he needed to keep playing the puppeteer. But at the same time, he couldn't risk missing out on this chance to catch Raven Branwen. He knew the approximate location of where she was, thanks to the show, meaning tracking her down was easy. But if she got away, he would actually lose her. And to make sure things to go well, I made quite an investment. Leon-wise, I think I spent over 300,000. The absurd number Shen just mentioned immediately caused everyone to frown. That was more money than normal people would see in their entire lives. What did you spend that much money on? Torchwick's intrigue matched with everyone else's. Without answering, Shen gestured towards Neo and Taylor to come to him. At the same time, 4 soldiers under his command walked into the throne room from the side doors. Each duo was carrying a large metal case. As I said, an investment, but to be more specific, potent weapons. The system was his best asset, and at the same time, his life fibers let him create Goku uniforms which granted enhanced abilities superior to even a huntsman's in cases. Blake had proved that to him. However, what it couldn't do was let him hand off abilities. So weapons were the next best thing. What kind of weapons would cost so much money? Taylor stared at the metal cases as the soldiers placed them on the ground. Consider them presents. The one on the right belongs to Neo. At Shen's words, the duo of soldiers who had carried in the case containing Neo's weapon opened. Inside lied a metal belt holding kunai as long as a person's forearm and had their handles wrapped in purple cloth. They looked as if they had gone through countless battles obtaining a rustic look. Everyone felt underwhelmed after what Shen had said. Just looking at those things gives me PTSD. I can already hear that music. Only people from Shen's world would know what these were. If you don't mind me asking, what are they? Taylor spoke up. There was no way Shen would spend money so wastefully on nothing. They're weapons that originally belonged to a woman named Lady Butterfly. Since you're all so doubtful, I'll let Neo show off their effects. Neo hesitated for a moment but did as Shen said. Wearing the metal belt holding the kunai, Shen took a few steps back. These kunai have two different effects. Both come from them being thrown, gestured at himself as Neo narrowed his brows. You want me to throw one of them at you? Shen could hear how hesitant Neo was from her voice as he responded to her. I wouldn't tell you to do it if I could die from it. Everyone watched closely as Neo took a moment. Pulling one of the kunai out of the belt, she threw it at Shen. As it flew through the air, a unique sound echoed from it. Holding out his hand, Shen deflected the kunai without issue as it flew through the air, embedding itself into a wall. The kunai themselves are self-replenishing. Pointing at her waist, Neo saw that despite the fact she had just thrown one, the belt was full. Its actual ability is to put whoever hears the sound it produces into a hypnotic state. What do you mean, hypnotic? You mean, where is hypnotism right now? Torchwick's statement lined up as Shen nodded his head. Yes, you see, this type of hypnotism is special. It not only makes people's bodies deal self-harm to themselves, depending on visual information, it also manipulates your sense of touch and hearing. Listening to Shen, Neo's eyes slowly widened as realization dawned on her. Torchwick and Taylor were slower on the uptake. However, as soon as they understood, their expressions changed. Wait, I still don't understand? What is it? Sienna was the only one who still didn't understand as Taylor looked at her and explained. The sound that kunai produces puts you under hypnotism. It can make you feel pain and damages your body based on what you see. It can also make you feel or hear things as well, whether it's real or not. In this case, Neo already had the ability to make physical illusions. Their only limitation was that they were fragile. However, what if her illusions could actually hurt you as well? The answer is simple. It would be borderline reality manipulation. Of course, the hypnotism doesn't last for too long, but it's an ability to be feared. In all honesty, Shen was tempted to take the kunai for himself when he first read what they did. An unblockable attack was useful in itself, but also the ability to basically turn illusions into reality. It was tempting, but in the end, he decided to arm the dogs around him with sharper teeth instead of getting a new gun. How did you even find something like that? I've never heard of anyone making a type of weapon that allows someone to do that. Sienna was dumbfounded as Shen just smirked. I have my methods, which also brings us to the Taylor. Like before, the duo of soldiers who carried in the other case opened it. Instead of a weapon like Neo, everyone instead saw a golden vase. It had a strange mark branded on it as well. The demon's extract. Shen spoke the name of what the vase was or, to be more specific, what was inside of it. It's originally from the Akame Ga Kill world and is considered one of if not the most powerful weapon in that universe. Personally, Shen would have loved to have Esdeath herself here. However, that chance may never come, so he had to make do. Drinking it will give you the ability to manipulate ice and freeze practically anything. In the end, its potential is up to how well you fare after drinking it. If you are not strong enough, then your mind will break, and death will follow shortly after. Shen knew how powerful it was, but at the same time, he wasn't willing to potentially risk his life trying to tame it. Using someone else to do it was just more beneficial and less risky. So tell me, Taylor, are you willing to take the plunge? Standing there rooted in place, Tayla's eyes were locked onto the golden vase. This was her chance to gain not only strength but a future. She had joined Shen's cause. She knew he would be changing the world in the future. She wanted to be a part of that, and this would be a large step towards that goal. But was she willing to risk her life for that? Bending down, Tayla reached for the vase as a smirk appeared on Shen's face. All right then, everyone else should leave for now. Torchwick, when we head off tomorrow, you'll be running things till I return. Keep an eye on Sienna. Shen didn't hide his distrust towards Sienna as she remained silent. Torchwick nodded as he turned to leave. Soon everyone else did as well, with Neo being the last. Peering into the throne room as its doors closed, she saw Tayla take the lid off of the vase and began to drink its contents. As the doors fully closed, Shen stood in front of Tayla, kicking the now empty cases aside. It tasted weird, but I haven't noticed any changes. Looking at her body, Tayla had drunk every last drop, yet she felt no different. Here it comes. Shen remained silent as suddenly Tayla heard thousands of voices crash into her mind. The empty vase fell from her hands, clanging against the ground. Ah, she sounded as if she couldn't breathe or think. Her eyes were wide as she fell to her knees, crying out. I'll be assisting you through this, but if you don't have the will to endure it, then you will die. In the end, it's up to you. Holding his hand out, Shen began using mental refitting on Tayla. His powers and the insanity the demon's extract brought onto its user clashed. The pain lessened, but even then, it was on the threshold of being unbearable. It's going to be a long night. The next day, somewhere within Anima, just northwest of Lake Matsu, a White Fang airship crashed out of the sky, falling into the forest. After crashing into the ground, a wreck was left behind. The doors of the airship opened as 2 White Fang members climbed out. As soon as they did, the sounds of guns cocking could be heard. Well, would you look at what we have here? What is the White Fang doing all the way out here in the middle of nowhere? A skinny man with dirty blonde hair and gray eyes was standing over the 2 White Fang members who had climbed out. The 2 of them looked up at the man, but did not speak or answer. What should we do with them, Shay? The people standing behind him looked like bandits. There were 10 in the group in total as Shay stared at the White Fang members. Tie them, well, let her decide. Gesturing with his hands, 2 of the bandits behind Shay walked forward with rope tying up the 2 White Fang members. After being tied up, they were quickly dragged away. Within the hour, they had been taken to a cobbled-together camp. It was surrounded by a large wooden wall made of logs. Inside, there were a bunch of tents along with a lot more bandits. Everyone seemed relaxed as they spotted Shay with the tied-up White Fang members in front of him and the group. Sitting near the largest tent in the camp was a girl. She had short brown hair and fairly ragged clothes, showing she was a part of the bandit group as well. Shay, what the hell did you do? Those are members of the White Fang, you know that, right? It's not my fault they crashed near Vernal. I just brought them here so Raven could figure out what we should do. The 2 of them clearly didn't get along. Everyone here was a part of the Branwen tribe, a group formed by Raven. They were bandits, robbing and looting villages, and then letting Grimm, attracted by the destruction, clean up the mess while they escaped. They followed the rules of the strong devouring the weak. The White Fang? Well, that's interesting. A voice came from the main and biggest tent in the camp as a woman stepped out. She had long black hair and deep red eyes. A sword with a unique dust-shifting sheath was attached to her waist. She wore thigh-high heels and along with black garments under patches of red armor across her upper body. Finally, the White Fang members reacted, looking up towards her. "You're Raven Branwen?" Immediately everyone's expressions changed. Despite being a male, the White Fang member sounded like a woman. "Who are you?" Vernal and Shay immediately went on guard as Raven narrowed her eyes. "Answer us, who are you, and why are you here?" Nay didn't receive an answer, and a sudden chill began to escape from one of the White Fang members' bodies. In an instant, the ropes they were bound by seemed to freeze, turning as brittle as glass and shattering. Well, both take that as a yes. Chapter 40. The illusion covering up the 2 White Fang soldiers fell, revealing both Neo and Tayla. In an instant, and without warning, the ground under their feet froze 50 meters in every direction. Any of the Branwen tribe bandits standing too close immediately felt that cold seep into their bodies. Their skin and their blood felt as if it was almost ready to freeze over, causing 6 of them to break into screams and falling to the ground. Vernal, Shay, and Raven, who had aura, however, were unaffected. Shifting their footing just slightly, the ice connecting them to the ground shattered. At the same time, the restraints binding them were frozen off. So you're not a part of the White Fang after all. So tell me, what are you after? Raven looked at both Neo and Tayla. They were wearing a modified version of their normal outfits, along with the very same insignia that Shen was using. You'll be figuring that out for yourself soon enough. No one there knew what she meant by that. However, they didn't have the time to think about it either. Mere seconds after Tayla and Neo broke free, multiple explosions went off close by. What the hell? Shay looked over towards the front gate of their camp. 3 holes had forcefully blown open the gate, revealing a group of 50 or so, fully armed. Not only that, but there were even 2 armored jeeps with mounted weapons behind them. Seeing that, the bandits who were still confused by the situation realized what was happening. This was a full-forced raid, with them being its target. Crap them trying to wipe us out. Everyone gets in position. How the hell did they get here without us noticing? Prepare to fight? There was no announcement of when to start as the firefight began as soon as both sides locked eyes on one another. At the same time, Neo quickly began to fall back, moving towards the center of the camp. Both Vernal and Shay frowned as they were ready to chase after her. However, a cold wind rushed over their bodies after taking a step as Tayla's tails came into view, blocking their path. The cold grew in intensity by the second as the fur on Tayla's ears and tails began to turn a frosted white. Accompanied by that, her skin seemed almost to turn pale like snow. Everything about her change seemed to be delicate and smooth like ice. However, it was her eyes. Her eyes made both Vernal and Shay shiver due to the frenzied and crazed look hidden inside them. You two will be dealing with me, so let's have some fun. Holding out her hand, the air seemed to freeze over, forming a sword out of pure ice. The next second, she practically flew towards Shay, slashing towards him with zero warning. Not having the time to react with his pistol, he gathered his aura and blocked using his arms. The attack fell onto his aura like a wrecking ball. Immediately, the force caused Shay to be sent flying back as the ground in front of Tayla froze over. Massive crystals of ice appeared in front of her, spreading 10 meters out. Skating across the ground, before crashing into a stack of crates, Shay groaned. What kind of semblance is that? My arms feel like they're ready to fall off. Seeing what had happened to Shay, Vernal quickly jumped in. Her weapons resembled crescent moon-like, the blades only having a firing mechanism near their center. Like a boomerang, she thought one of her blades towards Tayla, cutting through the air. Standing there seemingly attentive, Tayla's tails sprang into action without her word. They gleamed like ice as they formed a shield behind him, causing Vernal's weapon to ricochet. What the hell is that ice made of? After blocking her attack, Tayla's tails reacts again. Shooting from the tail's tips like extensions, it looked as if each of her 9 tails had begun to grow in length. They coiled through the air like snakes before quickly making their way toward Vernal. Crap! Dodging out of the way with a roll, one of Tayla's iced-over tails pierced into the ground where she was just standing. Soon, the other tail began to follow suit. Vernal continued to dodge left and right, and Tayla's tails rained down like arrows trying to skewer her. Just as she dodged the 8th strike, the 9th tail curved just before it was going to hit the ground. Aiming directly for her chest, the tail slammed into her body, sending her rocketing through the air before crashing down again. A cruel and feral grin flashed across Tayla's face as she turned and rushed towards the downed Vernal. Her sword, made purely of ice, morphed itself around her arm and became a pair of claws. Vernal shook her head as she prepared to get up, only to see Tayla already looming over her. Her face drained and turned pale. Piercing towards her, Tayla's claws were met with a red blade stopping her attack. That's enough. Flexing her sword, Raven forced Tayla back. I don't know why you two came here, but don't think you can do as you like. You clearly underestimated us if you thought with these few numbers you could overpower us. Even now, your side is losing. What Raven was saying was true. Despite their better equipment, gear, and armed vehicles, their side was losing due to the difference in numbers. Neo was the only thing keeping the scale from fully tipping over, but it looked like even she was having trouble. I don't know. I would say we're doing a pretty good job, despite being a distraction. Tayla's words immediately caused both Raven and Vernal's faces to grow grim. Faster than the eye could track, Raven appeared in front of Tayla, holding her sword to her neck. "What do you mean?" Blood began to drip down Tayla's neck as she smiled. "Well, since it's already too late, I guess I can tell you. Our main force is advancing through the forest as we speak. Once they get here, it'll be the end of you and your little soiree." Raven grit her teeth as she didn't hesitate. Her sword cut straight through Tayla's neck, separating her head from her body. Her body fell to the ground as her head lay next to it, while Raven turned to Vernal. The corners of her eyes began to spark with red flames as she spoke. "Deal with the other one and their forces here. I'll deal with their main force myself." Vernal looked towards Nia before turning to Raven and nodding. "Don't worry, I can handle this." Hearing that, Raven quickly turned around, jumping into the air. An invisible force seemed to propel her through the air. She quickly flew into the distance as Vernal got back to her feet, looking towards Shay. He had recovered from Tayla's attack and made his way over to Vernal. "Well, that was something." Looking at Tayla's decapitated head, Shay sighed. "Yeah, well, once Raven deals with their reinforcements, this will all be over. Now all we have to do is deal with that girl," and the rest of her words began to trail as she saw something strange. Shay noticed it as well. It was a single crack like what you would see in glass, but the strange thing was that the sky itself looked as if it had cracked. Everyone saw it as slowly the crack began to spread. It spread through the entire sky, covering the camp all the way to the air around them. Finally, the crack stopped as everything shattered. Their camp, the ground under their feet, the sky, like reality had just broken like glass, everything collapsed around them. "Looks like everything went as expected. Still strange to see myself get decapitated." They both heard a familiar voice as they saw two people in the center of the camp. Tayla and Neo casually stood there as if they didn't have a worry in the world. Both Vernal and Shay's eyes widened as they looked around. Tayla's corpse had completely disappeared, and so had the Neo who had been fighting with the bandits in their tribe. In fact, all of the people who were a part of Shen's private army were gone like they were never there in the first place. Even the gate that had been blown up was magically fixed. In the air above them, multiple dropships capable of carrying dozens of people were in floating air. At the same time, there were also gunships with their weapons already primed and aimed at the camp below them. Everyone there seemed frozen in place as Tayla quickly pulled out her scroll, contacting someone. "Everything went exactly like you said it would. Raven Branwen has left the camp. What do you want us to do?" A voice came through the scroll, which both Neo and Tayla would immediately recognize as Shen. "Kill them, none of them are important enough to be kept around." Hearing that, Tayla nodded before ending the call. What the hell is going on?" Shay yelled towards Tayla and Neo as the two of them looked at him. Oh, you mean all of this? I can understand why you'd be so confused. Illusions can really make you see and think all kinds of things. All I had to do was play voice actor and make sure you really felt those hits from me." One of the bandits who heard Tayla grit his teeth and spoke out towards her. "What the hell do you mean an illusion? I got shot, I felt it right here." Looking down at his body, the gun wound in his shoulder had completely disappeared. The blood, everything had disappeared, even the pain he was just feeling a few seconds ago. Similar scenes began happening between all of the bandits there. "Well, it doesn't matter." After Tayla spoke, Neo raised her hand and snapped her fingers. At her command, the drop ship's doors opened as hundreds of soldiers began pouring out of them. They didn't use parachutes or ropes and jumped from the ships. As they landed, clouds of dust were kicked up into the air, yet they were perfectly fine. Unlike the ones from before, they didn't have guns or normal weapons in general. The bandits' eyes widened seeing that. That was a feat no normal human could replicate. You said that your main force was still on its way here. So how?" Looking at her, Tayla responded honestly. "I didn't lie. Your leader, Raven, is heading directly toward our main force. We're just here to act as the cleanup crew and deal with all the trash." Realization seemed to dawn on her hearing Tayla's answer. Over a mile away, there was a large hill overlooking the forest where Branwen tribe's camp was built. On top of that hill, someone was sitting in a chair, patiently waiting with their head leaning against their hand. Of course, that person was none other than Shen. He had already said it. He couldn't trust anyone but himself to deal with Raven, but he also needed to keep her from running away. So the choice was clear: force her into a situation where she would have to use her maiden powers to protect the only thing she cared about, and at the same time, have her serve herself up directly to him. Divide and conquer, an effective strategy to no limit. Chapter 41. Where are they? Flying over the vast forest hundreds of feet below her, Raven couldn't see the so-called reinforcements Taylor mentioned. She had flown extremely far from their camp, and only hills and distant mountains were ahead, no airships or signs of vehicles. She must have lied to me trying to buy time. Raven looked annoyed as she stopped flying forward and prepared to turn around. However, just as she did, a flash of light caught her attention. It was a bolt of lightning as the thunderous sound echoed into her ears. What in the world was that? That bolt of lightning had come from the ground up. Alongside that, there wasn't a cloud in the sky where it struck. Narrowing her eyes, she began flying at an even faster pace than before towards a hill in the distance. In a matter of minutes, she had arrived, and her eyes immediately locked onto someone sitting on a rock on top of the hill. They were extremely relaxed, yet they seemed to have noticed her long before she noticed them. A person, he looks young. What is he doing all the way out here? Cautiously, she landed on top of the hill. She didn't hesitate to draw her sword as she spoke. Who are you? What are you doing here? Her tone was cold and forceful. Anyone who knew what kind of person Raven was would be on guard hearing her. Raven Branwen, a pleasure to finally meet you. I've been looking forward to this. Shen smiled as he stood up off the rock he was sitting on. He began slowly walking towards her, which immediately caused Raven to step back, putting up her guard. Don't move, or I'll cut you down where you stand. Are you related to the group attacking my tribe? Seeing how defensive she was, Shen stopped walking towards her. Yes, it would be strange if I wasn't related to my own forces, but don't worry about your tribe being dealt with. Hearing that, Raven frowned. So you're the one in charge? What are you after? Raven cut to the chase, asking the only question she really cared about. I want the relic hidden within Mistral's vault. In other words, the relic of knowledge. I'm sure I don't have to explain much else to you, do I? The instant Shen mentioned the vault and the relic, Raven's fierce gaze turned shocked and slightly fearful. He's working with her, but how did they, damn it? Do they know where I am? Have they been watching me? Or did they just recently find out? If that's the case, then the tribe might be under attack by Grimm as we speak. Countless thoughts rushed through her head in a matter of seconds. But one thing was clear: she and everyone else were no longer safe here. They needed to leave and move far away so Salem couldn't track them down. Gritting her teeth, Raven didn't bother with Shen quickly turning around and planning to leave. However, by the time her body had done a 180, the sound of electricity crackling was followed by Shen's figure appearing in front of her. Now, why would I let you leave after spending so much effort luring you here? Despite Shen appearing neutral, his voice was carrying clear signs of hostility. Raising his right leg, he kicked straight towards her with enough force to cut through the air like a knife. Raven's eyes widened as she held up her sword to block. In a clash, she was immediately sent sliding back with her sword shaking from the attack. Regaining her footing, she immediately grit her teeth staring at Shen. Without any prompt, she rushed towards him, launching herself off the ground. Seeing that, Shen smiled, reading himself. She's even faster than Adam, Blake, and Neo. Still, he could track her movements. As she rushed towards him, she placed her sword in its sheath. Then the instant she was within range, she drew it at speed faster than the eye could track. Leaving a red streak in its wake, Raven's fiery expression turned to a startled one. Her attack made contact and went straight through Shen's body as he reached out with his hand. Before she could react, he grabbed her by the face and bent his entire body. The next second, he slammed her into the rocky ground, cracking it and creating a web over 15 meters around them. Raven's head felt as if it was ringing as she felt her mind briefly go into shock. 1,000,000-volt Vari. Not stopping there, Shen released a discharge from his hand. It coursed through Raven's body like a current, making her feel a stabbing sensation. Ag, ag, she let out a scream as the pain riddled her mind. However, after only a couple of seconds, her eyes suddenly flashed with red flames. Her screams devolved to groaning as her eyes locked onto Shen. Oh, Out of nowhere, the ground under Shen morphed itself. As if he had been hit by a truck, a pillar of earth shot out of the ground, hitting him in the chest. His automatic Logia effect did not activate either. Due to that, he was sent flying away from Raven into the air. Feeling the pain, Shen winced a bit as he regained his balance and began falling back onto the ground in a crouching position. Standing up, Raven's eyes were still flaming red as her expression showed a clear amount of hate and anger directed at Shen. So that's the power of a maiden, able to not only be able to manipulate the weather, but also the elements of fire, ice, air, electricity, and earth. Find one skilled and strong enough, and they're like the Avatar on steroids. Alongside that, their control is generated through magic, which let them bypass Logia's effect. Those facts paired together was the reason why maidens were close to the peak of dangerous individuals on his list. Well, this is going to be a handicapped fight for me. I can't kill her, and I have to make sure she doesn't kill herself. In that case, Gibalg's abilities are out of the question, meaning I have to weaken her and then restrain her. Pokémon all over again. It also meant that he couldn't play around. Holding out his hand, Gibalg appeared in front of Shen in a flash of red light. Grabbing it, he spun it through the air before taking a stance. "You're going to regret coming after me." Her voice sounded even more intimidating as before as she prepared to attack. Bending her legs just slightly, Raven's movements were like a blur as she rushed Shen. Her speed had actually caught Shen off guard to the point he was forced to use Goro Goro to compensate. His movements left a trail of lightning in their wake as even Gibalg was coated in lightning. At the same time as she attacked Shen, Raven's blade was covered in a blue frosted aura. Soon their weapons clashed, and as a result, an explosion of power echoed out. Electricity fired out into the sky and ground behind Shen as the air and ground behind Raven froze. How did he manage to keep up with me even after using the maiden's power? This isn't the power of a semblance. But at the same time, it's not like a maiden's either, magic. Gritting her teeth, she began to push against Shen, who did the same in response. Soon their powers canceled one another out as they were briefly knocked back from one another. The next second, however, they resumed their attack. Less than a few feet from one another, their weapons cut through the air in front of them. Countless sparks flew along with mini explosions of ice and lightning. Hundreds of attacks were exchanged in a matter of seconds as even the rock directly under their feet began to crack and dip. Shen's senses and eyes were watching every move as he searched for an opening. As their weapons clashed once more, he found one. Honing in on it, he retracted Gibalg in a flash only to pierce forward towards Raven's chest. Seeing that Raven used her flight in close proximity, allowing her to briskly move out of the way before countering. She slashed horizontally at Shen, aiming for his head as wind coated the blade. Once again, Shen's body transformed, leaving a trail of electricity as he ducked under the attack. As it passed over him, it left a blade of wind that swept over the entirety of the hill behind Shen. Any rocks in its way were immediately cut clean in half as the heavy wind blew over the forest below. After ducking, Shen turned his back towards Raven, using this as an opening. He kicked her directly in her stomach as a look of pain appeared on her face, and she was launched back. As she was, his body completely transformed into a bolt of lightning chasing after her. Appearing right beside her as she flew, he raised his hand as a purple aura covered it. He punched down on her the next instant, stopping her flight and slamming her into the ground. Raven felt her aura wane as her mind suddenly flashed with pain. Nearly collapsing into the ground, her entire body tensed up. Appearing out of nowhere, an explosion of flames engulfed her and spread out like a wildfire. Engulfing the area, Shen back stepped away as his body was singed. Jumping onto her feet from the ground, her gaze locked onto Shen as she attacked. Turning his head was retreating, her blade just barely cut Shen's cheek as he regained his footing. Swinging Gibalg once more, Raven countered with her own strike. Her sword fell down onto Gibalg as their forces clashed. "You really enjoy close quarters, don't you?" Raven stared at Shen as he spoke, and a grin appeared on her face, and the electricity around his body began to grow wild. Her eyes widened, but at that point, she was too close to him to escape. The air around Shen became superheated as it suddenly expanded into a shockwave of pure force. The air from the shockwave hit Raven like a wall, knocking her away. Her body slammed against the ground, cracking it multiple times before stopping. After a second, she shook her head and stood up, looking towards Shen. He was doing the same, only with a slight smile. Despite all of that, the two of them were not injured in the slightest. Raven, you can't win a war of attrition against me. Instead, I'll give you the option to surrender yourself to me. If you do, I'll cease the assault on your tribe. He spoke plainly as Raven stood straight with her eyes seemingly examining Shen. As if I would ever agree to that. I'm not an idiot. I can tell after fighting you don't have aura. Instead, your stamina, strength, and regeneration are what is letting you fight on terms with me. But to keep up with my speed, you need to rely on your lightning ability. Shen raised a brow as he responded. So, what are you saying? He was interested in what she was getting at. I'm saying what we were both thinking. I don't think you'll be able to handle it, so I'll be offering your words back to you. Surrender yourself to me. I could use someone strong like you on my side. I doubt Salem knows how strong you really are. Hearing her, Shen narrowed his eyes before sighing. I'll admit you are beyond my expectations, but don't count that as me running out of options. What I lack in speed and power, I can more than make up for inabilities. Besides, I know how you treat people who don't conform to your way of life. Hearing that, Raven placed both of her hands back onto the hilt of her sword. Fine, then I'll kill you here and make sure Salem loses track of me for good. Negotiating was clearly not going to work. There was only one option that was before both of them. Either she killed Shen here and now, or Shen would capture her and use her powers to further his goals. There was no middle ground between the two. So let the true battle begin. Chapter 42. Back at the Branwen tribe's camp, there was an absence of the sound of fighting. Blood was splattered across the ground, however, there were no corpses in sight. It was only when you looked towards the center of the camp that you saw them. A pile of bodies towered up over 2 meters high. Every last person in that pile was dead. Half of them looked as if they had been chilled while dying. Their faces still carried looks of shock and terror. A voice that sounded as if it was cutting in and out. It had come from Vernal, one of Raven's closest in the tribe. Her entire lower body up to her neck was frozen solid. She was like a sculpture. The only thing allowing her to speak was her aura, keeping the cold from freezing her vital organs. Despite her state, her eyes were focused purely on Taylor, who was standing a few feet away. Her eyes had a mix of pure rage and confusion. Turning to look at her, Taylor smiled. What? Did you think you could actually win just because an illusion of me was killed so easily? Her words were full of mockery and dismissal. They only made Vernal's emotions turn even more violent. However, in her state, she couldn't do anything. Her aura wouldn't last, and then she would die. HMPH, I can't blame you. I asked Neo to make me seem a bit crazy to put you off guard. Taylor slowly walked up to Vernal's frozen body, placing one of her hands on her chin, raising her head. In an instant, Vernal felt her aura drain even faster, to the point she didn't realize it had broken. I guess it's hard to see any of us working for him as sane, huh? In Vernal's eyes, all she saw was a blur as a cruel look flashed across Taylor's face. The next second, the sound of shattering ice echoed through the air. Frozen chunks of Vernal's body landed and slid across the ground, as her head fell and embedded itself into the ground at Taylor's feet. With all of that wrapped up, they were officially done here. Taylor turned to look over at Neo, who was standing behind her. She was giving her a head-piercing stare, as if she was expecting her to say something. What we both know is true. Serving under Shen would be seen as madness for anyone looking in from the outside. Both Neo and Taylor stared at one another for a moment until something caught their eyes. Looking off into the distance in the direction Raven had flown, they saw a massive dark cloud had appeared. It looked like it was covering the entire portions of the sky miles away from them. It crackled and roared with lightning traveling along with its dark form. Yet at the same time, a cold wind was coming from that direction as well. He's still not back. I didn't think there was anyone strong enough to fight him. Neo continued to stare in that direction, hardly blinking. Taylor did the same for a moment before turning and issuing an order. Burn the bodies and prepare the ships to head back to Mistral. We're done here. Far away from where they were, the battle between Shen and Raven had begun to escalate. Two figures were like shadows flashing across the lightning-filled sky, just under the clouds. Being knocked back in midair, Raven was sent flying downwards over 20 meters before stopping herself. Looking up, she saw Shen, standing in the air above her, with Gi-Balg pointed straight at her with one hand. Karmic lightning, El Thor, purple lightning ran down Gi-Balg's shaft before gathering at its tip. Looking up at such a spectacle, it seemed as if a purple star from the night sky had appeared in the sky. Oh no, Raven's eyes widened as the lightning that had built up was discharged all at once. A violent purple beam shot directly toward Raven. It was fast, even faster than Shen's movement speed. Raising her sword, ice engulfed the blade, and a chill developed her body. Slashing down as a shield made of ice appeared in front of her just as the beam made contact. Except for the space she was in, everything around Raven turned purple as the El Thor continued to travel towards the ground. The large hill their battle had taken place of was the one thing in its path. The second it touched the earth, it triggered a ground-shaking explosion. The sound was like hundreds of thunders sounding out at once. Shen's face remained stoic despite the exhaustion that kind of attack put him through. In a flash of light, nearly half of the hill had been vaporized due to the sheer heat, only leaving the lower half remaining and a giant crater. As the attack ended, it was clear it had been effective. Huff, heavy breathing and panting could be heard coming from Raven. She was still in the air, and the ice shield she had created had all but been destroyed and was now crumbling apart. What was that? My aura felt like it was being strained. She had felt it before when Shen attacked her, but it was even worse than before. Her entire body felt cold and weak, and she was having a hard time calming down. And worst of all, her mind was in a state of panic. She was a trained fighter, yet all kinds of memories and thoughts she would rather never think of again were forcing their way to the surface. She couldn't control them or contain them. Having a hard time thinking straight? Raven's expression didn't even have the opportunity to switch gears as a heavy kick landed directly on her stomach. Her face writhed with pain as all of the air in her lungs escaped in a gasp. The force launched her out of the sky, falling like a rock in water. Soon, she impacted the desolated hill that Shen's El Thor had impacted. Her body created a crater in the ground as debris was sent flying in the air. Lying on her back, Raven's entire body was aching in pain. What's happening to my body? What did he do to me? Even her inner thoughts were becoming hard to put together coherently. Sitting up roughly, Raven felt something warm dripping down her face. Touching her head, she realized what it was. It was blood, her own blood. Her right eye's vision was beginning to turn red due to it. But that should be impossible. Unless they are hit by an attack that's too powerful or too sudden to react properly to, anyone with their aura activated can't be injured badly, let alone bleed to this extent until it breaks. Yet she was bleeding heavily from her head. The very aura protecting her body was fluctuating rapidly. In this kind of state, the next strike Shen lands on her could be fatal. Of course, she was unaware Shen was going to capture her alive. Looking up from the crater in the ground, she was in her eyes narrowed into Shen's figure in the air. Damn it, biting her lip, Raven clenched her fist tight. Aura was one thing, allowing people to use their semblance and weapons to an extent. Without it, they couldn't defend themselves from attacks properly, and their capabilities would drop. However, magic, which was all but gone in this world, was different. It could be used purely offensively, and not even she knew what would happen if she used all of it. The consequences could be deadly, yet in a situation like this, consequences could be damned. Looking down at Raven, Shen noticed her placing her sword back into its sheath. The next moment, she thrust her hand up towards the sky directly at Shen. The flames around her eyes were glowing even brighter than before, as if they had been given access to endless fuel. The entire destroyed hill shook as hundreds of earth spikes began protruding from the ground. Og, clenching her fist, was the trigger. Like missiles ready to launch, the spikes fired from the earth, rushing into the sky. Each one was easily the size of 2 adults, yet were going as fast as a bullet. Getting desperate, are we? Bursting with speed, Shen flew directly towards the flying projectiles. Gi-Balg was a red stream of light as he used it to cut through the rocks like butter. Some were sliced in half, while others exploded due to the sheer force. The sky was covered in debris and dust temporarily blocking Shen's vision as he rushed down towards the ground. However, the instant the dust had cleared, he saw Raven had not moved. Instead, she was looking directly at him with her hands and arms engulfed in flames. Bringing her arms together, she thrusted them towards Shen. A massive inferno, engulfing over 50 meters of space, began twisting like a vortex. Time to move. His body transformed into lightning as he shot up into the air, evading the inferno that just engulfed the air below him. Gotcha, a crazed yet familiar voice entered Shen's ears. Things seemed to slow down as he saw Raven above him. She held a massive blade formed purely of ice and magic in her hands. She slashed down without hesitation. Her reckless attacking was all for this moment, a chance to land a single blow. Shen's mind went into a brief state of being frozen. The slash had cut through his body despite his durability. Raven had put everything she had into that attack. Shen's blood spurted onto Raven as she stared at him. His shoulder along with his arm and part of his torso had been cut clean from his body. Finally, I knew I could kill you. You can move as fast as lightning, but your reaction speed falls behind. The sword in her hand seemed to disintegrate into a cloud of icy dust. She watched as Shen, along with his separated body, fell from the sky. Gibalg fell out of its grasp, embedding itself into the ground. After all of that, the flames representing her maiden abilities flickered. Slowly, she flew down to the ground. Landing on the ground, she stared at Shen's body for a moment. The amount of destruction their fighting had caused was immense. The hill they originally stood on had been decimated. The surrounding forest had been burnt away and frozen. Slowly, Raven felt something wet fall onto his face. It didn't take her long to realize it was rain falling from the dark clouds covering the entire sky. I should get back to the tribe. He was confident he could use them as a bargaining chip. They're probably in danger. However, as the rain came down even harder, a chill ran up Raven's spine. The rain had washed away the blood, allowing her to see clearly again. The flashing of lightning and echoes of thunder made her heart dip. I wasn't expecting to die, after everything, even having my heart pierced and being shot more times than I could count. You actually managed to kill me. Congratulations. Raven slowly turned around with her eyes trembling in shock. A dark light had begun gathering around Shen's corpse. The exposed bone and flesh from having an entire part of his body cut off began to emit a dark yellow glow. From that glow, life fibers escaped Shen's body like tendrils. Attaching themselves to his separated body part, they pulled it closer. Watching this entire process, Raven could only express one emotion. Fear, overwhelming, bone-penetrating fear. Her hands shook as she reached for her sword. She could hardly draw it as her entire body shook unconsciously. She watched as the darkness that had surrounded Shen's body began to fade. His corpse was gone, and instead, she only saw a demon standing in his place. This shouldn't be possible. He should be dead. What's happening? Why am I here? I'm scared. Someone help me. I'm going to die. I'm. Help. The battle-hardened huntress, Raven Branwen, had completely broken down. Her tears mixed with the rain dribbling down her face. She had no magic left to fight or flee with due to Shen pushing her limits. She had no aura to defend herself with, thanks to Shen breaking her will. Her semblance couldn't save her now, and she was too weak to fight. Those were the reasons Shen didn't use his devil trigger right away. If she had escaped or outlasted him, then he would have been done for, especially after using Elthor. But none of that mattered anymore. Slowly, Shen walked towards Raven. Her eyes looked unfocused as she watched a demon in human skin approach her. Get away from me, get away. Raising her sword, she swung wildly towards Shen, yet all Shen did was reach out his hand. He grabbed the blade of the weapon, clenching his entire hand around it. Using his thumb, he pressed on the side of the blade, and as if it was a toothpick, a metallic sound rang out in the rain. The top half clattered to the ground. Seeing that, Raven's knees gave way as she collapsed to the floor in a daze. I think we're done here, don't you? Chapter 43. I may not vocalize it, but having my arm cut off hurt like hell. Shen was mostly speaking to himself, along with to Raven, who he had slung over his shoulder. He had scared her so badly she began rambling, so he decided to knock her out for now, after pushing himself as it took him hours to recover his strength. But it's not all bad. Even though I didn't kill her, I managed to level up twice. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 15,223,400/4,096,000. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 40%, Human Demon Hybrid. Abilities, Life Fiber Manipulation LV, 6 Karmic Retribution LV, Max Devil Trigger LV, 1 Witch Walk LV, Max Squirmy Fingers LV, Max Goro Goro no My LV. 3. Skills, Tangle Life Fiber Manipulation, Appearance Manipulation, Life Fiber Manipulation, Mental Refitting, Life Fiber Manipulation, Voltvari Goro Goro no My Sango Goro Goro no My Althor Goro Goro no Mi. Linked skills, Demonic Blast Devil Trigger Karmatic Lightning, Karmic Retribution Goro Goro no Mi. Nearly half of his body was now comprised and made up out of life fibers. That was added on top of the fact both Goro Goro no Mi's levels increased along with life fiber manipulation. Yet despite all of that, Shen couldn't say he was satisfied. These small gains weren't going to be enough for what he had planned next. Looking in the direction of Mistral, Shen's lower body transformed into lightning as he began to make his way back. If I had to guess, both Osbin and Ironwood should know something is happening in Mistral. Of course, I doubt they know the entirety of Mistral's government is under my control. I even have control of the White Fang, but it wasn't enough. Despite all the power he had, his movements were too limited. The truth was, one fact remained clear. If you had enough power, no amount of scheming will ever hinder your plans. So far, he had remained in the dark, running things from behind a curtain. If he announced he was in control of Mistral, he would potentially have to fight a war on 3 fronts. Plus, he would have to deal with the backlash of the people inside of Mistral as well. In the end, he would end up getting himself killed in that kind of situation. And that wasn't even considering the possibility that the rest of the world would have the other 3 maidens. However, that was about to change. It had taken a long time, however. Finally, the gears had been set, and it was almost time to put the entire machine into work. And it all started with Raven opening the vault to the relic. Although Shen wasn't pushing his speed, he had only been flying for half an hour and he could see Mistral in the distance. Looks like my rest took a bit longer than I thought. Well, whatever, they should still be there. Near the top of Mistral was Mistral Academy, and that was exactly where Shen was headed. The academy itself was like its own isolated village. It had tons of buildings ranging from libraries to dorms for students. However, at the moment, not a single student or teacher was in sight. Looking towards the largest building in the center of a large quad was the Grand Hall. Shen spotted Neo already waiting for him patiently. Alongside her was also Lionheart, the headmaster of the academy, who seemed more nervous than anything. Increasing his speed, he rushed down towards them, landing on the ground in a matter of seconds. The moment Shen appeared, Lionheart spotted Raven still unconscious over his shoulder. He knew very well how powerful she was, a huntress even without her maiden powers. However, Shen had still captured her in a single day. The thought that someone like that existed terrified him, almost more than Salem did. Let's not waste any time, shall we? Shen didn't even glance at Lionheart as he walked past him. Nia turned and followed, with Lionheart nervously walking behind them. As they made their way into the Grand Hall of the Academy, he heard Neo speak to him. Are you really okay? When they were flying back to Mistral as Shen was fighting Raven, they had seen glimpses of the battle. It was intense and almost unreal, to the point even Neo was shocked. Even if Shen looked fine, she couldn't imagine he got away from that unscathed. Of course, no need for worry. You played your part wonderfully. Hearing Shen say that along with him complimenting her, Neo smiled slightly and nodded. Inside the Grand Hall were 2 sets of stairs, both attached to the furthest wall leading to the headmaster's office. In the center of these 2 stairs, however, was a statue of women holding up a circular platform. Wrapped around her were golden chains, which had an empty slot near her chest. Unlock it. Shen spoke casually as Lionheart hesitantly nodded and walked ahead towards the statue. Taking out a pocket watch, he placed it in the empty slot, and it began to wind itself up at an incredible speed. Reacting to it, the statue began to fall through the floor, lowering the platform it carried to the ground. It was a hidden elevator that led to the vault hidden deep below in the center of the mountain that Mistral was built upon. All of them stepped onto the elevator as it began to slowly make its way downwards. In a few minutes they had arrived. A large underground chamber with a stone walkway. Strange plants with neon orange flowers lived down here, and their petals fell constantly. The moment the elevator reached its stopping point, an extending circular pattern began to glow blue, lighting everything up. This place is a lot grander in person than through a monitor. Glancing around, Shen and Neo took a few steps forward before he said something to Lionheart. Go and get Salem, tell her we have the Spring Maiden and the relic of knowledge she so desires. Oh, and bring one of her grim down here to speak with me as well. Lionheart seemed surprised to see Shen was sending him away and wanted to speak up. I think I shoo, however he found his words stuck in his throat when he saw Neo glaring at him from the corner of her eye. Taking a step back and swallowing what he was going to say, he nodded before turning around and getting back on the elevator. With that dealt with, Shen continued forward. The vault itself was a large archway, attached to a wall of rocks. It was sealed by what looked like multiple sheets of a strange, glowing orange metal resembling sunflowers. The moment they came within a few meters of the door, Shen smiled as he released a discharge of electricity. It immediately found its way to Raven, who was on his shoulder. Ah! The shock immediately caused her to jolt awake from her unconscious state in a fit of screams. Stopping after a moment, he tossed her to the ground. Groaning in pain, she slowly looked around until she spotted Shen. Her eyes narrowed in fear as an uncontrollable shiver went through her body. Looks like you partially sane again. Good, then you won't mind opening the Spring Maiden's vault for me, right? Hearing what he said, Raven turned to look behind her, spotting the vault door. It only took her a moment to realize what had happened. She had lost, everything she had was gone, and now the relic was his. Don't even think about teleporting away, using your semblance, or trying to fight back. You don't have the strength to do it without me snapping your neck first. Luckily for you, you're more useful to me alive than dead, even after I obtain the relic. Raven glanced at Shen before biting her lip. After a brief second of hesitation, she stood up and walked towards the vault. Holding up her hand to the door, she activated her maiden abilities. Her eyes flared up dimly, which activated the vault. Blue patterns appeared on the door, which eventually turned white. Taking a step back, everyone watched as slowly the sunflower pattern metal began to slide away piece by piece. When it fully unlocked, it revealed something shocking. It looked as if it was an entirely different world behind the door. It had the TARDIS effect, housing an area much larger than should be possible. Finally, waving his hand towards Raven, she couldn't react as multiple life fibers shot from his hands, completely wrapped around her body. She couldn't struggle as she fell to the ground, and Shen glanced at her. Wait there quietly. He wasn't going to risk her closing the vault behind him. It was finally here, the thing he had wanted for so long. An artifact created by gods capable of answering any 3 questions every 100 years, although it only had 2 questions left as the other 2 had been used. A brief stone walkway led to the relic, which floated in place. It was a lamp covered in golden decoration with a blue orb in the center. Nia stared at it and the vault in awe as Shen led them towards it. After getting close, he spoke a single word. Jin. Saying that name, the relic of knowledge activated itself. In that instant, time stopped around Shen and Neo. The lamp began to float into the air, giving off a blue fog. This fog grew and began to take the shape of large blue women with pointed ears and long dark blue hair. She had no clothes and instead had golden yet broken chains on her hands and ankles. In all honesty, she reminded Shen of the jinns from Magi. Floating in the air, she stretched her body, she letting out a pleasant moan. Afterwards, she smiled and looked down towards both Shen and Neo. However, for some reason, her eyes lingered on Shen in silence for a few seconds. How interesting. It seems my knowledge of knowing everything has been proven false on this day. I suppose my creators never suspected we would be receiving a traveler from a universe outside of our own. Tell me, who are you? Shen was actually taken back this time around as he stared at Jin for a moment before laughing. Well, I guess you aren't the relic of knowledge for nothing. My name is Shen, a pleasure to meet you. Jin cupped her chin with her hand and nodded. I see. I am Jin, a being created by the god of light to aid humanity in its pursuits of knowledge. I can answer 3 questions every 100 years, however, 1 question has already been asked. Now tell me, what knowledge is it that you desire? Chapter 44. He had thought about what he was going to ask, but he never made a completely solid decision. After all, although his knowledge was limited, it was best not to ask questions that he could extract from other people. So after a bit of thinking to himself, Shen felt he had come up with what he wanted to ask. What and where are the most dangerous places on Remnant, in both the terms of generally speaking and potentially waging war? Jin's smile seemed to grow the moment Shen finished stating his question. That's an interesting way to word a question. Luckily, I do my best to give the most satisfying answers possible. Lying on her side in the air, Jin began to speak to Shen, listing off what he wanted to know. The listing took over an hour, yet Shen listened silently, noting every detail to memory without fail. I believe that is all there is. Jin finished speaking as Shen shifted through his thoughts briefly. I gotta say, I'm surprised. You even gave in-depth information on the whys of each location, despite me not asking for it. Now, not only did he know their listing of most to least dangerous, but he also knew for what reasons. Although I answer anyone's questions, I'm not impartial. I'm interested in seeing what your goal is after being given a little push. It's not every day I get to enjoy collecting the knowledge of someone not from this world after all. He was surprised to hear the spirit of an artifact could have bias. In the end, he gave her a calm reply. Well, good. I can promise you that the next time you're summoned you will be able to enjoy quite the story. Jin chuckled as she stared at Shen. I'll be looking forward to it. After that, her body began to turn back into blue mist in its entirety. Flowing into the lantern, Shen grabbed it from the air as time began to move again. Glancing to his side, he saw that Nia was still in a state of shock and confusion. It made sense. She had just learned that Shen wasn't from their world. Try not to think about it too hard. Compared to what will be happening in the future, the craziness is just getting started. Shen smiled at her before walking out of the vault, handing the lamp over to her. After a while, Neo shook her head and followed him, staring at his back with a strange look. Shen guessed she either now thought he was an alien or took Jin's words literally. Either way, it was an interesting concept to think about. As they left the vault, Raven saw them along with the lamp in Neo's hands. All kinds of thoughts ran through her head at that moment. At the same time, the elevator leading down to this place began to lower itself. It was both Lionheart and a seer. The grim resembling an orb that Salem is capable of talking through. As the elevator landed, Lionheart followed behind the orb. I'm glad you were able to make it. As I promised, the relic of knowledge, although sadly all of its questions have been used for the time being. Nia held it in clear view to the seer, grim as it approached. Soon Salem's voice echoed out into the chamber. That is a pity. Still trusting you with such a task was the right choice. Sadly, I don't have the capability to take it at the moment. For now, you will have to hold on to it. Overall, Shen could tell Salem was quite pleased with the news. Of course, that also brings me to something I wanted to talk to you about. A question, really. Why is it that you don't act in the open? Surely revealing your existence would be easier than hiding in the shadows. Hearing the question, Salem thought before answering. The same reason as yourself. Even I can't fight off the entire world. In the end, it was the same reasoning as Shen's. Of course, however, what if you had a nation to hide behind, or to be more precise, a nation to reside in publicly? Shen's offer caught the attention of everyone there. What he was suggesting sounded crazy. What do you mean? Shen looked pleased to answer as he spoke. After a brief excursion, I plan on revealing myself. Not only that, but I also plan on asserting my control over Mistral fully, not just from the shadows. That includes controlling its military and its cities, even its nobles. Salem's voice changed as she spoke again. You think you're capable of such a thing? The question made Shen smile. I know I am. Not only that, but during this excursion, I will be subjecting the rest of the faunis on Menagerie and adding them to my forces. I'm sure you can imagine it. An entire race as an army added to the full backing of an already formed nation. Atlas is controlled by Ironwood. Although Hell makes tough calls when pushed to the brink, he won't risk innocent lives. The same goes for the headmaster of Beacon in Vale. And if everything goes as planned, I would have the entirety of Mistral's innocent population held hostage. As long as they wanted millions of people's blood on their hands, they would have to hold themselves back. And what if they do decide to wage war? If they were really pushed to that point, what would Shen do then? Hearing the question, Shen held his hand out towards Salem's seer. Then they'll be outnumbered. And if you decide to join me then, we could add an army of Grimm to assist in their destruction. No kingdom's army would be able to touch Mistral against such force. The relics, the maidens, it doesn't matter what it is. We could take them by force, and all it would require is us working together. Listening to Shen's words were like that of a madman's. He was suggesting holding off the entire world by holding Mistral, the kingdom as a whole, millions of people hostage. Along with that, he wanted to turn an entire race into a subjugated army. If that wasn't enough, he planned on working alongside an immortal witch utilizing Grimm as well. What word other than insane fit that kind of plan? Yet Salem hadn't wholly brushed off the idea. She was silent for over a minute until everyone heard a laugh. It wasn't cruel or mischievous. It was a pure laugh of amusement. Ha ha ha, I truly believed that I had seen it all. You do understand that your entire plan is based on if you can accomplish all of this. Otherwise, everything will go up in smoke. Even now, Salem was speaking through a contained laugh. But still, Shen's expression didn't change for a moment. Yes, which is why I simply need your guarantee. If I do accomplish what I say, I will be relying on your assistance. And in return, I can rid you of the curse that has plagued you for so very long. Suddenly Salem's hidden laughter died out. An ominous silence came from the seer. I've entertained your foolishness long enough. It seems despite everything you are just a boy. From now on I'll contact you if you're needed. After that, the seer Grimm went utterly silent. A deadpan tension was left in the air as everyone's eyes drifted over to Shen. He looked calm on the surface, but his face had a clear look of mockery plastered onto it. Either he had expected that response, or he was disappointed that Salem would be so short-sighted. The look in Shen's eyes as he glared at the seer caused Lionheart and Neo, who noticed it, to take a step back instinctively. Foolish, well, see about that. It's only a matter of time now. You'll come crawling back to me on your own volition before long, and that's when I'll use you to your fullest before granting you the death you so dearly wish for. Well then, come alone, Neo. We have things to do, and Lionheart, have Raven close the vault and then bring her up after us. This was probably the first time Neo had actually been scared of Shen. She was following him, however she looked nervous. Even she couldn't believe what she had heard, stacked onto the fact she learned the truth about him. It was difficult to digest, to say the least. In the end, as they made their way onto the elevator, Neo looked towards Shen and asked him a question. One a lot of people most likely wanted to know. In this world, what is your goal? When do you consider it all finally over with and done? Hearing the question, Shin put his hand on his chin, looking up blankly. Well, from the way things are going, it looks like the end will be when I kill God of this world. Sounds fun, don't you think? Chapter 45. After receiving information from the Jinn, Shen didn't waste any time whatsoever. For the next 3 days, he began formulating his plan of action. The first and most important thing was raising the strength of his forces. That meant everyone needed to become stronger. Along with that, he needed the faunis from Menagerie. He held massive influence over the faunis on the main continent and in each nation. However, the bulk of the faunis race was contained on a separate landmass entirely. It was overpopulated due to how many people live there. The place where humanity decided to shove the faunis off so they didn't have to deal with them, hidden behind the act of peace. Since it was a faunis-related matter, he decided to simply let Sienna deal with it. Of course, she couldn't fully be trusted, so he made sure to imply the proper incentive. Next was handling the matter of Raven and the Relic of Knowledge. Shen was actually wrong about one thing. The maiden's power truly was greater than he ever expected. Initially, he planned on simply ignoring them, but now he was interested. The only issue was that the maiden's powers can only be passed down through the original's death. After that, the powers will go to someone who is in the maiden's last thoughts. If not, then they will simply go to a random person. Sadly, the powers couldn't go to a man. Sadly, Raven's mindset would make controlling that power difficult. He had broken her quite thoroughly in their battle, but he couldn't kill her with her mind like that. He also couldn't control her using mental refitting, or the powers would attempt to him and then be lost. It was a delicate situation, a system set up so that the powers couldn't be abused. You had told everyone you would be gone for 2 months, but why didn't you tell them you were bringing me with you? Breaking from his thoughts, Shen looked up and saw Taylor across from him. At the moment, they were riding in an airship thousands of meters in the air. Because I'm going to be training you myself. Everyone else's abilities are straightforward enough. They don't need me to hold their hands. However, the potential behind the demon's extract is going to require something extra. There's more to it than just making ice and snow. Esdeath, the original user of the ability, proved that. She could utilize her abilities so well she could literally freeze time and summon meteors made of ice that might give Madara a run for his money. Currently, Taylor was nowhere near that level. Oh, then where are we going? The airship they were on was currently flying over the sea. They had left the mainland quite some time ago. However, Taylor had never heard of any islands or anything at all for that matter is this far out. You remember what I told you about the gods? Taylor nodded. Of course, I'm still trying to digest the fact God actually exists, let alone 2 of them. Right, so you should also know that Grimm are creations of the god of darkness. He was jealous and fickle in nature of his elder brother, the god of light. As such, his creations carried that same emotion, and that mixed with his inert desire to destroy manifested itself. As such, Grimm are drawn to the relics and destroy without reason. In short, the god of darkness's creations were drawn to his brothers. So what place do you think would have the most amount of Grimm in the world? Suddenly, the look on Taylor's face grew fearful. In the complete opposite, Shen's face slowly grew into a smile. A loud and vicious roar echoed into the airship as the 2 of them glanced out of the side view windows. Looking down, they saw something massive burst from the sea. Like most Grimm, its body was dark, but had large white scales coating its underbelly. Red glowing marks lined its body and skeleton-like head. You could easily compare it to a Chinese dragon or serpent except for the wings on its back. A sea Feilong? Taylor yelled as Shen stood up and grabbed her by the shirt. Without a second of hesitation, he kicked open the airship doors and jumped out, pulling Taylor with him. The next second, the sea Feilong opened its mouth, revealing a ball of pure yellow lightning. Firing it aimed straight for the airship they were just in. It exploded on impact as the sea Feilong let out a roar before flying down back into the sea. Free-falling through the air, Taylor was panicking as Shen spoke to her. Welcome to the home of the God of Light. This is where we will be training for the next 2 months. He had been neglecting his poor system for too long. Now it was going to get all the attention it deserved. Despite it only being a few days, things back on the mainland had begun to advance. Both Neo and Torchwick took Shen's words seriously when it involved getting stronger. Luckily, thanks to Lionheart being fully submissive, they were able to take advantage of Mistral's training grounds. Though now they looked more like a war zone. Not bad, Neo. Vaulting using his cane, Torchwick quickly dodged out of the way. The next second, a large blade that was completely black in color pierced through the ground where he was standing. This was, of course, a result of Neo's ability. She was standing over 60 feet away from Torchwick, however she was still able to produce pinpoint illusions. Her eyes flinched as she activated her semblance once more. The large blade that had jettisoned from the ground disappeared as a shadow was cast over Torchwick. Looking behind him, he saw a gigantic pair of jaws ready to clamp down on his body. Still, your illusions aren't quite solid enough. Raising his cane, Torchwick aimed its end directly behind him. The next second, a red beam of energy fired out of the cane. Before the jaws could even close, the beam pierced through the illusion, causing it to crack and then fall apart. Now would be a good moment to know. Torchwick wasn't in his normal state like he usually was. Instead, his topcoat and hat were completely black and white, and his cane looked different as well. Its design had changed, looking more regal as life fibers course and decorated its shell. This was his Ultima uniform's transformed state, or at least an incomplete version of it. He still hadn't mastered it, which could be seen from the way the ends of both his coat and hat seemed unfinished. They were like ripped cloth. Still, the ability it provided was one that surprised both him and Neo originally. Pointing his staff towards Neo, he let out another blast. The beam was fast, and Neo seemed not to react in time as it pierced her chest. A shocked expression appeared on her face, but quickly her body began to shatter. Each of the shattered pieces then began to warp themselves, becoming a clone of Neo. When the process was done, there were over 100 of her. Whistling in impressed fashion, Torchwick swirled the cane in his hand. Putting his hands together, the cane transformed into 2 separate guns. He aimed them at the Neo clones, as each one drew a blade form their umbrellas. Rushing all at once, Torchwick let loose on the trigger. Both guns fired at the same time, shooting beams of red energy. They looked weaker and smaller than the one shot from his cane originally. However, their rate of fire was insane. In seconds, dozens of Neo's clones shattered apart. However, it was in the midst of firing that Torchwick heard a footstep come from directly behind him. The guns in his hands suddenly stopped firing as they morphed themselves once again. Becoming a pair of red swords, he turned, preparing to slice as the air behind him. But before he could even swing, he felt something cold against his neck. Instead of behind him, like he had thought, Neo was standing to his right with her blade drawn. Although she still had a composed look on her face, she was sweating, clearly exhausted. Glancing at her, Torchwick shrugged. "Well, I've reached my limit too, it's your win." As he said that, his transformed look vanished, and the swords in his hands turned back into his cane normal. The limits both of their abilities had were linked to concentration and stamina. Neo was capable of creating practically anything with her illusions. Paired with the ability to make the people within her kunai's range feel pain from them, it was a powerful ability, no doubt. However, the more complex and large-scale the illusions, the more exhausted she becomes. At the Branwen tribe, she had pushed herself extremely hard, creating illusions over all of the people there, while also creating all of those soldiers and individual battles. As for Torchwick, his ability suited his crafty and sly nature. If he could handle the exhaustion, he could create almost any type of weapon and transform his cane as much as he wanted. Within the bounds that the weapon itself was thought out and practical. Mixed with his quick thinking, it suited him. At their current level, they could fight for over an hour. As for what they would be capable of with 2 months of training, well, it was a terrifying prospect. One Shen, in particular, was looking forward to. Of course, it was impossible for everything that was happening in Mistral to go unnoticed. There were always going to be people too smart for even Shen to properly predict. As such, he needed a spy, someone to keep an eye on those kinds of factors. The biggest one being Beacon Academy, the place where the RWBY story is set for the first season. And of course, the place where Osbin the headmaster and reincarnator resided. The bane to Salem's existence, who dead set to stop her under the god of light's power. So, in terms of being a spy, who was a better fit for this kind of task, if not one of the main characters themselves? Since this is still the beginning of your time here at Beacon Academy, I'll introduce myself. I am Glinda Goodwitch. I will be in charge of today's sparring class. First up, we have Cardin Winchester going against Blake Belladonna. Chapter 46. In a large circular room within Beacon Academy, there was an open stage. The lights were dimmed, but off to one side, seats for all of the students were aligned. Hundreds of eyes watched, and a bunch of people was cheering in excitement. "Go, Blake." "You know, I think this might be the first time we've seen her actually fight." Now that I think about it, you're right. She usually doesn't join in combat training." Out of everyone, the group that passively attracted the most attention were 3 girls. The most excited of the 3 was a girl with silver eyes and black hair sporting red tips. Her clothes looked almost gothic, sporting mostly black and red from her boots to her dress, paired with a corset-like dress. She seemed almost childlike in nature. The other sitting next to her seemed older in most ways. Fiery yellow hair accompanied with bright velvet eyes. Her clothes seemed to be a mix of brown and different shades of yellow. If it wasn't for their more revealing nature, you could even call them tomboyish. And lastly was the white-haired girl, having a ponytailed style for her hair and her clothes seeming more regal than anything. White and blue adorned her, including her light blue eyes and her nearly princess-like dress and overall feel. If Shen was here, It would only take their voices for him to recognize them. The main cast of RWBY in their first appearance attire, with the last being Blake herself, who was currently on that very stage being watched. Shen had sent her here soon after his first meeting with Cinder, which meant a good amount of time had passed. Despite that time, she was still wearing that same grim-infused Ultima uniform Shen gave her. It looked as if it had evolved past its original design. Though what was also quite interesting was that Blake stopped making the effort to hide her faunis identity. Instead, her mind was completely elsewhere. He sent me here to act as his ears within Beacon, but he still hasn't contacted me directly. Being patient like this is so annoying. Blake looked slightly irritated as Glinda raised her hand and spoke, signaling the start of the match. Gosh damn faunis, she's looking down on me. Seeing the completely apparent detachment from the match Blake was showing, Carden grit his teeth and tensed up his body. Begin. Without a moment's notice, Carden charged at Blake with mace his both hands. He swung down at her the moment he was in range ferociously. Everyone seemed to watch as the attack connected, but then Blake's figure faded like a physical shadow. Carden, of course, was the most confused. Where did Blake go? She just disappeared. The next moment, Carden could hear a voice lingering its way into his ear. Now that I think about it, I have been feeling hungrier lately. Those words were not directed at him, however. He couldn't help but feel a chill as the entirety of his vision was enshrouded in what seemed to be shadow. Fear crept upon him from all sides as he began to panic, looking around. What the hell's going on? What did you do? Swinging his mace through the darkness around him, he completely failed to notice Blake's presence behind him. Her eyes had turned black with him, grim-like irises shining through the dark, and the red veins across her body seemingly being the only light around. For a brief moment, Carden heard the sound of someone's mouth widening right behind him. However, when he turned around, no one was there. Instead, all he felt was a fierce hit in the back of his neck. In an instant, his aura shattered as his consciousness faded. After that, the darkness faded. For everyone off stage, all they had seen was a sudden dark orb enshroud the area around Blake and Carden. Coughing, Glinda collected herself. The winner of this match is Blake Belladonna. That was close. It's getting harder to control every day. Blake was holding down her own arm as her eyes flashed back to normal. Despite being away from him, the grim influence Shen implanted into Blake had not dulled in the slightest. In fact, it was getting more intense as time passed, evolving and growing stronger. Returning back to the others, she saw Ruby and Yang looking at her with fiery expressions. Blake, how did you do that? I didn't know your semblance was so cool. Yeah, that was awesome. You and he disappeared, and then the next second he was on the ground, like a ninja. I suppose so. Blake could only smile when she heard them clamor to her. In all honesty, she considered these three the only ones worth being kept alive here in Beacon. A strange sense of familiarity lofted around them, although she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination or not. As the girls conversed, combat training had ended shortly after. In fact, all lessons taught by Glinda had been cancelled, and that was all because of a single summons from Osbin. What did you say? Immediately a cry of outroar came from an energetic yet older man's voice. At his desk, Osbin had a video conference open, but this time around it contained more than just ironwood. Theodore, the headmaster of Vale's Academy, was there as well. James, do you have any idea what the consequences of what you're suggesting are? Even Glinda couldn't remain silent after hearing what Ironwood said. I am aware canceling the Vital Festival would require a mass agreement. However, these measures have to be taken. Ironwood stood firm when he spoke to everyone else. Osbin, in particular, had a solemn expression as he replied. Can you at least tell us why you have made such a large leap when it comes to security? Salem's presence is disturbing, but even she wouldn't be hasty enough to attack any one of our kingdom within such a short period. Especially after the effort she went through destroying Argus. Having been reincarnated into a new body every time he died in this world, Osbin has been battling Salem for longer than anyone could imagine. He understood how she thought and acted as crazed as she was. She was clever enough not to be so hasty. Because we were wrong. As much as I hate to say it, A more immediate and dangerous threat has revealed itself in Mistral. That's exactly why I told you to exclude Lionheart from this call. James, what are you on about? Glinda's inquiry caused Ironwood to lower his head, almost as if he was displeased with the information he had to deliver. I had spies sent into Mistral to learn of the situation. What the hell were you thinking? You could have caused an international incident with a stunt like that. Theodore's voice came through this time around, and visually everyone was disturbed. I am aware, however, I don't regret my actions. One of the most important things to note is the unrest at Mistral's borders. As open as they seem to the outside looking in, they've almost been completely shut down. Not only that, but I learned that the group that has been assisting Salem has grown exponentially. Practically every syndicate in Mistral is under their thumb, and that means they have their fangs in every one of our kingdoms as well. If this news wasn't disturbing enough, then what Ironwood said next most certainly was. The White Fang, as I'm sure you're all aware, is a major threat that has existed for some time now. However, I should make it clear that even the White Fang has been assimilated into this group. By all means, their influence surpasses anything we've seen before and worse, yet they even have support from major noble families. To an outsider, this might not seem like that big of a deal, however, it most certainly was. Every kingdom had its pillars and noble families were the central ones no matter which kingdom it was. They supplied most of the wealth, and their companies and corporations held major monopolies that kept the economy buzzing. Losing support from noble families could easily doom a kingdom based on their dependency. So if this group was as large as James claimed and had their support, this was no longer a terrorist group or criminals they could put off to the side. Just them having the White Fang alone put their numbers into the thousands. And a group like that is working with Salem. The atmosphere in the room immediately turned sour as everyone's faces blackened. I see, it makes sense you would want to meet with us then. This threat has clearly grown beyond any of our singular kingdom's control. We should contact Lion here. Osbin was cut off by Ironwood as he shook his head. No, I'm afraid it's too late for that. Considering how my own spies managed to learn this much despite all of the clear attempts to suppress information, it's impossible that Lionheart and the Council of Mistral aren't aware. However, they never contacted us about it. Ironwood's words caused Osbin and Glinda's eyes to contract. What are you saying, Ironwood? Theodore's voice carried heavy amounts of unrest as he spoke. I'm afraid that the entirety of Mistral's government and academy may already be compromised. As much as I hate to say it, Salem is no longer our main issue here. That much was very obvious, and sadly even Ironwood didn't know the half of it. Menagerie, home to a majority of the world's faunis population. Known as the place faunis go when they simply want to be left alone, and a place that could be considered peaceful. And the largest city within such a menagerie, Quana. Near the center of the city lies the Belladonna family home, which also acted as the chieftain's home. Yet it was close to being set ablaze as massive crowds of faunis surrounded it, throwing rocks and molotovs at it, still screaming at the top of their lungs. Traitor! Coward! It was absolute chaos, and even the guards could hardly hold back such a massive riot. Meanwhile, inside of the house itself, things were no better. In fact, they could be considered worse. Shen's forces were already inside, and there was a battle taking place between them and the Belladonna family guards. Is this what you wanted, Sienna? The entire city is in an uproar because of you. Do you understand what you've done? A deep, roaring voice filled with anger came from Gira Belladonna, Blake's father. He was injured, yet his eyes still burned with fury. Next to him, his wife Kali had the exact same look in her eyes. The two of them were on their own in the deepest section of the house. Yet the battle and roars from outside still reached their ears. Sienna, standing just a few meters from them, couldn't help but sigh. I hope you understand, I never wanted it to come to this. If you had just agreed this could have ended without anyone having to die. Sienna's voice was soft yet clear, showing no remorse or regret whatsoever. You turned the people against us with lies. How could you? After everything we've done striving for peace. Kali just couldn't understand what Sienna was thinking or what was going through her head. This entire situation seemed unreal. I guess it makes sense you wouldn't understand. You two locked yourselves away on this island, no longer caring about what happened on the mainland. You have no idea, so instead I have to do what I can. For the sake of the faunis, so that we can all live to see another day. There is no other way for this to end. The two of them couldn't understand what Sienna meant by that. In fact, no one could, unless they had been there when Shen spoke to her. Closing her eyes, she snapped her fingers, causing dozens of soldiers to burst into the room. They were all carrying weapons aimed and primed for the husband and wife pair. "This is madness," Gira whispered under his breath, yet Sienna still heard it. "I know, but this is the only way. The world's going to hell soon, that much is evident. But the faunis can survive and prosper if they can get past the dark days ahead. And if requires us all serving, that man, then so be it. Otherwise, I don't even want to think about what he would do to this place." Clenching her fist, Sienna offered a few final words before turning to leave. "I don't plan on killing the two of you. I doubt Blake would let me live if I did. But when you two do wake up, know that everything is for the future of our race." With that, Sienna left, completely hearing the sound of fighting breaking out in the area she was just in. "Survival, that's all that matters at this point, Sienna. Just carry out your orders, don't look back, stay focused. That's the only way any of us are making it out of this." Chapter 47. When the gods left the planet, the RWBY series took place. After Salem attempted to turn humanity on them, they destroyed all human life. Shattering the moon as they left the planet, it was there for named Remnant. While Osbin was set to reincarnate every time he died into a new body, Salem was there from the beginning. By all means, she was possibly millions of years old. At the same time, other than her, Osbin and the maidens, the gods took magic along with them. The remains of the Age of Gods have long faded away, and only their original homes remained. One is the Land of Darkness, and the other is the home where the God of Light had his shrine. The latter eventually broke away from the main convenience, becoming an island drifting into obscurity. With no satellites, the chances of it being discovered in the wide oceans were minimal. And anyone who tried to seek it out would surely be killed by the grim drawn to that place. It was a death zone fraught with dangers, an island bigger than Argus 10 times over, if not more. Yet if someone were to approach that island now, they would be left in utter shock. Stretching over 50 miles from the island itself, the ocean was frozen, creating a wasteland of frigid ice. There were no grim in the ocean that could pierce it. As for the skies, stretching even farther than the ice was cold storm clouds. They crackled with lightning so viciously that the thunder almost sounded like a beast's roar, never-ending. Anything that tried to fly through the air would be struck down instantly. As for the island itself, all you would see is a winter wonderland. Chilled blue ice covered the trees and ground. Hardly anything looked natural anymore, let alone alive. However, the most terrifying thing would be the statues. Well, calling them statues would be a mistake, after all they were grim. Hundreds, no, maybe thousands, possibly more, frozen, solid, unmoving. Some were even the size of hills, however, even bigger than that where the spikes of ice pierced up from the ground. They were everywhere, and even more so was the destruction. Places, where there was no ice, had scorched earth, and littering the island were craters and gashes. However, out of all of this, the most mystifying sight you would see would be at the center of the island. A massive dip in the earth, a crater that looked like it was made by an explosion, was at least a mile deep and 5 miles across. In this world, you couldn't do something like this with a bomb or even a maiden's magic. "Try again. No, I give up, you're being ridiculous." "Yes, I'm tired of getting blown up." "What do you mean to kill him? We already tried everything." I said no. Lying in the center of that overwhelmingly massive crater was Taylor. Her clothes, which had once looked luxurious and expensive, were in tatters. Her skin, although still having that milky smooth consistency now, had slight scars. Her body looked more defined than before, not overly muscular but well-built, adding to her charm. She was seemingly talking to herself while sitting on a slab of ice raised from the ground. She was sitting cross-legged, relaxing like someone without anything to do. As she did so, a few minutes passed until a flash of light occurred behind her. She immediately stopped talking to herself and stood up with a smile. "Master, did you do everything you needed to do?" The person she was talking to was obviously Shen. over a 2-month period, his appearance had changed quite a bit. His hair had gotten wilder, yet it was shorter, and his eyes had from deep amber to gold. However, the most obvious thing would be his complexion. Before you could consider Shen to be a little pale and was lucky enough to be gifted good looks. Now, however, he looked inhuman. If you saw him, you would immediately feel something was off. It was the same feeling you would get if you saw a statue come to life. It didn't breathe, and it felt cold. Yes, I think it's about time we headed back. As Shen said that he looked at Taylor and used inspect on her. Inspect information. Target, Sienna tail. Level, 17. Race S, Faunis demon hybrid, 9-tailed fox. Physical strength, 56. Endurance, 42. Dexterity, 92. Power, 107. Summary: the former Mistral branch leader of the White Fang. Due to being introduced to the demon's extract, her mind has been split in two. Externally, when not in battle, her original personality has control. This side of her is calculative and coy in nature. On the other hand, the personality that takes over during conflict is based on her wild animalistic instincts as a faunis and the destructive impulses from the demon extract. By all means, she is insane, however, the potential in her insanity is nearly limitless. She is currently excited to leave this island. Any further information requires for the inspect function skill to leveled up. Thanks to Shen constantly using it, inspect had leveled up, giving him access to Taylor's stats and more information through her summary. Right off the bat, the most prominent of hers were her power and dexterity. In pure destructive power, she outmatched the Shen from 2 months ago, no question. Not only that, but the jump in level was in no way equal to her jump in stats. It was insane if you compared it to anything or anyone else at level 15. And the reason for this was highlighted in her summary. It was one of the main reasons why Shen brought Taylor with him in the first place. By all means, she is insane, however, the potential in her insanity is nearly limitless. If the system said that about someone, then Shen needed no other reason to power level her to all hell. And that's exactly what they did. They were so effective to the point even Shen had nearly lost track of time. Oh, finally, I was getting sick of this place. After I froze it over, everything got so bland, and all the grim stopped coming too. As she walked toward Shen, the ice slab she had been sitting on shattered into crystals without a word. Hearing her say that, Shen couldn't help but smile. He would be lying if he said he wasn't happy to be leaving as well. As beneficial as this place was, it weary on his mind, that was the only thing that was technically still fully human. As Taylor approached, Shen saw her appearance and then looked down at his own. The clothes they had arrived here in were in tatters, Shen's less so due to them being made of life fibers, but still worse for wear. Seeing that, Shen's eyes flashed as both him and Taylor were enveloped from a slew of life fibers shooting from his feet. It only took 5 seconds or so for the life fibers to disappear, returning to Shen's body. Their clothes had completely changed in that frame of time. Comprised of darker colors, they looked more well-made this time around. Instead of them just being militaristic uniforms, they even came with accessories that definitely weren't made of fabric. Oh, this feels so much better. Smiling as she adored her new attire, Shen glanced in the direction of the main continent. It was finally time to head back. Lightning shot from his body, surrounding him and Taylor, yet doing no physical harm. The next second, their bodies were lifted off the ground, and then they were gone. At a speed too fast for an eye to track, faster than even natural lighting. On the same day, just a few hours ago, in Mistral had already gotten underway. Today was the day Shen said he would be returning after all. Whether it be Torchwick, Neo, or Sienna, none of them failed in the task Shen gave them before he left. At the moment, 3 of them had actually gathered in Kuchinashi. Mistral was the capital city, sure, however, the only thing of value there was the Council and Haven Academy. Both could be controlled remotely, and the White Fang HQ was no longer of any importance. In the end, Kuchinashi was Shen's main base of operations. That being said, it had undergone massive changes while he was away. This was thanks to L1, L2, and Toffer, who was originally in charge of the Purple Lotus. Every syndicate in the city that was under Shen's control, which happened to be all of them, had merged with the Purple Lotus. This created a massive superpower with nearly endless resources. They could do this now without being noticed thanks to the fact Shen could force Mistral to turn a blind eye to things accompanied by the fact it was in an isolated location in the kingdom. All in all, it was fair to say the old Kuchainashi had been built over with the new one. So today's the day. Felt like it would never come. Walking through a large pair of gate-like doors similar to the ones in the White Fang HQ at Mistral was Torchwick along with Neo and Sienna. Behind them were L1 and L2 along with Toffer. Everyone was already prepared and was wearing their individual Ultima uniforms. Indeed, so many preparations had taken place in just 2 months. Remembering it all, Sienna could only look up at the sky and let out an exhausted sigh. The sun was just beginning to rise as the day was beginning. As it did, it revealed the new Kuchainashi far below where they were right now. It stretched down the mountain and plateaued in different areas as it went into the valley, surrounded by massive hills and smaller mountains. It still followed the Asian aesthetic, however, it had practically been turned into a fortress. Massive walls lined the city's territory that dwarfed even the largest of trees. As for where they were now, it was Shen's mansion, the one that originally belonged to the Black Sheep. However, it had been massively renovated. It was already at the top of the mountain Kuchainashi was built on, but now it had grown larger. It had merged with the other nearby noble houses, creating one massive building. If you were being honest, it looked more like a palace than anything else. Thinking about it, city was probably the wrong word now. It was a base that consisted entirely of Shen's forces, whether they be faunis or human. Looks like they're here. Torchwick glanced up ahead, and so did everyone else. The sound of lightning crackling became louder as they saw a flash of light making its way towards them. The next second, a gust of wind blew over them as 2 figures landed on the ground. Wow, you guys really went all out on this place. Taylor was the first to say something. Walking away from Shen, she looked over the new Kuchainashi in amazement. Looking around, Shen would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. He knew 2 months had passed, but doing all of this in such a short time frame must have been difficult. You all did well. I was honestly expecting only half the original result. Shen praised them as he continued to look around. After hearing Shen say that, the others smiled while Sienna took a step forward and spoke with a bow. Master, as you requested, menagerie has fully been assimilated. Every Ultima uniform available to us has been utilized. They're ready to move at your command. Listening to her, Shen's face changed a bit as he turned around. Taking just a few steps forward, you could see the entirety of Kuchainashi from here. However, directly below where they were standing was a massive courtyard. It was filled to the brim with people, thousands, if not tens of thousands of faunis. All of them lined up, information ready to move on his beck and call. This is only a fraction of our total numbers now. The rest are currently awaiting orders throughout Mistral. Kneeling down, Sienna lowered her head. We the faunis are at your complete disposal. Her demeanor had completely shifted over 2 months. With Sienna acting first, the others followed her lead, kneeling as well. They all knew exactly what to say as they spoke to Shen. Master, simply give us the word and it'll be done. Glancing back at them and then to the faunis along with Kuchainashi ahead of him, Shen began to grin. It's been nearly a year, but he finally reached the endgame. This was the turning point for the world of RWBY. It would later go on to be considered the bloodiest period throughout history. No one could have seen it coming, and no one could have stopped it. Truly, it was a war that scorched the world. Chapter 48. Sitting on the throne within his manor, Shen tapped on the armrest under his hand. A holographic panel quickly opened up, revealing a list of contacts. Shen selected one as the holographic screen quickly moved from his side to in front of him, growing in size. Master, how can we assist you? The video on the screen was the Council of Mistral. He could directly contact them from Kuchainashi at a moment's notice. Send down an order. I want Mistral's borders completely shut down. No one gets in and no one gets out. Also, I want every city and town put under lockdown. This is your top priority. I don't want any issues occurring. Is that clear? Of course, as you wish, Master Shen. The Council of Mistral all bowed as the video ended. They would get it done within a matter of days. However, Shen wasn't done there, After the hologram closed, he quickly contacted someone else. Lord Shen, to what do we owe the pleasure? The image showed the memorable Venti. They looked just like before, impossible to tell whether they were a man or woman, and their face was hidden. The most immediate difference, however, was how they were speaking. They never called Shen Lord before, and of course, he knew the reason. They must have gotten word of his influence in Mistral. He was now someone who could measure up and possibly threaten them, leading to a tone of respect. Venti, it's been too long. Shen gave off a pleasant smile, in which Venti returned with a nod. Indeed, we must admit we never expected you to go this far. Truly, you hold more power in your hands than any singular person in the world. Shen laughed hearing that as his eyes narrowed. Tell me something, Venti, the black sheep don't truly exist, do they? His question caused Venti's words to get caught in their throat. They were clearly surprised, and that verified Shen's theory. No noble family holds enough power to do what the black sheep do. It's impossible, however. That's if the black sheep was a noble family at all. I see, so you figured it out, impressive though I should expect no less. Indeed, the black sheep don't exist. We are simply an organization, or maybe an alliance is more accurate. The truth is hardly any large noble family gains power in this world through legal means. Nearly 90% of all of them have dipped their toes into the underworld. As such, the black sheep was formed over the clout of allowing noble families to stay in power. They would pool their resources and authority, forming one will. This will would act under the benefit of all noble families within it and would also keep them safe. If one noble family grew too powerful or risked harming the others, then this group would act balancing it out. This was the black sheep, the will of practically every major noble family in the world. As for Venti, they were the middleman, the person responsible for converging all possible information and acting in the interest of all parties. In such a sense, their role made them the most powerful person in the world when it came to authority, even if they couldn't act however they liked. Venti, thanks to your help, things have been going quite smoothly for me. Shen knew for certain that the black sheep had been handling things behind the scenes. It was very minor, however. They had been slowing information from spreading, hiding details, and misleading people tracking him. Overall, it made operations smoother. As such, I'm willing to offer you all a deal. On one hand, I could deal with it all on my own and destroy the noble families in Mistral without a second thought. Or on the other, you could submit and work with me. You can limit my message to Mistral for now. You can let them know I'm willing to give them an opportunity they could only dream of. After all, I control Mistral's government. Venti was silent as Shen spoke. They were smart and they could easily guess what Shen was offering. Each noble family lived in their own city and there they had nearly full control. Police, personal military, taxes, trades, everything went through the noble family of that city. They were like kings in that sense, however. They had limits. They couldn't push their power too far or control cities with too tight of grips, or else Mistral's government would take notice and shut them down. However, if Shen used his authority, that changed. They could control their city however they liked with no interference. He was giving them unlimited power within their territory. They could increase taxes and do whatever they wanted with their citizens. Anyone who resisted could be dealt with publicly with no backlash from Mistral. It would be a monarchy, and all they had to do was pledge loyalty to Shen, granting him control over them. Looking at it that way, it an offer too tempting to refuse. And what about myself? Venti tilted their head to the side, asking Shen calmly. I can make you my iron fist, my envoy. I'll leave all the political matters and territory distribution to you. The nobles will reign over the cities and towns, and Venti will control them under Shen's authority. Thinking about it, Venti couldn't help but laugh to themselves. I see, very well then. So tell me, what is your first command for me? Venti's tone shifted compared to before, sounding more alive than before. The temptation was the bane of any person, no matter how cold and ruthless they may be. Even Venti couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Send me a list of every city in Mistral that is not under the black sheep's influence. I'll deal with the rest. Venti nodded with a smile creeping across their face. Right away, Master Shen. And so the noble families were dealt with. Just a few minutes later, Shen received the list from Venti as requested. Sienna, prepare our forces and work alongside Toffer. I want them split into 5th separate groups. Toffer, you will focus on managing resources and weapons. Anything Sienna requires for success will be under your jurisdiction to control. Toffer and Sienna, who had been quietly listening to Shen speak, both nodded. As you wish. Turning his head, Shen looked towards the others. Our targets are the cities Venti listed. Each section of forces will go after a group of targets. Torchwick, you'll be in control of the secondary force, while Taylor, you're in control of the 3rd. Nia will be in control of the 4th, and Sienna and Toffer will control the 5th and manage things from here. Taylor looked the most excited out of all of them. So we get to command our own armies, doesn't that sound fun? Oh, this is going to be fun. As for the main force, Shen would be controlling that himself. What fun would it be sitting around doing nothing? L1 and L2 could easily handle communications between Venti and managing Mistral during this. By the time the borders are closed, everything will be mostly in place. And just like that, everyone got to work. The room was emptied a few minutes later, leaving Shen on his own. Well, temporarily at least, as soon the sound of footsteps entered his ears. Entering through the doors of the room, 2 people were being escorted by guards. It was both Pyrrha and Raven. The 2 of them stepped inside before the guards bowed and left, closing the door behind them. It's been a while, are you 2 doing good? Shen was obviously being sarcastic. He received constant updates on these 2, even when he was away. As for why they didn't have any restraints or cuffs on them, as long as Shen was around, there was no hope of them ever escaping. He knew that, and so did they. Quit joking around, what do you want? Raven didn't humor Shen, directly yelling at him. As much as she tried to hide it, her eyes were burning with absolute rage. If she could, she would kill Shen right here and now. Despite that, Shen just smirked at her before glancing over at Pyrrha. The look on her face was complicated, to say the least. Shen had used mental refitting on her, however, at the same time he didn't find an emotional vulnerability first. Instead, he used it when her will was the weakest. Now that she had recovered to some degree, there was a conflict going on in her mind. She despised Shen for what he did. She hated him, but at the same time, she couldn't bring herself to express that hate no matter what she did. Her mind and body were fighting against one another. As such, when she looked at him, all she could do was give off a mournful look. You know, you 2 have probably been treated better as prisoners than most people in this world have their entire lives. But that's fine. I need you 2 at your best either way. The 2 of them looked at Shen, wondering what he was talking about. Standing up from his throne, Shen began to walk towards them. I'm going to be giving you both a chance to kill me. Hearing that, their eyes widened. Not now, of course. At the moment, the 2 of you are too weak. However, I'll be giving you 2 a chance to fix that soon enough. Whether or not you agree is up to you. Of course, if you do go along with it, I can only ask that you 2 put on a good show. After all, we don't want the audience to get bored. Pyrrha stared at Shen standing in front of her now, and she couldn't match it to the Shen back at the academy at all. Shen leaned forward and whispered in Pyrrha's ear, causing her body to tense up. I really hope you don't disappoint me. Out of everyone, you were one of my favorites. Pyrrha didn't know what Shen meant by that, nor did he explain. They were taken away just seconds later. Shen waved as they left. Yes, there was no way anyone could have seen what was coming next. Daddy, look what I made. A spirited young girl rushed into a large office holding a piece of paper in her hands. She was staring at the middle-aged man sitting behind a desk. He looked at her lovingly as sat up and walked over to her. What is it? He bent down as she handed the paper to him. It was a crude drawing of him and her holding hands in a park. Looking at it, and then seeing her excited expression, a person couldn't help but smile. Do you like it? Of course, I was looking for something to hang up on my wall, and now I have this. I'll make sure never to take it down. Seeing how happy she was, he was about to hang up the drawing until someone rushed into the office. This time it wasn't a family member, but someone dressed in a uniform resembling a military officer. Forgive me for intruding, Genera, but we have an issue. You need to come with me immediately. Hearing the serious tone in the officer's voice, the general nodded. Looking back at his daughter, he handed her drawing back. We'll hang it up on the wall when I get back, okay? Try and find a good spot for it. Okay, Daddy. With that, the general stood up and quickly left the office. He, along with the officer, was a part of this city's military. Leaving the general's home, which was located near the center of the city, the two of them quickly drove to their HQ. When he arrived, he noticed that the mayor along with other important figures. Even the leader of this city's noble family was there. "Ah, General, you're here, good." The mayor looked relieved when he saw the general enter. This room was full of military personnel working at their stations on different devices and monitors. However, what immediately caught the general's eye was the large monitor attached to the wall at the front of the room. It was displaying a countdown and was currently at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. "What is this?" Speaking to the officer who had let him hear the general was confused. "We're not sure. This signal has been played over every major broadcast signal in the kingdom. In fact, it may even be broadcasting to other kingdoms as well. We can't shut it off, and it's being forcefully displayed on TVs and monitors throughout the city. Even our equipment has been compromised." Hearing that everyone there couldn't help but frown. No normal hacker could do something like this. A signal this large could only be handled by the CCTS towers. Each kingdom has to set up global communications. But to do that, they would have to have bypassed Mistral's security entirely. That was impossible. "So in the end, we can only watch as it count down?" The leader of the noble family of this city sighed. This kind of situation made him too tense to calm down. The best-case scenario was the countdown was nothing and everything would be fine at the end. However, that was just wishful thinking. One thing they were right about, however, was the range of the broadcast. It had indeed reached every major kingdom in the world. Although the signal couldn't forcefully display itself on devices outside of Mistral, millions of people saw it all the same. "James, have you seen it already?" Osborne, sitting in his office, had calm look on his face as he spoke. "Of course, it's originating from Mistral, but anyone in the world can tune in on it. Nothing we do can block it off." Ironwood's words had deeply rooted worry within them. Staring at the countdown before them, Osborne's eyes narrowed. Something horrible is about to happen. Chapter 49. "Weiss, what are you looking at?" Team RWBY was in their dorm rooms relaxing since there were no classes today. Yang walked over to Weiss's bed, seeing her staring intensely at her scroll's holographic screen. Yang saw a black screen with white numbers counting down. "I don't know, it just suddenly appeared in my scroll's notifications. It's weird cause I can't make the signal go away." Hearing Weiss, Yang reached for her own scroll, turning it on, and like she said, she was also getting a weird notification. When she clicked on it, the same video appeared. "Whoa, this is freaky. RWBY, Blake, you guys check this out." Blake was lying on her bed right under RWBY's, thanks to their rudimentary bunk bed layout. Putting down the book she was reading, she pulled out her scroll as well, interested in what they were talking about. RWBY, who was doing homework over at a desk, had her eyes light up. She would literally use anything as an excuse to procrastinate, especially since Weiss wasn't going to hawk her about it. All over the world, people who checked out the broadcast watched as the countdown ticked down, until finally it hit 0. The numbers disappeared and the black screen faded into a view. A clear live mark was located near the bottom right. A large rocky plain was displayed from the top-down view. In the far distance, a few miles away, was a large city. Its walls towered up to 100 or so feet. The city itself was built up against a large mountain face, making the wall only half a circle. As for the city itself, it was almost as big as an atlas, stretching dozens of miles across and most likely housing tens of thousands of people. For a city in this grim-infested world, it was quite large. But what really caught people's eyes wasn't the city, but what was coming into view. Hundreds, literally hundreds of gunships were flying in the sky. They were black and had a sleek design not matching any other kingdom's ships. And even more so, there had to be even more transport ships, thousands of them. They dotted the air like a swarm of insects. Causing countless tons of dust to be kicked up, transport ships landed on the ground one by one. As their bay doors opened, soldiers dressed in strange uniforms came pouring out. However, that wasn't all. Alongside them were all kinds of vehicles. 8-wheeled vehicles that were heavily armored, cars that had mounted guns attached to their roofs, even tanks. They poured out of the transport ships like a wave. Looking down at his scroll, watching the broadcast, a guard's face suddenly turned pale. Looking up from the screen, he looked into the distance from his post. As he did so, the scroll in his hands fell to the ground breaking. Oh God! The countless guards on the wall with him had the same expressions. Why the hell weren't they alerted by the other cities and National Guard about this? How did an army that big get so close to the city before they noticed? These questions raced through their minds as an alarm suddenly blared throughout the city. Citizens who had been in their homes or watching the broadcast on their screens felt their minds go numb. Looking up at the speakers, where the alarm was coming from, they heard an announcement. All citizens of Petra City need to immediately evacuate. Please get to the closest shelter immediately. If such actions are not possible, remain indoors. Please do not panic. This is not a drill. The announcement was on repeat as people began to realize what was happening. This was their city. This army was outside of their city. It came as a massive shock as people finally began reacting. Despite what the announcement said, it was human nature to panic. People yelling and shouting began filling the streets as they began running. Cars on the road immediately began speeding, causing all kinds of accidents to occur. Within half an hour, small fires had already begun occurring. At the same time, the army outside of Petra City had already gotten into formation. The final transport ship looked different than the others as it landed. When its doors opened, a single woman stepped out, however. She was clearly dressed differently than the other soldiers. Her 9 tails danced behind her as a naturally charming smile appeared on her face. Seeing smoke already coming from the city ahead of them, she chuckled before speaking. Her voice could clearly be heard through people's scrolls across the world. People of Petra City, my name is Sienna Taylor. Under orders from my master, your city along with others has been selected to be destroyed. Her words caused people watching to go silent. Back in Team RWBY's dorm, all of them were watching with looks of disbelief. However, only one person had that look for a totally different reason. That person was Blake. She recognized Taylor, of course, and she also recognized the uniform those soldiers were wearing. This was the work of Shen. Focusing back on Taylor, she continued. Your death along with others has been determined as necessary under my master's command. You do not have the right or choice to surrender, and escape is impossible. Although, if you want to die without resistance or die fighting is up to you. Personally, I would prefer the latter. Taylor's words sounded devilish as she voiced them. Now then, let us begin. Clapping her hands together, the army behind her began to move. The gunships began to fly forward as the soldiers on the ground marched alongside the vehicles. Inside Petra City, there was utter chaos. The military in charge of protecting the city was in a panicked rush to prepare. But at the same time, the soldiers who were rushing couldn't help but feel afraid. They were rushing to get to their airships and vehicles, but how could they hold off a force that large? In their main HQ, the general who was in charge was yelling. Contact the capital, we need assistance immediately. We've been trying, but we can't get through. Then, what about the National Guard? Have they contacted us? No, sir. The general's eyes lost a bit of their glimmer. What the hell was happening? It felt like their entire kingdom had suddenly cut them off and thrown them to the lions. Where was their support and reinforcements? How did any of this happen without anyone noticing? Damn it, get our men to that gate and man the walls. We need to hold them off as long as possible. Send down the order to get every available airship into the air immediately. Yes, sir. In other kingdoms, people were watching with confusion. There is no way this is real, right? This has to be some kind of prank. A guy nervously laughed as he spoke to his friend sitting across from him at a cafe. However, his friend was silent. They were currently scrolling through the news. I think this is real. News articles are already talking about Mistral's borders being shut down. Plus, a crazy amount of videos are starting to pop up online. Hearing his friend, he looked back at the video playing out. He couldn't help but gulp. Back on the wall, the guards posted there were in an absolute frenzy. Battle positions, everyone. Don't let them reach the wall. It had happened too quickly, they weren't ready. However, luckily their enemy had told them beforehand. Not only that, but they were in a fairly good position. Their enemy could only attack from their front, and the city itself was geology protected. Even if they started bombarding the walls, it would take a lot of time to get through. They just needed to keep them at bay until reinforcements arrived. One of the guards calmed down a bit after thinking about it logically. They would be fine. Although the thing about logic is that it's based on established concepts. It works great when every factor is known and can be calculated. But when a giant, unknown, and unpredictable factor is thrown into the works, the whole idea of logic comes crumbling down. Hey, what is that woman doing? RWBY was referring to Taylor, who had begun to move. Taking a few steps forward, Taylor's eyes narrowed as she suddenly jumped. In an instant, she was high in the air as an ice platform began to form below her feet. The next second, the ice platform expanded, rocketing her forward higher into the air. She repeated this dozens of times in a span of a minute until she passed the 1,000-foot mark. Being that high up, she had a clear view of the city, or to be more precise, the city gate. Creating a platform under her feet, the ice just stayed there levitating in the air. At the same time, Taylor grinned as she held her hands out to her side. A frosted chill permeated off of her body, and over 15 massive spikes made of ice appeared around her. Each one was easily 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. Waving her hand forward, one of the spikes rocketed forward. They outspeed even the airships in the sky and met the gate of Petra City's wall in a matter of moments. The guards on the wall felt the entire thing shake as the ice spike crashed into the wall right next to the gate. They couldn't believe it. It went halfway through with no issue. Taylor didn't stop her as she continued to send the spikes of ice flying through the air. They continued to crash into different sections of the wall surrounding the gate of the city. Cracks began to spread as if the stone was just glass, and parts of the wall were even starting to collapse. Crap, run, get away from the gate. The people on the wall quickly began to move as nearly all of the ice spikes crashed into the wall. At this point, the foundation around the gate was on the verge of collapse. Seeing that, Taylor smiled, and with a flick of her hand, the last spike of ice doubled in size before shooting forward like a drill. It cut through the air, making a horrifying sound as it did so. It was aiming directly for the gate itself. Unlike the wall, it was made purely out of metal. On impact, the ice shattered as it created a massive dent in the gate. The metal creaked as a loud metallic ring echoed through the city. The vibration shook the wall even heavier than all the times before. And finally, it gave out. The cracks on the wall spread like crazy as the entire thing began to collapse under its own weight. Like dominoes, once it started, it didn't stop as clouds of dust were launched into the air. By the end, the entire midsection of the wall had collapsed, as the metal gate 100 feet tall slowly fell forward, hitting the ground. Easy enough. All right, you all know what to do. Kill them, kill every last one. Don't let a single human escape. Under her orders, the soldiers in the army let out a cry. The speed of the airships and the vehicles increased, and so did the soldiers' movement speed. By the time the military of Petra City was just barely prepared, they had arrived. The first battle that began was the one in the sky. The countless gunships fired at Petra City's military airships. They were outnumbered massively as explosions began occurring in the air. Ships began falling out of the sky onto the city below, crashing into buildings and causing countless casualties. The tanks and armed vehicles began opening fire the moment they were in range, blowing away any rubble in the way and firing into the city. Within the hour, the battle on the ground had begun. One person watching all of this couldn't help but smile. This person was Shen, as he was sitting inside of a transportation airship. He was watching the broadcast himself on his scroll, and sitting next to him was Raven and Pyrrha. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. An entire city filled with people was being destroyed, and it was all under the orders of the person sitting next to them. Things are going well on Taylor's end. The others should be reaching their destinations soon as well. Leaning back in his seat, Shen could already feel it. His XP was already beginning to increase at an insane rate. In the end, he had to guarantee safety for a lot of cities being controlled by noble families. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't kill everyone, not yet. But that was fine. The cities that were left were more than enough. In the end, this was only the beginning. The real gains would start when the other kingdom took action. Oh, I simply can't wait.